Good morning, Bobby. Good morning, firefighters.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Friday edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We are out on the road for our final Firehouse tour of 2023. Come see us in Wiley this morning, 3200 McMillan Road. Firehouse number 4, brought to you by C4 Energy, Texas Day Brazil, and we have the giveaways, including a brand new fan beanie, Chop. We're going with a different color today.
Look at that. It's a blue one today. It's going to be nice and cold over the next couple of weeks.
We got a break this morning.
Yeah, we did.
Huge break this morning.
Yeah, we did. Windy, but it'll be like 77 today. It's a good golf day.
You think if you crack like that other fire door, it would, it would reduce some of the wind, with like the NASCAR
like a wind tunnel? Yeah, it might.
No,
it might.
So.
It might.
You don't
get a little
so?
wind tunnel going here.
Yeah, but I was homeschooled, so I don't understand.
Yeah, you don't have windows
at all.
I don't know if you have windows. We have houses.
Yeah. What Peyton doesn't think I even have like doors in my home or whatever because it's in a
you don't have locks. We know that in your bathroom.
That's right.
Exactly.
Bobby, your Wiley book report, your Wiley.
Yep. We were looking at it. So
homework assignment.
This is apparently the onion capital of the world. I discovered, or at least it was until the 1960s. I don't know who surpassed them as the onion capital. And
like they grow the most onions?
Like it was their cash crop, like during the Great Depression and everything. And the city was actually called Nickelville from like the early 1870s to 1886, named after Colonel W.D. Wiley from Paris, Texas. He helped build the city. Wiley's an old railroad town. Even the city website says if there was no railroad, there would be no Wiley. That Wiley was basically established because of it. And also shout out to Eno Benjamin, Arizona State legend, who grew up in Wiley and played out here. And so
it appears that Elba, New York, is now the current onion capital.
I love onions. Wherever I would consider moving for onions.
So that's the funny thing. So I guess one of the things I was looking up, they said these are sweet onions. These were considered sweet onions, and they said it was so common around here, and it was a crop that they grew so frequently that they said there are still parts of the city where you can faintly smell onions in the air.
Really?
That's what they said. That's what I read yesterday.
I don't know about that.
It also says
that probably cuts down on deodorant usage.
They are known as wide awake Wiley.
Now, hang on a sec.
What?
I just need to have quick talk with you.
Hit me.
Uh-oh.
Last night I could tell, and I could tell.
Tell what?
You were on a roll. You were on a heater. The prep emails were flowing, the text messages, all the extra stuff that I love about you. I knew what was happening.
About him?
Yeah, him.
Uh-huh.
I knew that. What?
I heard prep email that was good, and then you said him.
He's had 2 good ones this week.
2.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
40%. 40% is what we're looking for.
I wrote back 2 good ones, and I knew what was happening. I knew you got your supply back in order.
Mm-hmm.
But this morning,
I haven't
just
taken it
dial
yet.
it back a second.
taken it
you're
yet.
You're going. The knee's
knee.
going.
I'm excited to be in Wiley.
I know, but
The knee.
Nice and chill throughout the week. We're all just talking back and forth. I feel like you're this fire truck going at 120, just steamrolling through. Oh, be Bassick. Be Mike and be a little crybaby and turn off your mic. I'm not gonna participate. No one can tell me nothing.
This is a really professional show you're running early. That's
right.
You're doing a great job.
And then Choppy coming with the jeans this morning. Where are you going? The country line dancing after?
No, my phone wasn't turning on in the morning, so I had no flashlight to get ready. So I had to get dressed in the dark, so I just grabbed whatever was on the floor.
You usually get ready with a phone flashlight.
Yes, I turned the flashlight on so I could see what I'm doing.
Do you not have a closet?
Yeah,
You get up and all your clothes are in the bedroom?
Yes. Yeah, I in their drawer. I usually keep them in the drawer. But what I do is I just put on the dresser the night before what I'm going to wear. But I forgot.
Oh, that's cute.
I forgot last night. I know.
That's what I did
You have
last
your
night.
little your lunchy pack too?
I do. Well, so I just forgot, and I just grabbed whatever I found, and that was the jeans.
But when you grab jeans, that's different from what you normally
I know,
wear.
but I couldn't turn. I didn't want to turn the light on, which Sarah's not awake. She's supposed to be at spin class right now. And I tried to call like 5 times. Something's going on in the house. I don't know what it is. My phone wasn't working this morning. Hers obviously isn't working right now. So I had to get dressed in the dark.
That's a newer iPhone.
I know, but it wasn't turning on. Like I had to force.
You've already having some issues. The other day when in the commercial break, or it just started making noises out of the blue.
Mine?
Yeah, it started making a sound. Or something.
Was it the Amber Alert? Was it the Amber Alert? Maybe no,
it wasn't the Amber Alert. 'Cause mine didn't go off.
But so you know how you force close it, like where you hit the side button.
The Amber Alert's not a well where you're like, mine does that. Yours doesn't.
Which calls 911. So I dialed 911 this morning. So that's cool.
Great.
Oh.
Or at least it
Was
gave
it
me
the
the
Wiley one?
No, they gave me the So I got dressed in the dark.
looks like
that's
it.
why I'm wearing jeans. Very disappointed because I'm supposed to do training after this.
Oh.
And
Yeah,
usually I just go right to the gym after this. Now how am I going to go? I can't wear this. I'm going to wear nothing.
Tim Collins, assistant program director, is on the scene saying there's a ladder and there's training to possibly participate in out here for the show.
Maybe the firemen have some clothes I could borrow.
You think? Look,
Sure
see,
they
I mean,
do.
look, I put on the last Firehouse we were at the Colony. I put on that massive helmet and that heavy jacket.
Yeah.
I don't think it's too much to ask for you to go do it in jeans. Like, they do it in really heavy gear, and you're like, well, I got jeans. I don't know that I
they're
can
real
do
men.
everything.
So what's up with the ladder?
So Bobby's going to get up on this ladder. It goes 70 feet in the air,
Breaking news.
and he's going to go all the way to the top. Now, he said only a few people have fallen off.
30%, I heard.
30%. 30% of the people that get on that thing fall off, which I think is good odds. It's good. I mean, that's solid. I'd bet on that. If that was a game, if I told me 70% chance
They-
to win, I'm gonna
I
bet
don't
on
do
that.
well with heights.
When I first came out here, they asked the two questions of who's afraid of heights and who's claustrophobic. I'm afraid of heights. I'm not claustrophobic.
I've had an MRI. That's about as close as I've come to being in a coffin. But
And did you have an MRI yesterday after the show? Or
I mean,
the
just like-
incessant
just like-
complaining,
every
crying?
week he's got one.
My weekly imaging that I need. No, I dead serious was thinking yesterday. I was like, maybe I should schedule get an MRI because like something's been going on with my tongue, and I'm starting to think like maybe something's pressing on a nerve in my neck.
Your tongue?
Yep.
Something's going on with your tongue?
Yeah, it feels like there's a weird sensation on it, so I'm convinced there's something pushing on a nerve in my.
Did you
cervical
bite it?
spine.
Like,
Huh?
did you burn it on a
no, it's been going on
jalapeno?
for like 3 weeks.
But you did find your wedding ring and your keys.
Yes, well, I didn't find it. I guess somebody found it. So I was trying to figure out. It must have been left on the field, is what I was convinced of. It was not. Apparently,
Sandler's charity event.
it was
at
dropped
the
in the
Globe.
parking lot. So I think it must have, like, when I was jumping in the car when we picked it up at valet, it must have just fallen out. But they called
Would you,
yesterday.
what are you, Kenyon Martin? I mean, what type of jump did you do into your my athletic
I
jump was
jumped.
so
I can't tell you the last time I've jumped in a parking lot.
All right. We're
My
getting
jump
this
in the-
kind of energy today. I see. I'm getting.
Have you just joined the show? Have you
Yeah.
joined the show?
No,
It's
no.
every day.
Honestly, what it is,
Every
it's
day.
this. Look, I've got these like. It's just this massive pocket, so I put stuff in here so it bounces around.
Was this the
falls out.
shirt you were wearing?
I think I was
There's a rip there.
at the top. but
Yeah.
yeah.
So that is going to help
That's
things fall
right.
out.
Don't do it.
No.
That's probably what did it.
That's what happened. And so they called yesterday. They were like, "Yep, we got it." He called on the voicemail. He said red carabiner, so he did know what that was. Of
course he did.
just like you said. But he actually told me, he's like, you gave me the most accurate description I've ever had on a lost item that we found in the history. That's legitimately what he told me.
and you're like, well, I do radio.
Yep, exactly. And the wedding ring was around the keychain still, so I get to keep my marriage
So
for now.
bowl of cereal.
Yeah.
Every
exactly.
time I think that we're going to go to a different location where it's going to be harder and harder to find, the Tolos show up.
They show up.
Look at that, just like that, already rolling double digits out here in Wiley Firehouse number 4. Because sometimes you get to like the back roads in the last like 3, 4, 5 minutes of the drive, but not the case this time.
No,
I was in
yeah.
early. And I was like, they're telling me it's going to be the biggest turnout yet. So many people are hyping it up. 2 weeks ago, people thought that, where's Wiley? What are you doing? When's the Firehouse tour? I'm stopping out. And I'm like, okay, it's not happening. And it's happening. It's
Yeah.
happening already.
Yeah, we had a lot of people on the text yesterday saying like, "Thank God, like east of Dallas, I'm there. If you just get east of Dallas, I'll make the drive to Wiley." So we've got a lot of people promising they'll be out here today.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Am I just getting this one shot of Peyton? Are you guys on the Fan Cam?
Yeah, all we're seeing is Peyton's back of his head.
Okay.
Yeah, I have the normal camera view on my end, but yeah, with me being in the Zoom, it gives me the back view.
Why do you have that one patch of blonde hair?
Why is Peyton even on this Fan Cam?
Yeah.
You know?
Why are you even on here?
We're going to see his
get
back.
rid of
Well, they put me on the
time.
graphics for the Firehouse tour, so I should have been
fanboy.
there with y'all, but I'm back here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, well.
Maybe we say the same thing when we're at the Super Bowl and you're not.
I know.
well.
Oh.
I love how every producer is so bitter that they don't show up here on
I
site
know.
as if the job could actually be done here on site. We got Ruben.
We got Ruben. We don't need
Cam.
you.
That's
We
all
don't
that
need you.
matters.
Oh.
We got Ruben.
All right. The Jalen Hurts blueprint was apparently laid out by the San Francisco 49ers. Shaq Leonard. I'm calling him Darius from now on.
Yeah.
Darius.
Darius Leonard.
Darius.
You don't get to change your name in the middle of the whole
Yeah,
thing.
especially when you don't choose us. I'm not choosing the name that you want us to call you.
Absolutely. Totally.
Darius explains his Philly decision. And did anybody watch Monday Night Football? More importantly, how about the Stars win in D.C.? It's the Friday edition of Sean, RJ, and Roberto just getting started. Come out and see us to start your weekend on The Fan.
Coming up.
motioning Thornton from the left. Bailey takes the snap. He throws it right for Elliott. Makes the catch at the 10. Turns it right past the 5. A dive to the end zone. The Patriots, with a touchdown, take the lead on the game's first series here in Pittsburgh.
Monday Night Football. Let's get the wireless out. Let's get all the Tolos on air who have already shown up here in Wiley for the final Firehouse Tour of 2023. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell, 3200 McMillan. We'll get to Monday Night Football in just a second. Shout out to the Tolos. Piaget, who was, I'm not going to get into details, but sometimes you get some leads behind the scenes. And he was on that a few years ago, hooking me up with some information. We have a Tolo, Gary, who Kevin Hagelin helped with his proposal. Set up the proposal with his fiancee Stephanie, and he let Kevin Hagelin at the Fan Expo get involved in that.
That was a mistake in general.
Well, they're not married. They're not married yet. They're fiancé.
Oh, well,
like
yeah.
you. It's on the brink.
It's on the brink.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be. You never know. You never know. We haven't set a date. We still haven't set a date.
You haven't?
No.
Why not?
Because we're idiots and we don't know what we're doing. We can't figure out one. She's trying to pick a good day.
Well, I don't think you have to be that specific with a date at the courthouse. You know what I mean? Like a date, a date for a venue, a date for people to travel, a weekend that doesn't conflict with the sports schedule. You guys are going to the courthouse.
It's more for the honeymoon. Like, when do we want a honeymoon? And so we want to get married just like right before that. But we're thinking a good date. So do we do 2-4-2-4? February 4th or 24th. Something easy to remember. Do we 4-2-4-2 or 4-2-2-4?
Why you guys
What should we do?
You guys are that
What if we
couple.
wait until 2034 and we do 1-2-3-4?
Have you guys named yourselves as a couple?
Sarjay.
Man, there's no hesitation.
The Choppymans.
The Choppymans.
The Choppymans.
The Choppymans.
And then you got any other Tolo shots?
I said hey to a bunch of people that I forgot all their names already. That's
All right,
what
well,
happened.
do me a favor.
I'm taking it from Ruben.
Do me a favor, grab the wireless, and then we'll say what's up. Monday Night Football. Thursday Night Football.
Please don't let this be Tuesday.
The over-under for Patriots-Steelers, the lowest it had ever been, Choppy, since the 90s. It was set at 30 points. They did break it early on. New England, a horrible loss for the Pittsburgh Steelers. A horrible loss, 21-18 Pats.
First time in NFL history, a team with a winning record has lost back-to-back games to a team that's 8 games under 500.
First time?
First time ever. Awful loss. It's like,
and I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I don't care about the Patriots, but this Steeler crap and garbage, get them up out of here, man.
I don't want to see it.
Not a playoff team. I don't dislike Mike Tomlin. Props to him. I can't stand Pittsburgh.
It was semi-watchable, though. Like, comparatively speaking, going into what I thought, it was semi-watchable. When you're betting, when your point total rivals Army-Navy, which theirs is at 28, it's a bad day.
Pats Radio with Zeke getting it done in the end zone, and New England ends up winning. All right. Favorite and least favorite at the station with all the Tolos that you go through. Just the name of the people, Bob.
That's a good question here. All right, what's your name?
Johnny.
All right, favorite and least favorite at the station.
Choppy's my favorite.
That's right, baby.
Ball sack's my least favorite.
Yeah! Good.
All right.
I need the anti-ball sack sentiment to be building.
Yeah.
And tell us where you're from as well.
Rockwall.
Rockwall.
Okay.
Have you
Name
seen?
where
Hang
you're
on. Have you seen Peyton Russell out with his lady in Rockwall? He needs the microphone, Bob.
No, I was hoping he was around here. I was going to ask him about it.
Oh,
Yeah, me
he
too,
was hoping
man.
he was
Hope I
around
was
here
here, too.
Yeah.
Not allowed to hang out with y'all in public?
Are you?
Oh, I am. I can hang out with y'all in public, but can he?
Can he hang out with us in public?
His girl. We haven't researched it yet. She's not putting any crazy crack down on him.
No, she hasn't. But we haven't. I've still never met her.
Well, you probably have. And you just have
He was
forgotten.
down at the other end at the baseball game, and he didn't bring her over to me. I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, she was 5 seats away. That was really difficult, Chop.
That's right.
All right, what's your name? Where are you from?
Brian from Wiley.
All right, Brian, you got your son here. What's your name?
Brody.
All right, Brian
What are
and
you,
Brody are out here early.
6? What do you think, Chop? 6 what? How big is this dude?
Oh, I thought you were saying this. He's 6 years old. I was like, wait, he's like 12.
No,
14.
man.
There you go.
It's not Chris Hansen out here.
6'7".
6'9".
Damn.
Very good.
I don't know
Nice.
All right, favorite and least favorite at the station.
I love RJ,
That's right.
and it's probably a toss-up between Kevin Hageland and unfortunately you, Bobby.
Who's your favorite?
How
and your
many
least
people are
favorite?
going to say Bobby?
Probably Sean.
Yeah, my boy. That's
And
right.
then, I don't really know anybody else, so I'll just go with you.
All right, what's your name? Where are you from?
Anthony Painter, right here in Wiley. 2 feet exactly taller than me.
Stay next to each other.
That's
Look at that.
I'm about 5'0".
y'all aren't the same species.
The Bobby and Everybody show?
Yeah.
All right, favorite and least favorite at the station.
Oh, 105.3 The Fan, favorite station for sure.
Favorite and least favorite person at the station.
Oh, no, there's no least favorite.
There you go. We'll take that. We'll
That's
take
right.
that. Acceptable
That's
answer.
the right answer right
Acceptable
there.
answer.
Diplomat.
But Bassick is the right answer.
Yeah.
That's really the right answer.
What's your name? Where are you from?
Jason from Rowlett.
Favorite and least favorite at the station.
Favorites, probably Corey Majors. Least favorite right now is the new guy with Reggie.
Is that Fanfino or Chris Arnold is he talking about?
That's a good question.
Come on, Fanfino.
Come on, kind of. He's getting there. All right, what's your name? Where are you from?
Mark Dean, I'm from Wiley.
All right, and what's your name? Where are you from?
Hadley from Wiley.
Hadley and Mark. Okay, so who is your favorite and least favorite at the station?
Why Sean?
My man.
I don't have the dislike many.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes, you
that's
do.
right. See,
Who do
you got it. This is the way to go.
Who do you hate at the station, Hadley?
No one.
Ah.
Okay. Man, everybody's being so diplomatic.
So
Oh, we're in
nice.
person.
What's your name? Where are you from?
Piaget from Princeton.
And why do you hate Sean the most at the station?
It's RJ.
Oh, no.
You and Sean, my favorite, RJ.
Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect.
We're polarizing. We're polarizing.
Polarized. That's it. You gotta be
All right.
love or hate. Love or hate, baby. Love or hate.
What's your name? Where are you from?
Nick, I'm from Wiley.
Perfect. What's your name?
Mia.
Mia. Okay. All right. And who's your
Mia.
favorite and least favorite at the
Mia.
station?
Let's go with RJ favorite, RJ least favorite.
Yes.
I am both
good.
the
Yes.
favorite and the
That
least
is-
favorite.
That is a perfect
I like
answer
that.
right there.
Perfect answer.
That's the perfect answer.
We got one more hiding back here. I hope the wireless reaches. What's your name?
Manny.
Manny from Murphy. Who's your favorite and least favorite at the station?
Toss up.
He don't know any. He
He
thinks.
doesn't even know who we are.
Yeah.
He has no idea who we are.
He thinks this is KRLD 1080 AM.
Yeah. Okay. What's your name? Where are you from?
Cody, great state of Oklahoma.
And I know who's your favorite and least favorite.
Favorite? Whoever gets me an endorsement deal usually. Least favorite?
Okay. Goodbye. It's nice talking to you.
There it is. Listen to the amount of Tolos out here
Yeah.
already before 6 a.m. That's why I always say after the show with this photo recast, we have the best audience of any of the shows, any of the stations in DFW, and we're going to fire up Texas Day Brazil to feed you guys. We got some C4 Energy. We got the fan giveaways as well. I think Gary brought us out some goodies as well.
You got to have a
Choppy.
flashlight in your car, and it's magnetic, and this cup holder. So
And you need this to get dressed.
I
apparently.
do. I know. Really. I have a flashlight in the room, but I don't want to. Again, like I didn't want to wake Sarah up. Whatever. This, we got a cup holder, baby. Magnetic. Pop that on the side of the car, tailgate, whatever.
Oh.
Pop that on there.
I need
Drink it.
that.
There you go.
need
There
that with
you go.
kids because the cup holders all get taken
Yeah,
up.
I never have enough. And then, like, what happens is I'll have a can of C4, for instance. I'll finish it, and then it just ends
at
up
you.
in the cup
Look
holder
at
next to me, and then I have nowhere to place anything. So the magnetic cup holder will come in big.
Dallas Stars in a wild one last night in D.C. on ESPN.
The grade 8 to try and keep the game alive for Washington. To the backhand, denied again by Wedgwood. And the shootout victory goes to the Dallas Stars.
Hintz scores twice in the third period. Alex Ovechkin does reach his history with 1,500 points. But, man, this was a fun one. 5-4 Stars.
It was, and look, I mean, we are on borrowed time when it comes to watching Alex Ovechkin. And when you get a chance to see him, you've got to tune into that game.
Most unlikely looking superstar, as he looks like he's huffing cigs in
Probably
period
is.
breaks. It looks overweight, looks old, looking a little chubby, and he's still balling.
Is it, well, if it's hockey specific, maybe, but would we include somebody like Jokic? Because that's what Chop thought he was
yeah.
going to come in and do.
Ooh, Jokic. Jokic is on the Mount Rushmore of what? Sloppy superstars?
Sloppy looking stars, yeah.
Sloppy stars?
Absolutely.
Who
Way
else?
up there. on
Arvidas looked like that. Vladi looked like that. I mean, all the Eastern Euro guys.
Yeah, but I'm talking
like
about a
the typecasting.
superstar.
Yeah.
Like Vlade could never sniff that.
No, he couldn't. But yeah, Ovechkin, I think, easily is on that.
Oh,
is on that list.
Tyson Fury.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Tyson Fury. As I watch his reality show, woo, talk about a wild ride with that dude. So Fury, Ovechkin, Brady coming out.
I was going to say, if we're talking about
Brady.
like body type, like little guy who's just not built and played a position where you had to be a big guy, Drew Brees does not look like he would be a superstar quarterback.
All right, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Stop on out for our final Firehouse tour of 2023, 3200 McMillan, brought to you by C4 Energy in Texas Day, Brazil. And we want to feed you, and we want to get you going for your Friday and the weekend. The 49ers asked the Cowboys to copy them. They gave us the Jalen Hurts blueprint. Why is San Fran rooting for Dallas? Do we believe that this blueprint is legitimate? And Darius Leonard explains why he chose Filthy. Inside the Star to get you ready for the Eagles is next.
on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Shout out to the 6 a.m. club, really the 5:30 club here in Wiley. We are out and about for the final time in 2023, 3200 McMillan. Firehouse number 4 with Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. And Choppy's already doing underwear checks out here.
I mean,
this is a big man out here.
He rolls in some Christmas PJs, the plaid, the black red plaid, and I had to ask if he was wearing underwear under those. I hope he was. Oh, he says he is.
I definitely hope. He said he was a teacher.
He says he's a teacher. Teachers can't roll commando.
Yeah.
I don't think that's allowed.
Yeah.
And there's no fly. There's no button. Like, usually a lot of those pajama pants have just a little button there.
Yeah. I already told one Tolo, and I think this is the first person in history who knew that his fly was down.
Yeah,
he
did nothing about it.
Yeah, well, he said these pants suck. So he knows that the fly is not going up, and he still has the stones to walk around here and show them.
It's a must lose pant.
Yeah.
yeah, the pants, you mean, is what you're talking about.
Yeah, but the zipper was down. I was like, your zipper's down, bro. He's like, yeah, these pants suck. So either the zipper's broken, or I don't know. And then I just noticed this. The Bobby Ho phones.
Yeah,
one
for the plug, one for the load.
Not one, but 2 cell phones. Is this
Wait a
common?
second.
Is this usual in studio, Choppy, that you see?
All right, so I remember when he got the new phone, he said he was keeping the old one around for some reason.
Yeah.
And I don't pay attention to what Bobby says, so I don't remember what it was. But, yeah, he's got 2 phones for whatever reason. He thinks he's Kevin Gates.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. No, I honestly brought it today because I was trying to figure out. I didn't end up doing it, but I was thinking about using this for the Zoom camera so that then I could have the laptop be separate. But no, this is honestly just.
But Kristen knows you have both.
Yeah, I haven't. She kept her other phone. I mean, it doesn't work. It's just only on Wi-Fi. But yeah, I had to
for
charge it last
relationships
night.
when you have 2 phones.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
It is fantastic. All right, so
twice
thanks.
as reachable.
Thank you to everyone who has rolled on out here early this morning. We're going to feed you a Texas Day Brazil. The truck is already out here. 5:30 to 6. Already have more people than an Eagle broadcast all day long. Amazing. All right, let's go inside the Star as Nick Bosa. This better blow up everywhere. Because if Micah Parsons said this, it would own First Fake and all the other shows. Nick Bosa, 49ers superstar, on the blueprint for Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I mean, you see it on tape, though. And then, obviously, we put the blueprint out there. Hopefully, Cowboys watch the tape. We made Jalen stay in the pocket and escape outside instead of those B gaps, and paid off. Because Jalen's looking at the rush every play. So, yeah, you just have to be disciplined and not give him that quick escape route where he could get to his guys quick, and it paid off.
What is he saying, Bobby?
I mean, you can see it. You could definitely see it against San Francisco where, I mean, I don't know if you would have noticed it when you were watching, but when you look for it, you'll absolutely notice they kept pushing him outside. He kept having to roll outside, and then everything was sealed off. He didn't have an easy lane to run. He also, like you mentioned yesterday, he looks like he's laboring. Like, it honestly, the watching him run, and it's as noticeable to me, it's not as limited, but it's as noticeable to me as Dak in that year after the injury, where it was like, that does not look like the same guy running the football. So what they're doing now is what a lot of teams did to Dak that year. They're going, all right, let's rush 4. Let's kind of push you a certain way, keep you in the well like they used to do with Aaron Rodgers, that line that Rod Marinelli used. But just rush 4, drop 7, and say, beat this. Beat 7 guys dropped in coverage, and he was not able to do that. And that's something that he's had his struggles with. That's why Ross Tucker talked about him not seeing it really well right now and him not trusting it. You see a lot of double clutching, which has not been the norm for him on tape in the past.
So is this flushing him out of the pocket or keeping him in the pocket to beat you?
No, it's you're kind of building a wall around. It's similar to the line of, like I said, that Rod Marinelli used to use about Aaron Rodgers, where he said you want to keep him in the well. Do not let him break contain. Like, don't let him get outside. You want to kind of keep around him and then make him throw from there. And that's what he's had to do, and it's not worked out for him the last couple weeks.
And then Nick Bosa saying, like, hopefully Dallas watched the tape. What's that about?
Well, they want home field.
If they want the number 1 seed, they need some help along the way.
But what an idiot this guy is. Was he a moron? Why would you tell Jalen Hurts that you figured out his blueprint?
Well, does Hurts know?
I mean, yeah, I think
Unless he already knew.
He knows what they're all doing. Like he can stand there, look at it, and he knows. It's not like, oh, thanks. Now I realize what coverage you're playing. He knows what's going on. He just can't beat it right now.
Yeah. When you watch him, besides running and getting down instead of delivering the punishment, it was that Dak hesitation from the Denver game and a couple games, however long you want to talk about it, of not 1, 2, 3 out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out. It's because Ross was saying sometimes it felt like he had 5 seconds of protection. He still wasn't able to do anything with it. That's not seeing the field, or that's not having confidence to get rid of it.
Yeah, that is the 4-man rush right there. So like if you've got just the 4 guys and Philly's able to block that up, he does have all this time to throw, but it's just he ends up throwing the ball out of bounds. What was it? It was the Bills game where he started out. He threw the ball out of bounds 3 straight times to open the game. That's what he did. It was first down, second down, third down, had to throw the ball away. So teams have kind of figured out, all right, let's just drop 7 and take away everything in the passing game. And right now, we don't think that physically he's in a position to be able to burn us with his legs like he was normally. If he was 100% healthy, I don't know that this would be an effective strategy to use because he's too good athletically to be able to just contain like that. But he's clearly limited. You can see it.
Darius Leonard on why he chose the Eagles over the Cowboys.
Yeah, I don't think it was just Dallas, Philly. It was more so, Nick and I was together when we was in Indy. Nick was a great coach, great competitor. We had a bond, when we was in Indy, so we kind of just went with that.
How'd you form that bond, being defensive captain over there, and him obviously working on the offensive side of the ball?
For one, just competing against each other, day in and day out. And then in team meeting rooms on Saturdays, whenever they had to stand up, offense coordinators had to talk. We kind of joked around because he always said "all right" after maybe every 2 words, and we kind of built a bond from there. And then just kind of kept with it from there.
So the Sirianni connection.
Yeah, and that's something that we had pretty much figured was that was a big play there. I do like that essentially that's what he says. He says there, it doesn't come down to Dallas or Philly, and I think that's why Jerry had told us, like, it didn't even get to money. It wasn't something where, money was going to be a factor here. It was all going to be about his comfort level, and he's clearly comfortable with Nick Sirianni. I just think it's funny that he boiled down this massive decision to, well, I used to basically bully him in meetings about the way he talked, so that's why I went with Philly.
We got some referee freak out and panic yesterday that took place because fans love this stuff.
I know.
John Hussey.
Oh, he is a hussy.
He's a ref. You don't have to call him names.
John Hussey will be the lead referee for Sunday night. The Eagles, according to the internet, are 7-0 when he referees, including last year's Monday night game against us and the NFC Championship game. In those games, the Eagles, in 7 games, were penalized just 6 times compared to 21 for their opponents. That's supposedly coming from NFL ref stats.
Yeah.
So it was worded.
That's not possible.
It was worded funny in that tweet. It's the Monday game and that NFC Championship game. Those 2 games they were penalized 6 times.
Okay.
Whereas Dallas and San Francisco combined were 21. But the
and then Broadus later on was asked about the referees. He touches on it every week. Goose Gossam will usually tweet out some very interesting information. Broadus said John Hussey, the ref, favors the home team. So that would kind of counteract and balance the Hussey freakout.
That's a big thing, and they are also apparently one of the things Brian had found in the way he researched things. They're big, and this would make sense why they're more home team favored is they're a big false start crew. So they throw a lot of flags for false starts, and that what?
Isn't that pretty cut and dry? It's not like
is it?
Oh.
Have you watched Philadelphia play in the Lane Johnson lean back? Like, I mean, it's not.
But that's not a false start according to the NFL.
But I mean, like, you've got sometimes they'll throw Kelsey for the little twitch, other times they don't.
Kelsey got it a couple times last week.
Some people will throw it on Lane Johnson, others won't. And when you've got a home team environment, it's more difficult for those guys on the offensive line to hear the calls. They get a little more jumpy. So naturally, yeah, I would think that
So this crew calls more false starts
than most crews in the NFL. They call little twitches like that and things.
I'm blown away. It just seems so cut and dry, the false start.
I know. You would think so. So what does Lane Johnson do?
The Chiefs guy does the same thing.
It's become a very common thing. Jawan Taylor does it, is who you're talking about there. I mean, a lot of guys will do it. And Zach Martin told G-Bag yesterday, he's like, look, when you watch it, if you slow things down and you watch it on tape, they do. He's like, they time it up pretty consistently. Are there some they get away with? Yes, but they time it up pretty well. But he had said that or when we talk to people about that ruling, about why is Lane Johnson able to, it's apparently this really narrow technical loophole that they haven't figured out. I mean, that's Philly's whole game. It's the loopholes. It's the tush push. It's the false starts.
We gave Belichick credit for that.
Well, we have to give coaching credit. We do.
Sure. Yeah.
We do.
No. It's a way you identified an advantage and you took it. But Duke Manyweather's explained this before. That's the thing, though, is that you can't just say, "Oh, it's because of this." That's why. Like Duke has to create a 2-minute video to explain to you why it's allowed. Like that should tell you just how technical it is.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line as we go inside the Star for Cowboys, Eagles, Sunday afternoon. The coverage starts right here on this station. Micah Parsons with his top 5. And by the way, we're not going to have Mike McCarthy today. Mike McCarthy, not as tough as he portrayed. He is not going to be joining us at 6:30 this morning.
So here's the thing. If you can't practice on Wednesday, you can't play on Sunday. If you can't radio on Friday, I don't know how you're coaching an NFL game on Sunday.
Yeah.
I don't know how you can do that.
Did you hear any more yesterday about how this is going to work?
Yeah, I don't know yet if he'll be up in the booth or what he'll be doing, but I mean, that is, everybody you talk to is like, they are fully expecting he's going to be out there and that he's going to be coaching. I still think the booth makes the most sense because I know there's no way a doctor saying, yeah, sure, go out there and stand on the sideline for 3 hours.
He's going to be on the sideline. I think Patrick Walker is exactly right. You can roll your eyes at it. I think on Sunday night, when you're at the post-game pressers, they're going to be talking about that as a galvanizing factor. We're going to be here on Monday morning talking about the McCarthy inspiration of them saying, you can roll your eyes. I'm just telling you, I guarantee you, if and when they win Monday morning, they're going to be talking about doing it for coach.
You're 100% right, and I feel that to my core, and that's why I just had to take a breath for a second, because it's the watermelon smash all over again.
Micah with his top 5 MVP candidates. Lamar Jackson 5, Tyreek Hill 4, Brock Purdy 3, Jalen Hurts 1, Jalen Hurts 2, Dak Prescott 1. So 1 through 5, Dak, Hurts, Purdy, Tyreek, Lamar.
Awful list to have Jalen Hurts second.
What's that?
Awful list to have Jalen Hurts. Look, if there's ever been a case, like, I know nationally they've talked about, well, Hurts is the MVP, and then Peyton had that awful take himself last week, I know. But when you look at the fact that we've had Eskin and Ross Tucker on this week who have gone out of their way to praise the Eagles forever, both of them were like, yeah, Jalen's not playing so hot. Like, he's not playing nearly as well as it looks.
Okay, well, you can be off for a few weeks. Everyone act like Dak was doing this since week 1. It wasn't the case. It started in week 5 or 6. He had some off weeks too.
Right, but no, like,
and we're going to have a closing stretch here where we're going to have this conversation over and over again.
No, and I know, but Ross had even talked about it yesterday, where he was like, it's been this whole year. The offense just hasn't been as crisp. He's not seeing things. He's not trusting what he's seeing the same way. It wasn't just the last couple weeks. It was something where, and I think you can see that. Like, statistically, he does not look like the same player. Physically, he doesn't look like the same player. He's been good. I don't think he's been a needle mover at all. It's just a default of, we don't have a good candidate so far. That's the best team in the NFL, and he's the top player on that team.
I don't know how you can have Hurts ahead of Purdy at this point. I wonder which quarterback sheds what I believe is the wrongful system label first, him or Purdy or Tua.
Well, speaking of Tua, Micah got screwed by the media. Bad week for the media again, but a worse week. Micah said this 10-second clip about Tua and Tyreek's connection, and it got spun. Play it, Peyton.
I truly believe I could be Tyreek Hill's quarterback. Yeah. I could throw it up to Tyreek Hill. I could throw a screen pass to Debo.
So that got turned into Micah doesn't think that Tua's a good quarterback. Anyone can do this. If you listen to the clip, in my opinion, and I know I'm the only one in the world who defended David Carr a little bit, Mike is trying to say that Tyreek Hill is just so damn good and Debo's so good. Throw it as far as you can. Throw a screen to Debo, and he'll run 70 yards through people.
You can't catch him.
I thought it got twisted.
That's part of it. Yeah, I think that's the main point of what he's saying. I also think what's getting lost there is that Micah also thinks he's capable of doing anything at a very high level. Like, Micah's the one who always keeps trying to get them to draw up plays from an offense, and he wants to return kicks and do different things. That's part Micah ego, part just super praise. And that's the thing, that gets lost. But, like, there wasn't a whole lot of talk about, well, I can throw a screen to Debo. There wasn't a lot of talk about Purdy there on that one. It was just you focus on the Tua thing.
Exactly. All right, Bobby's Philly Film Room is coming up at 6:40 this morning. Coach McCarthy going to get a little bit of extra rest. So go ahead, Coach, sleep in, or go ahead and crack down with that extra work inside the facility at the Ford Center and the Star, and we will catch you next week. Bobby's Film Room at 6:40. This NFL coach had to apologize for 9/11, and is Florida State really going to boycott the bowl game? Next.
Let's get you some C4 in your life.
Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss.
On the right hash of the 24. Zappi off a play, throws it left. Henry in the end zone, makes the catch, dives in, touchdown, Patriots!
3 touchdowns by number 4 tonight. Bailey Zappi has come to play, baby. You may have your quarterback right now for the rest of the year. Case closed.
How the mighty have fallen, dear God.
Scott Zolak with the call. You never hear that. You're 13 games in, and he goes, you may have your quarterback for the rest of the year.
You may have your quarterback right now for the rest of the year.
Not the Sam Howell discussion that's taking place, like for next year moving forward. It's for the final 3 games.
For the final 3
All this old back and forth with Mac Jones and Bailey, it's not happening. You got your QB moving forward. Zappi throws 3 touchdowns. Pat's radio with the call. 2 losses last night. Because that was a bad win for New England for draft purposes, and a horrible loss, Bobby, for the Pittsburgh Steelers, who fall to 7-6. The Patriots win in Pittsburgh.
This is why
no Kenny Pickett, by the way. Mitch Trubisky, for those who forgot, in Pittsburgh, and couldn't get the W.
Yeah, this is why the peripheral numbers matter. Like, this is why when you have a team that gets outgained every single week, when you've got a team that has such a bad negative point differential that gets beat down when they lose and barely squeaks by when they win, those things generally even out over time, and you start seeing things like losing back-to-back to the Cardinals and the Patriots, because not that that's where Pittsburgh is, but you do start to see that regression to the mean. Pittsburgh, in all likelihood, is more – they're not a 7-6 football team. They're probably closer to – I don't know. What do you want to say, Chop? 4-9, something like that. That's probably closer to the type of team they are.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, that's possible. Look, they were playing with a backup, and they don't have a quarterback to begin with. I don't think many people are believing in Kenny Pickett. Those things, especially when you have something like that, where now they got blown out in a couple games, and that hurts their point differential. But they don't really win games big either. They're just a bad team. There's a reason that total was at 30.
Mike Tomlin's a magician, though. The fact that he gets them where they are every year with the type of team that they have.
Speaking of the Pats, Bill Belichick is supposed to be the guest picker on College Game Day.
How about that? I'm stunned they got him to do that. I am stunned they got him to do that.
He's going to have to go on job interviews. He's got to up his brand a little bit, man.
Or in media.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if Belichick went in the media?
Oh, my God.
Could there be anything more unbelievable as a fit than that?
But
Rick Carlisle?
He does get a little, like when we've heard
Carlisle was in media.
Yeah.
We've heard him do interviews. Like, and when he does that Boston interview every week, like, he's still deadpan, but he's funny. Like, he says funny stuff. You don't think so? I do.
He said 2 things this year. He said a Taylor Swift thing, and I can't remember exactly what they are. He said a Taylor Swift thing, and he'll give some commentary like on those NFL Network documentaries. But otherwise, people are talking about prices. The price tag for Belichick has started to come out.
Yep, it appears, according to The Athletic, if you want Bill Belichick, which I think we all agreed a couple weeks ago when we started hearing, hey, nothing's happening to Belichick, he's got this contract. That was posturing. Like, you're trying to create a value of, if you want him, you need to come get him.
And this is obviously a leak, too.
Yeah.
This is probably higher priced than, it's being reported as higher than what it actually is.
100%, and that's the word, is that it would take a first-round pick to get Bill Belichick, if that's what you wanted. So, Washington Commanders, if you want Bill Belichick, you may have to give up a top 10 pick to make it happen, which I can't. If they're going to pick in the top 10 potentially, then that's what they'd have to do.
Well, yeah, they are, but they're not. I can't imagine they would give that up.
I mean, that's been the buzz, has been that Josh Harris is enamored with the idea of Bill Belichick. I still look at it and I go, he is an all-time great. You can't take any of that away. I would never ding him for that. He's one of the best coaches of all time, if not the best coach of all time. But he is so particular about the Patriot way and the Belichick way and doing it his way and building rosters his way that I think anywhere he went in, he's not just there to push it over the top. He's there to tear it down a little bit to build it back the way he wants.
I can't imagine giving up a top 10 pick.
No way.
For a coach in his 70s.
Someone stupid might do it. I mean, it is Washington, but I don't know what Josh Harris is like. Snyder may have considered it. I don't know. But there's just no way.
And if I'm Bill, there's zero chance I go work for Dave Tepper. I don't know what coach would dare take that. I know there's only 32
Why?
of them.
Why do you put him in a horrible owner category already?
I mean, he's had 7 coaches in 4 years. That's pretty bad. Like the guy, it's not that he's a bad owner. It's just that he has exhibited absolutely zero patience.
I had heard, I'd be interested if he would really be interested in Belichick anyway, because I had heard from somebody who's very much in the know in Carolina that Tepper was insistent, despite everybody else being interested in guys like Steve Wilkes and guys like that could come back and coach. Tepper was insistent that, nope, I want an offensive head coach, offensive head coach, offensive head coach. And that was a big driving point to him last year. I can't imagine that would have just changed overnight.
Yeah, I mean, and Bill, I think is more than just a defensive head coach. I mean, he's way more than that. I mean, he could, if he wanted to, he could probably be a great offensive coach too. He's just that smart, but
And now the story of the day yesterday, Bills coach Sean McDermott. How did this get out? So this was a 2019 training camp talk with the Bills, and he brought up 9/11 to discuss the importance of communication and being on the same page with the team. Go Long reported this, told players in a speech to come together and use the terrorists on 9/11 as an example, asking players in the room questions about how the attacks were executed and referencing the hijackers getting on the same page. So he's basically saying, hey, look at this cohesion. Look at this togetherness. Look at how in sync the terrorists were in order to pull this off. This is how we need to be.
Yeah, and this came from Ty Dunn, who he has been on the Bills beat for 8 years now. He's been there. He knows that team really, really well. He had written for the Buffalo News, and then he went on to Bleacher Report and became a features writer. Like, this is his specialty, is these long-form features and things like that. So now he's gone over here. It's like basically a paywall where he just writes
171,000 viewers a day.
He writes independently, and this is his specialty, is to go out there and create these sort of, big picture stories. And, man, when this story came out yesterday, I texted you guys, and I was like, he's a total moron. I can't believe anybody would do this. But I was stunned. I was like, there's no chance, right? This is going to be, we're going to find out that they have the story wrong or they're going to deny. I was stunned that 2 hours later, Sean McDermott's sitting at a podium going, I'm so sorry for the statements I made.
You were stunned?
Yeah, because I didn't think there was any way they'd acknowledge it. I think I was figuring,
you had to.
Like, I thought they'd acknowledge it, but I thought they'd say, like, no, it never happened, but which NFL teams do a lot.
Yeah.
Whenever these things happen. They go, no proof. We're saying didn't happen. So I was really surprised they came right out and did it, but, man, Sean McDermott is he was already in some trouble with the coaching decisions he's made, not just this year, but the last several years. I was stunned when I read this yesterday.
Yeah, this is one of those things. It's like, okay, is he technically right that they had to be organized to pull that atrocity off? Yeah, like, cool, congrats, man. Like, you all were organized. Like, that's awesome.
Right.
But this is more this isn't the end of the world. It's not a fireable offense, but it's like,
right.
This speaks to a filter or an idiocy that you have.
It's like you're capable of that. Like, that's somewhere in your brain. So I can't totally trust you. That's the way I view it. I agree. It's not fireable. I'm not getting ready to tell you. I get it. You could technically argue his point, but it shows judgment. This is all.
It does. It shows judgment. Because there are people who use example. You can use an example of Kim Jong-un or Adolf Hitler,
right?
As to talk leadership. Right. Say it into a microphone, right? Say it. Do that, right?
Yeah. As we always say in commercial breaks to everyone in the station, say that into the mic.
There are things you could be technically right on that it's just like, oh man, I wouldn't go there.
This is what Bill Maher got fired for at ABC years ago. Was when he had his show. Was he got up there and they were talking about the cowardly terrorists, and he's like, well, you can't say they're cowardly. That does take guts to go and do that, but they're not cowardly, and that got him fired. And so there were some reports yesterday. I saw one writer, Tim Graham, I believe, who's a big time Bills reporter, had said there are a lot of people yesterday in Buffalo who were like, we've moved past this as an organization. This is something that was a internal issue. We talked about it, moved past it, and he said that people were laughing about it yesterday. Like, they're catching up to this now? We had forgotten this was even a thing. I think it's easier to just pretend like you're dismissive of it because it is such a bad look.
Here's Sean McDermott immediately going to the podium after this thing broke.
The team meeting that has been brought up. My intent in the meeting that day was to discuss the importance of communication and being on the same page with the team. I regretted mentioning 9/11 in my message that day, and I immediately apologized to the team. Not only was 9/11 a horrific event in our country's history, but a day that I lost a good family friend.
I lost a friend too. So McDermott adding that in there. That's McDermott saying a day that I lost a friend. So there's the story in the NFL yesterday. And we're getting the Firehouse.
Are we getting the fire
notifications.
going?
I'm looking up here. That thing. I mean, that thing gives all the information.
Oh, it's an alarm system test.
Look at that. The temperature is 64 degrees. Winds are south at 17 miles per hour. Very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, this is
6:30 hours, it said. There you go.
This is the cribs of firehouses that we've been to so far. This is a really nice firehouse. I like it a lot. But
Did you see the monument, the 9/11 memorial over there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Very cool. Very cool.
Those stones down on the ground.
They got a little piece of one of the towers over there. It's like kind of it hits you. It's like, bam, right there, it pops.
And then someone who is not necessarily apologizing is Dallas Cowboy topic Jamal Adams.
Jamal Adams just does not care.
No.
Like, that's what we're learning here, because he got pressed by this. Seattle reporters got in there, were like, hey, this was kind of a big deal, what you had said the other day. And he just went on this rant.
Where he went and found, a Jets reporter who covered him, said yikes towards a video clip of Ferguson scoring on him. Jamal went and found his girlfriend and said yikes and posted a picture on her. Then another reporter chimed in and said Jamal has never been a good dude. And Jamal responded back, oh, look, here comes Mr. Potato Head.
I mean, it's objectively funny. That is funny.
Objectively funny,
so
no doubt.
So Seattle reporters were in there yesterday, and this was his entire media availability, basically, was them asking him questions about this. And the most brutal, blistering quote here was they were talking to about, hey, the writer was commenting on a football play. Is it fair to go personal? And Jamal Adams says, I'm not here to say if it's fair or not, but I'm also here to say at the end of the day, it was personal. It's been personal with him, and ever since I've been with the Jets and way before since my rookie year. He jumped down a little bit. He says, it was just the end of it. I knew this only thing right here that I was going to tweet was going to hurt him. Anything else I would have said, it wouldn't have hurt him. But he got my point, and he knows not to continue to mess with me. So this is somebody who just, Jamal Adams was like, well, look, I think my point's been made, and if he wants to continue to push it, I'll continue to level it up a little bit more. But for Jamal Adams to say, it's not the, man, it was the heat of the moment thing, blah, blah, blah. For him to go, I wanted to hurt him. I wanted him to really feel it personally.
I love it.
Man, these stars, the shine has fallen on him, like big time. Like it's been a complete plummet. And the best part yesterday was all the GIFs, all the GIFs, whatever you want to call it, of him getting locked out of the Jets facility where he can't get in. That's the best. Like that's his everlasting mark on the National Football League, is that they changed the code on him.
Could you imagine if the Cowboys would have traded for him?
Dude, they wanted to.
No,
and everybody here wanted him to.
I know.
Except for me and Sean, we didn't want that.
Hey, look, he's a North Texas guy, but if they would have traded for him, I'm sure we would have been brutal in some assessments of him during his time here in Dallas.
Imagine him going back and forth.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that would be.
We haven't really gotten into a true back and forth in our 12 years with any athlete or coach in the Metroplex on social media.
No, we haven't.
Right?
No, you're right. We haven't. Well, that's good. We've been blocked. I was blocked by C.J. Wilson.
Yeah.
You've been blocked.
Jason Whitlock.
Fat
ass. Loser. Piece of crap garbage. Stephen A. nailed that.
Broadus was blocked by
Des
Dalton
didn't block
Schultz.
me. Des blocked Troy.
He blocked Troy. That's right.
Trayvon Diggs blocked me at the in January. But that was not my fault. Somebody snitch tagged and made it look like I was talking about Diggs, and I didn't.
Snitch tag.
All right, we got high-low. Listen to the buzz.
Yeah.
It's like we're at a bar.
It is. It really is.
Listen to the
Very cool.
amount of freaking Tolos who have shown up here in Wiley. 3200 McMillan, brought to you by C4. Texas Day Brazil is about to serve out
amazing. It's an amazing plate.
It really is. It really is an amazing meal. I still can't believe that they do it as much as they do. And, of course, we have the Tolo giveaways, brand new fan beanies, and Bobby Belt's Eagles film room to get you set for Sunday night next on Sean and RJ. But
Segment here brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Holy crap, we got blitzed.
Dude. Blitzed.
Absolutely. It's a madhouse out here with all the Tolos, the best radio audience on the station and in the city. Showing up 5:30 till 6:45. The beanies, the beanies are gone.
Uh-oh.
We had a ton of beanies, and they are already gone here with the Wiley Firehouse Tour 3200 McMillan, brought to you by C4 Texas Day Brazil. But we're about to start feeding you, so you can smell the Texas Day Brazil in the air. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Where do I start? We got the Plano East baseball coach coming out with these sweet fitted hats.
New hats, man. Now I don't look like a raging alcoholic wearing my Jim Beam hat that I was wearing before.
I mean, still
now I
good.
look like a,
Coach Red brought these sweet Plano East hats. And I have Mario saying, fellow girl dad from Lavon. I've never heard of Lavon, Texas. And he said,
They got a good lake there.
Fellow girl dad, you're going to need this. Ooh. And he got the tequila. He got the tequila.
Look at that.
He's dealing with 3 women in his house. So shout out Mario for that.
Are we allowed to break into it at Crosstalk?
I might need it for Mike. Oh, no alcohol in the station. They need to take that.
I don't think he's being serious.
I know. I can't tell with that mustache.
It masks the emotion.
Can't tell it masks the emotion. And then, I don't know whether to take this as a gift or an insult.
Oh, it's a gift.
It's real chili.
Yeah.
That is.
Well, see, that's an insult. Jason and Jeanette brought hot, ready-to-eat chili out here. Where's Jason and Jeanette? Let's go
Right
ahead. Let's get him on a microphone here. And this is apparently award-winning chili.
It smells
I'll be
great.
the judge of
And
that.
it looks different. I heard Bobby telling the other Tolos that I put zucchini and mushrooms in mine the other day. People were disgusted, no doubt about it. And then we have these two that have come out. Jason, hop on the microphone here real quick.
Oh, man.
You compete in competitions?
I do.
Okay, we got them on? We got them on, Ruben?
Yeah, we're up. We're good.
All right, so tell me about this chili, how you make this.
Basically, it's just standard hamburger meat, but with a bunch of different types of chili powders. You start it off with just browning the meat, and then add in the sauces and the chili powders and stuff. But you do it over several batches. As far as the seasoning go, you do it one every 30 minutes, and the last one with 10 minutes to go.
See, there's a dumping.
See,
there's multiple dumps.
Got a dump
of the chili.
Yeah,
There's
I love a good dump.
Season 1 dump,
Yeah.
and then a couple hours later, you apparently do another season 2 dump, and you do 3 dumps.
We do 3.
I love
dumps.
a day with 3 dumps.
Yeah. Well, after this, you might need it. And what is this one?
I have been in roughly 15 cook-offs, and I have finished outside the top 3 one time.
Wow.
Dang.
Now, Chop, are you going to sample this right now?
100%.
Okay.
Hundo P, as the kids say.
Yeah,
I have to eat onions here. Sarah, we have big in the Choppyman household. There is a huge. She hates onions, so we get salsa. We have to go find places without onions in the salsa, or onions anywhere. It's
No
impossible
onions.
to find.
No
it's
onions.
impossible.
This is the onion.
The onion capital of the world up
Yeah.
until the
And I
1960s,
like
then
onion.
it was New York or something. But this is the onion capital of the world. We're still going to give it to Wiley.
All right, so you don't use actual like chilies. You're using spices
Or mushrooms, right?
Okay.
You don't put
Just
mushrooms in?
spices.
Oh, thank you.
What do you think of my zucchini mushroom chili?
It's stew.
It's stew. It is
It's
stew.
stupid?
Stew.
Oh, stew.
It's stew. It's stupid, but it's stew.
It's stew.
You.
I thought he said it's stupid. It's stew. Okay, all right. I'm not gonna say nothing back because my wife is gonna absolutely love this. She does not like my chili. So here we go with the sample from Bobby and Choppy with Jason and Jeanette bringing it out here. How'd you get it warm? Would you make it this morning? Have it in the crock pot?
Basically, I cooked it last night and then just reheated it for you this morning.
All right, Roberto, what do you
That's
think?
very good. That's good.
Where are we at
Ooh,
with
it's
this-
got some kick.
Where are
It's
we
got
at with the
some
spice
on it.
level? What do you put in it?
For me, it's a medium. For her, it's a hot.
Okay. Chop?
It's amazing how fat I am. I mean, I just am just putting all kinds of stuff in here.
What have you put in?
Everything. Whatever they get, the cheese, the onions, Fritos. I didn't even notice this.
He's got
Fritos. Yeah, I put it in the saltines.
cheese, everything in it. Well, I would like you to try it before the damn segment
Well,
ends.
you know what? Good
Sitting
food.
here like stalling out.
Good
for
things come to those
5
who wait.
Already doing a chili
Shan.
segment. We're supposed to be talking about the Eagles.
All right, here we
And
go.
You got
The
your 9
Eagles are overrated.
different condiments out here. Good.
Oh, yeah.
Great. Good? You can already tell?
Right.
All right.
That's right.
There's your review from RJ Choppy. Thank you, guys.
Thank y'all.
Jason and Jeanette showing me what real chili looks like. And Terlingua is where the chili festival is that Pittman told me, Meat Church.
Yeah.
She's like, our goal is to get there. I'm like, what is this, some like crazy process? You have to get accepted? Like it's like getting into a fraternity? She says it is.
They got a
In the
screen. Make sure somebody doesn't bring mushrooms in there.
You have to win a section of it, and no filler is allowed to get into the Terlingua official chili contest. So thank you to Jason and Jeanette. Anyone else I'm missing? We got tequila, we got hats, we got chili.
Not give us, but we did get Eric, who said he listens to us every day on the way into his ride into school. So we got a lot of young Tolas out here, and then Alex also came from Rowlett. Peyton and I met him at the Stars game earlier this year, and so he's a big, strong Tolo.
All right, we're going to do a Cowboys Eagles high-low coming up at 7:20. Let's get to the rest of Bobby's film room for the Eagles and the tape study. Of course, he does the podcast Love of the Star with Brian Broaddus.
Offense or defense first? And this will be a troll-free segment. I'm going to give you just my direct evaluation of the Philadelphia
Go with the
Eagles.
only side of the ball that matters.
Okay, offense it is. All right, so the biggest issue right now for the Eagles is exactly what Nick Bosa had talked about that they're doing right now. Jalen Hurts is so – when I say so limited, I don't want to make it sound like he's Aaron Rodgers out there hopping around on one leg. He's not that. But it's limited in the same way that we used to view Dak as limited with his physical ability around 21 when he came back from that injury, where it's like he's playing well and he still has a lot of things that are positive, but you can tell it's just different and it's not quite what it was. And that's Jalen Hurts' biggest issue right now. So you've got most of these teams right now are just rushing for, keeping him kind of contained, not letting him break out of the pocket, and they're forcing him to say, hey, you need to throw to beat us. A lot of teams are trying to push him to get him to roll out to his right, and he has not been able to respond to that with the 7 drop. That was the big thing in 21. You brought up the Denver game earlier. That Denver game where they just brought the pressure, dropped 7, kind of did mix-match stuff, that became a kryptonite for Dak the rest of the season, where people wondered, are they going to be able to respond to this? Are they going to be able to move past it? Those questions have obviously passed at this point, but it took a good into the next year, I think, before we felt like they had finally found a response for teams playing them that way. So this is not going to be a quick overnight fix. Like Bosa, we talked about Bosa's putting it out there and saying our blueprint. You don't have to say that. Jalen Hurts and the Eagles know how teams are playing them right now, and they can see it, and they can see that they're struggling with it. There's just not an easy response to it, especially if he's going to be physically limited. One of the things that's going to be really big in this game.
I think they've had a hard time running the ball.
Yes.
They're not running it like they're used to.
DeAndre Swift had been so good for them early in the season. He has not played nearly as well in the second half of the year so far. The offensive line, which has consistently been one of the best in the NFL and is still a really good offensive line, they've struggled lately. And it's been the run blocking has not always been great, other than obviously the tush push. But the run blocking has not been great for them. Their pass protection, even though they're seeing 4 rushers, they're giving up some pressure pretty consistently. So the offensive line is down right now. DeAndre Swift not playing as well as he was earlier in the year. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, that's where they can still really kill you. Those two right there can cover over a lot of sins with this offense.
So what did Deron Bland do? Did you go back and watch the first game? Or
I went back and watched Dallas, Kansas City, Buffalo, and San Francisco.
Who was Deron Bland defending in the Eagle game? And because I'm worried. I'm worried that Deron Bland is not going to be targeted. Is this going to be Devontae? Is this going to be AJ? Is this going to be split up?
More frequently on Devontae Smith. And Brian and I were talking about this last night. Brian is more concerned about Bland on AJ Brown. That would be who he'd have more concerns with.
Why?
Because just the size, the physicality that he plays with. I mean, you talk about body size, build type like that.
DK.
Not the athlete. It's the DK big-bodied receiver who can kind of fight past it. Now, Devontae Smith had a big touchdown on Deron Bland in the last game, but that was Jalen Hurts. Just the coverage was good. He dropped it in a bucket 40 yards down the field. But that's where they have the most susceptibility. I'm certain that what Philadelphia's looking at is what did Washington see with Bland? What did Seattle see with Bland? Why did they want to pick on those guys? And that they're going to try and respond with that. I have a really, really difficult time seeing Philadelphia stopping Dallas in this game. They cannot cover right now. Now, they like to show some
Now, we've
blitz.
said that before. That was your game plan going into San Fran, and it felt like the Cowboys didn't take the shots that you wanted them to. Well, now we know that Mike McCarthy's like, here, Dak, here's the keys, and I'm not worried about them not throwing enough or challenging a secondary.
Because if you look at the first game, I mean, Cooks had 1 catch.
Yeah, they've gotten Cooks going now. Ferguson is playing better. What their biggest issue is, I know Yak was the big thing against San Francisco. It was the catch and run. They had 212 yards after the catch in that game. Their biggest thing this year, I think they've given up the 3rd most air yards in the NFL this year. The average depth of target against Philadelphia's secondary is the 3rd worst in the NFL this year. They cannot cover. Their corners are leaking. Whoever they've run in the nickel this year, whether it's been since Avonte Maddox went down, whether it's been Josh Jobe for a snap, they try and kick Slay in there, whatever they do, they have not been able to cover guys in the slot. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how they scheme it up. There's 2 players that the biggest thing that Dak Prescott, Mike McCarthy, and Brian Schottenheimer need to be scheming up this week, they need to be getting one-on-one reps, scheme up somehow to get in one-on-one coverage. Nicholas Morrow, the linebacker, he cannot move. I mean, I thought he was hurt watching tape. He's not a bad like low IQ player or anything like that. He just can't move right now, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just he's poor athleticism, he's banged up but every game I watched, he can't move. And so if you can get him singled up on somebody, do something the way Seattle got Tyler Lockett on Rashaan Evans 40 yards down the field. Scheme things up, get him in coverage. And then Reed Blankenship, the one guy on that team who gets credit for being a physical defensive back, a guy who will hit, he'll hit, but he's not going to cover. If you can get him lined up in coverage somehow, whether that's against Ferguson, against a back, whatever else, those 2 guys right there, you need to make sure that you scheme up and get into coverage. Because right now, Dallas's best strength is the passing game. Philadelphia absolutely cannot defend the pass. Right now, Philly is last in the NFL in 3rd down conversion rate allowed. Teams are converting 50% against them.
Wow.
Dang. I mean, look, Seattle had issues with defensively. And that showed later in the game. Early on they had got some size. The Cowboys still put 41 up.
I'm more optimistic than I've been at any point that Seattle has an opportunity to beat Philadelphia next week. Just knowing what Philadelphia did to Dallas' secondary, they can do that same thing to Philly. Philly is very depleted right now in the secondary.
Bobby Belt's film room. Did you finish your meal off? You good?
Not quite. Almost.
What's your review? How is it?
This is amazing. It's fantastic. It's spicy too. It's not too spicy.
Yeah.
But there's enough kick there. I mean, I'm gonna need a tissue at some point to wipe my nose.
Oh, for the nose.
Oh, okay.
For the nose. Yeah. I am gonna cry after eating this too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
this is bringing me to tears.
That hot?
No. In a good way. It's like the taste.
Oh, bringing you to
I am
tears.
not a taste guy. I'm a food is fuel. This is straight protein in the morning. All the protein, all the team. But this is fantastic.
Thanks to Jason and Jeanette bringing out the chili. We got the tequila. We got candy canes being passed out. And get ready for Texas Day Brazil. Stop on out of here, y'all. It's our last Firehouse tour of the year in Wiley, 3200 McMillan Road with the morning show. And KMC is going to be at Buffalo Wild Wings today. Where was that? Where was that location in the city? Do we remember where it is?
I do not.
0 for 4. Timmy, where's KMC today? Buffalo Wild Wings? Where? Oh, man. 0 for 5.
He sent an email about it, but I usually delete.
Oh, man. There we go. We'll tell you
Bedford.
Bedford.
Ruben.
Ruben, whatever your name is.
All right, around the look at Big Dog
I'm
Choppy
just
now.
kidding.
Look at Big Dog. All right, around the rest of the NFL, Choppy says it's an all-time bad NFL weekend. Is Florida State going to skip the bowl game and the Stars win a wild one against Washington and Ovechkin? That's all next, followed by Cowboys, Eagles, high-low. May need some Tolos to play with us next. But it is
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Do the Florida State Seminoles really have the stones to pull this off? Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Wiley Firehouse number 4. 3200 McMillan Road. We got blessed with some weather. We got the awesome, except for one Tolo, that guy.
Shout out to Josh and Wiley.
The worst Tolo I've met the whole year. Unfortunately, I have to say in front of his children. What did he do? He came up to me. He goes, "What's your name?" I said, "Sean." He goes, "Where's Bobby?" No hello.
No hello.
No like you. No nice to meet you. And he goes, "What's your deal with Bobby?"
Yeah.
What's the deal? And I almost said some things. His children are here. His lovely wife is here. But that's the worst Tolo I've met this
Dude,
year. Don't serve him food, Texas Day Brazil.
I had a bad run at 545. 545 was a bad run for me with the crowd. This last break was good. We got the defense there. Then we got somebody else saying, "I love your segment. Sean, give him more shine."
I know.
You heard it. That
That's
was
why
a
I didn't sign her hat.
Great break for me.
She's like, "Can you sign my hat?" And then she said, "Bobby needs another segment." I said, "Get lost. Get out of here."
Yeah, Bobby doesn't need any more segments.
Yeah,
you got enough. You got like 7 already.
Any more segments? Okay, what is going on with Florida State and these rumors that are starting to rumble, Choppy?
So they canceled a media event. Now their coaches, they had like a Zoom call. They showed them on like the Zoom like after the day after the selection committee, and both Kirby Smart and Mike Norvell looked absolutely miserable, right? So they have since canceled this media event they had. Well, there are rumors circulating that Florida State may outright boycott the bowl game, which would be an unprecedented situation. It's not even called a boycott. I mean, they may just say they're not going to do it at all. That's not a boycott. They're just saying we don't want to play. Now, this is like very, from a situational standpoint, with this is a lot of money they'd be missing out on. The conference gets half the cash, and the team playing gets the other half. So they'll divvy it up. Let's just say it's $20 million. $10 million would go to the ACC. $10 million would go to the SEC. Georgia keeps 10. Florida State keeps 10. Right? So $20 million each, whatever the number is. Now, but this idea and this thought, and Ron DeSantis, the governor there, has already set aside $1 million for legal fees. But they are saying that FSU may go through all the festivities, but not take the field at game time.
So something that's also
nice political move there by DeSantis.
Look, I mean, to include in the budget also some job cuts at the same time as he's going $1 million for Florida State.
And Trump's selling wrapping paper, I think.
Yeah, he has Christmas wrapping. You can get Christmas wrapping paper, $35 with it.
Is it the best wrapping paper ever? It's so good. This wrapping paper is so thick.
It's not weak.
And so red.
It's not weak.
It is the reddest wrapping paper you've ever seen. It's got green, a little bit of hits of green, a little red, not so much white. Fantastic.
One of the little aspects kind of feeding the fire here too with the rumors, because there's nothing that's been concrete. It's a lot of speculation right now. People going, why was there a press conference canceled just sort of abruptly? What's happening here? Another aspect of this is Johnny Wilson, their receiver, one of their big targets there. He's already announced, he's like, I'm not playing in the game. I'm going to the NFL. I'm not even going to participate in this. And there's some,
which is not uncommon in a bowl
It's not
game.
uncommon to skip, but specifically with Johnny Wilson and this team and what they were fighting for and how they were united, there's some people who also think that might be an indicator that if he's already declaring he's out, it's because he knows what the talk is about this game.
How would we react if they did this?
I don't mind when the players skip out in a bowl game, right?
I mean the team. Florida State says we're not playing. Do they get public backing or backlash? What would the breakdown be, ratio?
I think they would get backlash. Again, if individual players skip, that's fine. If a coach and a coach like takes 100 players and skips the whole thing, I think that's very soft. That's taking your ball and going home.
Yeah,
it's like you're we didn't make the game. You know, like I just think that's bad. That's a bad look. Very, very bad optics. And like from a coaching standpoint, you get an extra 3 weeks of practice here by playing in a bowl. You get to play. You get to play other players in the bowl. See for next year. I think it's a bad look if they skip. I don't mind if players do, but a team, I don't know. I think that's, as an adult, you're fostering a culture that I don't think it's very good.
Agreed.
they would need, and there would still be a lot of blowback. They would.
Did it sound like Rhett Lashley would have done that yesterday when he was on with us? He was spectacular. He's like, look, it sucks. Here are all the reasons why, but
yeah, he was looking at the positives of playing a team for them that they're going to play next year,
and not the same stakes.
Right, not the same stakes, but they're going to the ACC. Boston College is who they're playing the Fenway Bowl, and that's an ACC team. So they're getting a head start on playing one of their opponents that's going to be in future.
What the freak is going on?
Oh my God!
What is?
Oh my God!
Boo! Boo!
We got Eagles jerseys out here. 2 of them.
2 Eagles jerseys.
My goodness.
Oh, no.
They're going to
try
start the
to
Eagles
spell.
chant.
Get the fire hose out.
They're going to try to spell.
Get the fire hose out.
I will say they need to bring back the old school green jerseys.
The Kelly green?
Yeah,
they're awesome.
They're very awesome. The new school tealish, I don't like them.
No, when you talk about the blowback for Florida State, what they would need from a PR standpoint, they would need Georgia to be with them. Like, they would need Georgia to say, we are protesting this too. We think we should be. If they both protested, there'd probably be less backlash and help cover.
And who's reporting this? This will never happen. Who's reporting?
It's a lot of speculation at this point because it's like taking little crumbs and trying to piece something together. But this is, if Florida State were to walk away from this, which they have been furious. Like, Mike Norvell has been really furious about this. Everybody's been upset. If they were to walk away and Georgia wasn't involved in it, if Georgia was to not be involved in it, I think it would also look like, well, Florida State, here's your chance to show everybody that they were wrong and you passed on the opportunity. Here's your chance to beat Georgia, and you walked away from it.
Yeah.
Also,
it is chicken.
Also, from the world of unbelievable 4 weeks ago,
unbelievable.
Jim Harbaugh's talking extension.
$11 million a year. There's a caveat here. One of the stipulations in the contract, and good luck getting this thing upheld in court, is that he cannot pursue NFL jobs during the contract to try to get a raise.
Oh, it's like a cumulus deal they're trying.
Right. So, you can't sit there and, so every 2 years, Jim Harbaugh flirts with the NFL. What does Michigan do? They come back, and they throw an extra $2 million on top of it.
Yep.
And part of the stipulation is he can't do that again. But he's talking extension with them that would keep him there for, basically the end of his coaching career.
Does he want to go to the NFL? I think it is. That's probably why Michigan wants to put it in there. Is they're like, we know you want to be here. We know this was your dream job. This is what you sought after, and you are just leverage playing this. You're Sean Payton with the Cowboys. That's what you're doing. Just like Sean Payton used to leverage it for more money from the Saints every year. That's what essentially Jim Harbaugh's done with the NFL. But he wants to be there. That's
Is the cheating story done? Is it over?
Yep.
Yeah.
Seems like it.
Who's talking about it? We're not talking about it. They beat Ohio State without it. They beat Penn State without it. Now, they didn't look great. And I'll tell you, they're going to get run.
By who?
By Bama. They're going to get run.
Ooh.
Zero chance.
So who is the only team?
Oh, there's a chance.
That remotely.
I don't know about
they could win. They're not going to get run by Alabama.
I don't think Alabama can score like that on them.
Okay, but here's the thing. The only mobile quarterback they faced all year was who? To his brother.
Okay.
And he's not even mobile. And they put up 24 on Michigan.
My God, that sounds like a blowout right
Well,
there.
no, hang on. They only lost by 7. It was 31-24. Maryland doesn't have a tenth of the players that Alabama does. Not a tenth. The Big Ten is awful. Awful. Michigan is going to get boat raced in this game. They will lose by double figures.
We need to come up with multiple bets and multiple different things, whether it be spread,
all right, here we go.
money line.
Here's the bet.
Okay.
Loser has to go to a Cowboys game and go into the bathroom at halftime and pee with their pants at their ankles. Butt flopping all over the place.
Kicked out.
What?
What? What? What's wrong?
Just seems. Where did your mind go?
What's wrong? Why is that so bad? Have you ever seen?
RJ.
Every time you go in the bathroom, you see a grown man with their butt hanging out because their pants at their ankles.
Yeah.
That's an embarrassment you can't live.
Might get arrested.
That's fine.
Yeah, I might get credentials taken away if I were to do that.
He was sitting on that too. He's been waiting for that.
Yeah, it's like
I came with that idea the other day. I thought it was a great idea.
Who
Who doesn't want to see my butt at a urinal? Everybody wants to see butts at urinals.
Like earlier, he sees a guy in pajamas and he's like, "Are you wearing underwear?" Like that's his default thought. No, but we're coming up. There is zero. Even Bama has a chance to win. Bama can beat Michigan. but there is a much greater likelihood that if there's going to be a blowout, it's Michigan blowing out Alabama than Bama blowing out Michigan.
The Dallas Stars in a wild one last night against Ovechkin in D.C.
The grade 8 to try and keep the game alive for Washington. To the backhand, denied again by Wedgwood. And the shootout victory goes to the Dallas Stars.
The Hockey Hawk report. Look, back-to-back, so you're going to be a little sloppy and tired in the second period, but they look strong in the third. Hintz scored twice. They get the 5-4 win, and you win with your backup goalie on the road. Ovechkin did pick up his 1500th point in the loss. So, Stars, 5-4. Spits and Suds podcast.
Always great when you win a game with your backup goalie, and you get to see Ovechkin, and you get to see the Stars win. I mean, what a day. What a day that is, and enjoy those moments when you get to see Alex play. He is a treat to watch.
Another reason for Bobby to hate Shohei Ohtani. This time it's a dog. It's a dog.
This is ridiculous and continues to show what an egomaniac he is. So Reddit was discussing this the other day. Hey, there was a little nugget dropped on MLB Tonight. Greg Amsinger dropped a really interesting nugget about Shohei Ohtani's intentions, and I don't take it as a nugget. I take it as evidence that he is a psycho. Peyton, play it.
I had someone from Ohtani's management team tell me during the week of the awards week on MLB Network, getting ready for the MLB MVP reveal, to not ask about the name of Shohei's dog. Shohei Ohtani was sitting somewhere in a living room with this beautiful puppy next to him, his new personal dog. We were not allowed to ask this adorable dog's name. They didn't want to reveal that. Well, you know, John Heyman has sources. I have sources here in Nashville that are telling me that there's a potential connection between the request of never divulging the name of this dog, that it could be connected to the team he ends up signing with.
Imagine if it's Dodger. He named the dog Dodger. That's probably what they're thinking he is.
Right.
Or Blue Jay or
This
Toronto.
This tells me he's not going back to the Angels. You would have said the dog's name. You would have said the dog's name right there. Go ahead.
Yeah, unless you don't want the Angels to know because you're trying to get as much money out of the Angels as you can. You don't want to think that it's sold there. But this is nuts. His management team goes up to Amsinger. Like, Amsinger was not, it's not like he said, can I ask what the dog's name is? They went up and went, do not ask him about the dog's name. Don't you dare ask him about the dog's name. These restrictions that he has on everybody in his sphere.
Doesn't want to give it away.
This dude.
The leverage play.
If this was LeBron James, if we heard, like, LeBron told them don't ask the name of his dog, we would crush LeBron
because
for
we
all of
have
this.
decades of insufferable LeBron stories.
And think about how crazy.
Of lying about the fact that he's always on the first page of a book. Did you ever notice that?
But wait, you're on Team Bobby with this. So
I
does
am.
this tick you
I
off?
am. I'm just saying, but like, you know, Shohei is being an egomaniac. He is being insufferable here. It's not as bad as LeBron because Sean's right. We've got 20 years of LeBron,
which is stunning that Shohei's fit 20 years of LeBron into one off season.
He shouldn't have put the dog on TV.
He should have.
Should not have. If you don't want him to ask about it. And MLB Network kowtowing. I would have been one and done. MLB Network. What's the dog's name?
What's the dog's name?
You ain't gonna tell me not to ask about your damn dog.
Yeah, Steve Phillips says he thinks it's Toronto, and from what he hears, it's not the Blue Jays. Shohei he likes Canada. It's Canada that's the draw, which is like, okay. I mean, I didn't know Canada was a draw, but there you go.
Vancouver's really nice.
Yeah, I love Canada, but I don't think for baseball players that they're like just clamoring to go play, you know, in the Great White North.
Everything you need to know to get you set for your Friday and your weekend here on Sean and RJ. A packed house here in Wiley. What a way to finish things off for the 2023 Firehouse Tour. Firehouse number 4. We got a special surprise, apparently, from the Firehouse at 8:20 and at 9 o'clock. And a Friday surprise, because we ran out of time yesterday. Cowboys, Eagles. High-low is next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist Automotive, love hooking you up.
Fan, and it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
Every commercial break is a party out here. It's insane. Wiley Firehouse, number 4. Stop on out. We got a humongous break with the weather. It's glorious here, and this place, it's like a club. It's like a bar.
It is.
With the Tolos in every single commercial break. I had to take a picture with all these Eagle fans. Jerome Brown jersey. I stuck in a little finger in there that they didn't see. So hopefully that'll go in their Christmas photo.
Wait, where?
You mean in the photo, right?
I was like, wait, what?
Good Lord. Good God, Choppy.
And that's a Quentin Michael jersey that he's got a. I have no idea who would. I didn't know
No,
they made
you know what
Quentin
that
Michael
is, Bobby?
jerseys.
He just
I know who he is. I had no idea they made those jerseys. To be honest,
he just wanted a Mike Trout jersey.
that's equal to the Jerry Hairston Rangers jersey
Yeah,
I saw
it's
during the
very odd.
ALDS. Like,
Very, very odd.
3200 McMillan Road, brought to you by C4 Energy, Texas Day, Brazil, feeding everyone as well. We've had tequila presents, we've had hats, we've had chili as well.
Tanner, Anthony, Robert, Reggie, Juan, just some of the Tolos I talked to there. Tanner, one of our young Tolos. We've had a lot of kids drop in on the way to school today and stuff like that. We're just crushing it with the school drop-off crowd.
Now we just need you to stay with us till you're 25 years old.
Yeah.
That's when the radio ratings officially count them. 25 years
right.
old. There you go.
That's the biggest thing.
Thanks to everyone. Best sports audience in the station and the show. I say the station. I'm not trying to insult anyone else, but
I am.
I mean, we get the feedback from the promo teams. Who else is going to have people show up in the freezing cold for an entire year at 5 a.m., 5:15, and 5:30?
No, it's been absolutely great. And you mentioned it earlier today. Like every single one of these, when we get here, we're like, I don't know if people.
I was worried about this one.
I know.
They told me, no, this will be the biggest. This will be the most. And I'm like, man, this is like I'm driving back home in the eastern shore of Maryland in the woods. And I was like, this is the backwoods.
If you build it, they will come.
Yep,
And that's
that's right.
exactly right. But every single one, there's a little bit of the sense of are people going to show up this way? The Colony was freezing. There was all that wind and kind of, it was a little damp. And we're like, I don't know that it was going to show up. And then it was full. It was like 20 people right at the start of the show. So you guys blow us away every single time at these.
RJ has an absolute guarantee for the Cowboys-Eagles game. A guarantee and a guarantee on who will not win the NFC. That's coming up at 8 o'clock. But it's a special Friday edition of High Low.
That is right. We might be on the road, but it is a special edition of an Eagles-Cowboys current high-low.
Yes, sir.
RJ Choppy is the defending champ, so he will go first. But yes,
You got that right, baby.
All of these answers are current Cowboys-Eagles. No one on the injured reserve or anything. No coaches. Current roster Cowboys-Eagles players.
Okay, got it.
So RJ Choppy, you will go first. High pitch, low pitch.
All right, let's go. Why did I just determine that? All right, let's go with low, Gene.
I was a big golf fan. My brother plays college golf. We grew up playing golf as a family, and just love the game.
And gave you a golf one, too. With the John Rahm news. Very topical, Peyton.
Jason Kelsey. Dadgummit.
It's all right. 2 points here. Clue number 1, RJ. There's always a rush of energy through the crowd when he plays because it means the job is done.
Cooper Rush.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yes, sir. That's right, baby. Yeah. Yeah.
Rush of energy. Ooh, that was
the job
kind.
is done.
That was. We got it.
Yeah, we got it.
We
man.
got it.
That's why I got it.
Everyone got it, Peyton.
And you know what? I didn't even hear Rush of Energy.
By the way, Peyton, make sure you're not just exposing the names on your list there with the fan cam at your back.
Well, don't look
Very
at it then.
Don't look at it.
So now it is Bobby's turn, I believe, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, whatever.
Bobby,
So the
high pitch,
normal-
low pitch?
Loser number 1.
Hi, Gene.
No, I think the way we had the schedule built up, Mike McCarthy, I mean, he does it well. We'll be in pads, no longer than 2 days. Then we got a regen day. But nah, it's been pretty smooth. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Oh, man. I mean, you already gave a clue with having a name and
You know who it is?
No.
No, it's like a handful of Southern guys in the locker. Michael Gallup.
They're all Southern.
3 points.
Boom!
Wow. That was impressive. That was
No clues,
impressive.
baby.
This is the NFL. Literally everybody's from the South in the National Football League.
Okay. Well, why didn't you get Cooper Rush to your clue then?
Man, we got some tension already between these two. 3-2 to me. I will go high for Cowboys Eagles high-low?
Everybody has their own style of play, so just digging into everybody's bag, seeing what one person does and seeing something in their game that you can possibly put in yours.
Dare go back-to-back receivers. I'll go CD Lamb.
No, it is not. That's okay. Clue number 1 for 2 points. Disrespecting the Salvation Army kettle put a target on his back.
I have no idea what that means.
Now I got to think back to last year. AJ Brown. You know what it is, Bobby?
Yeah.
Not. Clue number 1.
Yeah, I know when you buzz it, I know it's not.
Okay.
I don't need no or not. I know when it's a buzz, it's incorrect.
You can still get 1 point here, Sean. We got clue number 2. Bobby Belt probably discredits this guy's talent because of the college he attended.
Oh, now I know. Yes, absolutely.
Jalen Hurts?
Right school.
It would be
Devontae Smith. He had the kick in the door and robbed from the Salvation Army.
He
kettle
robbed
last
them,
year.
man.
I'm a big fan of thievery.
Luckily, we have
It is not Brett
paramedics on
Maher,
site
though.
to treat Sean's blood pressure here.
All right,
RJ
I will do high, Gene.
But I got to know in that situation what kind of play we're going to call, what we're thinking. And, that just starts with lining up and getting the play off. And, that last play we were 5 yards short.
Ferguson.
Wow!
Yes, sir! That's right! Did you hear that? Yeah!
Dude, it's not even skill. It's BS.
It's all skill. Look into my eyes. You're gonna.
I'm gonna beat your ass in a second.
You're gonna meet God today.
Whoa!
Ferguson. What gave you Ferguson?
I mean, it was just on the tip of my tip. He had him on. He's a good-looking guy.
I swear.
We're kind of like bros.
I think Peyton's Babe Laufenberging these to Chop the way he just pulls them out.
All right.
Come on.
Ferguson.
Let's go low.
Low.
Hang on, I got to mark my score down.
Damn.
Well, low for 3
I
points.
hope you have diarrhea.
I will.
Chili.
We've seen a lot at this point. I think it's whenever you watch
Hang on.
it,
Pause
plays.
it. Pause it. Pause it.
Hang on, we got a major accident.
Don't read the address.
I'm not reading everything. I'm just saying it just says major accident.
We definitely have movement here in the Firehouse.
That's not good.
All right, this is 105.3, not 1080. Come on, Chop. Head in the game.
So this may get rid of the training exercise that we have planned at 8:20 this morning.
I hope so.
Or he can ride with him.
Can I drive the back?
Do you think that the uh-oh.
That's what Sarah said.
They're legit firing this thing up.
Yeah, it's there's a.
Is this our first call?
Yeah, there's a wreck.
Is this our first call that they've been dealing with? All right, back to the game. Go ahead, Chop. All right, whose turn?
My turn.
Bobby
Peyton.
low, correct?
Yep.
We've seen a lot at this point. I think it's whenever you watch it, there's plays that you want back and you have an opportunity to win the game and just didn't get it done.
That would be Cincinnati Bearcat legend Jason Kelsey.
Dadgummit.
Correct.
You
Bobby
see what
has
perfection
the lead.
looks like?
Wow.
Chop. Get
You
your
read
ass
my
to
email.
Yeah,
perfection.
I see it. I
Right
see
there.
it so far. I see somebody's going to fall off a ladder in a minute.
Bobby 6, RJ 5. I'm being shut out. Let me go, since all the easy ones apparently are low. I guess,
Oh, yeah, it's real.
we got activity.
It's real.
We
Bad
have
boys, bad boys.
activity. Let me go low, even in the siren conditions.
The one-on-one, I had misheard him on that. He said he's not ready for one-on-one. There's a lot, I was very emotional, so there's a lot going through my head and mind. He was talking to me, but I also heard the crowd, so there's just a lot. I can't remember exactly what he said.
Peyton, are you serious right now, man? Are you serious? Are you trying to trigger me at this place right here?
Yeah, this was all Bobby's idea.
Y'all got a guess? Y'all got a guess?
Jerome Brown.
Let me go Deron Bland.
Oh, wow!
Oh my God!
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yo, Peyton, I'm serious, man. I'm gonna slap that stupid porn mustache off of you, Bobby. You all right? You behind this too?
I had no idea. This isn't me.
All right, clue number 1.
Let me get shut out the whole show.
Crying on the field, but also committing crimes off the field.
Jalen Carter.
Sean's on the board.
Nobody has to die now.
Oh,
Nobody's dying.
hey, come on.
Y'all see how they do me? You see, right? People are here to actually witness it. See how they do me on here. All right, 6-5-2. RJ Choppy and Bobby Bell in a shootout.
All right. Let's go low, Gene.
It was a little tough today with the wins, but I feel like I did a pretty good job. And of course, coming here, you're always going to have the narrative of the 40, and I feel like everybody kind of feels like I'll do a good job in the cone drill.
The cone drill.
Luka Doncic.
40. The Mozzie Smith.
No, it's not Mozzie.
Shocker. You didn't pull one out of your ass for once.
Yeah. It's okay. Shocker. Clue number 1 for 2 points. Despite not a lot of playing time, he still loves coming to work with his dad.
Deuce Vaughn.
That's right.
That's right.
Peyton, you want to just have the clue be his name rhymes with Deuce Vaughn?
Good Lord. Did Spittle help you with these?
No, he did not. He did not respond to my email.
Gavin, come on, boss. Let's go. He needs some assistance. All right, so Choppy has 7. Bobby, this is setting up well for you. This can end things with...
Well, he has 2 chances.
He got 2
He has
chances.
2 chances.
All right.
2 chances. Give me high.
Don't try.
Yeah, it was big to make those stops and get an offensive chance to go down and score. But we played hard enough to win today. We just didn't come out on the end.
Stephon Gilmore.
No.
Wow! A perfect 9 for 9. Well done.
9.
Well done. Unbelievable.
That is
unbelievable.
incredible.
That's
Bobby
unbelievable.
Bell is the winner.
Wow.
Crushed it.
It's unbelievable.
This is what I do. No hints, no nothing, just skill.
Look at
It's the Adderall, man. It's something.
But is that I am on PEDs this morning. This is the shine they were talking about during the break. Let me shine, Sean.
My last guy was a guy in the practice squad, and you got to start.
Nick Sirianni face that you made. That's what that really did look like.
I'm going to do that every single time I win now.
How many more leftovers do you have? You have 1?
We have 2 more. We have 1 more that was for you, Sean, than the sudden death one. Which one do you want?
All right, play high. Let's see if the Tolos out here can guess. High, low, Cowboys, Eagles for Sunday night. Go ahead, play the high one, then we'll play a low.
It goes in the winning column, most importantly. I like how we came out, we played. We matched the intensity. We played good style of football. I think besides the 1 turnover, I think we protect the ball pretty well.
All right, who knows who it is? Strictly a Tolo guess. Brandon Cooks is 1 guess. Is it Brandon Cooks? All right, give the clue, Peyton, and then we'll go back to the Tolos.
Rescued from Tennessee, but drafted by the Padres before choosing football.
Oh, yeah. That's good. That's a good clue. That's a really good
One
clue.
more time.
Rescued from Tennessee, but drafted by the Padres before choosing football.
Yeah, you should have not given the Tennessee name.
Any guesses? Any guesses? Choppy, who is it?
It's A.J. Brown.
All right, let's go low for the final one. Go ahead, Peyton.
My keys, pre-snap, and then just trusting my eyes to make it easy, though. My number just wasn't called. I was ready if it was to be called, though.
I thought the keys was Bobby after he lost them at the Globe. Any guesses? Any Tolo guesses on who that is? Bob, you think you know who it is?
I thought I did in the middle of the answer. I was like, no, never mind. So I don't know.
Chop?
I think it's Jordan Mailata.
Clue.
First clue is Georgia.
Nakobe Dean.
Jordan Davis.
Dean?
Not Nakobe Dean.
I mean, that's all the Phillies' defense is Georgia.
Yeah, it is.
Next clue.
Detroit.
DeAndre Swift.
There it is, the Friday edition of High Low. Congratulations to Bobby Belt.
Perfect. 9. That's why they call me 9 God.
My God. You're so insufferable. So insufferable. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. We have an absolutely loaded junk drawer to get to. RJ has a guarantee, not just for Sunday night here on The Fan, but for the NFC in general. We will get to that at 8 o'clock. Let's get to the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junk it!
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053, in order to hit us up here on the show. Where would you guys like to start? We have the word of the year.
I got that one right here.
Is that what that's supposed to be?
Yes, Oxford Dictionary.
A lot of kids out here. I wonder if these kids out here, the young Tolos,
they know it.
Use it.
Hundo P. They use that one too. What is the word of the year? It is, I'm glad you asked, Riz.
Riz. Let's ask the kid over here in the fourth shirt. You know what Riz
You know
is?
Riz.
You know what Riz is? Yeah, he knows.
Yeah,
that is
that's
the
right.
word.
Yeah, he knows Riz. Riz is the word of the year. You know, I'd have gone with maybe Menti B.
But what does it mean?
Like spitting
charisma,
game, like
Riz.
that. Yeah, you're the Riz God. You spit game.
I've heard Riz God. I didn't
Yeah.
know it. So that
They've basically shortened it from charisma, Riz.
Okay.
But yeah, that's what's his name? Shams. He's the Riz. He was the original Riz God when he was.
with Kay Adams.
With Kay Adams.
Okay.
I don't know. That's a controversial take right there. I don't think Shams had any Riz. I think Kay Adams just was head over heels for some reason.
Yeah. So the other finalists, it's just really weird. The other finalists were the word prompt, which is already a word, the instruction given to an artificial intelligence program that influences the content it creates.
Nerds.
Situationship, which means a romantic partnership that is not considered to be formal or established. We used to call those like a friend with benefits, it sounds
Yeah,
like.
but this is like that's a 5-year-old term.
Yeah.
That's like Peyton saying that Future song was his number one of the year and it was from 2017.
Another one is, what was it, Solo by Future?
Yeah.
Another one is called Swifty. We already knew that. That's not a new word, but that was on the short list. And then, you know, there are other things like, Swifty, Goblin Mode, which is meaning you're unapologetically lazy. So you're in goblin mode for the day.
Yeah.
Those are some of the words that were on the
word
short
right there.
list.
All right, a financial analyst on CNBC has the reason. Apparently, we're at a record high amount of single men who are not having relations, they're not dating, and they are not married. And a financial analyst went on CNBC to explain why when talking about DraftKings stock.
DraftKings has doubled that performance. And you understand why. You have this massive secular wave behind it. So the negative impacts is that it's all young men. And I parallel that with, or dovetail that with Pew Research, which says that 63% of young men are single. And that's the highest it's ever been. And 50% of those young men have no interest in dating, not even casually. And 30% of those men, or 30% of young men, say they have not had sex in over a year and don't seem to care. So the point being,
they're getting pleasure out of sports betting instead.
Sports betting now through technology is as easy as buying something, ordering a pizza online, or shopping online.
Highest rate of single, not caring, because of sports betting, not dating.
Yeah. I don't know if it's because of sports betting. I think it's because young people have been on their phones for 10 years without like having interpersonal relationships that they just aren't used to being around people. They like to be alone.
We've talked about this off the air before. Like, I'm always stunned when I get around like Jacob and his friends, where I'm like, I don't feel like when I hear them talking, I was like, and they're 17, 18. I was like, I feel like that was like my social interactions like around 14, 15. Like it's just it feels like it's a little bit more of an immature decade, I guess is what it is. There is a definite. I've seen the way I've seen the riz some of these teenagers have because it's on display with Jacob's friends and it's painful. It's definitely painful.
Like when they're talking to girls?
Yeah.
What do they say? What do they do? One example.
There was a a text exchange where somebody said, "Oh, you're into Marvel movies. You can be my Catwoman," which Catwoman is not even Marvel.
Oh my God!
I'm just saying. I'm telling you.
Did you just DC Marvel them?
I'm just saying it's not even the same, but it doesn't even make it like you're my Catwoman. That doesn't make sense.
All right, Choppy, you have a crunchy food study.
Yeah, I do.
You're gonna challenge.
You want to lose weight? And I already had some because I had
saltines, Fritos.
I had Fritos in my chili this morning.
I mean, I know Sarah wants you to lose weight, so
she does. She thinks I'm very fat.
She banned me from
She's right. I'm huge. But it is crunch time, according to the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition.
Thanks for opening up that loud ass soda right on the air. That was good.
C4 Energy. Thanks for being out here today, guys.
That's a good sound effect.
People eat up to half as fast when they have to chew more. All right? Leading to 20% less food consumption. Hard, crunchy, chewy, textured food requires more chewing. That facilitates weight loss by preventing you from eating too much at once. So they say, like, stuff that is really, really easy to eat. Coleslaw, fish bites, soft fruits, yogurt, mashed potatoes. They're super easy to eat. You don't have to chew them, so you eat more of them. Whereas harder meals, crunchy salads, apples, they even say boiled rice because it's harder, is better for you. It will make you lose more weight. If you want to lose weight, just down those crunchy foods.
Foods.
And you will eat less, apparently. I don't know.
Or go to sodaweightloss.com. You can do that state-of-the-art weight loss. I also think, aren't those all, like, fiber? Like every single one of those foods you just mentioned was a lot of fiber, too. So,
misleading with the crunch because I'm thinking chips.
Yeah. That's the crunchiest thing in the world is the chips.
It is.
Listen to Bassick whenever Sandler's crying on the air. You'll hear how crunchy those are.
You can't even eat carrots anymore because they have sugar.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of them.
Good for eyesight. It's good for eyesight. That's about it, right?
Is it?
No, carrots, very good for your
That's
eyes.
an old wives' tale.
I
Pepe, you got Chipotle and Pringles?
Yes, I do. Now, this is a fascinating story here, and I love the route they're going here. This is from the great state of Ohio. This is a woman who, a month or so ago, she threw a burrito bowl at a worker at Chipotle. Threw it right at her face, got all over her clothes and everything.
What was on it?
Probably beans and rice and chicken. Probably chicken and steak from the looks of it. Doubled up on protein. But she got sent to jail, got arrested for it, but they made her a deal. They said, we will lessen your time in prison or jail if you decide to pick up shifts at the restaurant. And I love this idea because it's like, if you do the crime, you do the time. And I think it's a good, valid way to go. If you mess up something at a restaurant, fast food chain, or wherever retail, you should have to work shifts throughout the week to lessen your time. Make you be the worker instead.
Just like when you skip out on the bill and they're like, you wash the dishes.
Oh, yeah.
But it's unpaid. Obviously, you don't get paid for it, but she's picking up 20-hour shifts for a few weeks now.
And how many days did she get cut out? 30 days jail time got trimmed off of it to do that?
I think 60 days. 60 days got cut down.
No. I'm not letting you work in my restaurant after you act like a psycho and throw burritos at people's faces. I'm not trusting you in the back of my restaurant.
That's fair.
Can't do it.
You're out.
Not happening.
You're out. Just pay the fine and go.
Go to jail.
Go to jail.
But what about from her side? Would you take the deal? Would you work?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
To go to jail? Jails, I mean, I've been to jail a couple times.
Not
long stays.
All right.
Not long stays. It's not fun. Very uncomfortable. Laying a sleeping condition.
How's the toilet condition there? Why don't they have a seat?
Yeah, tell us about the clink, Sean.
Well, I was in General Pop, number one.
They call it Gen Pop, right?
Gen Pops, and there was not a toilet in there that I remember. And then I did not have a toilet in the weekend stay when I was there. I think they let you out and go like down the hall.
I think I might take the jail time if it's Chipotle. Like I might just
you don't
because
like Chipotle?
Like I don't.
Ooh,
like,
shots fired.
It's sizzle every time you walk in.
It's the damn.
I love Chipotle.
What's the stuff they put in the rice? It's the stuff I hate.
Cilantro.
It's the cilantro rice. So I'm
fantastic.
gonna work it.
So refreshing.
I want to work somewhere. If I'm gonna reduce my jail time, I also want to work somewhere where I can get something that I enjoy. And the cilantro rice just kind of cancels it for me. I'd rather have jail than cilantro.
How do you think he'd be in jail?
Bobby?
I'm trying to figure out.
He'd be annoying.
bad.
He'd be so annoying.
So
Do you guys have someone to look at my sciatic?
Yeah.
You got-
all your
Adderall?
little nerve damage. They'll give you nerve damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll give you plenty of nerve damage.
You guys have my wrist ailment is bothering me. You guys have something to look at? What are you reaching in your pocket for?
No.
Shank?
I was just putting my hands in here. I was warming them up.
All right.
Papacitos?
And then the Pringles?
Yes, so Ohio, not a good
Don't
week.
Get too graphic.
I won't here, no promises on a Friday. But yeah, Ohio, not a great couple weeks for Ohio. This is an attorney, so he's like 75 years old, and he had to go to the restroom in his car, and we're not talking about number 1, guys. We're talking about the old number 2. And he was like, how do I go number 2 in my car? Well, he had an empty Pringles can. He decided to do his business in the Pringles can, and then he threw it out the window. Didn't throw it at anyone specifically, but he threw it out the window. And I'm wondering, okay, if you're on a long road trip, nowhere to stop, and you have to go number 2, what are you doing?
He's lying. This is the biggest thing. So here's the problem and the reason why he was suspended too. Here's the other detail of this. You go in and say, well, he clearly just had to go. He threw it out the bed. What's the problem with that? This is an attorney who he threw it in the parking lot of a crime victim advocacy center.
Well,
there was probably a tie in there is what they're looking at. You're going, okay, so you just coincidentally happen to throw it there while you're an attorney. We're not buying that. But a Pringles can, man. Would you trust a Pringles can to hold everything for you?
I trusted a bag of chips, Lay's potato chips once.
Did you set the bag down or did you hold the bag?
After I was done?
No, during.
Oh no, I was stuck in traffic, and I couldn't get out. It was an accident. I was in high school still, and I had a bag of this old bag. I went to my mom sent me to the store, and I had to run other errands. And I got wicked traffic, major accident. I dumped the bag of chips out, rolled it up, and it lifted, and I lifted, and I did it right there. And then I had remember back in the day, you used to have. When you went to a gas station, they would give you those credit card receipts, the big ones. I used that.
Oh, we got a Bobby Gag situation.
And then when I was done with it, I wrapped it up and I held it out the window, and I just drove with my hand out the window, this bag hanging out the rest of the way.
Are you okay?
Bag of potato chips.
My mouth tastes like pennies.
Imagine it was like
blood
sour
taste when you're about
cream,
to throw
too,
it.
mixing
Stop.
with that, Bob.
Oh, he's going to throw up.
That'd be the worst smell. That'd be the worst.
Awful.
That'd be the worst flavor,
Oh, it's
right?
terrible.
Barbecue, maybe you could deal with.
Yeah.
Salt and vinegar might kill it.
Yeah, not one of my
sour
not
cream.
one of my better moments.
And was it hot temperature outside?
Yeah, it was in Jersey still.
Yeah.
It was warm.
Yeah. Well, that's what Jersey naturally smells like.
Yeah.
877-881-1053.
Don't take it out on me just because you're bad at high-low.
Bobby Belt, your turn in the junk drawer.
All right. You want to go with, since we're talking about everything else that's a little bit more edgy, let's talk about that cross-country skier, the Swedish gentleman. He had to return he was out doing a skiing competition. He had to return to the tent, and he told everyone, I was frozen in the most sensitive of areas. Said it was frozen solid for 10 minutes.
Frozen.
He had to go back into the tent, warm everything up, which this to me, I think I've seen this movie before. Nurse, could I get some assistance? I need
It's
to warm it up.
American Pie.
Yeah, yep, that's exactly it. So he took part in this 20-kilometer World Cup event, and he said when he got back in, he's like, I had to take shelter, had to pull off, go into the warmth, because he had a frozen member is what he had there. And so he ended up having to just thaw everything out. And there's got to be, I can't think of a worse thing to have to deal with than frozen nether.
Well, this is a lie, too.
You think so?
Yes. You can't freeze it. It can't get frozen.
Yeah, I know.
There's
If
circulation.
you do if you maybe have bad circulation, but if you have a cryogenic facility where you get the they make it minus 300 degrees in there. In this, you can't go in naked. You have to have some kind of covering on you, otherwise you'll get frostbite on your.
So they're trying to say CNN asked an expert on frozen stuff.
CNN,
and
Chubby?
said,
lie. Whatever happened to CNN? It's not true.
They said cross-country skiers who normally compete in skin-tight racing suits and thin underlayers are particularly susceptible to chilly extremities. And he had the chilliest of extremities. He said afterwards, it still hurts so damn much. It's terrible.
Texas William just sent me this from John Morosi. This is the third reporter now to say this. The first two have struck out. Shohei's decision is imminent, possibly as early as today. That's coming in from MLB Network, Shohei's decision.
Okay.
Remember what you said earlier about loving Canada?
Yeah.
You know, that maybe he loves Canada. Canada is maybe in play for this. A Toronto sports anchor went viral for his Shohei pitch that he made on TV the other day.
You know what? Shohei Ohtani, I know you watch every day. And I appreciate you, man. You're the greatest. But in terms of the person you just heard from, Jerry Hairston Jr., first off, he played for 9 teams in 16 years. Nobody wanted him on their team. Played for the Dodgers for 2 years. I know as much about the Dodgers as Jerry Hairston Jr. Played for them for 2 years. He's an absolute joke. Let's talk taxes. Yeah, we got taxes up in Canada, but California has the 5th highest taxes out of any state in America. Oh, you want to buy a place close to Dodger Stadium? Worst traffic in the world is in Los Angeles. Even if you're 10 kilometers away, it's still going to take you 8 hours to get to work every day. Weather, yeah, it's cold in Canada a little bit. You know what? Also snows in California last time I checked. And based on what Hollywood has told me, the great earthquake is coming at any point, and you don't want to be around any part of Los Angeles when that happens. Oh, we're going to talk about rings. We're going to talk about titles. Okay, since 1992, who's won more titles, the Jays or the Dodgers? Anyone want to answer that here?
Jays.
Jays have 2. Dodgers have not 2. And by the way, you know what? Listening to 2 national anthems is great. You know why? Because you get to hear the American one and then the better one, which is our national anthem. Shohei Ohtani, we love you. You know what to do. We'll give you your privacy. We'll give you a competitor. We'll give you a controlled environment with a dome. It's renovated, and you're going to get your $600 million. So I hear. Shohei, come home. We love you.
Bam!
Wow. Boy, he's simping hard right there. That's, I mean, as soon as he said kilometers, I was like, I'm out.
Yeah.
He said kilometers.
Yeah, we don't use
You're
those
10
weird-
kilometers from the stadium there in L.A.
We don't use those weird weights and measures. It's a great anthem.
Great anthem?
It's fantastic.
You ever played the national anthem, Peyton?
I told him to play it. I wanted to hear what it sounded like because Choppy said it was fantastic.
This sounds... I don't want to get in trouble. Barrett Sports Media is listening.
Look, Choppy loves it. He's
It's a
down.
great anthem.
So where do we think this is? Where's he going?
I think he's going to surprise everyone.
Angels?
I think he goes to Toronto. I think he wants Canada. He wants Canada. He's going to stand on guard for thee.
There's just too much Dodger chatter for too long for me not to think it's Dodgers. There has been a lot of growing momentum for the talk about the Blue Jays, but man, with how routine-driven he seems to be, I can't think he wants to shake things up too much. So I think Dodgers.
Let's see if it happens in the next few hours or today. RJ has 2 guarantees in the NFL. What happens Sunday night and who does not win the NFC. That's next on 105.3 The Fan. But
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of America's team in the World Series champs. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. And coming up at 8:20, look at the gear that RJ Choppy is apparently going to be donning for this training.
I am petrified.
Tim Collins setting this up. We need Tim on the scene more to make you guys do stuff. I love it.
Apparently, I am going into a completely.
What's going on?
The tent fell.
The wind has taken the tent.
Oh, okay. I thought we lost somebody.
Yeah, apparently I'm going into a completely smoke-filled room.
Yeah, they're adding smoke for you,
which is good because I have pretty severe asthma and lung capacity of a 90-year-old. So this is going to be fantastic. My COPD is going to be off the charts after this.
Man, and you ate all that chili too.
I know.
Like, what if you're in uniform and then
I throw
machine gun colon hits?
I'm fine with that.
So Choppy going through and we have a lapel mic to wire him up.
Oh, good.
Through the whole process.
That's perfect.
And I'm using DJ's, the engineer, his gooey earbuds that are his.
And then
They're brand new.
And then 9 o'clock, Bobby's hitting this ladder. They're going to get this fire truck out of here, put the ladder way up into the air, and we'll see Bobby at the top.
This max is at 70 feet. How far up do you think I go before I say we're getting down?
Are you scared of heights?
Yeah.
You are?
No, there was at my old job, there was a ladder that was at the top of the stairwell, and you would walk it up to the roof. And it was against the wall. It was 15 rungs. It was 15 feet up. But it was right next to the stairwell, and every day I would walk up to it and go, I'm going to climb up this thing and reach the top of the ladder and where the roof is. It's just a fear thing to get over.
Yeah.
And I never did. I would get 5-6 rungs up the thing, and then I thought, if I slip even a little, I'm falling down the stairwell.
At a hotel, I won't even, on a higher floor, you know those ones where you look over and you see it's a convention center.
Yeah.
I won't even walk close to the rail.
No.
Won't even walk close to the rail. Balconies, I won't even lean on a balcony.
Yeah.
Won't happen.
No, when I've gone up to Reunion Tower, we had Laura up there
Whoa.
one time. Yeah, I know. What a flex. We had Laura up there once, and I was just holding her. And even standing up there, even though it's barricaded, you can't get down, I started clutching her tighter. I was like, I just know this thing is going to fall, and she's going to just slip right down.
Yeah.
So I have a height fear.
30% chance he falls.
Showtime Part 1 at 8:20. Showtime Part 2 for Bobby at 9 o'clock. It's prediction time. Get the picks in. Cowboys, Eagles. You guys wanted to give your predictions 2 days ago and just blow up this Friday segment. Cowboys, Eagles, pregame, 3 o'clock, right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's an absolutely loaded pregame show with Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo. Then you're going to have Brad and Babe on the call. And then, of course, the postgame with Wolchuk and Broaddus deep into the night. And Choppy, you got some guarantees and 5 things.
Yeah, I got some guarantees. Let's do the 5 things. Let's do the guarantees first. Then right there.
Yeah, let's make up your mind.
No,
let's do that.
I'm focused on not dying right now. In 20 minutes, I'm going to throw up 100% chance. Not only will the Cowboys beat Philadelphia this week, they will cover the spread. They will beat them handily. Since 2020, the week after you play the 49ers, that team is 25, 31-2 against the spread and 21-37 straight up.
Fascinating.
You put that on the road, and they're 7-22 straight up with an average loss of 5 points per game. You make that team a road underdog like Philadelphia, and they are 2-18 straight up, Bobby Bell.
Damn.
And you make it a division road game as an underdog. You are 0-7, losing by an average of 11 points per game.
Wow.
Now, this year, not so much.
Oh, great. Thanks for all that research and knowledge.
Oh, I got a burp. Hang on. Sorry.
So
I'm getting
Cowboys
nervous.
and
I'm
Eagles
getting
this
very, very
Sunday
nervous.
night.
Hang on. Teams this year, the week after they play San Francisco, actually have a winning record. 6-5.
Oh.
6-5 this year. 3-0 straight up against division opponents. Cowboys won a game the week after they played San Fran. Remember, they beat the Chargers.
Yep.
The following week. So those are two different stats. I like, though, the historical one. I'm going to go with that one because it fits my narrative. And I think the Cowboys will win this game. fairly easily, but I've got my 5 things right here on 105 through the fan. Number 1, Brandon Cooks.
He's a person, not a thing.
Well, that's true. Do you remember what his line was in the first matchup?
Pronouns,
It was
Chop.
1 catch for 7 yards on 2 targets. We need a lot more out of him.
Michael Gallup numbers.
He's been very he's been very good of late. They need him. We do want a repeat of Dak's game against Philadelphia. It was a breakout game for the year for him. There were some others against bad teams, but this is the one that made us all pop. We need another day like that. Number 3, give Philadelphia a reason to punt. And what is that? That means have more than 2.5 yards on 4th down. They're going to go for it inside of that. Sirianni is right. They don't have 1st and 10s. They have 1st and 8.5s, 1st and 9s. That's just the reality for them. It's a massive advantage. Even before the tush push, and I didn't know that Kelsey stat until he said it, they were 36 of their last 38 on 4th and 1s on those QB sneaks. You've got to keep them out of 3rd and short. If it's not, you might as well just move the sticks and just not even have them waste a play. Make Philly be patient. Don't jump your routes. Make him be patient. If you don't think Jalen Hurts can beat you with his arm,
he can't.
Then make him go on 12-play drives to do it. Make him nickel and dime the entire way. If you don't think he can beat you, throwing the ball, force him to. And for the love of God, please finish drives. In the Philly game and the Seattle game, they got down inside the 6 5 different times combined, and they never scored a TD. 5 times they got inside the 6-yard line and never scored a TD. That can't happen if you want to win this game and if you want to be a Super Bowl champion. So there's your 5.
Red zone defense, the Eagles are 29th in the NFL. Teams are scoring touchdowns about 70% of the time in the red zone.
Well, fortunately, we're awesome in the red zone and goal to go.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I don't understand how this over-under is 52. I don't get it. It seems way too low.
They were way low on Seattle, too.
I don't understand. What's your score?
38-21.
38-21. Cowboys won by 17. Wow. Bob?
I have just the way Dallas's strength right now is the passing attack, and Philadelphia cannot stop anybody in the secondary. I don't see the 40-point streak at home ending. So I got Dallas 42, Eagles 27.
Dang, beat down.
Yep.
2 double-digit wins from you guys. Some things to know. Eagles have been surviving close games for the last month. They have rallied from halftime deficits in 4 straight until the San Fran beating. Eagles defense allowed just 23 points to the Cowboys in the first game. Since that, Dallas has dropped 49, 33, 45, and 41. Eagles coming off their first game of allowing over 40 this year. Dak in November, 4-1, 16 touchdowns, 1 interception. They've won 14 straight at AT&T, longest ever for that stadium. 6-0 at home, averaging 41 a game. That's insane. Cowboys allowed 5 sacks to Filthy on November 5th, but then went 3 straight weeks without a sack before giving up 4 to Seattle. I have it much closer than you guys. To me, taking the over is easy. 33-27 Dallas. I think it's a shootout. I'm worried about the Cowboys defense more than a lot of other people after the Seattle game. I'm a little worried about Deron Bland and him now getting targeted, but 33-27 Cowboys.
Cowboys, by the way, at AT&T Stadium against the Eagles. The last time they scored fewer than 37 points against the Eagles at AT&T Stadium was 2018. 4 straight times they've scored at least 37. Every time that the Mike McCarthy era games against the Eagles, they have put up points. They put up 51 at the Link that one time. They've put up 40+ the last couple times they've played here at AT&T Stadium. This one, I think, sets up to be a high-scoring affair. The only question is, just like it was with Seattle, can Philadelphia keep up with what Dallas is going to do? Because Dallas will score points in this game.
Truckwreck.com text line, I want to know, we getting 70-30, 80-20 Cowboys?
We're getting scoregami, 38-16.
Now, how do you know it's a scoregami?
Yeah, because I don't think that is. I think one of the Super Bowls, I think San Francisco beat Miami 38-16.
I was wondering that myself. I'm like, how many people know what scoregami
well,
still
there
are?
is a website, right? There's a scoregami website that you can go to and plug the numbers in and see, but
we got 2-1-4. Maybe Bland will grab a pick 6 to win the game. 4-6-9, 38-31 Cowboys. There's a lot of Eagles fans, or a lot of Eagles votes here. Eagles 27-17 says the 2-1-4. Another one says Eagles 34-17. Cowboys 41-27 from the 2-1-4. And then 6-1-7 says 38-27 Cowboys. So it looks like I'd say it's probably about 60-40 Cowboys on the fan text right now.
A lot of people in the media, national media, including Ross Tucker yesterday, says it's a must-win game for Dallas. Must-win in terms of your, division hope, obviously.
Yeah, not just the division hope.
Or Super Bowl hope, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, just for I think this is they don't have. They have a lot of belief in themselves to beat Philly. Stuff they don't have against San Francisco. They know they can beat Philly, but there is this narrative right now of, are you going to show up and are you going to beat the better teams in football? This is their chance, since they've gotten on a roll, to actually step up and beat one of the better teams in football. Seattle was a nice test to begin with, but that's not the same as if you beat Philadelphia here. So, yeah, this is a huge game, I think, for their psyche. If they were to drop this one at home, everything kind of rolling their way, Philadelphia seeming like they're a little down, I do think that would be a pretty tough loss on their mental makeup.
What's your other guarantee?
That San Francisco will not win the Super Bowl this year.
Woo! Win, get there, win.
They might get there.
Okay.
But they won't win it. They are the 8th team this century to win. That's only 23 years, by the way, Sean. To win 4 straight games by double figures and outgain the other team by 100 yards or more in all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? None of the previous 7 won the Super Bowl. Less than half even made it there. Of the 3 that made it, 1 was quarterbacked by a guy named Tom. 1 was quarterbacked by a guy named Peyton. Brock Purdy's neither of them. And the other was McNabb and the Eagles. They got lucky. The NFC was down. The other teams, 07 Pats. I'm sorry, that's the other 07 Pats, 09 Colts, 04 Eagles. Those are the teams that made it. They all lost. The other 4 to do it, just period, were quarterbacked by 1 Kurt Warner, another Tom Brady, and another Peyton Manning. Again, they don't have this. Teams generally peak at the wrong time. That's part 1. They generally peak at the wrong time.
Which I am a little bit worried about with the Cowboys, too.
Absolutely. That's my next line. Maybe the Cowboys have peaked at the wrong time. Maybe the Niners are currently peaking. It's still too early to peak, right? You don't want to peak too soon.
We thought their peak was during the run versus us and after.
Yeah.
And now this is a second peak.
Yep. And maybe the Eagles were prior to this past week. And I think this also comes into play. And they mentioned this a little bit on that Saints-Lions game. San Fran has not had to play a dirty game yet this year.
What
do you mean?
What's a dirty game qualified
Like
as?
a super close game, just where they don't necessarily play well, and they've got to come back and win it.
All the Eagle games.
All the Eagle games, right? The Eagle games have been dirty games.
They did.
Right?
They did that in Cleveland. That was the game they played awful.
They
They
lost.
But I'm saying, like, they play in those games all the time. Like, they play these dirty games all the time.
Yeah, but his thing is about that they haven't won it, right?
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of the 07 Pats went through this. They played one game. It was against the Giants at the very end. All those Colt teams that were like benching guys the last 2 weeks, they just ran through them all. They never played any dirty games. They get to the playoffs, and all of a sudden, these games are decided by 1 score.
Yeah.
San Fran is 1-2 in games decided by 8 points or less this year. Does that matter? I mean, it's only a 3-game sample size, but battle-tested teams. We saw the Rangers this year. Every other team, the Braves were on cruise control, the Rays were on cruise control, the Orioles, the Dodgers, and they all got knocked out early. The Rangers are playing tough games all the way to the very end, and they just rolled that right in the playoffs. Teams that are used to playing close games, when they get into them, are more prepared for them than not. I think it's just a reality, and I am grasping at straws here. I'm trying to convince myself of this.
I was going to say, this sounds like the team version of the Shady McCoy criticism of Dak. Like, well, he's just been too great. Like, I need to see him struggle and be bad. To me, I'd rather take a team. If you're telling me...
I do worry about people in these firefighters here in stressful situations, guarantee, have a more even level pulse than us.
Sure.
In a stressful situation.
It's Marvelous Marvin. All right?
Harrison?
No, Hagler.
No.
It's hard to wake up in the morning when you're in silk sheets.
Yeah.
It's hard to go train. And when you're playing games and you're running through everybody, you don't have to get dirty.
But if you're telling me that this San Francisco team is doing something that one of the only other teams to do it was that 07 Patriots team, that doesn't make me feel better.
He said he was grasping, all right?
I know, I'm just saying.
Relax.
Stop trying to poke holes in it, Bobby.
Get ready
just
for the
take it.
Get ready for the ladder. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Oh, RJ's fan cam alert. Fan
nervous.
Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
I've got the toots of nervousness.
RJ Choppy in the smoke here during the Firehouse training session that is conducted next on the Fan.
Let's get your carpet clean. Cleanway, Greenway, Zero Resway, RJ Choppy, Fan.
Brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, kids of all ages, I implore you to check out our 105.3 The Fan cam right now.
Yeah, let's do it. Give it all. Give it all to me.
All right, he doesn't realize he's on the mic, I guess.
No, he doesn't.
All right, let's get the audio situated. Choppy's in full uniform here at the Wiley Firehouse, number 4. It's our last Firehouse stop of the entire year. Come on out, 3200 McMillan Road. Giveaways, Texas Day Brazil, C4 Energy as well. And Choppy is about to go through the Firehouse training. Roberto, what does he wear? Oh, my gosh. He's got the fire extinguisher on the back.
He is wearing, full gear. He's got the fire extinguisher, the boots, everything. He's even got somebody's name on him. Old Owens, I guess, is what we're calling him now. But he looks like he's, as much as he was like, man, I'm getting a little nervous, he looks like this is kind of like tapping into a primal thing for him. I think he's ready for this.
So DJ is working. Oh, my. DJ is working our fan cam so you can watch every single aspect of this. Captain Nish is sitting down with Nish?
Yes, sir.
N-I-C-H-E?
N-I-S-H.
Nish, what is that?
It's actually short for Nishiyama. It's Japanese.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you for sitting down with us. Tell us what we're looking at here and what is about to happen.
Well, first
RJ.
let me correct you guys because that's not a fire extinguisher on his back.
What is? Oh, that's oxygen.
Oxygen.
Well, it's air. It's not oxygen. If it was oxygen, it would be very bad in a fire.
Yeah. Just made my wife feel a lot better in case something happens to our house. All right, oxygen on the back.
It's air. Compressed air. Yes. So what we're going to do is we're dressing him up in the fire gear, and we've got a little training space over in our station, and we use it for training. So we've got that area smoked up, and it's cut up like basically like an apartment complex. So he's going to go. We're going to put our rookie Jordan, the guy who's there in the weird-looking pants. We're going to hide it. We're going to hide him in there somewhere.
Okay.
And we're going to send him in with my firefighter and my driver, Hewitt and John Hawks, They're going to go with him, and he's basically going to do a search in the smoke because we got it smoked up, and he's got to find our rookie Jordan.
RJ has to go in and find the
He's
rookie.
got to go in and find the rookie.
So is there like obstacles in there, turns?
So it's some turns and some furniture and wires and stuff like that. And I'm going to follow along behind. So I guess you mentioned they got the fan cam.
Yeah.
So I've got our thermal imager here.
Okay.
So I'm going to turn that on, and you'll be able to see.
So
you'll
we'll
actually be able to
it
see
clearly
him.
through the smoke.
Yes, sir.
With that?
Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh.
This is going to be great. Look at him. He looks like Laramie Tunsil.
Hey, do we have his mic working?
Is his mic going to work?
Let's hear it. Let's get a check 1, 2.
Hello, can you hear me?
All right, that's not bad. Turn him up even more. Chop, how you feeling right now?
Feeling very asthmatic right now.
Very asthmatic. Okay. I think he tried to get at it with the asthma thing, but he'll be good to go.
Oh, yeah, it's great because he's just breathing air right now.
Yeah, we hear him breathing. That nose can't not breathe air. My Lord. Okay.
Now, Captain Nish, what are the chances he dies?
I'd say probably about 15%.
15%?
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. No waivers.
It's small. Oh, that's true. We did.
Woo!
So they've got some
All right,
gloves.
I'm getting lightheaded with all that oxygen.
They bought some gloves for him.
Yeah. We got gloves for you.
Chop, is it really heavy?
It's like 7,000 pounds.
Wait, these are gloves? Wait, this says XS on it.
What? Oh, they gave him some extra small gloves.
Dude, they gave me mittens and
got to dance when it starts singing.
Oh, yeah?
XS with the small gloves. DJ, you don't have to get this on camera. No one can wear these? All right, let me see if they actually fit.
Yeah, let's get all sorts of angles.
Okay.
We want the all 22 footage of these gloves for
All right,
Sean.
I'll put them on. Tiffany Gomez had bigger hands than me.
Oh my gosh!
It's a perfect fit. My fingers are right here. Here, to all you guys. Take that.
Dang, those are OJ gloves.
All right, we ready to go?
Yeah, I just feel 3 vertebrae collapsing on me right now.
Did you get a chance to call your kids before you went in here and just tell them you love them? And
How did we get the mic inside this suit? This is impressive. This is impressive production. All right, Chop, anything we should know?
Any last words? Is that what you're asking me?
No, it's smoke.
This is so heavy.
Is it?
Oh, my God, this is so heavy.
So you don't have to work out today.
Well, yeah, I do. I'm fat.
I think you spent too much time on calves.
All right, let's do
I
it.
mean, no, but yes.
All right, so we're taking him inside the training room. Are you worried? Are you scared at all,
I'm
Chop?
1,000% scared and worried.
1,000% scared.
Yes, I'll see you guys at Never.
All right, you're a hero, Chop. Well, one of
Well, I wouldn't say that.
yeah, I love listening to him inside this suit as he's
Oh, I gotta walk up steps. Oh my God! Nobody said this.
Yeah, Chop. There's not a lot of working elevators for the firefighters at the scene.
heck?
Can you imagine Chop showing up to the 4-alarm? Hey, where's the escalator?
I'm not doing this.
How many flights?
You have diamond
2
calves.
flights.
How much?
2.
2 flights.
Oh.
I thought he said this is like working. This is like an Odyssey with our elevators
Oh, this
go
thing's
out.
fogging up. My mask is fogging up.
Oh man,
fogging up. I thought he said something else.
We gotta hear him talking
Get
as he
that-
continues
yeah,
to
get
go
that off
up.
over there.
How much extra weight do you think is there? Is it showing up on the fan cam?
Yeah, it's right here. So he is, I mean, when I put on one of those helmets when we were in the colony, that helmet alone felt like it was a good 55 pounds. So, I mean, he's carrying a tank with him. He's got the helmet. He's got the Laramie Tunsil Sean Payton gas mask. And so he's got those heavy coats. This is a lot for him. I don't know that he's done enough work on his core to be able to carry this, but he's trying, man.
Hang on, take this off, will you? Can you take it off real quick?
Do you hear the nervousness
Yeah.
in his voice?
Yeah, well, he can hear us, so they're getting him situated.
Woo, I need that.
I think. Are you going up the steps without the mask?
I can? Oh, hell yeah, let's do that.
All right. I think you.
I don't want that thing on me anymore.
I think he's totally forgotten he's on radio. So be careful.
That's what I'm saying. He has complete fear here.
Peyton, get ready with the dump button. While RJ tries to make his way up the steps before the end of the segment, I have a present for you, a gift here from Tolo's Scott and Steve.
Oh.
Back porch knives.
If I had a porch, that would be great. My kids don't have a porch in
That's right.
addition to a yard.
Well, the back stoop knife for
yes,
you.
yeah. Oh, so it's a knife. Let me see here.
It's right here. There's
oh,
one in
oh,
front
I thought
of
you were. I thought you were opening mine. This is
Nice.
nice.
The Tolos brought it out here. So knives, tequila, chili.
Yeah, what Wiley? See, you were talking about you're like, man, I don't know if people are gonna show up. Not only showing up, they're bringing gifts. They're showering us with love. Wiley has shown up in a big way.
Perfect way to end the Firehouse tour. Where are we with Choppy bringing back up on the fan cam? RJ, how's it going? What's going on?
We're making some adjustments to my uniform.
Okay. Like taking it all off?
Yes, basically.
Did they just reduce a lot of weight? It looks like you
No,
just took a lot of stuff
they
off.
just took my mask off.
Have you made your way up any steps?
Oh, yeah, I went all the way up, all the steps. All the steps.
Nice. Okay, that was quick.
Follow John here.
I'm going to follow you? Yep. All right, sounds good. He's going to find everything. What am I doing in here?
Ooh, it is smoky.
I'm looking for a victim. Is it a real? It's a dummy victim, right? It's a real person.
You don't have to bring him out. We'll let the real fire.
Okay. All right. What the real people do? Okay. All right. All right. I'm gonna follow you in. It looks very dark in here.
We're gonna crawl.
This is awesome.
Huh?
All right, we're gonna get down on our hands and knees.
We're gonna crawl? I don't have any knee pads.
Chop, your hands and knees every Friday.
All
This
right.
is just another weekend for you.
Oh, look, we got the infrared cam.
Until we get to the first door.
Okay. All right. We're gonna walk to the first door. Okay. It's very smoky in here.
Chop, take us inside. Take us inside the room.
Oh,
What's
it's
going
pitch
on?
black. I can't see nothing.
Okay.
I feel like I'm gonna fall.
There's an.
Just follow me around the room, okay?
I'm gonna follow you around the room. Here we go. I'm on the knees. Oh my God.
Yeah, you are.
Ah! Gotta get low.
There's an
We
infrared.
gotta get low. I don't see anybody.
Chop the Kramer, the
Oh my God.
the George episode in Seinfeld. He takes 2 steps in. He's like, I don't see
What is
anyone.
this? There's a rope here.
Scream Marco Polo.
Marco.
How many ropes would be just randomly
What am I doing?
in a room?
Now where are we going?
Find a victim.
You can go out right there.
We go out right here?
Yep, go right back out there.
We're done?
Clear. This one's clear.
This one's clear. All clear. All clear. Okay, we gotta go to the next one.
Chop, there's definitely someone in there. You can't leave till you identify and find them.
Huh?
The next room right there.
Go into this room? Oh my God.
And give CPR too.
Oh, I see a light. I see light.
Go towards
Chop,
the light.
hey, Chop, is Chop dying or does he see a light?
I see light. Oh man, my hamstring. Oh. I never do crawl. Hang on, there's a bed here. I'm gonna lay down. Okay, I don't see anybody in here.
We're going to say this room's clear. Let's go to the next one, okay?
Okay, let's go to the next one.
How many rooms are in there?
Oh man. Oh.
Bobby, you need to move into this place.
They're
This thing
looking
is
for
bigger than
Peyton's
Bobby's
Rockwall
apartment.
estate.
This thing is bigger than Bobby's apartment.
Oh my gosh.
All right, third room, Chop. Third
Oh
room.
no, it's all pitch black.
Last room right here we got to search. We're going to go to the right side, okay?
All right, I feel stabbed. Am I gonna fall?
No, you shouldn't fall. Just stay to the right.
Stay to the right.
Get low and stay to the
We gotta get low. Stay to the right. I see a red. Oh my God. Holy cow! Hey, there's somebody. Oh, my helmet's falling. Oh. What? Oh, we got a victim. Oh my God. Is he okay? Is it a she?
Don't assume anything, Chop.
I know.
What's her name?
I don't know his name yet. He's unconscious.
He's unconscious. He doesn't breathe. Is he breathing?
I don't know yet.
Oh, hey, everybody, we got a victim.
Hey!
Huh?
All right, start going to the door.
Oh, my God, I'm going to the door.
Are you picking the victim up? How's the victim getting out?
I don't know. I'm not doing anything right now. I'm not a part of this operation anymore.
The true Choppy self-preservation is kicked in.
The real men are carrying people.
Karen,
Holy cow, I'm sweaty.
we going?
Where'd you go? Yeah, I lost you. Okay. Whoa, man.
Chop, is this smoky for real?
Oh, yeah. Oh, what am I?
How's the chili?
Oh, the chili's good.
Chili settled in
Oh,
there?
man. Oh, that's phenomenal.
Hey, we're out. Hey.
Look at all that smoke. It's like G-Bag's prep room.
We're out. G-Bag's prep room, all the smoke.
Well done, young man. There we go.
Where's the victim?
The victim is, I don't even know which one's the victim anymore.
Okay.
Did he survive? Did you get out?
The victim is alive.
Well done.
Oh, my God. I have never wanted more things off me than I do right now.
So, what are you feeling, Chop? Sweaty? Was it too much smoke?
See what it looks like in real life?
It's not too much smoke. No. It was. I could see more than I thought I was going to.
Oh my gosh.
The worst part is the helmet. It keeps falling down. I couldn't crawl the way I wanted to. I wanted to really get on my hands and knees. I was out there.
Bet you did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you have no neck.
Oh, wow.
Like, you don't have the stability to hold that
Yeah.
helmet.
And then, well done, Choppy. What a beast.
Oh, thank you.
And thank you to the Wiley firefighters. You can feel
wow.
safely after this whole. Are you walking down steps?
No, I'm going to look at what we just walked through.
They turned the lights on for him. Now
Look at all the smoke.
I know.
That is crazy.
Oh,
and then
man.
Bobby's going to be how high up, you think, Tim? We're getting Roberto?
It
Very nice.
gets up to 70.
Thank
70
you.
feet?
It gets up to 70 as
All
high as
right,
I
here we
get.
go.
I
This
don't
way?
know if I'm getting past 7.
Oh, baby.
So we're getting the fire truck out of here at 9.
Yep.
And then you're going to keep climbing up?
Yeah, and allegedly I'm going to have somebody, like, hooked to my back, like, walking me up there the whole way.
Okay.
So we'll see how it goes.
Is your wife coming out to this
Thank
one?
you, guys.
She's on her way now. She's on her way heading over here now. She's supposed to be here by 9. I didn't tell her I was doing this, though. So she may be, like, in for a great surprise that she's going to come here and, you know, she's finally going to get to see what she's always wanted
Oh, my
to see.
gosh. All right, so get your eggs ready for Bobby at 9 o'clock. If you're not out here, stop by the grocery store. Bring them on out and put that knife away. Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Well done, RJ Choppy. Give it up. What a beast.
A hero.
What a absolute beast. In full gear and all, and saving lives as well. Thank you, guys. All right, below the belt, the 5 reasons the Cowboys, they actually really can win the Super Bowl with Cowboys-Eagles Sunday. And what does a day with Dak working out look like? No one would know it better than below the belt with Bobby after this.
But
The fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Let's talk about Dak Prescott's body.
Let's talk about RJ Choppy's body first. As we are set up here, Firehouse #4 in Wiley, 3200 McMillan. What a turnout.
Oh, what a turnout.
Absolutely
this is amazing.
Insane.
This is fantastic.
Bobby will be on the ladder at 9 o'clock. The mayor is going to hop on with us for a few minutes. RJ Choppy, how are you doing post-training?
Way better. I'm doing way better. I had to get rid of the I had to get rid of the oxygen mask. I had to shed it. I went in there without the oxygen mask. It was too much.
Too heavy?
No, it just disoriented me so much. Like the mask was fogging up a little bit, got me massively claustrophobic, and then
did it help breathing that much?
I thought it made the breathing
harder
because when you breathe, you get so much oxygen thrown right into you. I get. Look, when you're in a real fire, you need it, but I thought it was better that way.
Didn't you just tell us an hour and a half ago, I've been in MRI machines, I don't get claustrophobic at all, and now you're telling us a mask made you claustrophobic?
Well, I have 5,000 pounds of clothing on me.
I'm just saying. You just told us nope, that's not a problem for me, claustrophobic.
You crushed it, and
Thank you.
And you made it radio worthy as well. I was worried. The execution of this team here, DJ.
Oh, they're fantastic.
The firefighters guiding you through. You with the commentary.
They were fantastic, man. That guy, I basically just followed him. We found the victim.
Yeah.
My knees hurt big time.
Really?
And they didn't have knee pads. Those are padded. It's not like full knee pads though. And I'm just my helmet kept falling off.
Well done.
Well
done. Bobby on the ladder at 9 o'clock. How high will he go with his wife out here? I hope Kristen does not get here in time for that.
Oh, no. I'm sure she'll be here in time for it. And Cody's already up here. He's cheering on. He's like, you're going to be so shaky, you might fall.
And it's windy today, too.
I didn't even think about that. That is going to be windy. I don't like this. I don't like riding Titan at Six Flags. That gets hot. And I'm strapped in and everything. This one might not go so well. Real quick before we jump into Dak Prescott's workout regimen, something Choppy could have learned from so that he could have recovered faster. We got a couple shout-outs here. We had Rudy, who brought his son Leighton, named after Leighton Vander Esch, his 4-year-old son. I would have never guessed if you told me, what Cowboy did I name my son after? I never would have guessed Leighton Vander Esch.
Yeah, because this kid can walk.
But stop. Oh, my gosh.
I made the Vander Esch joke to him.
That is so cold.
The dad laughed. Oh
my gosh. Also, shout out to Steve from Wiley. We got Rufino, who is from Oxnard. He's our buddy who we saw at one of the other firehouses. And then
805 hat.
We had John, who was showing off all his Kansas City tats. He looked like Mike Bassick with all the Chiefs logos tattooed on him.
He said he used to listen to that AM station and then realized he was not 130, so he switched on over to us. So thank you. Appreciate it.
You appreciate it. Okay, so Dak Prescott. Todd Archer had a really good article over at ESPN yesterday that was inside the daily training sessions of Dak Prescott. And that on its face just sounds kind of like, okay, I mean, what does that mean? I wake up, I eat breakfast, I do some, breathing or whatever else.
Was this in the Dak yard?
No, this is actually, this is the process in season. This is the recovery, the training, because as we all saw, Dak Prescott had that stretch there where it was, he had the shoulder issue. Then it was he, broke his ankle. It's a thumb that's broken. It's the shoulder again. He had that what was that muscle called in his back that he strained that kept him out of the preseason a couple years ago? Whatever that was. He's got the shoulder issue. He's had the ankle. He's had the other stuff that's gone on with him. So he is really locked in on the idea of, I've got to really take care of my body. And this article paints it in a way that he has become a Tom Brady-like TB12 psycho with his recovery regimen. So they talk about that whenever they play a game, he goes through the same process. 4 days before the Cowboys played the Carolina Panthers, Dak was sitting down with the strength and conditioning staff, the athletic training staff, Mike McCarthy, and his own personal physical therapist, Luke Miller. And they have designed this like really intense recovery program, all these different things that he has to do with, stretching his ankle, all the different things with pliability. And Dak told Todd Archer, he said it's truly a village. And that he started looking at these guys like LeBron and Tom Brady and Peyton Manning. And he started looking at how did they take care of their bodies? How did they really lock in? There was a concerning aspect of this for me, though. And it's just a little thing. And I need to know if I'm reading too much into it.
That you weren't there to massage him after?
I mean, look, it is what it is, Sean. I can't be everywhere all at once. But this was the interesting thing. They said that his personal trainer here, Jeff Miller, says that their meeting on Monday always comes down to Miller asking him, regardless of what they saw on tape, because part of this
Choppy! We need you!
I'm retired.
Suit up.
I'm retired. There is nothing I'm doing.
We'll see y'all at the funeral. Best of luck to the kids.
Part of this is his trainer and the strength and conditioning staff, they watch tape of Dak playing, and they watch it to see what hits he takes so that they know what to ask him about the next day. So Dak said that there are times they'll come up to him and be like, hey, we saw on tape, you got hit kind of here. How does that feel? Is that sore? And he says, he's like, it's fine. And then Dak says, consistently, it's happened a ton. He'll go to sleep. He'll wake up the next morning and go, oh, that hurts today. They were right. They saw that. So there's like this intense film study of shots that Dak is taking and then how they prep for that.
What's the concern?
So here's my concern is that the first thing they say, the first thing his trainer asks about on Monday, says Miller will always ask about Dak's ankle, shoulder, and the thumb, and then from there, they devise the weekly rehab process. Now, it's like, okay, ankle, shoulder, thumb, those all sound familiar, well, because those are all the things that he's hurt in recent years. The ankle, obviously, it felt like, limited him for about a year. It took a full year of playing to fully recover from that. We know he's had 2 shoulder issues. He had the AC joint right before the Philadelphia game in 2019, and then it was that, like we mentioned, the muscle strain that they all freaked out about and had to call the Rangers to, this is a pitching injury, tell us how to handle this, we don't know this muscle. And then the thumb, which he broke, and he has those plates put in there, those screws. So this is concerning to me because is that indicative that is going to be a permanent concern and a permanent balance, all 3 of those injuries that he's going to have to deal with from now on? Like, is he susceptible to, like, hey, this is going to take extra attention for the remainder of your career? And if it does, what kind of concerns do we have about his durability moving into the future, especially as they're about to negotiate a new contract?
I mean, the moment you get hurt with anything, that part of your body is compromised, right, from here on out. I don't think you ever have surgery or anything done to you, and it comes out stronger. It can come out as best as it possibly can, but like, like take DeGrom, for example. Like, you can have Tommy John, but your birth ligament is going to be much, much stronger.
Will have 0 impact on the contract whatsoever.
Right, the first one didn't.
Zip 0, the first one didn't. Yeah, which was worse.
Yeah, his ankle, his foot was facing the wrong way.
But does that give you any pause to know that he has 3? Does it give you any pause about my wife just arrived and she must have heard that I'm climbing a ladder. She doesn't look happy. She's glaring at me a little bit.
Hey, I won't have to pay for your divorce, and it's going to happen naturally today.
Well, that helps you. That just means that you're gonna. That just means
you have life insurance.
I'm sitting here. I'm not the Godfather. Who's the Godfather?
I don't think we have godparents. That's one of the things she's
hanging the kids out to dry.
Godless. They're a godless family.
I'll take Jacob in my chair back.
It's one of the things she's lectured me about now. Like, is that I don't handle the godparent thing. We haven't gotten that in order.
I argue with Amanda about it too. She's like, it has so much more meaning than what you think. I'm like, no, it's if we die, who gets them? Like that. And she's like, no, it's our religion and da-da-da. And I was like, we just need a caretaker. That's what it is.
That's 100%. Like, I mean, my whole thing is just, I can't, there's not an easy fit. And that's a big ask to say, hey, will you take on the responsibility of watching these 3 kids?
Yeah.
Especially Jacob.
But
like,
everyone,
all the trouble he gets into.
But everyone does it. Everyone has godparents.
Yeah.
Who's the godparents of your children?
Well, I don't know.
He's legit looking down to the left trying to wonder.
You walked into smoke with a 15% chance of dying without any way of knowing who's going to take your kids?
Is it the rich sister or the other sister that you don't?
Who the hell are my kids' godparents?
Oh my gosh!
Do they have one? Are you sure they have one?
I think it's my. Yeah, they do. I think it's my sister, my younger one, and her husband.
The rich one, the wine collectors, or the
Yeah,
others?
the wine collector.
You have two sisters.
I have two sisters.
Okay.
The older one, I don't think we would let her anywhere near it. I don't know who the other godparent. I'm gonna have to.
Wow.
You
He
had to ask me
he
that.
does not know his children's godparents. This is for real.
My gosh.
I'm going to text my ex-wife, and I don't know if I should actually text her this because I think she'll get mad.
Don't
that I don't know.
Don't ask her.
Yeah,
no. Ask your mother. Your mother.
Oh
would
yeah,
know.
good idea.
Good gosh.
So
The
what
smoke's got into his brain.
So not that it would affect the contract specifically, but knowing that you're about to invest in it, my only question with Dak is, do you have, knowing that this is something where you've got to have an entire team that he's essentially built around him to just preserve his health at this point?
Yeah, nothing. You're worrying for nothing. This is
what I do.
I know it's what you
I'm
do.
about to climb a ladder to like my impending death. Yeah, I worry about a lot.
I assume all these players do have these teams. What did Russell drop $1 million a year on personal care? All I care about is how Dak is running around. And he is running around as good and as freely this year than I've seen him in all the years past combined. So he's good to go health-wise for me.
So, and Dak had never had a personal, like, physical therapist on his staff. It was one that he didn't really want to invest in. But he was introduced to Jeff Miller in 2021 because he really needed the extra rehab from the ankle. And so he was looking for some more assistance. The folks over at Sanders Fit Performance Center introduced him to Jeff Miller. By the way, Melvin Sanders runs that. Great guy. Tolo listens in the morning. Listens to our show every morning, Melvin Sanders. But he had worked with Ezekiel Elliott, Miles Turner, Victor Oladipo, Derrick Henry, a bunch of different guys. But Dak said he was reluctant to add the full-time therapist outside the Cowboys because he wasn't sure he needed one. You know, they've got their own team plans. That can get a little dicey sometimes. We saw that in New England, where the Alex Guerrero TB12 thing became in a lot of ways, people will say that helped cause the divorce in New England, was the tension there. But this is funny to me that Dak, his whole reason why he decided to add him, do you know what it was for? He felt like 3 toes on his right foot just weren't as flexible as the other 7.
Shut up.
That's what it says.
3 toes?
He said he felt like 3 toes, and they were on his right foot. They weren't as active as he wanted them to be, so he started working with this guy. This is how insane some of these athletes get with what they do, is that it's like, hey, I need more pliability in these 3 toes on my foot. Let me hire somebody.
I do love hearing all this stuff because I have zero doubt. Say whatever you want about Dak Prescott, and I'm going to end up being wrong for the second time about not paying him. I have 1,000,000% confidence he will do everything in his power to cover every one of these little details, whether you think they matter or not. He will seek out the best treatment. He'll do the most training. He'll put in the most effort. Zero doubt in my mind ever.
My favorite note in this is we got confirmation that we were lied to by the Cowboys when Dak's shoulder, that muscle injury occurred.
Shocker.
In training
Really?
camp.
You were lied to?
You remember they told us, they were like, we're not worried about it. Everybody we've talked to says it's good. He'll be ready to go for the first week. Nobody's concerned. Well, you remember, as we just said, the Cowboys had talked to Keith Meister, who is the team physician for the Yankees and the Rangers. It's a baseball injury. They talked to him. Do you know what Keith Meister's recommendation to the Cowboys was?
Amputate.
Shut him down for 8 weeks. He doesn't throw a ball for 8 weeks.
Wow.
And they were like, we play Tampa in 5. And so you're telling us we're going to be without Dak for, 3 weeks? That's not going to work for us. So all that time that Jerry would have jumped on with y'all or Steven or anybody else, and they were talking about, no, we're not concerned. Everything we've heard is positive. Well, the expert opinion they sought outside the building said, no, he is not to throw. And it was Jeff Miller, this trainer, and this is where Dak really locked in with him and said, all right, this is my guy. Is Jeff Miller said, very familiar with this injury, very familiar with this muscle. You are going to be ready to play for Tampa. We're going to do all the work on it that we can to make it happen. And so that's the entire rehab process. But it's good to know that at least with some of the injuries that he sustained, because it was feeling like he was becoming a little, like he was starting to lack confidence in his own health and his own durability, that he's put this, intense Tom Brady-like regimen into place.
So, RJ, how much now do we change the Dak versus Hurts next 3-year argument now? We flip-flopping again? First it was Dak. This year, last year, and this year early on we're like Hurts. Now what?
It's always been Dak.
The issue with here's the problem. We haven't seen Hurts play an extended period of time without moving. without running. And that's an adjustment. It's a major part of his game. And it's not because it's not a downside. A lot of people say that's a bad. No, you have two things to guard. Dak's play was severely limited when he didn't run the football, when he wasn't running as much. Right, he was not the same player.
Hurts is seeing that now.
And Hurts is seeing that now. I think Dak is. I think he's a better quarterback today. I think Hurts has. I think Hurts' floor is higher because of his ability to move. But if he doesn't run or he curtails the running a little bit, I think it's done. I think it's Dak all day.
Yeah, I'm starting again. This is the ever-changing flow of quarterback judgments. We're all flip-floppers. It's hard for me to think that Hurts could ever match him throwing. And now, as we always say with baseball, as they're getting ready to get the truck out here for Bobby's impending death,
my stomach hurts.
In baseball, you gotta adjust to the adjustment.
Yeah.
How was Joey Gallo going to adjust to the league? He never did. How is Jalen Hurts going to adjust to this? We're seeing a formula, as we'll play for Nick Eatman from Nick Bosa, on what teams are wanting to do. How is he going to adjust to the adjustment? Hopefully he never does. Final hour from Wiley, the Texas A&M mayor, wants to sit down with us. We'll put Bobby on the ladder and get the game preview. What can we learn from the first game between the Cowboys and Eagles? Final hour, Friday edition, next.
Let's get you some help.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Final hour of our Firehouse Tour 2023 coming to an end. We could not have had a better finish than Wiley with the turnout, with the stunts that are taking place. RJ already wearing all the equipment in a smoke-filled room, watching people save a victim. And Bobby,
Keyword watching.
Watching. And Bobby Belt is about to test his fear of heights as they have removed the fire truck, and we're getting ready to put Bobby 70 feet into the air. Are you mic'd up? Are you ready? We don't have his microphone yet.
Oh, man, look how wobbly that is. It's shaking like crazy.
Bob?
That is shaking.
Hello. Oh, yeah, I'm here. I can hear myself
Bob,
now.
look at that. Look at that thing just shaking.
I see it, yeah.
Oh, my God. No, seriously, the truck. The truck is shaking like crazy.
Why is it shaking?
It's the wind. It's so windy. He's going to be like this. Have you seen that movie, that Mad World, where they're flying them off that thing? That's what's going to happen. Oh, man, I hope you got life insurance.
It's an
I
old
know
extra
you do, Kristen.
Old extra truck.
It's an old extra truck.
At least they were kind enough to go ahead and turn the truck around so I'm not facing the wind. So in theory, it shouldn't be as bad.
Now,
you got a nice crosswind.
Now, you know the key to Bobby is just dare him.
Dare him. Yeah, he'll do it.
So we need all the Tolos to talk about how chicken he is, how he's not willing to go up past the fourth step. How far up do you think you're going to make it, Roberto?
Instead of, I don't know, maybe 5 rungs?
5 what?
5 rungs, like 5 steps.
5 steps.
Oh, my God. Because, he's going to get up this thing. He's already going to be on the top of the truck before he starts.
Now, at what
so
point
he's already, a dozen feet in the air?
At what point do I lose my mic up there?
Who cares?
I'm going to get far
We
away.
don't care.
This isn't for radio. This is for us.
Oh, God.
We don't care.
Now, Chop, you've been talking to his wife, Kristen, who came out to say goodbye, pick out her next
husband
replacement out here amongst firefighters. How's she feeling? Is she nervous?
No, I don't think she's nervous. She knows that he's in good hands.
Okay.
But, at the end of the day, it's a very shaky truck. Very shaky. Very shaky truck.
All right, let us know when we need to go back to it. When he's going to start it, Bob, let us know. In the meantime,
it's a 68-foot ladder plus 12 feet of truck, right? So about 80 feet in the air.
So he's already starting off at 12.
78-foot ladder. So and then add the truck. So it's almost 100 feet, 90 feet.
Okay. Would you rather have done this than what you did?
Not a chance.
Not a chance?
I'm much happier doing what I did.
I
had people do all the work for me. I was on my knees the entire time.
Yes.
Okay, it was perfect. If I fell, I was falling not a foot and a half.
Okay.
This, he falls, and
it's over.
30% of the people have fallen off this ladder that have climbed.
And then we bring Roy back.
We bring Roy.
Fish is rooting for this segment to go wrong. Live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. So let us know when we need to start off. And then Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20 to preview Philadelphia. What can we learn the first time around? That first game, right? That was the Game of Inches contest.
Yeah, it was.
That was Schoonmaker at the goal line. Dak out of bounds with the two-point conversion. All the little things when I went back through my notes.
A lot of little things there. Penalties that got him out of
all their fumble recoveries. There were 3 Philadelphia fumble recoveries that they ended up getting back. You forget that?
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. And that's huge.
This is the embarrassing drive. The Cowboys had 1st and 5. Now, I thought they were lucky to get down there. And there were
some penalties that got them down there, right?
Yeah, it was a ton of penalties. Like the win probability in that situation is probably showing you're not doing that again. 1st and 5, Eagles 6 with 27 seconds left. False start, Dak sacked. Delay game, 3rd and 27, CD catch, game over. They went backwards, 21 yards in 22 seconds. A lot of people felt like that left Philly off the hook. Are we getting Bobby in here? Is he starting to fade a little bit? Bobby, are you there? Roberto.
Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, barely.
As they lower the ladder, I'll just come stand over here where you can actually hear me. I don't feel so good. I think I'm just going to have to look straight up at the sky and not take my eyes off that. If I look down once, that's when we will end this climb.
Are they hooking you on something? Is there a safety?
A firefighter, but I think it's a rookie, so I don't know how safe I should feel about that.
You're going to climb up with another dude on there, like next to you? Bro, I'd rather climb and drop than you can't go up there with another guy.
Oh, he's going to be in tandem. Imagine being in tandem.
That's a man card.
I mean, that's what happens when you skydive. You got to be in tandem with some other guy.
Oh, here we go. Here comes some of the ailments.
Yep. Oh, his back.
Oh,
look
yeah,
at that.
yeah. Remember, I got that bilateral pars fracture.
Yeah.
That was identified by our friends at Chronic Pain Relief. Thanks so much, CPRelief.com.
Way to get in your last read.
Last ditch effort.
I'm loyal if nothing else. So that's the biggest concern here is I slip down, I hit that fracture, it becomes a full break, and then we've got 8 to 13 hours to make sure I'm not paralyzed.
All right, so let us know when we...
Kristen is not laughing at that.
His wife is out here. She's not looking too panicked. She's not looking too afraid. Yeah, she's just happy she got the last Texas State Brazil meal. RJ Choppy set us up with the degenerate picks for the weekend.
I've got 4 selections in the NFL.
How you been doing lately?
Pretty good. Now, I've been getting killed on my parlays.
Do I need that?
Yeah, put Bobby down.
My parlays have been terrible, but straight up, we've been good. I got 1 college selection. There's only 1 game this weekend. I like the Army-Navy over 27.5. Generally, the under hits this game. This under's too low. This number's too low. They've had scores over the last few years where they've been above that. Like 4 of the last 6 years, they've scored 27 or more. So I like the over in this game. I like Miami minus 13 against the Titans. Miami at home, there's not a number I don't think big enough that you can make it. If Trevor Lawrence plays, do we know if he's playing? We haven't heard yet. He was practicing, and he didn't look like he had a sprained ankle. He looked like a drama queen from that game the other day, the way he was practicing. If he plays, take Jacksonville plus the 3. They're a 3-point dog to Cleveland right now. I like the Ravens minus 7.5 against the Rams. Baltimore at home. Defense is nasty. I think it's one of those teams where they can kind of really run up the score on them. And then I like Cowboys minus 3.5 against Philly. I've seen places at 2.5. For the most part, it's 3.5, though. That's probably where you're going to get it. I like the Cowboys minus 3.5.
How you been doing, did you say, recently with the bets?
Recently against, the regular individual bets, fine. They've been good. The parlays, I've been putting a lot of pizza money parlays in, and I'm really buying 3 and 4 pizzas with each parlay now. That's where I've been struggling a little bit, is those parlays.
I also love these extra odds from Bet Online. Look at
Oh no, he's got a
look at that harness.
Look at him. Look at him. He's gonna go. Look at your bungee jumping.
I was gonna go.
What's going on, Bob?
What in the BDSM is this? This is supposed to.
It's a harness.
I think they're pranking you. They're like, oh yeah, you'll be safe. We're gonna strap you up. We're gonna put a guy on your back. Like this doesn't seem like. I think you guys are pranking me.
Wouldn't it be amazing if he's giving you a piggyback ride up there?
Oh my gosh! All right.
All right, get on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Ryan,
I love you, Kristen.
Ryan, let me know how the numbers are. We're getting ready to do this. Is it happening? We're getting ready to. Someone give me the thumbs up when we need to turn it on over to the live coverage. Bet Online, Choppy. Will the NFL add a sky judge next year for incorrect calls with all this talk about the officiating? Will the NFL add a sky judge? The eye in the sky.
No. I hope they do, but no.
It's a slight yes at minus 150. Will the NFL ban the tush push this offseason?
No.
Vegas says no. Why do you say that, even though the commissioner apparently wants it gone?
Because I don't think the owners want to create a precedent where every
advantage that you figured out.
Yeah, that you figured out gets because everybody can do this play, everybody can run it, and I don't think the owners want to set the precedent that if some team, maybe their team, is so good at one play that they they try to change the rules on it. I don't think they're going to want to do that.
Next coach fired is. The Bobby alarm is going off.
Eberflus?
No.
Rivera?
Rivera is 1.
Staley?
Staley's 2. Stefanski's 3. Dennis Allen 4. Todd Bowles 5. Mr. 9/11 Sean McDermott is 18
Is
to 1.
Stefanski fair?
No, I don't think Kevin Stefanski should be fired.
He lost his quarterback, and they're still they're in a playoff spot right now.
Will Tyreek Hill break the receiving record this year? The record is 1964.
Oh, blow by it.
Yes is minus 200.
He's at 1,500 already. They got, like, what, 6 games left?
He's on pace for 2098. He's got 1481 through 12
Yeah,
games.
so he's got 1,500 yards through 12 games. He has 5 games left to get 500 yards.
All right, where are we at with Bobby? What are they doing, Chop? What do you see?
All right, well, they are. There's a rope that is being hung from this thing, and like down towards like the bag down. I don't know what that is. And now they have not raised the ladder yet. They're going to raise the ladder, and then they're going to get Bobby up there.
All right, let's reset the Sean McDermott story, which was the story of the day yesterday. Sean McDermott kind of using 9/11 and the terrorist strategy to try to unify his team years ago.
It was a great idea. Great idea by Sean. Anytime you can use that is just fantastic. It's one of those things where it's like, okay, you may be technically right. Basically what he said is it was trying to talk about teamwork and coming together as a team. And he said the 9/11 hijackers had to be very organized, and they had to have great teamwork. And, yeah, like, technically – He's right.
Right.
No, he has since apologized for this.
Yeah.
But this falls into one of those, yeah, okay, you might be technically right.
Yeah.
There's probably another example you can use for teamwork and organization other than Muhammad Atta.
How and why did this get out like 4 years later?
Great question. Somebody who doesn't like him. That has to be it, right? There's got to be some Ken Dorsey. Who was just fired.
Former OC.
Yeah, so like there had to be somebody who doesn't like him that had to let this get out.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. What a final Firehouse show this has been. And we're getting ready to culminate it with Roberto going as high up as possible on the ladder. How high do you think he'll go, Choppy? That thing can go 70 feet. Starts off at 12 feet.
I think he'll go higher than we think. I think he's going to surprise us. He's going to surprise us.
All these people here, you know he's going to – I don't know. You have his
neuroticism
versus his boldicism.
Yeah. He's got it. He can't – there's too many people watching. There's too many people watching and not go through with this.
Yeah.
You have to fight your way. There is no way I would do it. I won't even go on the Ferris wheel at the state fair.
Oh, really?
Oh, big fight. We had a big fight over that. She called me every name in the book. And I think she went on it with another guy while I was there. Just say she wanted to have a real man in a booth with her at one point. So she went on that thing. I can't. So they gave me the option. They go, do you want this or do you want to go through the training? And I'm like, oh, let's do the training. I thought I was going to be lifting weights. All right, when they said you're going to go through some training, I didn't realize I was going to be in a smoke-filled room, ruining my lungs.
That's
but
right.
It was fun. It was fun.
Meanwhile, Nick Bosa wants the Cowboys to beat Philadelphia for home field advantage. And yesterday, Nick Bosa laid out the blueprint against Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I mean, you see it on tape, though. And then, obviously, we put the blueprint out there. Hopefully, Cowboys watch the tape. We made Jalen stay in the pocket and escape outside instead of those B gaps, and paid off. Because Jalen's looking at the rush every play. So, yeah, you just have to be disciplined and not give him that quick escape route where he could get to his guys quick, and it paid off.
Nick Bosa with the bold comment.
Putting
it right out there for Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, that's he's letting secrets out. I don't know if I like this or not. Letting people know that they know that we know what happened. That Jalen Hurts has they found a blueprint.
Dude, San Fran is so badass.
They are so good. They tell you.
They tell you.
They can just tell you what play's going to come. They're that amazing. The ladder is going up, Sean.
Oh my.
Oh
my.
That ladder is very erect right now.
I don't even know why they are putting it that high. They shouldn't even fully extend
They don't even bother.
it.
They're just wasting hydraulic fluid at this moment. They don't need any of that.
Bobby, can we hear you? Go ahead, Bob. Give us an update.
Yeah, look, just before I go, I wanted to give you guys an opportunity to just say anything that you've felt about me over the years that you've never shared or anything like that.
Yeah. I deep down love you.
Oh,
I love
God.
you. You help put our show over the top. You are a secret component for us.
You are.
You're our Rodman.
It's been wonderful working with you.
Yeah.
I love your family. I'll take care of them until I can't afford it.
You're the godfather.
See, I don't care for this, though, Bobby. They've got a rope that is hanging from this thing to stabilize. God. Okay, this guy right here, this guy's saving your life. That rope is to stabilize the ladder so the wind doesn't blow it all over the place. He needs to let go of that rope. He needs to let go. That's not fair. That is not fair.
Do we come back with do we do a commercial break here? I mean, guys, we got radio time.
It's getting lifted. Let's hear. And now DJ says I'm not going to lose the mic climbing up there.
All right.
When I'm behind the truck, I lose.
How about your lunch? You going to lose that?
DJ said
you're going to lose your mom.
He only ate a spoonful or two of the chili. All right, Chops, go out as far as you can.
This is as far as I can get.
Okay. I guess the best thing we can do here is just kind of see around the truck. Bobby, you're going to have to take us up, and let's measure the decibels in his voice cracking. Oh, the real man is going up first.
Okay, we got a guy climbing this thing, right? Look at him fly up there.
What a cat. What a kitty cat. He just rolling.
Oh, you know what, Bobby?
That's so emasculating.
You know what?
I
think that's a rookie. I think this is the first time he's ever been up there. He probably doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah, he's like the Trey Lance, Bobby. You going to let him show you up, number 4? You going to let Trey Lance just fly up there like that?
You're in trouble, man. I mean, they gave you the B team.
I see him.
You're not going to be able to work very well with
Bobby.
Yeah. Oh, God. This is really high.
He's on the first step.
He's on the first rung.
Bob, did they give you any advice? Like, don't just straight look up? Step 2.
Oh, God.
3.
I don't.
You're only 3 steps up, baby. You said you were going to do 5.
No, the guy at the top, he looks pixelated. He's so far away.
All right, I think he's on 7.
Someone
give me a countdown, DJ. How many steps?
Oh, gosh. I can't look to the side. I can't look down.
Don't just look. Hey, just.
He's doing it. He's halfway up.
No, God, no.
I can't.
No, he's not even
God.
close.
Oh,
he's like an eighth of the way up.
He doesn't have to go full way.
Oh, yes, he does. Oh, he already went down a step.
He's crushing it.
We got to pause for a sec.
DJ, how high up?
All right.
Okay, he's probably about another dozen or so feet above the fire truck.
When he starts hesitating, y'all got to chant for him.
No.
He's getting to the skinny part. I think he's losing the he's losing the railing.
Ooh,
no.
We got double steps here, and it's making it really difficult.
Oh, no.
I'll pull on the rope. I don't want to be pulled up this
Is
ladder.
this on the fan cam? We got this?
Oh, baby.
Look at the view.
Oh, what a view.
What camera
How are you so cool up there? Why is this not bugging you? You're not holding anything.
He has no soul.
Oh, my God.
How high? How many more steps does he have,
Oh, he's got a lot. He's got another 50 feet. Hey, Bobby, can you see AT&T Stadium yet?
Just shut the hell up. Oh, God.
Bob, you're killing it. Bob,
this is great. You're doing great, bud. You're doing great. You got it. Keep going. Right foot, left foot, right foot, left foot.
Bob, I think if you need to bail, you can bail.
No,
man.
don't say that.
Dude,
don't let him
30? He's on 30,
wobbling.
DJ? He's on...
Nope, it's wobbling. We're going down.
30 steps up.
We're going down.
Hey! We're going down. Is that it? You made it?
Oh, they're booing. Are they chanting?
Nah.
Are they chanting?
They're chanting, Bobby. Bobby.
It's wobbling.
Peer pressure.
No.
Peer pressure.
Nope. Nope, it's wobbling.
All
Sorry.
right, 30 up. That's good. Give him a applause.
Wow, well done.
Round of applause. Round of applause
Okay.
for Bobby.
How do I step down? The rope has me stuck. Look, literally. I can't move any
We're
further
back to figure out if Bobby made it back down, plus Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct. Let's make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. Lots of amazing gift ideas, a stunning eternity band, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new, something eye-catching from world-class designers. That's Diamonds Direct. Maybe you're looking for that perfect engagement ring. A fabulous Swiss timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, they've got the perfect gift for the season. Starts at around $300. It's your best destination for holiday jewelry.
This is it. This is what you have to take advantage of. And Tolos, you know that all you got to do is drop our names. Had some coworkers hit me up recently, had some Tolos. Getting ready to pop the special question. Everyone, all of us are announcing pregnancies. Why not go ahead and announce that engagement?
here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
We're about to check in with Nick Eatman at the Ford Center, the Star in Frisco. Can we get a Mike McCarthy update? What does he think about the Jalen Hurts blueprint? As we have Bobby Belt back on the ground. Your hand is shaking.
Yeah, I'm still.
That's legit?
Yeah. Yeah, that's as soon as it started like wobbling and bouncing, I was like, no, I'm done. But then
You went high up.
The rope got like snagged, so I couldn't when I took the first step down. I thought they were just screwing with me, like you're not going down, but it got stuck for a sec, so I couldn't move for a second.
So DJ just said that when Bobby went up, he had it at an angle. Now it's completely vertical, and that's how they go up. Which that would be scarier.
He went
than
45
hell.
degrees.
Oh.
I did tell them when I walked down, I was like, you have permission. If I'm ever in a burning building and you have to get me down from that high, you can let me burn. I'd rather do that than walk down those steps.
Did you go higher than you thought? Like, was there a point where?
No, the point where it jiggled, I'm done, and that's what happened. So I am going to leave on the harness. I tried to take it off, and Kristen was like, no, wear it. And she's like, bring it home. I was like, what? And
I
was
know.
like, okay.
Because when you put on that fire outfit last week, she was. This will be your only chance to get a new kid.
I didn't know Kristen got down like that.
It's your only chance to have a new baby. Because I remember you wearing that fire outfit, and she was feeling that. So there you go with the harness. No pun intended. Nick Eatman, welcome to the circus. How are you?
What's up, guys?
Nick Eatman brought to you by DallasCowboys.com and the WinStar World Casino and Resort. We have any update on Mike McCarthy and how this game day operation is going to work?
I don't have an update for you on that. I know that they are going to do this. Either they're going to announce this stuff later today. They're going to talk about this and probably make, some kind of status update for him. But as it stands, yesterday, the stuff that you guys have probably seen and heard is, he's expecting to be there and coach from the sideline. That's the plan. And I think that will be the plan as we go, forward here. I still think it's going to be a doctor's decision that if this is the actual smart move or not. But he's old school Pittsburgh guy. Like he probably feels like he can do this, and I'm sure he can. But I think that at the end of the day, you have to be smart about it. If that means he's not on the sideline, then I don't think it's the end of the world.
What are your game keys for this one?
I think the defensive line for the Eagles, I think, is the key. I mean, I think because when you look at, this offensive line, Cowboys' offensive line didn't allow a sack 3 straight games going back to when? Philly. In Philly, they sacked them 5 times, and I think the sack actually lost the game for them at the end of the game. So I think how the Eagles pressure the Cowboys and how they handle it, because Dak's throwing the ball around the yard right now. It's really at a high level. But the Eagles can certainly disrupt that, and I think that's going to be the key. It's just how the Cowboys can block that front, and if they can get Dak comfortable up there, then I think they can have just as much success as he's having with some of these other teams.
Talking with Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. Nick, when we talk about Dallas is on this incredible run of how they play at home. They've won 14 in a row there. They continue to put up 40 points almost every game at AT&T Stadium this year. It feels like, this is going to be a match for Dallas. Dallas will put up points. They're throwing the ball really well. Philadelphia is not defending it very well. Is this just going to come down to how much can you limit Philadelphia versus, hey, do we get a repeat of what the Seahawks were doing to you and it's made a game?
Yeah, I mean, I think Seattle certainly has the receivers similar to what the Eagles. The Eagles probably even better. Now they don't have maybe 3 guys as good as Seattle, but their 2 are better. That's certainly a problem, and especially if the tight end gets into the picture there with Goddard coming back and stuff like that. But I think it will be kind of high scoring, relatively high scoring. It's going to come down to the health too of Jalen Hurts. He seems like he's just kind of walking wounded right now, but he still makes plays. But you kind of wonder, are they running him into the ground really by this play? Because it can't feel good to be doing this tush push all the time, because every time anyone says, hey, I've got the plan on how to stop it. Like I hear 3 or 4 or 5 things. Most of them are like illegal, like not only like in the league, but like in life. You know what I mean? Like punch them, hit them early, stab them. I mean, whatever. I mean, like you can't, So that's the only thing. And now I think teams are like resorting to just like you got to just hit this guy as hard. If they're gonna do it, then just you can't stop them anyway. So my point is, I think Hurts banged up big time. We see it. Everyone can see it, and I think he feels it every game. And I think that limits them. I think that's why you're starting to see them kind of, I say, dip a little bit. I mean, they're still winning games, but it's getting closer and closer. And then then the bottom fell out last week.
Nick Eatman joins us here, 105 through the Fan. So with that, would it surprise you if this was a double-digit game?
Yeah, it would. It would surprise me just because I want to, for anybody. I don't think the Eagles would blow them out, and I don't even think the Cowboys would do that. We're just trying to see if they can beat a team with a winning record, right? That's where we are here. So
our two guys got double-digit wins.
Who?
Chop and Bobby. Chop's gonna win by 17.
Oh, okay. That could certainly, you can't be surprised by anything. I mean, we're seeing Deron Bland get 5 interceptions for touchdowns in the season, and he gives up a few plays too. Like it's hard to figure out anything right now. So yeah, if they won by double digits, I mean the 49ers just waxed them. But I have a feeling that Eagles are going to come back and with the intensity, just like the Cowboys did when they played the Chargers. They had to have that game, and I could see the Eagles. This is a desperate game for both teams. I think the Eagles have to prove that was just one game. The Cowboys have to prove that they can beat somebody, and they can, and that they want to win the division, you have to win this one. So I think this is what's going to be a close game to me because you got two teams that are really, really desperate.
Nick, when you look at the matchup of these receivers, obviously Deron Bland's been picked on a little bit the last couple weeks, Washington, and then the Seattle game. How would you prefer the matchups go there? Do you just want them playing sides and let the chips fall where they may, or would you rather say, all right, let's keep Bland on Smith and Gilmore across from Brown? How would you attack that?
I would go with sides. Because I think it gives you more flexibility in your coverages of mixing things up and trying to confuse them on what they're trying to do. Because I don't know who is the matchup for A.J. Brown. I mean, like that seems like a double team all day long. And so I think because to me, Gilmore and Bland are comparable in the way that they cover and what they can do. I think I would mix it up. I do. I think you sometimes you double here, sometimes you cheat the safety over Devontae Smith. I mean, I would not let it be known of like this is who I've got, because I don't think you've got a cornerback good enough to just do that and trail all the time. I think you trail for a series, for 2. They think they've got a beat on it, and then they come back and switch it up. That's the way I would handle it.
Nick Eatman, Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill Hotline here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. How much are you influenced by referee preview talk? So it came out, yeah. John Hussey, head ref. Eagles are 7-0 when he referees. In 2 games, they were penalized just 6 times. Their opponents 21 times. Broada said John Hussey does favor the home team, but we're already building in a little bit of an excuse here with the Eagles being 7-0 with this ref. How much you ever look at that or factor that?
I mean, I would factor in more if the Eagles were like 8-8, but the 7-0 with him. I mean, they're 10-2. I mean, like, they're going to have a good record on anything, on grass, on day games, that's the way I look at it. Now, home team, there is something to it. I mean, I am not dismissing, hey, this crew calls pass interference a lot, so let's throw it up a little bit more. I'm fine with that. Like, I think that there is something to be said with that. Now, favoring a team that's already 10-2, I kind of think that seems a little bit over the top. But I've done shows with Broadus for a long time, and he always knows the officials, knows what the calls are. And then we come back on Monday, and he's like, see, what'd I tell you? False starts. They call 12 of them. I'm like, yeah. And I know this. I don't know what crew it is, but they're not going to call a false start on Lane Johnson. I promise you that. Like, that's not going to happen. And the thing about that is that there's some people that think he actually just times it perfectly. He's right, and everyone else is slow. But I don't know. One thing I noticed about that when I watched Lane Johnson in the 49ers game is that he's right tackle. His right foot is not too far away from where Hurts is. Like, he's already in the backfield. You know what I mean? Like, he is so far off the ball that it's so funny how they call offsides with your head over the ball and all that stuff when they letting these offensive tackles basically line up 3 yards off the ball. So I wish they would kind of clean that part up too. But anyways, it should be fun. Refs, you know, I mean, they'll factor in. There's no doubt about it. The Cowboys got to be disciplined though. There's certain, you know, if they line up offsides, I mean, any crew's going to call that.
What's your score?
I've got a 1-point game. I was thinking of, you know, what do I want it to be? Really high scoring, middle, and I'm like, you know what? I'm giving the Cowboys the touchdown that we thought they were going to score there at the 6-yard line, and 29-28. That would have probably been the final score had they scored. So I'm going to go 29-28 Dallas.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com here, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Thank you, sir. Have a great weekend. We'll talk Monday.
Okay, see you guys. Thank you.
Crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece without Mike Bassick. Holla freaking Luya.
Oh, no.
Next. But let me go ahead and get you.
psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well, no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, oh, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Having issues with your water heater or running out of hot water? Berkey's will be there when you need us. Save $300 on a new American tank water heater. Visit Berkeys.com or call 877-BERKEYS today.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us. Jerry Jones is Can't Miss Radio.
Jerry, did you have any hot take on the college football playoff committee and whether they got it right or wrong?
And I wouldn't touch that with yours.
Jerry Jones, Tuesday mornings at 8:30 with Sean and RJ, and Friday mornings at 10:30 with the KNC Masterpiece, right here on The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
You directing them, Choppy? We got another
Yep,
call?
Yep, there we go. That's what they do when the plane comes in, right there, right?
not
We
a
got
plane,
a sick person. It's a sick person. That's what it says on there. It says sick person. Uh-oh.
There we go.
EMS sick person.
What perfect timing, Bobby. That sucks for you.
What does?
They would have had a call.
Oh, yeah. Could you imagine if I was up there on that when they got the call that came in?
You know what they would have started a drive with you up there. They would have lowered it while you were.
No, but it would have been great for you if this call came in 30 minutes ago. You wouldn't have to be up there.
I could have bailed. I could have, still had my dignity. People wouldn't have thought of me as such a wimp now.
No, you did good. You did good. What a show. What a turnout here in Wiley, Firehouse #4. And before we cross talk with the KMC Masterpiece, we have Mike Bassick's replacement, hopefully permanently. The mayor of Wiley sitting down with us. What's up? Thank you for having us.
Hey, thank you guys for coming out today. As the mayor of Wiley, I want to start out and just welcome Bobby out today and thank him for coming. We'll make December 8th Bobby Day and everyone else Day
Bobby
here in
and
Wiley.
everybody, baby.
Bobby and everybody.
There we
Bobby and
go.
everybody.
Is he getting a key to the city? Is that what's going to happen here today?
Yeah, something like that. Maybe if he'd made it all the way up.
Yeah, the key to the city was at the top.
Yeah, it
of
was
the
at the
ladder.
top.
I just missed
he got halfway.
So what's your best perk that you have that you can just do whenever you want? Like what real power do you have?
So there's not a lot of power in being mayor. It's part of a council, but one of the great things is being able to represent the city, whether it's an event like this or honoring kids who are doing great in school. We honor not just academics, but something called the Wiley Way here. And so being
What's
able
the
to
Wiley Way?
So it's about kids showing the skills and characteristics that we want them to develop as they become adults. So things like giving back and determination, hard work, the way they interact with their peers and their teachers. So going beyond just academics or on-field success and honoring the kids who are doing things the right way day in and day out.
A lot of guts for you to wear those colors out in public.
I know. Are you an A&M fan?
I am. I graduated from A&M twice. Went for undergrad and grad school.
Wow.
Mayor's a volunteer gig. I work in healthcare, but yeah, it's been a rough couple of years. I won't lie about that, but I am excited to see moving in a different direction.
Had they hit you up for any donations to pay off Jimbo, since that's a pretty steep bill?
Yeah, unfortunately, mayor job doesn't pay, so they're not hitting me up for any donations of that kind of scale.
Now, is that the ring that you guys drink with that dunk thing that you do? Kevin Hagelin knows what I'm talking about.
What was your time?
So my time was 17 seconds.
No, it wasn't.
Yes.
For what?
Was it really?
Back in the day, yes, it was.
So it's a pitcher of beer.
A pitcher.
Did you microwave it?
No. I did leave it out and let it go flat, though.
Wow.
I'm stunned.
Did anybody have a
17
pitcher?
seconds?
Explain.
You chug a pitcher of beer. And what they do is, like you said, they'll leave it out, let it get flat, or they'll microwave it.
Yeah.
What beer was it?
I honestly don't remember. It's been quite a few years since then.
That's so impressive. 17 seconds.
Is that like near the top? Like you hold the record amongst your buddies?
Close.
Okay.
Close. There were a few guys who were a little quicker, but not by much.
Okay. Well, thank you for having us out.
Of course.
And thank you for joining us.
Thank y'all.
The mayor of Wiley.
Isn't that amazing? We had a mayor on for this crosstalk, and it was a less political talk than when Mike leads it.
That's
amazing. Incredible.
17 seconds.
Also, before we get to KNC Masterpiece, I also need to shout out another friend of ours we just met, Wilson from Wiley. He came out here and said, hey, so big listener, big Cowboys fan right there.
All right, the fellows are out on the road as well. It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, fellas. Where are you?
We are 1933 Airport Freeway in Bedford today at Buffalo Wild Wings. This tour has been phenomenal. I can't thank the Tolos and Tolos enough for showing up and showing out every single week. We do have Cowboys-Eagles tickets, courtesy of Miller Lite, to give away. And the gear that they provided for us to give away as well today for all the drawings is awesome. We got mini helmets. We got some camo stuff as well. So come on out here today in Bedford and have an awesome time with us and win some cool Cowboys gear.
It's a good one. It's a good ball. I made out with a girl behind the dumpster at that Buffalo Wild Wings. It's a good one.
Why behind the dumpster?
Yeah, you could have just done it.
I don't know.
Is your fiance still asleep?
No, she's at work. She's in a meeting right now.
Yeah.
She's in a meeting right now.
I was like, you talking
it was
over-
years ago. It was like 20 years ago.
Hey, man, women normally
I
they
know.
don't care.
They don't care.
Good- I mean, that's good if she doesn't care, but normally, nah, man.
And I don't know why you said why behind a dumpster, because if you would have told me anybody at the station who was most likely to have made out behind a Buffalo Wild Wings dumpster with a girl,
That's a
I would
fair
have said
point.
RJ Choppy.
Yeah, that's me.
That's a fair
It's
point,
true.
Bobby.
That is valid for sure.
What do you guys have coming up?
Guys, we got Jerry Jones coming up at 10:30 today. Good luck.
And then I guess we have to find another mayor.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to search for our own mayor to try to have on the show.
Yeah, we're going to get the Bedford mayors.
Yeah, so if you're listening,
by the way,
come on out to Buffalo Wild
Good luck
I do
beating
think
17 seconds.
I think I can beat 17 seconds. I think I can.
I don't know if that's that impressive.
Yeah,
I think you're a pitcher, like a pitcher like this, like
Yeah.
what size pitcher are we talking?
I need
here?
to know
Right,
what size
Corey?
pitcher. I can do 17 seconds pretty easy with a pitcher, I think. Yeah.
Boy, there's a lot of tough talk here.
No. Like a pitcher like that.
Yeah, yes, Sean. It's like the picture that you would see at like a restaurant of ice water or whatever.
That's okay. So that's 5 beers.
All right. Yeah, I think I can do that. Kevin, you've seen me chug drinks. Multiple
drinks
times.
really
I'm
fast.
very fast. I can drink drinks very fast.
I drink
And
fast too.
And how much spilled? You know.
That's true. That's true.
How
That's
much
true.
spilled on it?
0.
Kevin, did you have to do this? Did you go to A&M? I can't keep track.
I did go to A&M. I did not graduate from A&M, though, and I probably would have had to drink water, I guess, as opposed to beer.
Were you impressed with Bobby and RJ's feats of strength today? Did you hear it?
I'm just disappointed that Bobby really wasn't on the truck when it was time to go. I would love to see how he would have handled the pressure of being in a fire.
Yeah, that would not have gone well. I think they needed guys with nerves of steel, not the one who got halfway up and went, get me down, get me down, get me down. And so I don't think that would have worked out very well. But, man, we've never gotten a single call on any of the Firehouse. This is like the 3rd time it went off here in Wiley. They're going ham out here.
A lot of irresponsible people here, apparently.
Oh my
I guess that's what. So is Mike just pulling the Florida State protest? Is that why he's skipping his crosstalk today?
So Corey said something that might have changed my mind about this. I thought for sure
don't bring that on
he
air.
was really sick. Oh, it's too late. I thought for sure he was really sick, and then Corey goes, oh, yeah, Mike's off Monday too, isn't he? And so now the theory has been thrown out that Mike has created the 4-day weekend for himself.
He did complain around 1 o'clock yesterday that he had a tummy ache and he had to go to the restroom. And I will, Kevin, confirm that I, too, had a little bit of a tummy ache yesterday as well. But whatever he's dealing with, it sounds like it's some very serious stuff from his kids' basketball team. They all got it, and they're dealing with it. So good luck.
So he's out Monday?
Yeah, that was a scheduled day off on Monday that he's taken.
Totally
So
intentional.
he
No doubt about it.
He took off the AL wildcard game. He's taking off Cowboys-Eagles reaction
Eagles.
Monday.
He's in Broken Bow right now. That's what he's 100%. 100% he's in Broken Bow.
Chris Navarre's place.
Or in the hot
tub.
I understand your point. Yeah, or in the hot tub. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, man. I did enjoy listening to Choppy's smoke out room that he was dealing with today as he was getting the victim. But I was like anticipating there's blood everywhere kind of thing. But it was really good stuff. That was entertaining.
There was no blood.
Stuff, guys.
No blood.
Yeah.
You couldn't see the blood.
Kevin,
I couldn't see it.
Kevin, are you getting the feeling that like this Cowboy-Eagles game is maybe like a little bit too much of an assumption that we're winning this thing? That's the feeling I'm getting throughout this week. It's like, okay, the Eagles are nowhere near the threat that San Fran is. Jalen Hurts seems a little compromised right now. This is a Dallas win. Are you getting that same sentiment or feeling / worry?
Yeah, I could definitely see that. And, like, that seems to have permeated elsewhere as well. Like, Rick Gosselin has this poll up where he asked football writers and reporters and everything like that. 70% said the Cowboys were going to win this game. And so that's pretty definitive from, like, not just a bunch of Metroplex people, like people across the nation. And I expect it to be a competitive game. I would love it if it was as much of a blowout as some people seem to think it will be.
Yeah, I have this kind of weird feeling, too, because a lot of people are just in this mindset of, hey, man, we made a few mistakes at the end of the game. You just clean those up and everything's going to be fine. What makes you believe that the Cowboys won't make more mistakes like that whenever it happens?
That's
my only concern there. Well,
but what leads you to believe it's that competitive a game at AT&T Stadium, though? You did that at the Link, and it was tight. And Philadelphia has not been the same football team the last 3 weeks. That's a team that you can argue has been outplayed 4 straight weeks, Philadelphia. Even though they've won 3, they've been outplayed. And Dallas is still on this run of, like, putting up 40 every time they're in AT&T Stadium.
I agree that Seattle game did worry me, though, because I still don't think Seattle is very good. And
you can pick – I feel like at this point you can pick on Bland with any receiver that you throw his direction right now. That's a concern for me defensively. The offensive side, I mean, I was listening to you guys this morning. You're the one pointing out that the false starts are the false starts for this crew. This crew is going to be bad, and the Cowboys, they've been really good at it because of the "Here we go" mantra. That really gets them in the mindset. He hypnotizes them into not false starting or whatever. But that's a little bit of a concern. That can be a beatdown on a long drive.
You guys are haters. This is a blowout. This is a blowout waiting to happen.
I still think they're going to win. How does that make me a hater?
Because you don't think they're good enough to really dominate them.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, I'm still lightheaded from the smoke.
Okay, I was going to say, they're going up against a 10-2 team, and I think they're going to win. And you're like, hater! What are you doing?
Really
loud.
I'm balancing DJ on my hand in the background, as you can see on the
Oh, man.
Look at him. He looks like the Indian in the cupboard.
I don't know what that means.
It's a movie.
You didn't read that book?
It's a movie title. That's a movie title. I can say that.
Cupboard? You don't know?
I've never heard of that.
What? It was amazing.
Kidding?
It could be the one seed of children's.
How
What?
was the life? I only read 2 of them. Was there more than 2? Or there like
It's a book?
3? Yeah, it's a series.
Oh, I don't
of books,
read.
I believe. Yeah, man. It was what?
What's the last book you read, Chop?
It was Clockwork Orange in college.
The Playboy articles.
It was the last. It was the last. I took a fiction course in college, and that was the last book I read. The Clockwork Orange.
That was an amazing story.
The
Fantastic.
Indian in the cupboard? That doesn't sound appropriate at all.
It comes to life, RJ. You make a fair point otherwise.
It's like a miniature.
I don't know what you want me to say.
Now it's the Commanders in the cupboard.
The Guardians.
The Guardians in the cupboard.
The Guardians of the cupboard.
Oh, man.
All right, so what is going to be your Bassett crazy, zany replacement question today, Corey?
Ooh, man, I do have the shopping, Christmas shopping is kind of what I want to know about. Do I need a crazy zany question? Last time Mike asked a zany question, Jerry was like, what are we doing
What are we
here?
even talking
Why are we
about?
talking about
Yeah.
diarrhea right now? And I was like, so I don't think I'm going to go down that route with it. But, yeah, I think I'm going to be kind of in the vein of very professional stuff today, Sean. I appreciate it, though.
All right, we'll let you guys take over. Where are you guys at? One more. What, Bobby?
Well, somebody on the fan text, I want to double check and make sure this news is actually true. Y'all keep talking.
Shohei?
It looks, somebody's saying it.
You guys have a Shohei guess, as people are trying to say this is getting done
Giants.
very, very soon?
I'm going to say the Giants.
Really, the Giants?
Don't tell me, Bobby.
I haven't seen anything on Twitter saying it yet, so I'm not going to just say
He's
what the fan
trending.
said.
Shohei's trending.
And I don't know.
Well, I mean, he's been trending for like a week now, so.
Let's break it and mess up the beginning of their show. Come on. No one can find it.
There's nothing out there yet.
Choppy,
so.
who are you guessing?
I'm guessing Toronto.
Toronto. All right, let's see if it's out and it gets confirmed. And the fellas can start off KMC with possible baseball news on the home of the champs. Thank you, Wiley.
Very nice. They
Thank you,
rep.
Showed up.
What an outing.
They represented.
They represented. The Tolos are the best in the Metroplex. Have a fantastic and safe weekend. We're back with a Cowboys Monday after Filthy. KNC from Buffalo Wild Wings in Bedford next.
If you're a new listener to Sean and RJ, thank you.
Yes, indeed.
Thanks for joining our clubhouse at 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and Autoflex Leasing.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. There are lots of important games Sunday in the NFL and some really good ones, folks. My top 5 viewing picks start with Tampa Bay at Atlanta and Jacksonville at Cleveland. Then I'll be
football season, and the NFL is in full effect on the free Odyssey app. We're heading into the final stretch of the regular season, and the playoff picture is starting to come into focus. Whatever team you're rooting for, the free Odyssey app has you covered with the local talk and your team's podcasts. Plus, listen to play-by-play of every Sunday night, Monday night, and Thursday night game from Westwood One. If you're looking for the NFL, it's all in the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search for your favorite team. That's AUDACY.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
"Those stomach issues ruined your birthday"?
"You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa."
Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist. Ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is Shane Mullen with Mullen & Mullen Injury Law Firm. Mullen & Mullen is the only injury law firm in DFW with an in-house videographer, editor, and producer to help us tell your story. And it's at no additional expense to our clients. They say a picture's worth 1,000 words. We say professional video's worth a lot more. If you're injured in an accident, call me for some free advice. 214-INJURED. No recovery, no expense or fees. Been that way since '83. MullenandMullen.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
In Bedford off of Airport Freeway. I know you might be thinking, I want to come out. It says they don't open until 11 o'clock. Lies. They are open now for us, so you can come out right now and potentially celebrate Shohei Day while we get ready for Cowboys-Eagles.
Who's the liar? We're going to go have a talk with them. Where's that liar at? You said somebody was lying about what time this place opens. Who do I have to have a talk
the
with?
map app, I think, is the liar.
Oh, like Google?
Can you beat up an app?
I haven't beat up Google. Who runs Google?
Ooh, I don't know.
You think I can get through security to get to them?
I do not.
That might be a tough situation, but
I do not.
You know what? Like Kevin said, just show up now and start. You can start signing up for the tickets.
Yep.
You can also start signing up for the really cool Cowboys gear, and you can start getting those tall Miller Lite deals that we have out here. $5 Miller Lights and some juicy wings.
And so there's reports that Shohei's announcement could be coming today about where he signs. If that is indeed the case, speculation running wild. Could it be the Giants? Could it be the Blue Jays? Is it going to be the Dodgers? After all, we will let you know about that. But we're getting closer and closer to Cowboys-Eagles. And so what I wanted to talk about right here is, because I've been looking at this a few different ways. In addition to this game being vital for the division, is Cowboys-Eagles an MVP elimination game?
No, because would it discredit anything that either of them have done against each other prior? Like, I don't think it's going to eliminate Dak. Because
I do.
Why would it eliminate Dak if his defense gives up 40 points?
Because he
and he scores 40.
Because he went 0-3 against the other
against
two quarterbacks.
Okay, that could make sense.
Mix.
Yeah, that's an unfair thing there.
I agree
if the numbers
with you.
are there.
I agree with you
but
on
it
that.
makes a lot of sense beating the big opponent. And why would it eliminate Jalen Hurts then? Because 0-2 against those opponents?
I just think in back-to-back weeks, as you get closer to the end of the voting, he would have gone 0-2 against the other two quarterbacks that are competing for it. And here's one of the other things. Before anybody hits me with wins are not a quarterback stat, I just want to tell you something.
You know, wins aren't a quarterback stat.
I'm aware. But I will tell you this. MVP voters disagree. All right? You can have whatever opinion you want, and more power to you. MVP voters disagree. MVP voting has become pretty simple. Be the quarterback off the number 1 or number 2 seed. All right? The last 10 MVPs, here's how it goes. 8 of them have been quarterbacks from the number 1 seed. The other 2, quarterbacks from the number 2 seed.
Oh.
The outlier is, of course, Adrian Peterson, who won in 2012. Obviously, the 2,000-yard season, incredible. But then guess what? 2009, 10, 11, the MVP was a quarterback off a number 1 seed. It is a very simple process. In the last 14 years, 13 times, the winner of the MVP has been the number 1 or number 2 seed. So I'm not saying, because you're right, Corey, if the Cowboys were to lose 41-40, Dak should be able to go, well, what the hell do you want me to
threw
do?
for 450 yards and 4 touchdowns.
But MVP voters decide, yeah, I'm going to hold that against you because you didn't win.
Well, then I guess I'll go back to my original answer, Kevin. It's still no, because Brock Purdy would be the number 1 seed, and he's gonna wind up with as the quarterback on the number 1 seed team and look the best down the stretch. So I'm still sticking with no, that this game is not. Now, is it an MVP light-up game? Absolutely. This is one of those games that you should be watching 2 of the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL right now, whether or not you think Jalen Hurts is that. And he needs to be healthy for that to be a factor.
Sure.
That knee and what's going on there, that has to be okay for that to be a factor.
Are you
on
telling
Sunday.
me if he's not healthy, you would put in Mariota?
I would not do that.
Okay.
That would be.
I just wanted to see if I get your viral moment.
Now,
going.
I guess the situation is if he was not healthy and that he needs to go to the hospital, then yes, I'll put in Mariota.
Okay.
But
yeah.
I'm not just saying.
Sorry,
hey,
that was a stunning turn of events.
Yeah,
I did
well,
not
I mean, I
expect
don't know
that.
if you know, Kevin, but the Cowboys head coach had to go to the hospital this week.
He did.
So that's one of those. Like that's what I'm looking at is saying he's not completely himself right now. And his ability to move around in the pocket. And the team decided we're going to try and protect him against San Francisco last week. And then he also had more time in the pocket because San Francisco's linebackers weren't coming at him. There are a lot of factors that go into it, but I think this is 2 high-caliber offenses, 2 high-caliber quarterbacks, and it should be a treat for everybody. But I still think that Purdy, I think Tua is right there at the top of the list. Those 2 are definitely in the mix. But if you're saying one of them gets eliminated because of tonight,
yes.
I wonder what
Sunday night.
Yeah, but Sunday night. I wonder what the rest of the stretch is going to be like for them if they can make that ground up.
And see, because you brought up 2 other candidates, specifically Brock Purdy, I think this is an elimination MVP game. Again, we're going to go back to this. This is just the way the MVP voters do it. You don't have to like it. You don't have to agree with it whatsoever. I'm just telling you, this is the way it goes. If you're the number 1 or number 2 seed and the quarterback, you might win MVP. If you're not, you will not. That's what recent history of the last 14 years tells us, with the exception of 2,000-yard Adrian Peterson. So what I think is, regardless of how the game looks, if the Eagles win, Jalen Hurts continues on his path. He's alongside Brock Purdy. Maybe Tua's in the mix, and Dak is out of MVP. On the flip side, if the Cowboys win, even though then they would still have the same record, I understand all of that, but think about it. Dak is even MVP odds with Jalen Hurts now, and in some places he's ahead, depending on where you look. If they win, Jalen Hurts is out, and it moves down to Brock Purdy, Dak, and then potentially Tua. And then I'd be curious about if Lamar Jackson could try to make his way back into it because they've got a head-to-head showdown coming up.
Is there any way that guy can make his way back into the conversation, getting hot late in the season?
Is that one picture photoshopped?
I think it is. I think it's a 400-pound version of
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes.
Because that Patrick Mahomes, he might win the MVP here at Buffalo Wild Wings, but he ain't winning the NFL MVP. I think, unfortunately,
he could still finish as the top team in the
that's
AFC.
true.
That's still
That's
a possibility.
True. You know what the problem is? He's too good. I know that's a weird.
It's the Jokic thing where
Yes,
you're like, well,
yeah.
I mean,
You're like, I don't know, man. I've seen him be really good in the past. Maybe he was just almost really good this year, so I'm not going to vote for him. So, yeah, look, it would be insanity to just say Patrick Mahomes can't win it. I just don't think that's very likely compared to the trio at the top and maybe even Tua, because people do like voting for new things. And if the Dolphins were to get the number 1 seed, maybe they would go with Tua. Look, this game is far more important for playoff purposes, for divisional purposes, and I know Dak and Jalen Hurts would both say that. But I also wanted to ask what y'all think about that, because I think whoever wins this game, regardless of what the game looks like, that quarterback continues to stay in the MVP conversation, and the other one does not.
The conversation that Sean and RJ had this morning that I thought was intriguing, Kevin, in addition to that, because you're right, I care far more about playoff seeding, far more about the Cowboys getting an opportunity to have home games here. But the conversation that they were having this morning was, have they gotten too hot already? like the Rangers got hot after. They got hot in the playoffs. And we kept hearing that discussion. I mean, Derek Holland kept telling me, Seattle has peaked too soon. He said, don't worry about the Astros. They're going to come on really strong late, but the Rangers are going to have them in the playoffs. And then there it was. The Rangers found their groove right at the right time. And do you feel like the Cowboys started to peak too soon back about 4 or 5 games ago?
I do not.
Okay.
Definitely not.
But you also think they could go undefeated the rest of the way.
Okay. I mean, look, what is the point of even having these games if you don't think you could go undefeated? I'm not saying they will go undefeated, but here's the great news. If you think that's the case, so are most of the other teams in the NFC. Like, I realize that that Philly just lost, but before that, I believe they'd won 5 in a row. So Philly right now has won 5 of 6. The Cowboys have won 4 in a row. The 49ers have won 4 in a row. If it's a case of getting hot too early, everybody else is there with you. Mm-hmm. So that means the Detroit Lions are going to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Because they're going to be able to stumble. They're going to be able to stumble their way through it Ranger style, and they're going to be like, hey, you know what? Our division sucks except for us. We'll make it in there and make our way to the Super Bowl.
This one matters a lot. And Kevin, the next one matters a lot. And then the next, like from against Miami, I know like the last part of the season, then the Lions. Like you said, there's a lot there to get through. But there's a lot of opportunities to Sunday night definitely is one of those huge opportunities to say, I want to stake my claim as that guy. I thought they were trying it last Thursday. I thought right out of the gate, Mike McCarthy and Dak were like, let's go get you an MVP. Then they didn't score on the first drive. But it turned out he had a really good game anyway.
Did you think anybody from last night's game was staking a claim to MVP?
Man,
no.
Not really.
Okay, that's good. If you said yes, I would have concerns.
It was more exciting than I expected, though.
Fair enough.
It was more exciting than I expected.
Fair enough. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Bedford, 1933 Airport Freeway. Coming up next, Corey, I know you're a fan of this topic. What are you doing to irritate the Eagles fan in your life this week? 877-881-1053. Hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Take your turn. on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Prescott with plenty of time. Lofts it end zone. Jake Ferguson. Covered by Jamal Adams, but it doesn't matter. Fergie into the end zone, and Dallas takes the lead in the fourth.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Bedford. Here's the deal, guys. I need to prepare you for this. We're at 1933 Airport Freeway. It's going to be a great day.
That's not the year. That's not the year.
That is true.
The address.
You do not have to go watch that preposterous Indiana Jones movie and try to make something happen there. You can just show up to 1933 Airport Freeway, Bedford, Buffalo Wild Wings. We're going to have a great time. But I'm going to have Corey tell you bad news. I don't want to tell you the bad news on baseball day. It's not about Shohei Ohtani yet, but I don't think you're going to like it.
Per Ken Rosenthal, and I think, Kevin, we've discussed this at length already, the Rangers are facing financial uncertainty due to the potential loss of their local television rights deal, and they seem unlikely to bring back left-hander Jordan Montgomery, who can argue that he outperformed Aaron Nola, and they got $172 million. Over the past 3 seasons. Montgomery's outperformed him over the past 3 seasons.
Right.
And Aaron Nola got a whole lot of cash. And Jordan Montgomery's probably sitting there going, I was better than that dude. Somebody's going to pay me.
This is most unwelcome news.
Yes.
And
it's unlikely. It's not done, but at the moment it's unlikely because the Rangers are sitting there looking at their Bally deal going, hold on, where's that money going to come from?
I wish,
even though their stadium was packed this year.
I realize Rosenthal can't put this in the article, but I wish he said unlikely, parentheses, unless nobody else decides that they want him, and then he'll go back to the Rangers for a year. Because I feel like that's the way it's going to happen.
The 1 year
deal. If for some reason you find out nobody out there in the world wants to give him a long-term deal, I do believe he would come back here. But that feels very, very unlikely. And I'm telling you, the Rangers won the World Series. We were just talking about how you celebrate that as long as you feel like. But this is not a good thing. You do not win that World Series without Jordan Montgomery. And I understand there's like a group of probably at least 8 players that you can say that exact same thing about, but you're losing one of them. Or it feels overwhelmingly likely, especially with Rosenthal now weighing in, that you're going to lose one of them. I had held out hope continually that they would figure out a way to get this thing done, and I don't like it, and now I wonder about how the rotation is going to look. Jordan Montgomery was awesome when he got here. This is most unwelcome news.
He was, but I will say this. They did find Jordan Montgomery at the trade deadline.
That's
true. So they did make that move then, and it would be nice to have him back, but you still have a handful of pitchers to go with to start the season right now.
Okay.
And maybe you can add somebody as you go along.
I see what you're saying.
And they're adding depth to the bullpen, so that should be helpful too. And maybe John Gray comes back off that World Series win, and he's like, you know what? I fixed all the things, and I'm locked in now.
Here's what I heard that you just said. Tell me if I got this accurately. Jordan Montgomery is going to sign somewhere else for a lot of money.
Yes.
And then at the trade deadline, we're going to trade for Jordan Montgomery again, and he's going to be back with the Texas Rangers.
I never said that.
Yeah, I like it.
Don't get your hopes up, all right? That's all I'm saying.
That's what you
still have
just
to
said.
pay him the money, though. You still have to pay the money that you wouldn't offer him in the first place.
Yeah, but it's
my
later.
My
so
biggest
it's like
fear
a coupon.
is the Rangers got the World Series, they got what they were after, and they're like, all right, now we can back off a little bit because we finally gave our fan base what they wanted. When in all reality, we just want to be right there in the mix all the time, man. We don't want to just be a farm system for the Yankees and trading all our best players to them. We want to be a good team year in, year out.
I am with you. I am concerned about this, and I'm just concerned that, like, it's not the farm system thing. It's just that they're pushing so far up against the luxury tax as is, and they want to try to avoid it. Now, real quick, people have been asking this question this morning. Where is Mike? I was convinced yesterday that Mike was, this morning that Mike was not feeling well. He said people in his family had not been feeling well, and perhaps he was starting to feel a little bit of, let's say, stomach distress.
Okay.
That's what I feel like that's a classy way of saying it.
Yeah, he said diarrhea.
And so, oh my God, dude. And then, so this morning, I was thinking he was probably sick when he called in. But then you pointed out that Mike is also out on Monday. So now because of you,
Don't do that.
I have changed my opinion that it's most likely that Mike is taking a 4-day weekend because of you. So, Mike, I was on your side. Corey convinced me.
No, I didn't even say
that
all
that
I
is
said
the
was
case.
that one thing. Why are you bringing that to air right now? I told you that was between us.
Okay.
This is not something I wanted out there. Because I don't want people thinking that about me if I'm out for a few days. Like
You
3.
have told me in the past that you fake being
That was
sick
one time.
at the newspaper.
That was one time. I was out very late. But yeah, man, like I got hit in the head with a shower curtain rod that night. That was a tough night. But yeah, no, I don't want people thinking that every time about me. So I'm just going to assume that Mike is not feeling well and he's in the hot tub trying to get his stomach back in order.
Is that where you want to be? If you have stomach distress in the hot tub?
Sure, why not? What's it going to do? Maybe it loosens it up and everything.
Oh my God, that is too much
I don't know how it
information.
works.
That
I'm
is
not an internist.
No, that is too much information. All right, Chris, give me a little bit of that cut number 3 because I've seen a couple people text this in, and we do need to talk about this exciting happening.
The grade 8 to try and keep the game alive for Washington. To the backhand, denied again by Wedgwood. And the shootout victory goes to the Dallas Stars.
Now, Wedgwood 1 was looking sweet in that shootout. The Dallas Stars pick up a pair of points, 5-4 via the shootout over the Capitals. Another thing, because we talked about this a lot yesterday, is you've already seen it feels like to me that the Stars have picked up way more points in overtime and shootouts than they did last year. And so that, at this point, if I had to guess, I would say 5. I probably should have gone back and done the research. But 5 points can be huge in the grand scheme of things and keep you in the mix at the top or near the top of their division. So not the most... That game ebbed and flowed quite a bit, but I love the shootout. Robertson getting it done, Wedgwood getting it done, and the Stars picking up a pair of points.
Still have no clue how Sagan got that goal in. That he got it from the cross. It was great, a great pass, wide open pass. But the angle to get that in was so narrow. But it was a great shot by Sagan.
And what makes it, I mean, it's impressive. You're right. Nonetheless, all the more impressive. He left the game before early.
Yes.
And so I know there were some concerns. He's like, nah, don't worry about it. I'm good. So good on the Stars getting a couple of points last night over the Capitals. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Bedford. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is the owner and general manager of your Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hey, Kevin, Corey, good to be on with you guys. And nervous, getting ready for Sunday.
Okay, I'm glad that you said that because I am nervous as well. Is there anything in particular you will do over the next 2.5 days to calm your nerves?
I'll keep a close eye on McCarthy, make sure he's strong and ready to go. But other than that, and right now there's no change in anything he's going to be doing, and he's been able to really effectuate the practices this week. So we haven't missed a beat out there, and so we'll be business as usual from that coaching standpoint. But I'll make sure that he doesn't need to take a seat down there on the sideline someplace. I remember Barry Switzer had a back problem. Now, it was the Pro Bowl over in Hawaii, which wasn't a regular game, but Barry went over and sat down on the bench while the game was going on at the Pro Bowl. And but he was suffering from a terrible pain at that time, back problems. But that's the only other time I've had a involvement in your coach maybe having some limitations on the sideline.
When we mentioned the appendicitis on air, everybody who's ever had that immediately texted in and goes, oh my gosh, that pain is terrible and that can be really serious. I know he's okay, but was there any worry in the moment when you're like, hey, he's got to go get surgery right now?
Well, I think I'm just concerned about immediately go to his immediate well-being and his health. And you're absolutely right. Anytime you have surgery, I think is serious enough for concern. And that manifests itself a lot of ways. I know when I had mine out, you stayed in the hospital 10 days. So it was a hospitalized thing automatically for a length of time. Mine had ruptured while I was in college. And frankly, I had bouts of terrible nausea. I remember we played Texas A&M. And I was so weak that I couldn't even go in or couldn't even get dressed. And they said, well, you're the only one that knows the plays behind Tommy Brazier, who's a great pro coach later on. And he gets hurt the first play. And I was so weak and nausea that I couldn't even think about playing. Well, I ran out there and played, graded out the best game I ever played the best I'd ever played. It all went away when you hit the heat of the action.
Jerry, I know a lot of things happen very quickly, but is there a plan in place in case he's like, look, I just can't make it through this? I know he's back in the building, and is that something y'all start working on today, or is there already something in place for if something was to happen during the game?
No, every of all the things you're familiar with, probably the succession or who's going to take over a duty with coaches is about as well thought out and planned as anything you'll ever see. And it is literally planned down to the gnats, you know what. Mm-hmm. And that's something that was in place but even before he had this issue with appendicitis.
I know Kevin asked what you're going to do to kind of calm your nerves, and it sounds like you're focusing on the work, Jerry. I'll just drink some bourbon if that's okay. Does that work? I can drink some bourbon during this time?
Well, you remind me of one real bad year I was having, and an owner that I really do respect. I was talking with him, and he had called and said, I want to talk to you about the bad season you're having. And he said, I've got some advice for you. And I said, okay, here goes. I'm getting a lot of advice lately. He said, drink a lot. Mm-hmm. So that was his anecdote to having a bad season.
But here we are in a good season, Kevin.
Yes,
yeah, we're
okay.
in a good season right
That's
now.
true. That's true. And this is a good season. The Cowboys are on a winning streak. Obviously, the Eagles are at the top of the division. I know this is a huge rivalry game anyway. You've got dueling MVP candidates. It feels like the whole season has been leading up to this moment, this Sunday, does it not?
Well, I think when you have as much at stake, you have very legitimate positioning and a real advantage as to getting a bye in the playoff, those type of things. I don't believe you draw it up where short of having to go home and your season is over if you lose, which is the case in the playoff, I don't think you can put any more out there. And that's what we have. And, boy, we recognize what an outstanding team. Their record speaks for itself. Parcells' great line, you are what you are. And their record speaks for themselves. And they're that kind of team. For us to go out here and beat them, it's going to have to be a Herculean effort. It can be. We can do it, of course. And if we do, we'll have the uplift and we'll have the rewards that go with that.
Hey, Jerry, I just wanted to follow up real quick. Is the order then that Dan Quinn would come down to the sideline and then like Schottenheimer would be the play caller there?
Those are details that I'm sure the moment, the time that you're in, but they may change that during the game. Who knows?
Okay, all right. When you see Deron Bland getting picked on a little bit, but then also still converting interceptions, do you think that like this player personally is now taking it personal, and he's seeing that the league is starting to try and challenge him even more?
Well, there's no question that your more accomplished players get more attention, and all you would do is sit in a game planning session, and you'll see the highlighted players that get special blocking, or in the case of they just get the recognition they deserve to be that type of player, and that usually loosens it up someplace else.
Now,
and so that's how you have to adjust. When you see one that's being double teamed a lot, Michael Parsons, for instance, with us, then you got to be putting the pressure on them. They've given up something to get that done. And so if Bland is picked on, or if Bland is stayed away from, we've got to adjust and take what they give us.
Clearly, Michael Parsons, you just referenced, having an amazing season. On the flip side, Hassan Reddick, Josh Sweat, Jalen Carter, the Eagles are pretty formidable on their defensive front. How do you feel the Cowboys' offensive line is playing right now, and how do you feel like they match up Sunday night?
Well, we've got a good read. We played them, what was it, a month ago. And but anyway, we've got a good read on what our challenges are, and I would expect some adjustments that they will have made. But in general, I think we're going to match up pretty well. And Ed Cox is a Hall of Famer, and he's always given us a lot of problems. But I think that the kind of things that we're doing, the kind of things they're doing, motion's been giving us a lot of problems, pre-snap motion. They're not a big pre-snap motion team, but they might have gotten that way since they watched the success that Seattle had against us with pre-snap motion.
Jerry, the Michael Gallup's targets have been down of recent, and it makes sense. CeeDee Lamb's targets have been very high. His numbers have been there. Is it fair that, like, there are a lot of Cowboys fans out there that have been talking about this, texting into the show? Is it fair to want more out of what Gallup's production's been?
Well, I think so. I think Gallup's best is the deep ball, and he high points the ball, and he makes those catches, contested catches. He can make them deep, That's Dak's one of Dak's very best qualities is a deep ball, and the way he throws it deep, it loops, has a good arc on it. Gallup was made to catch that ball and can go up and get it. Those are plays that can really be meaningful. They have been for Gallup and Dak in the past. Let's get some more of them.
Do you have any theories then as to why that has not particularly been the case this year?
I don't know that there's any theory. You just got to catch. The ball has to be where he can get up and get it. And when it is, he's got to come down with it. And again, it's not that they don't know that. When I say that it's coaches and the players, they all know this. And so we've got a lot of options to go. Our tight end situation's really coming around. We've got what I think to be as good a receiving threat as we've had in quite some time. A lot of that's got to do with Dak, but it's got to do with those receivers as well. They're running crisper, better routes. They're running through their routes so that if they don't get the ball, they've got the defensive guys trying to cover them, which opens it up for somebody else. So I'm pretty pleased right now with the way the passing game's going.
I know you got the opportunity to talk with Sean and RJ on Tuesday about Shaq Leonard. I'm curious, have you moved on from that? Are you still a little frustrated that he went to your rivals? And what do you anticipate from him on Sunday?
Well, they're not going to let me move on from it because exactly as you put it, he's going to be playing more than likely.
Right.
And and he will be better for them or they wouldn't have brought him on the team. So but I haven't moved up front. Well, I'm going to get to watch it Sunday.
It's like what could have been a girlfriend showing up at your bar every single time, man.
Yeah.
All right,
well, well, let's don't go that far.
Jerry, we've been asking this question all week, and I think we use the term hate, but dislike is a term that you can also use. When was the moment that you realized that the Philly fan base was different, and maybe you disliked that bunch?
Well, I did it early. There's some pretty good fans up there, and they've kind of got a culture, a way of expressing themselves that has a lot of directness to it, and I'm going to call it directness. But I remember I used to go up there with a great educator named Father Tribute, and his family lived there, so he went with us. Every time we played in Philadelphia, he would go with us, and he'd walk with me up through as I'd go to our place where we watched the game, and as I'd go to and from the field, he would be walking with my group. And, of course, that was a lot of fun because invariably a bunch of those fans would say, "You're talking about an arrogant so-and-so." Said, "Look at him. He's got his own priest walking with him when he comes down through there." And, of course, Father Tribute and I both would act to that and just rub it in.
So all the trash they talk, you're like, you know what? I can give it back just as much as them.
Oh, I do. Stephen won't even walk with me.
Well,
he said, you're gonna get soaked with beer and you're gonna get hot dogs thrown. He said, "I'm not even gonna walk with you," but I have fun with him.
With that in mind, and I know there's a lot of great rivalries in the NFL, especially with how high level these teams have been for the last couple of years. Do you view Cowboys-Eagles as the best current rivalry in the NFL?
Of course, you know how biased this answer is going to be, and I think anything that draws a lot of emotion out of me, it would be my own experiences. I love to play Philadelphia outside our division. The Raiders are a great group to play with, to play against, and we've had some great games with that. I've gone right down and almost gotten up in the stands with the great bunch of Raiders dressed up down there every way from Sunday, and of course they're going to tear you limb from limb, and when you get up close, they're doctors, lawyers, business guys having more fun than anybody. But so I just go right up in there and visit with them.
That's a good approach, man. That is a good approach. Go kill them with kindness or get back at them just a little bit.
Well, I'm not so sure I'm being kind with what I'm saying, but they're telling me where they're going to put their if they're wearing some kind of pirate or something like that, the Raiders or something like that. They're telling me where they're going to put that, and I'm telling me what I'm going to put where I put it.
I appreciate you censoring that for our show.
Jerry knows
you.
what he's doing.
Thank
he knows
you.
what he's doing here. Now, one of the things that's kind of buzzing right now is there's a big-time free agent in baseball, Jerry, and the contract number looks like it could be $600 million. And I was just kind of curious, do you ever see a point, or have you been shocked by the amount of dollars? Like, that's more than $500 million right there going to one player. Do you ever see the NFL getting that type of contracts?
Well, I, for obvious reasons, won't be specific at all. The dollars that are involved in sport today have exceeded anything I could have ever imagined, and on any basis, any place. And it's like Bob Costa. Bob Costa told me before he was going on this new show that he had, he said, I want you to be on my first show, and I'm going to do it at the Super Bowl in Indianapolis. I'm going to ask you some tough questions. And he said, the first one I'm going to ask you is about concussion, and the next one is about whether or not you've been up front with everybody and players and fans about concussion. And then he said, the next thing I'm going to do is ask you about what you charge for beer. I said, boy, you're a real friend. I don't know if I'm going to be on this show or not, but I do appreciate you telling me what you're going to ask. He started with the one about the price of beer. And I was ready for him, and I said, Bob, he was talking about how much it costs today as opposed to a beer 30 years ago. I said, Bob, we used to be able to get a guy like yourself for about $25,000 to $50,000 a year back then. Do you want to tell these fans how much you're making now?
Oh, wow.
Wow.
He had to go touche. We didn't get it, but things have gone up to be trite, and those numbers are unbelievable. I know that's exactly the number that a lot of people thought when we built AT&T Stadium. That AT&T Stadium, if costs really got out of hand, and if we built the kind of stadium I wanted to build, they said that stadium was going to cost you $600 million. And there were a lot in the NFL that just said, no way. That's gone so far out of sight. And, of course, it didn't cost $600 million. It cost twice that. It cost $1 billion, too. But who would know that a relative few years later, 10 or 12 years later, they'd spend over $4 billion on the stadium out in L.A. and are likely to spend that on the next two stadiums that are built. So things have elevated, and we all know why.
Appreciate the insight as always, and obviously we're all hyped up for Sunday night rooting for them Cowboys. Thank you very much, sir.
Good to be on with you guys, and thanks for tolerating. I'm doing the same thing. I'm just nervously biding these hours away.
Go give him hell. Go give him hell, Jerry.
There you go, Jerry Jones, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Sometimes I like hearing that a little bit. I don't know if I would like if Dak was like, I'm super nervous about Sunday night's game. I'd be like, oh no, are you?
No, it's good to be nervous about stuff though, man. Like that makes you prepare more, right? No, it's
I hope so.
It's whenever this test starts, Kevin, and you go like this. Oh, crap, I can't do this. That's when I'm like, oh, no, that's a problem. If Dak's like, hey, I'm nervous right now, I'm fine with that.
I'm sure that's never happened to anybody in our audience. They flip the test over. That felt intimidating to me in college when they would put it face down, and then they'd be like, all right, now you can flip it over. It felt like the professor was like, you can't even conceive of what's on page 1 of this test.
I was always afraid I was going to flip it over, and I'd been studying the wrong subject the whole time, and I was like, oh, no, this isn't good for me. But it didn't work out that way.
Good question. Good question. Now, we always get a chance to do this segment on Friday outside of Cowboys-Eagles. What football game do you care the most about this weekend? Because I realize in the college front, you have Army-Navy. Clearly, we can get into the NFL, but it is also UIL state semifinal time for football. And so there are a bunch of games. Is it bad?
Name one.
Okay.
Name one game.
South Lake Carroll against DeSoto.
I'm in on that one.
Okay, because I was
Name a second game.
North Crowley against Duncanville.
I want that one, too.
By the way, North Crowley is the team that beat South Lake Carroll. So
Okay, all right. So are we rooting for Mike's Duncanville team, or are we rooting against Mike's Duncanville team? 877-881-1053. Y'all let us know.
You know what? Because he didn't show up today, I will root against him.
Wow.
So go North Crowley. Oh, I can't believe that just got said.
All those Duncanville kids are sitting there going, I can't believe my hero Kevin Hagelin is pulling against me today.
Yeah, and so if I would have flipped it the other way, you're going to make all the North Crowley people mad. So you know what? We're closer to that neck of the woods right now, so I'll say go North Crowley. Let's get that done. And then Alito versus Forney. So I was curious, especially if you grew up in Texas, does it feel wrong to be like more hyped about South Lake Carroll DeSoto than the 49ers and the Seahawks? I realize the direct potential impact that could have on the Cowboys' playoff fate.
I mean, it's big. And Jerry talked about that with Sean and RJ earlier. Like, just football is just gigantic here. And I know he was tongue-in-cheek when he was talking about how this is just heaven when it comes to football, but it really is. Like, you can go watch really competitive high school sports here in DFW. It's awesome. So, no, Kevin, I understand that there are a lot of parents out there that are very stoked for their kids competing in that. But I think Chiefs-Bills jumps off the chart to me because the Bills need to get it back together, and the Chiefs got to figure it out too.
My bad. Byron Nelson, not North Crowley.
Oh, okay.
Beat South Lake. North Crowley, though, undefeated. All right. Tell me again, Chiefs and
Bills, and that's going to be the 3:25 game on CBS, I believe. No, 3:25. So, I mean, that's at the Chiefs. That's at Arrowhead. I think that's a significant game because, again, the Bills have to figure out how to get back into it. And the Chiefs are, like, they just haven't looked good, man.
Do you kind of want the Bills to win so they don't fall as much into the desperate team theory that Broadus and the G-Bag Nation talk about so much? I'm not saying that if the Bills win, they're free and clear, but clearly their outlook is much worse if they lose this game.
I would prefer them have no confidence. I would love the Chiefs to just steamroll them and then be like, and the whole thing just start to fall apart. It already does look like there's some stuff leaking out of that front office and that locker room anyway with the stuff that's going on. So I would love for the Bills to just be a mess whenever it's time to go up there and play against them. Also, Ravens-Rams. I know that sounds like a weird game, but I want the Rams to take down the Ravens. I predicted the Rams are going to slide into a spot in the playoffs, and I would like the Ravens to be taken down a peg. That'd be nice.
Okay.
I just want to see the AFC as a mess.
All right. A lot of people, man, the fan text blew up with high school football stuff. A lot of people hyped up for Forney and Alito. And then there are other people that are excited about North Crowley. And this part is really interesting to me is, well, it wasn't North Crowley, but I'm from South Lake's district, and North Crowley could beat them.
Oh.
They said they're a coach in that district. Probably best that they kept their name anonymous right there, but that is interesting insight. And then another
text your name in, Coach.
No, probably
just for our purposes. We're not going to read it on air.
Yeah,
maybe.
I mean, look, I've already developed a bad habit today. You told me things off air that I should have kept off air, so I don't know about that. And then another person said they're rooting for North Crowley because their wife works in that school district, and so that's who you got to root for. So in addition to Army-Navy, in addition to the non-Cowboys-Eagles pro football slate, UIL state semifinals going on. So obviously good luck, and I hope we didn't lose any listeners because of any stances that I took right there.
Probably.
You think we probably did?
No, they'll come back. They love you too much.
We're the KNC Masterpiece, right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Bedford, 1933 Airport Freeway. If you want to come out, they are open. We are having a blast out here. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where, yes, South Oak Cliff, we are also keeping an eye on you, but I just go ahead and chalk that up to a victory. So all these other games I had to tell you more competitively.
Yeah.
I've already got South Oak Cliff at least in next weekend's finals.
Yeah.
Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Now, I don't want to ask this in case I jinx it, or I hope I don't jinx it by asking this, but I'm looking at the practice report again, and I feel like we were in this spot last week. It feels like this team is pretty darn healthy, with the exception of the players that you know aren't coming back.
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right. I think that they've had everybody practicing that they wanted to practice, continue to kind of get the aging veterans off their feet. And, yeah, it looks awfully promising going forward into this game, that you're not sitting there going, well, I got to wait to game time to see if this guy's going to play. It looks like they're pretty clear.
And their head coach, have you seen him walking around?
I have not seen him walking around, but then he doesn't normally walk over this side of the building unless he's going to a press conference, and today it's a conference call. So I did see Chris Collinsworth, though, walking around, so this must be a big game.
Did you tell him that Corey doesn't like him?
Oh, dude, this is the second time today that you've done this to me.
I have heard you
Chris
say
Collinsworth?
on air. I have heard you say numerous times on air that you don't like Chris Collinsworth.
Yeah, I was very surprised when somebody said he won an Emmy once, and I was like, how did that happen? Who let this happen? It was just wild to me.
Well, I didn't know that. Otherwise, I would have.
You would have walked up and was like,
man.
there's a host over at the Fan.
I am Mickey, I'm going to believe that is accurate.
Me too.
I'm so disappointed I did not tell you this ahead of time, so you could have put Collinsworth on blast via the Fan.
I think
I'm gonna pull this back here right now, but I did do my homework. Do you guys remember what you asked me to do?
Yes.
What was it?
What do you got for us?
Remember you said, do you know why they started the Here We Go thing?
Yes. I did ask you to find that out.
And I finally got Dak, and I said, maybe I missed this, but how did you guys come up with Here We Go? And he goes, let me think. And he goes, I think Tyler Biotish might have had something to do with it. And he called Tyler over, right? We were at the end of the locker room.
Awesome.
And Biotish comes over, and he goes, I just remember every time we were getting ready to start our count, Dak was like going, okay, let's go, here we go. And he said, then they decided that it means we would go with Here We Go. And I go, so what does it mean? And it basically means shut up, meaning the offensive linemen are talking to each other, giving signals or whatever, and the snap count's getting ready to begin. So I want everybody to be quiet. And so when he says, here we go, everybody shuts up, and they start the cadence for the snap count.
That is fantastic, because it's like, Kevin, it's like a band director. Here we go, or they put their hands up and everybody stops.
Right, like the baton goes up. Yeah.
Yes. A teacher walks into class and they snap their fingers or whatever, and everybody in the class knows it's time to focus.
And I think there was another word in there between shut and up.
Yes, maybe two words. Yes, I'm with you on that.
One of them you can say.
Now Now Mickey, for people who haven't heard it, and maybe they don't know what we're talking about, how does the Here We Go again?
What, do you want me to say it?
Yeah, I want you to do an impersonation.
Yeah.
Here we go.
There it is. That's pretty close. All
right. People at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Bedford seem pleased by your efforts. So
how about that for some insight?
Yes. Well done.
That's great, Mickey. Thank you very much for that, man.
Now, both of these It feels like, not to, I know you could say like every game the offensive line has a huge factor in this, but when you look at how good these defensive lines are, it feels like there will be a lot of spotlight on both of these teams' offensive lines Sunday night, does it not?
I believe you're exactly right. I think that, and it's pretty obvious that with this resurgence of the Cowboys offense, the passing game, some better efficiency in the running game, that it had a lot to do with the offensive line and how well they began playing. And this will be one of their bigger tests, having to face that Eagles defensive front that we know is very strong.
Yes.
But, the weird thing is, and I mean, they did give the Cowboys problems the first game with pressure on Dak, right? But they're 29th against the pass. I don't know how to figure that out.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something to go along with that, because Corey had brought that up. Take a look at their rushing defense numbers the last 3 weeks. They have really hit the skids on their run defense more recently. I know the passing defense has been an issue for much of the year. That is odd to me as well.
Because I think they're like number 3 against the. I don't know if people say, well, we can't run against them, so all we're going to do is pass. But I did see in their like weekly release, and they had big plays by the opponents. They had 42 pass plays of 20 yards or more.
And
there was
Lamb's been eating up 10+ yards,
right?
So.
And there was a God, I want to say at least like 20 of those, or nearly half of them, were 30 yards or more. 13 plays of 30 yards or more, I found it. 42 of 20+ yards. So they've given up big plays. So, I'm looking at those numbers, and I don't know, if they mean anything, but I'm thinking, man, just sling it around. And I don't want to hear anybody asking, why didn't they run the ball more?
Jerry a few minutes ago said that Cox is a Hall of Famer. Is that would you put him in the Hall of Fame?
Well, he's been around for a long time, and he's certainly.
Does that make you a Hall of Famer?
Well, and let me finish. And he's certainly given this team trouble, right? So maybe in their eyes, he's a Hall of Famer for the amount of disruption he's caused
he's
on
been
this
a problem.
Team. And it's not, and it's been pretty consistent over the years too, by the way. So I don't know that he's playing at that level again, but he certainly, has been pretty disruptive here. I mean, he only has, I can say, only has 2.5 sacks, but we kind of know who leads them in sacks, right? And they better take care of him better this time than last time, Hassan Reddick, right?
Yes, I am kind of curious if like there has been a little more discussion about Terrence Steele and what he's up against, considering the last time these two teams.
Yeah, and I think he's played measurably better after that game. And I don't know, he's almost a year removed from that surgery, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, that also helps. I know it's only a month more. And they were going to make some sort of adjustment, and I didn't know if it was an equipment one or what. But, he is playing better, but they got to be cognizant of what happened last time. And, if we got to give him help, then we got to give him help. And a lot of people, obviously, with his 9.5 sacks, haven't given their right tackle enough help with him. So that's not uncommon.
Have you started to break down all the Dallas Cowboy playoff clinching scenarios already?
Oh my gosh.
Or do you want to wait another couple of weeks?
Golly. Does that give you tired head?
No, it's really simple.
Did you read
Mickey.
them? Yeah, it's simple.
All you need is a Cowboys win, plus a Minnesota loss or tie, plus a Green Bay loss or tie, plus a Seattle loss, plus a Tampa Bay loss or tie, plus a Detroit win or tie, plus a Los Angeles loss or tie, as long as Green Bay and Minnesota don't both tie. And I'll leave it at that was scenario number one.
So Corey, does he have that memorized, or is he reading now?
I absolutely pulled it up on my computer.
I will tell you, behind the scenes, he does have it pulled up on his computer. But, Mickey, I've known this guy for as long as I've been married. And I'm working on it, 18 years now?
That's right.
And the dude has stuff stored in his brain all the time. He is one of those kind of savant kind of
I must
guys,
admit,
so.
I got to like the third contingency, and I gave up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just wait until next week.
Yeah.
Just wait until next week.
How about
maybe
just
2
win?
weeks.
Just win, and then let's see what's going to happen. And then
Here's
win again, right?
Here's my bold prediction, Mickey. The Cowboys win this game. I guarantee you they will make the playoffs. How about that? That's my bold prediction.
That's probably a
for this
safe
game.
one if you get to 10 wins.
Yes, I feel very confident in that. But
do you remember the last time they've had 3 seasons in a row with double-digit wins?
They win a Super Bowl?
I mean, was it 93 through 95, 94 through 96 maybe?
Well, it would have been 91 through 96.
Oh, yeah, when they had – that makes –
Right?
That was the last time?
Not since.
Think
about it. Every time it seemed like they had a really good season, they, fell off the next year for whatever reason. Tony Romo gets hurt, right? That happened twice. In 2007 to 2008, and then it happened from 2014 to 2015. It's been a while.
Now, Mick, I need to know how confident you are. It is prediction time for Cowboys-Eagles. What do you got?
As you know, I give this much thought. Put a lot of work in it.
Yes, I know.
He wakes up, he looks at the over-under.
You also pretend like you don't know the spread, and some of these, your picks are like spot on.
And you know what? And honest, I haven't looked this week, and I came up. I usually come up with these numbers when I wake up in the morning, right?
Right.
Cowboys 31, Philadelphia 27.
Now, Mickey, once again, you claim to not know the spread. Let me tell you this. The spread is 3.5 points.
No way.
You have created a 4-point victory for the Dallas Cowboys.
Maybe I should get into a different business then.
It's never too late, Mick. It's never too late.
Yeah,
Just always remember that.
Right, okay. I got a feeling it is in this case.
Well, we appreciate you being on with us every day nonetheless. I hope you're right about that prediction. We will catch up with you again on Monday.
I'll be here. See you guys.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Bedford. Are you watching the Dak Prescott commercial?
Yes.
I heard a lot of talk about it this morning.
He's talking S.
Because I was in the car, I didn't get a chance to watch it.
What we're going to have to do, Kevin, we're going to have to send it over to Chris. All right, Chris Strong is on our board today, and he's doing a fantastic job already. But we're going to have to get him to pull this up and see if it's edited already or if he needs to do some editing work, because Ted Wynn, who I follow on Twitter, he does great film analysis. He said, I've seen enough, MVP. So that was enough to put Dak in the MVP discussion. But I have not seen or heard the commercial yet. I was just watching it with subtitles, and it looks hilarious. But also, it's for a good purpose, Kevin. This is colon cancer screening we're talking about here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And if that is the case, we talk about this all the time. Humor
gets great attention.
Is a great way to draw somebody to your cause. Now, you can just be controversial, but then you might have some backlash. If you're just having fun with it, then hopefully it will draw more and more people to your cause. Real quick, I wanted to go ahead and fire off cut number 12, if we can, from the NBA in-season tournament semifinals last night.
Has the rebound. And LeBron the other way. Oh, my gosh.
Heat check. Now, the Mavericks destroyed the Utah Jazz the night before this. So last night, the Lakers attempted to do the same as they beat the Pelicans by 44 points in the second of the NBA in-season tournament semifinals. Now, the first one, significantly more competitive. It was the Pacers beating the Bucks. Some note about that. Tyrese Halliburton this year has 3 games with 25-plus points, 15-plus assists, and 0 turnovers. Nobody in NBA history has more than one of those games in their career.
Yeah.
And he's done it 3 times this year. 25-plus points, 15-plus assists. To go along with no turnovers, 15 or more. I mean, the points are great. But 15 or more turnovers 15 or more assists with no turnovers is astonishing to me.
He's a really good talent, man. And to see what Miles Turner did along with it throughout that evening, because I was watching that game, and I, for some reason I just kept forgetting that Damian Lillard was there, even though Damian Lillard does big things. But as I was going through it, I was just so much more impressed with Tyrese Halliburton and how he's managing all this. He's got a great coach to walk him through it all, but he's putting the league on notice night in, night out, man. He reminds everybody, this is why I'm here. That's one of those dudes that he slipped through for me.
Now, there is nothing else on the NBA slate for Saturday with the exception of the in-season tournament championship. Pacers, Lakers, 7:30 on ABC. Lakers 4.5
Just
point
like we
favorites.
all predicted, right?
Yeah, I definitely would not have predicted that. I'm really curious to see what these semifinal ratings look like and what the finals ratings look like on Saturday night. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Bedford. Hell, I'll tell you this. If you ever wanted to meet baby Noah or my little nephew Cooper, then you should come on out because they are definitely making their presence known out here. We hope that you come and see us register for those giveaways from Miller Lite.
I'm about to start giving stuff away right now.
You're going to start giving things away?
Yeah.
Miller Lite, as long as you get here by 2 o'clock, Miller Lite will be giving away a pair of tickets to Cowboys Eagles. You don't have to stay to be eligible, but hopefully you'll eat, hang out with us, have a good time. Coming up next, it's time for Forgiveness Friday. The Pistons, this former Jags employee, and cursing hockey brothers. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Pollard to the right of Prescott in the shotgun. Play action to Pollard. There's Jake Ferguson on a slant. Now he hurdles a defender at the 30-yard line. He went over the top of Quandre Diggs, and he got near the marker. They'll mark him about a yard shy. But that's the second time we've seen Jake Ferguson go airborne.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Bedford. If you want to come see us, it's happening out here. Baby Noah's out here if you've ever wanted to meet him. And we're signing passports with my fancy calligraphy today. This is the best I can do. I hope it will be considered fancy enough for people. Look at that. Look how fancy that is.
Did you see who signed the bottom left-hand side?
It's Bobby Belt.
And Sean Sharif. And I guess, did RJ get his in there? Or he was getting smoked out at the time?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, because it was, Kevin, they put him into a situation as they were doing their Firehouse tour. But that is really cool that Sean and Bobby jumped in on that part of it, too. I really appreciate that.
I do not. That's a KNC thing. They need to get their names the hell off of that.
No,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right. It's that time for a little Forgiveness Friday, 877-881-1053 from the 940. I have to work. Can I have forgiveness because I can't see y'all? Now, this is a tough one because you should have scheduled accordingly. No, I'm kidding. If you have to work, that is totally fine as long as hopefully you'll get a chance to listen. Feel free to text in truckwreck.com. Hit us up on Twitch, on YouTube. We want all of that interaction. Love it, love it, love it.
Kevin, I need forgiveness.
What did you do?
We got tickets here that I'm supposed to give away to Flatland Cavalry.
Okay.
Now, you might not know Flatland Cavalry.
I do not.
But they are one of my favorite bands. I absolutely love them.
So do you need forgiveness because you're not going to give them away?
I might be entering to win these tickets, Kevin.
You
because
are
I'm
not
a huge
eligible.
fan. I'm not?
Nope.
You are kidding me. I might need to have a family member come up, a direct family member.
That's what we did.
Come up to sign up to get these tickets given to them today. That might be a possibility. But Kevin already gave away a Cowboys hoodie, already gave away 2 mini helmets, and I think a Cowboys, a CD Lamb Funko Pop. We have more of that stuff, plus the Eagles Cowboys tickets to give away here shortly.
Now, other Forgiveness Friday, I think that's fair. From the 682, look, if you can get away with this, more power to you. I don't know if this is the direction I would go. I need forgiveness. I'm bringing my wife another dog home without her knowing. So that means she's actively okay, my wife is excited about that because even when we were having baby Noah, she's like, "Ooh, what do you think about this dog? What do you think about this dog?" I have to say, as somebody who is married, I would not appreciate it if my spouse just brought home a dog without discussing it with me first.
But even though you didn't appreciate it, how long would it take you to just have to get over it and deal with it?
Hey, don't bring that up in front of Jess.
Hey, Bochy's the one that told us that. Bochy said they can only be mad for so long. That doesn't just apply to wives. It applies to us, too.
Yeah.
We can only stay mad for so long, and then we got to get over it.
You make a fair point. I might eventually fold and be like, oh, that dog is super cute, or you'll love the dog all the same.
You are telling me to not talk about this, though, because Jess is sitting right there.
She's right there.
Okay, that makes more. I'm sorry, I didn't see the signs here.
She's wanted a new puppy, even though we have a dog for like 2 years.
Okay, so, and you're holding out until the other one is passed, or just in general?
I think that's a good way to do it.
Okay.
Plus, baby Noah likes to pull on the dog, and we're still teaching him to pet the dog and not like poke it in the face because he's still kind of reckless with his limbs. Like, you could tell what he wants to do. It doesn't always go exactly the way he thinks it should. So
that makes sense.
We're still working on that. Now, I was really hoping that Mike Bassick would be here for this. Do you think that a former Jags employee, Amit Patel, deserves forgiveness. He is being accused of stealing approximately $22 million from the Jacksonville Jaguars over the last 5 years.
What? And he's a former Jags employee.
Yeah,
not Mavs.
I'm willing to guess that they found out something was going on, and they're like, "Hey, you got to go, brother." Wow. And then they looked further into it, and they go, "Hold on, just a minute. You need to go to jail." So he got fired in February, and the Jags put out a statement that they have been fully cooperating with the FBI and the U.S. District Attorney's Office in Florida. Apparently, he took advantage over the virtual credit card program that the Jags had, and he was like, I'll just have all the credit cards or start using other ones. And it's been building over a really lengthy period of time.
So now he's in credit card debt. That's not good.
But this doesn't feel like a thing where they mail you the envelope and you just write your check or go online.
Or throw it in the trash.
I mean,
if that's your way of doing it.
No, you're wrong about that last part. He is throwing it in the trash. He's like, I have no intention of paying this $22 million bill. I say it's rare. I say he does not deserve forgiveness.
Okay, then, Kevin, we won't give him forgiveness today. From the 469, I might need forgiveness because I was more excited seeing you guys on Sunday than I am seeing Adam Sandler tonight. And we saw him at Jared Sandler's Swinging for a Cause event. And we were very happy to see all the people we got to see out there. There were a lot of people that were there, man. It was good.
Yeah, if it was like, 96 through 99 Sandler, I'd be like, mistake.
Oh, Jared?
But, yeah. Oh, I thought he meant Adam Sandler.
Oh, he did. I was just saying 96 through 99, Jared Sandler's probably not that great.
Yeah, that's a good – I don't really know. That's a good question. If it was 96 through 99 Adam Sandler, you should be more excited about that. Current Adam Sandler – I think there's nothing wrong with saying you're more excited to see us than Adam Sandler.
From the 972, I need forgiveness because I'm making my world championship qualifying Terlingua chili to fulfill holiday orders and can't make it to Buffalo Wild Wings today.
Oh, but will you eventually bring Mike and Corey some of that chili?
Yeah, because, I mean, it's a world championship winning chili.
It sounds hot.
I feel like I have to have it. Why? Because it says Terlingua?
Yeah.
Terlingua's a place.
Oh. It's not a pepper?
I don't know. I feel like it's a place. Let's
okay. All right. Well, look. Obviously,
sounds like a tongue to me.
Okay. So you think it might be tongue chili?
Yeah, Terlingua. It's a place in Texas.
From the 575, Baby Noah doesn't know how to handle pets and still can't read. Yeah, I don't know if I can meet him yet. Well, he just got walked outside because he was getting really angry.
Oh, no. Why was he angry? Because, dude, a minute ago I saw him leaning to you from across the room.
Right.
He was trying to get to Dad.
If he doesn't get his way, I don't know if this will sound like anybody you know. If he doesn't get his way, he gets kind of crabby about it.
Crabby?
Yeah. That's probably not like anybody that you know or directly work with.
Does he need to go for a walk?
It's me, yeah.
So he needs
to walk around the studio so he can just let out some steam. From the 325, ooh, do I need forgiveness? My ex-girlfriend bought me Dallas Stars tickets before we broke up. She still wanted to go with me, but I thought that would be weird. So she forwarded me the tickets. I accepted them. And me and my buddy will be in the house tomorrow. Should I pay her for them? No. They were a gift.
Yeah, that is – I completely agree with you on that. That is – and whoever you're with, that significant other, should be perfectly okay with that as well. Here's the deal. If she said she didn't want to send them to you, I don't think you should get mad about that either. If she was like, hey, look, I got them, I'm holding on to them, or she just went to the game, y'all broke up. You know, that's that part of it. My concern is she was maybe sending them as a gift and hoping it would be a way to get back together. Yeah. And that would be the magical night on ice.
Man, okay. Look.
To get the heat back going.
This is a theoretical situation, all right? Or a hypothetical situation. Can you imagine if you're engaged to somebody and then you broke up with they broke up with you because they wanted to go run out and do whatever, like 3 months before you were going to graduate college. And then that same person came back to you and be like, why am I not invited to the college graduation? Like, you wouldn't invite that person, right? Again, this is a hypothetical situation Not something that definitely happened.
I'm trying to get Noah to high-five me right now, Kevin. I'm sorry. He said no.
He does not like to do things on command.
Okay.
Again, like nobody that you've ever met before. Man, Noah has some of my worst personality traits.
And best.
He does have a lot of the best ones, but he's also carried a couple things that I hoped would be shuffled out.
I thought he
of
was
the
pulling
gene
out
pool.
some pocket Cheerios, but it was just his shirt. I was like, oh, he's grabbing some pocket Cheerios. Got a snack on for a minute.
Now, I want to get your opinion on this. Let's go to cut number 11. Are you familiar with the Hughes brothers?
Jerry Hughes?
No, not Jerry Hughes.
All right.
So there was 3 brothers Hughes that were playing in a hockey game together. Now, they're not all on the same team. 2 were on one team, 1 was on the other. But it was a whole big deal, and you're like, oh, this is really exciting and everything like that. So Luke Hughes goes on the broadcast. Is this on him for potentially using a word he shouldn't, or is it on the broadcast for not having their crap together so he's ready to go?
I'm thinking Luke might be having some trouble hearing me. We'll give him a second, but definitely a special moment there as we are taking it all in, and I'm going to let Luke go as...
What are we done?
They should have moved on quicker from that, Kevin.
Yeah.
I know you're trying to vamp for time and everything,
Sure.
but maybe that would have moved on quicker. I'm not blaming the player.
Because specifically what he said was, what the F are we doing? And obviously, that's fair. If you're just standing there ready for an interview and there's nobody there, we made Jerry mad one time because of that. Not today, but this was years ago. He was a little salty because we had trouble getting him on the phone.
Yeah, I always do, Kevin, feel like whenever we're doing stuff in at spring training or whenever we go out to Oxnard, I feel like it's our responsibility to make sure it is set up. They come sit down and get the interview started and move on. You know, I don't want to waste any more of their time. And so we had Trayvon Diggs and we did a pre-record. That was a pre-recorded interview with him. But we didn't want to waste time and him just sitting there waiting for everything to be set up. So I think that you got to make sure everything's all squared away and ready to rock. Otherwise, it can be problematic, and somebody's going to say, what the F are we doing here? And I don't want that.
And then I don't know if these people deserve forgiveness or not. Did the Detroit Pistons deserve forgiveness for just being just terrible at basketball? They have 18 straight losses. Now, they still have a ways to go to catch the all-time record of the Philadelphia 76ers, and they play the Magic tonight. Maybe they'll break that losing streak, but they've lost 18 straight games. The record set by the Philadelphia 76ers in 2014-15 into the next season, where they lost 28 straight games. Did the Pistons deserve forgiveness for just being dreadful?
Well, I can't decide because I'm not in Detroit, Kevin. I can't decide who deserves the forgiveness. Is it the players? Because they're the ones trying to execute on the court. Or is their front office just miserable and they didn't give them enough talent? Or is the coaching just pathetic?
Can I say all three?
Can we just say all three? Then no, they don't deserve forgiveness because they just need to go fix their stuff. You know what I mean?
Okay, fix it,
Fix
Rich.
it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Will this marquee matchup finally lead to an Eagles penalty? Let's talk about it next. We are live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Bedford on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, everyone.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Young and an empty gun. Snap comes back. Pressure's coming again. Oh, good night. Oh, they're going to hurt him. Parsons was first. Wow, what an explosion for Micah Parsons.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Bedford. If you want to come out and see us, it is a happening scene out here off of Airport Freeway.
Kevin, we haven't really called for this that much, but it is Shout Out Friday. I know you like to do Shout Out Tuesday and Wednesday every once in a while.
No, that true.
But it is Shout Out. It is Shout Out Friday today. Go ahead and text in 877-881-1053. This is a shout out from the Buffalo Wild Wings Bedford crew to their friend bartender Brian, who is fighting for his life at the hospital. I know a little more about it, but I'm not at liberty to say. But we are all praying for him. Shout out to Brian. Get after it, man. Hopefully we see you very, very soon. So Shout Out Friday. Let's keep it up, man. Keep those coming after us.
Man, that is an excellent shout out right there. Right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Dip.
And we start. You did a good job, Chris. There's just other people who did it at the same time. It was very amusing. Is good news, bad news situation for the Jags is Christian Kirk placed on injured reserve. That is probably something we could have anticipated when we talked about the injury that he suffered coming out of last week's game. Doug Peterson, on the other hand, said that Trevor Lawrence is probably a game-time decision on Sunday. I have to admit, that is shocking information to me. Okay. I thought for sure, with the way it looked like he went down and the pain he was in, I thought for sure you were talking about missing a couple of games. But now, and he could still miss the game this weekend, but probably a game-time decision on Sunday.
Have you seen the videos of him jogging around out there yet?
It's because that's why I didn't need the cart.
Exactly.
Like, I'm fine.
I don't need a cart.
Now, Bobby sent this to us yesterday, and you showed it to me. I didn't read it on air at the time because I thought, this can't be true. But it is that Sean McDermott with the Bills, and he acknowledged in his presser yesterday, there's an article that came out saying that he used the terrorists on 9/11 as an example of the importance of communication and being on the same team. Mm-hmm. And when Bobby sent that over, like, great work by Bobby, and he had the screenshot of the specific stuff, I thought, there's no way that can be real. And then as the day went on, you heard more and more that it was real. McDermott had to reference it in his press conference. He said at the time, he immediately apologized to his team for even bringing this up. This was back in 2019. And the article is written by Tyler Dunn on golongtd.com if you want to check it out. McDermott was asked again today, this is a fascinating stance that he's taking. He said that it's been a disappointing and hurtful 24 hours since the publication of what he called an attack on my character. I did not, of all the things you could have told me yesterday, I did not anticipate McDermott going on the offensive about this.
Yeah, I guess since it's 4 years old.
Sure.
That, like, it feels like, hey, look, I did my part.
And he said he apologized at the time.
Team at the time, and now you're bringing this up. Why? And you know why, Kevin. Like, the whole reason is somebody wants a new coach there. Somebody wants to replace that guy. And so, like, that's why he's being defensive about this and going on the offensive, is because there have been a lot of whispers that he's out if this keeps happening in Buffalo. And so somebody's trying to set a table here by bringing the – why did this story pop up?
No. I think you're right. The look on my face is I had not thought about that cause and effect, and now I feel foolish for not thinking about it because that makes a whole lot of sense.
No, that's what I'm asking. Why would this story even be brought up at all? By the way, Bedford Fire Department has come in to have lunch today. We had the Wiley. We were at the Wiley place today with Sean and RJ, and Bedford was like, you know what? We're going to come in about Buffalo Wild Wings. Thank you to them for being here. I
Did they
feel safer right now?
Do we know if they brought the mayor?
Oh,
that's
yeah, because we did have to one up them with a mayor. Yeah, we haven't
needed
done that
a
yet.
mayor.
But yeah,
for that.
in my opinion, Kevin. That's why that story would pop up, and that's why he would be in that in the hey man, somebody's trying to set me up as a fall guy here and make me look bad. Even though I do think it was a dumb use of it.
Oh, for sure.
You can use so many different other examples
Absolutely.
of something that turned out in a win for you rather than that. But maybe that was early on for him. Maybe he's learned since then.
No,
I bet he definitely has.
I'm not disputing that point whatsoever. All right, let's go from that to this is something I'm really fascinated by. We've talked all season about the lack of penalty calls that Micah Parsons draws.
Yes.
For holding or whatever. Mm-hmm. And then there's Lane Johnson. If you go back and analyze the work of Lane Johnson, he's clearly an excellent player. But you could make an argument that he maybe false starts most of his snaps. He gets off the ball a little bit too quickly.
He does a lean technique. Yes.
And so he's rarely ever called for a penalty. And Micah Parsons rarely ever gets penalties called in his
for
favor.
Him, yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Do you think that is likely to change at all, or do you see the combination of Micah doesn't get the calls, Lane doesn't get the calls against him? I'm not saying they're direct against each other all day long, but obviously you think there will be plenty of matchups there.
I do believe that this crew that's going to be on is one of the highest in false start calls.
Okay.
So I don't know if they have keyed in on the Lane Johnson thing specifically, and they're like, look, that is a false start, and we're going to call it all game, because it's something that he does, and he does very well because he's timed it up very well to be able to do this little lean thing that allows him to get back a little bit. I don't know what their numbers are, Kevin, regarding holding, but it is comical at this point regarding what Mike is having to deal with. It's ridiculous.
If you're the Cowboys, you make sure to send them those videos ahead of time about
what does it matter?
At this point,
like Mark Cuban did that for years, right? Where he's actually been the one now that's holding. He set up the system essentially that holds the refs accountable in the NBA. And Jerry's talked about it many times. Look, it's a very difficult job, but I think we're all in the same boat where we're looking at it going, why isn't it fixed? And if you say something, guess what? The penalties are going to be a-coming. And if you don't say something, well, they're going to come at you anyway. There is a lot of discrepancy in that, but you just have to deal with that's what is available to you in the NFL. And in all sports, it's all kind of difficult.
Now, if we can, Chris, can we go ahead and fire off cut number 2? Because I have to admit, the Thursday Night Football game surprised me a couple of different ways.
On the right hash of the 24. Zappy off a play. Throws it left. Henry in the end zone. Makes the catch. Dives in. Touchdown. Patriots.
3 touchdowns by number 4 tonight. Bailey Zappi has come to play, baby. You may have your quarterback right now for the rest of the year. Case closed.
All right. I saw you put your head down, Corey, but they put the qualifier on there for the rest of the year. All right? That includes 4 whole games. So cut him some slack right there. But Bailey Zappi did do something that is very unusual for the Patriots this year. Do you know that was the first completion? They had the first completion all season of more than 30-plus air yards. Previously,
excuse me?
Yes, the Patriots had been 0 for 18 when a ball was in the air for 30 or more yards. Only team in the NFL without a completion like that. Finally got it done with Bailey Zappi to Juju Smith-Schuster. And in addition to the Patriots winning that game, they hit the over by halftime.
Wow.
It was 21-10 at halftime, just ahead of the over. I have to admit, that was shocking to me. It was 21-3 at one point. The Steelers put up a couple of touchdowns, make it more respectable like at 21-18, but this is a crushing loss for the Steelers.
Did you hear them booing Trubisky? Or
Yeah,
were they booing? I couldn't tell if they were booing Trubisky or if they were booing the call.
No.
It only looked like Trubisky to me.
No, because
then he comes out and throws a touchdown, and they were like, all right.
They were chanting for Mason Rudolph. And I'm like, but he's not good either. And they're like,
bad.
hey, He's different. That's all
anything
I
other
got.
than this guy, they're done with him. Yeah, that's bad, man.
But that loss is, oh man, that hurts a lot for the Steelers.
Well,
because
it also hurts the Patriots and their opportunity to get a higher draft pick.
Yeah, Drake May, Belichick called Drake May, and he's like,
for him.
hey, sorry about that, buddy.
Yeah, we went out there and won a game.
Yeah, we really screwed that up. All right, let's go from a quarterback who's not been very good to a quarterback who's been excellent. C.J. Stroud. He leads the league right now with 3,540 passing yards. This is the latest in the season a rookie has led the league in passing since 1950. And no rookie has led the league in passing yards for the season since 1939.
Wow.
You will, of course, remember 1939
Norm Van Brocklin
as the year that Texas A&M actually won a championship.
No,
not
I've
the fake ones.
I've never knew that.
I saw it. It was good.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
How? Did you get an Indiana Jones time machine?
Man, I'm going to talk about that at another point. I have some thoughts about that movie.
I got to go rewatch it.
So that could be an incredible accomplishment for C.J. Stroud. But then let's go to Devon Achane. Last weekend, he scored two touchdowns against the Commanders. He has 9 touchdowns in 6 games. The only other player in NFL history to accomplish that, Gale Sayers.
Wow.
So if you're on the list,
wow, that's
with
impressive.
Gale Sayers,
short career.
But
effective career.
True. A very great career. I would love to see if Achane would have been playing this whole time, if he would have been in the mix with Stroud for Offensive Rookie of the Year. Like, I know they love to give awards just to the quarterback, and Stroud's having an insane year. But if you're with Gale Sayers, and y'all are the only two that have ever done this, that is pretty dang impressive to me as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Bedford. If you want to come and see us, coming up next, Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because 877-881-1053. Get involved in the conversation. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What? Am I supposed to sign this?
Yeah, go ahead and do it. I already did.
Did you?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, I will sign it then. Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation as we are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Bedford. Corey, are you feeling confident about this game?
I mean, listen, the confidence is really that I'm riding on what the team has done of late. They've been able to find the right plays. It feels like Dak Prescott is in a groove right now. And that's where my Cowboys win because Dak Prescott is the one that is feeling it right now. He is on top of his game. He's leading this group in the way that they understand what their roles are and what their jobs are. I mean, even listening to Mickey's story, it was maybe there was some chaos before snap count. And they all decided, hey, here we go is our opportunity to shut that down. So I feel like you have the better, healthier quarterback on Sunday night. And I say healthier for a reason. When the two of them are healthy, they're exceptional quarterbacks.
Yeah.
They can be great. When both of them are prepared for the moment, they are very, very good at what they do. So I think because you have the healthier version and you have the guy that is playing at the hottest at the moment. Hurts is not playing his hottest football right now. Dak Prescott definitely is. And you can say it's because they've been playing against bad teams. I don't give a crap what it is. I've been watching this quarterback deliver week in and week out, and I'll continue watching that. So that's why I say Cowboys win, because they have a quarterback that is the better quarterback on Sunday.
And, Corey, it is also a shout-out Friday from the 214. Shout-out to me. I'm at the Bedford Buffalo Wild Wings, but I'm too lazy to walk up there.
Smart.
And also, shout-out to Mikey B for acting like a full-time host and only being part-time.
Oh, my gosh. God, don't do that.
Holy
Don't
moly
do that.
right there.
I like to see winners, by the way, people walking in out with their Cowboys stuff that they got from Miller Lite.
Now, Corey, will you accept this as an answer? From the 407, Cowboys win because the Eagles are stupid. Do you accept that as a viable answer?
Yeah, I do.
I think I do too.
I do want to go back to this conversation because, after the San Francisco game, I was like, look, I'm done with Dak, and I'm done with expecting that he's going to go to another place. As far as like whenever these big moments and these big games happen, I need to just not get my expectations up. And maybe I'm buying a little too much into that right now. Maybe I am buying into, you know what, man? Maybe he found it. Maybe the San Francisco game, he decided I'm going to start doing this a little bit better. I'm watching the way he's throwing. I'm watching some of the decisions on his routes. I'm watching the way that he decides to run out of bounds instead of run into somebody or just hold on the ball and get sacked. And I'm seeing a different player, but Kevin, like that decision to say I'm done with that, I don't believe it anymore, I don't think it'll happen.
Yeah.
That still exists where I'm just kind of like, will it rear its ugly head again on Sunday where it comes back and it goes, oh, yeah. No, there's a certain level that he plays at, but it's not any better than what it's been over the last few weeks.
Now, from the 682, Cowboys win because they're at home and will continue to roll. Cowboys lose because no one can stop the tush push. That would be interesting if that's how it played out, because we'll have Stephen Jones on Monday, and he's part of the rules committee that has said, no, man, we authorize the tush push. We always continue to look at things, but we will allow it for now. My Cowboys win because good.
Can I ask you about this specifically? If they said we will no longer allow you to push from behind, do you think that solves the problem that is the Eagles? Because Jerry agreed with me. I've said this for about a month now. I don't think it's the push as much as it is what's going on up front. And if they're going to say that kind of blocking up front is illegal,
you think that's
I do have a problem with that.
Okay.
So that's where I stand on. If you're going to say don't push from behind, that's fine. But they're still going to be able to be successful.
And I saw Jason Kelsey said, that's fine. If you ban it, we'll find a different way to defeat you with a similar kind of play. And I do think you have to have that kind of confidence. For me, Cowboys win because third downs. Not to say that every down in the game isn't important.
Because they're good on third down, or because I was told earlier this week the Eagles aren't very good on third down and they can't stop the run.
They cannot get off the field on third down as of late. Let's just take a look at the last 3 games. And one of the specifically reason we keep coming back to that is that's the most recent sample size. And obviously you're talking about a time period that's just about lined up with when the Cowboys and Eagles last played. In the Eagles' last 3 games, they have given up 58% of their third downs into first downs. The league average is 37%.
Oh, really?
Now, on the flip side, is the Cowboys' third down offense good? It's amazing. In their last 3 games, 52.5% on third down conversion. For the season, second in the league, behind only Buffalo. So you have the strength of, and it's really interesting because you have the strength of the Cowboys offense. One of the things they've been able to do is convert third downs. The Eagles defense has struggled mightily as of late at getting off the field on third down. I think the Cowboys are going to be able to continue more possessions than the Eagles. I think that's why the Cowboys win.
Yeah, I think that could be a massive factor, man, because what's the most annoying thing in football?
Eagles fans.
Well, yeah, Eagles fans, but also you finally got a team in a bad situation on third down. You're about to get the ball back, and they convert. And now you have to reset and go, okay, we got to stop them. And you're in a defense's legs, which could have been sitting on the bench, are now sitting there having to take at least 2 more plays, maybe 3 if they don't get an interception or fumble recovery.
Corey, I have to tell you an admission as a football fan. There has never been a game I've watched in the history of my life, especially a competitive game, where I didn't think we should have stopped the third down. I don't care if it's 3rd and an inch. Every time there's a third down, I think you should force a punt. I get mad when teams go for it on 4th down because I was like, no, we already did it. We already stopped you.
You really do?
No, absolutely. But on the flip side, I also get mad at my team when they don't go for it on 4th down. It is the confusing part about being a fan. There has never been a third down in the history of football that my team has given up defensively that I've thought, that's fine. I think every time you get to third down, it's over.
Yeah, no, it should be that way. The best teams keep teams off the field any longer. That's what they do defensively. Have we moved to Cowboys lose because yet? Because I do have a reason on this.
From the 214, shout out to Kevin. What I can assume is him making faces to baby Noah. I'm cracking up watching him on the fan cam. Can you imagine, though, if that's not what I was doing?
Hey, your baby.
Oh, my gosh.
Your little baby boy.
Stop doing that. How concerned would you be for me, just people listening, if I was making
kissy faces
and there's nobody there?
So here's one of the things. When my oldest kid was a baby, you and I were going to some tournament together, and we had to drive far away.
Yep.
I feel like I just left my kid at my house because I don't know what I did with him, actually. I really don't know what happened that day. But you and I had to leave, and you came into the house, and I remember I was going to do something around my house, and I turned back around, and there you are. My kid had woken up and was standing up in the crib, and you were playing peekaboo with him, and you were hiding behind walls and stuff, and he was laughing, and I was like, oh, my gosh, Kevin loves to get little kids like that to smile. It's one of his favorite things. I do know that, and you're good at it, dude.
My wife,
but I would be concerned if you were just doing it to regular people.
As you should. Cowboys lose because the Eagles have arguably the best wide receiver duo in the league with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Brown is 4th in the NFL in receiving yards. Smith is 15th in the NFL in receiving yards. The Eagles are the only team in the NFL that has 2 players in the top 15 for receiving yards. So, you asked Jerry earlier. I have to admit, I didn't love Jerry's answer about how marquee players get more attention and maybe you'll go after them. The very real thing is the Deron Bland experience the last couple of weeks where you've seen him get torched but also make huge plays when it really mattered. I guess the Thanksgiving one wasn't a huge play in terms of the outcome of the game, but it was still amazing. And so when you have 2 top-notch wide receivers, I'll say that makes the difference if the Cowboys lose.
I totally get that. Those two receivers are very, very good. Slippery, Devontae Williams. He finds space. He finds a way to get wide open too, and he can find his space in an end zone very quickly. I do compare him a little bit to Marvin Harrison in that covering him is like covering a fly, where you're just like you think he's going this direction, and the next thing you know, he's gone this direction, and you thought you had him the whole time. A.J. Brown, completely different type of receiver, can physically overpower you, and I am a little concerned with Deron Bland up against him, mostly for size, for one. Like that's a huge factor. But I think Bland, this is why I asked Jerry that earlier. It seems like whenever now that you've gotten your limelight, teams start going, all right, what's he doing? And they start studying you a little bit more and trying to figure out what your weakness is, and then they see it, and now it's on you to then either go to the coach and say, what do I need to do to fix this, or to dig in a little bit more on yourself. And so my hope is, huge game coming up, Deron Bland has decided, I'm going to do more studying. I'm going to be even more prepared for this. One play is not good enough. I need to be even better, especially if I want to go get that Trayvon Diggs contract at some point. Then I need to go. I need to take it to another level here.
Now, this might be unrelated, Corey, but from the 817, do you guys want a beer?
I would love a beer, but I do have a soda weigh-in tomorrow morning at 10:30. So I'm currently beer free for a period of time.
From the 214, Cowboys lose because Zeke had a good game last night. That's from Ephesi. Did he, though?
He had a touchdown. Do you not call that a good game?
Yeah,
he had 68 yards.
You're right, though.
On the ground.
Receiving, he had a really huge game for them. So that's fair.
He had 68 yards rushing. But he had 72 yards receiving.
All-purpose yards. That's a good point. I take my sarcastic criticism
He was the
back.
most targeted receiver on the team, Kevin, because they can't throw 30 yards downfield.
They completed a pass like that, but you're right. 140 all-purpose yards and a touchdown. You're definitely right. We've had plenty of games where we just wish that Tony Pollard would find the end zone.
Yeah.
So
for sure.
Hopefully we're moving in the right direction on that.
My Cowboys lose because they don't pay enough attention to the details. That was the reason they lost the last time against the Eagles. And for that matter, against Arizona, they struggled because they weren't paying attention to some details about their opponent that they needed to correct. This team, and if you want to be a championship team, the little things are the things that are the difference between winning and losing. I mean, we hear it's a game of inches speech all the time, but the details of what's going on, that's going to be a huge factor in this game. Whenever it's close, you have to pay attention even more. Whenever it's wide open and you got a big lead, you can probably play a little looser with stuff. But, man, you got to really lock in and know the details, understand the game, and understand where you can get your best advantages. And if they don't do that on Sunday, if they haven't prepared that way this week, which that's one of my concerns with Mike McCarthy being out, did they take a breath or did they say, no, we have to dig in even more? That's where I am right now, the details.
Do you feel like if they win, Bobby's going to be like, see, he wasn't even there like half the week?
Absolutely.
And
he's already got a whole built-in thing. Okay. And I'll just say that's a credit to him. Because he was able to be away from it, and he had everybody in place the proper way to do their jobs.
From Caroline and Fort Worth, Cowboys win because Nick Bosa put the blueprint out there about how to beat the Eagles. Cowboys lose because they didn't take that statement seriously. Yes, I did hear that, and I thought that was a very fascinating way to put it. From the 254, Cowboys win because Steele and Bland are going to have awesome games. They're both due, and they've had some extra time to rest and reevaluate. I'll tell you this. There's a lot of players you can cue in, right? Like if Dak has an amazing game, I can see how you think we're going to win. If Steele and Bland both have excellent games, I do think we're going to win this game.
Yeah, because you take your weaknesses and you turn them into strengths for you. Absolutely, that could be a huge reason for you.
And then from the 817, they lose because they have too many penalties. That is tough to argue with. And from the 214, Cowboys lose because Mike didn't do crosstalk.
Wow. You know what, Kevin? He didn't do crosstalk before the Arizona game. He didn't do crosstalk before the Niners game, and he didn't do crosstalk before the Eagles game.
Oh, no. Are those other two true?
I don't know, but we'll see.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's the case. If that's what that texter's saying, I think that's the only thing. And we'll have to tell Mike, sorry, buddy, you can't be off on Fridays anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll react super well to that. From the 214, the Cowboys lose because he said he wants his wife to be happy. She's an Eagles fan, and they're both Cowboys haters. Well, I hope that you're both sad after Sunday night. Only because of football reasons.
Not for human purposes. Yeah, we like humans.
Not for any other reason, but just for that, obviously, we want the Cowboys to win. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Bedford, 1933 Airport Freeway. If you want to come out and see us, Corey's been giving stuff away. Plus, you can enter the drawing. Miller Lite will give away a pair of Cowboys Eagles tickets. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. How much, if at all, will your perception of the Cowboys change with a win on Sunday night? Plus, what are you doing to annoy the Eagles fan in your life this week? All of it coming at you next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until 1, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
If you're looking to get an incredible deal on a diamond, I can tell you firsthand to go to the Diamond Factory. They are the only jewelry showroom with an on-site diamond cutting factory in the U.S. Exquisite diamonds, both natural and lab-grown. No pressure environment with true gemologists and experts to help you choose the best piece for your budget. Eliminate the middleman and save money. The Diamond Factory near the Galleria, or shop online at thediamondfactory.com.
Get ready, boxing fans. This is Chris Arnold. Got to tell you about a big knockout doubleheader coming to UTA's College Park Center December 15th. First, you'll see 7 exciting pro fights live in the arena, featuring some of DFW's finest. And then witness the Jake Paul versus Andre August fight streamed live under the College Park Center giant video boards. For tickets and information, go to utatickets.com. That's December 15th, 7 live fights, plus Jake Paul on the arena big screen got you down.
Save big every day during Lowe's 25 days of deals. Right now, get these can't-miss deals on appliances. Get up to 30% off, plus save up to an extra $750 on select major appliances. And with Lowe's Pay, you can buy now and pay later to get instant payment options for online purchases. Shop these savings, because Lowe's knows deals every day. Valid through 12/13. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Subject to credit approval.
Hey, did you know the Statue of Liberty is the largest holiday gift ever given? That's a big deal, just like those at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hey, did you know when the year ends, so do the deals? It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or $2,500 bonus cash on the Hyundai Tucson. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Uses directed. Keep out of reach of children.
My friends at D&M Leasing want you to know that there has never been a better time to save money for your family with an easy lease. If upgrading to a new vehicle with the latest safety features and technology and lowering your payment sounds too good to be true, just check our 14,000 near-perfect reviews or ask one of our 50,000 valued clients. We want to earn your business and start a relationship that lasts a lifetime with no down payment and no payments until 2024. Just call 817 or 972-35 LEASE or visit us online at dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Let's go, Dallas! Let's go! Every moment, every touchdown, every yard is a reason to celebrate. If anyone knows that, Ciroc does. From the tailgate to the touchdown, Ciroc Ultra Premium Vodka makes game day a smooth one. And with flavors that never fumble, man, game day is an instant win. This is Ciroc, made from fine French grapes, made for football. Get Ciroc and Ciroc Vodka Spritz during the next Cowboys game. Please drink responsibly. Ciroc Vodka, 40% alcohol by volume. Imported from France by Diageo, New York, New York.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is sponsored by Consumer Cellular.
Consumer Cellular offers unlimited talk and text on every plan, starting at $20 per month. Stay connected in rain, sleet, and snow with their premium nationwide 5G coverage with no contract and free activation. Visit consumercellular.com to switch today.
My name is Jim Conroy, and I am the CEO at Boot Barn. Family and the holidays go hand in hand, and they impact our lives in incredible ways. As the hardest working people I've ever met, my parents' impact brought me to Boot Barn, where community comes first and togetherness and heritage are celebrated. This holiday, as we reflect on the past and look forward to the future, we thank you for further impacting our lives and being a part of the Boot Barn family.
If you guys are struggling to peel off visceral fat or looking to put on muscle mass and have hit a plateau, whether on TRT or not, Men's T Clinic can help you level up. Get in today to get your numbers checked. Optimizing your T can help you jumpstart the process with a ton of other benefits, like optimizing your mood, drive, mental clarity, and weight. Men's T Clinic is the authority and the only place I trust for my total wellness optimization. And with 5 convenient DFW locations, it's super easy to get in, get out, and get back to being you. Cash pay and insurance options are available.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
The Expressway is brought to you by QCkinetics.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live out at Buffalo Wild Wings in Bedford. It's been a happening time out here. Come on out. You still got the opportunity to enter for that pair of tickets. Miller Lite is given away for Cowboys Eagles. Yes, that game this weekend. You got to be out here to be able to at least sign up, though. Now, I got a question for you, and we can go a whole bunch of different directions right here, is how much, if at all, will your perception of the Cowboys change with a win on Sunday night? Because I know that you see, Corey, you see the same things that I see all the time. It's like, yeah, the Cowboys are on a win streak, but they haven't beaten anybody. Yeah, Dak's playing really well.
Will it matter if they win, though, to everybody else who's been like – because then they'll say, well, yeah, they just got beat. And you know what happens after you play the Niners.
Yeah.
I feel like winning this game – losing this game is the only important thing, and they can't.
Yep.
Winning is not going to change anybody. I'm sorry to cut you off, and as you were getting onto your rant here, Kevin, but winning this game changes nothing to anybody except for the Cowboys in their locker room, because then it turns in their minds, you know what, we can beat those teams that are the best. It does great things for their confidence. That's what they need. For the outside world, it's not going to change one iota. Yeah, but Dak threw for 200 yards instead of 275. They'll find a way to pick on it. That's going to happen. But the big deal is you need to do it internally for yourselves so that you know you can do that and what you're capable of. Guys, when we put our preparation together, that's what our outcome is going to be. But again, I don't think that it's going to change anybody's outside perception of them unless they lose. If they lose the game, it's a bigger factor for the Cowboys.
And that is, I know I've gone back to this probably.
It's the Cowboys' own fault.
But I've gone back to this probably 3 times in the last 3 weeks, is what Micah Parsons said about unfair coverage. Is I don't agree with him across the board. on this. But this is another spot where I disagree because I've already seen some people say, I don't think the Eagles are that good. The Eagles literally have the best record in all of football. I realize they got smashed by the 49ers. So the 49ers had their own losing streak in the middle of the season. Like, if you really break down everyone's ugly wins along the way, I think that's fair. Is the Eagles are a good team. Do I think they're the best team in the NFL? Well, hell no, they aren't. But they're a top 5 team in the NFL. The Cowboys are a top 5 team in the NFL. You're playing with an opportunity to potentially get home field until the NFC Championship game. That will depend on still some other things going forward. But if you lose this, you've got no shot, 0, none, of getting home field advantage or playing home games in this playoffs. I guess you could get like 5-7 in the NFC Championship game. But realistically, if you lose this game, you're locked into seed number 5, and you're going to have to travel the road that I think most of us don't want to travel that you've seen the last couple of years. If you win, you might still have to travel that road, but you're still in the mix for seeds 1 or 2. You're still there. You could win this division and put off the meeting with San Francisco as long as possible. That's where I'm at. Like, I'm not saying that the Cowboys are going to beat the 49ers. I saw the game earlier this year. Yeah. So did all of you. My dream scenario would be it doesn't happen until the NFC Championship game, or the 49ers get upset somewhere along the way. But, like, put that off as long as possible. If you think you can't beat a team, put as much space between you and that team as possible. You have to win this game to make that happen.
Yeah, I mean, it gives them a chance to have their, like, just look what happened last year. I don't want to say it that way. Look what happened last year. The Eagles, it had been put off long enough, and they eventually met the Niners. And what happened? Their quarterback wasn't there.
Yep.
Because a significant injury can change the entire trajectory of the playoffs. Maybe the Niners would have won the Super Bowl last year against the Chiefs if they had their quarterback, and Purdy would have been that guy. My perception of this team, Kevin, I did give you a little outside perception. I don't think that's going to change. My perception of these guys, of this group, is that they are very good. They need to overcome a challenge. They need to say that they did their part. When it came time to we control our own destiny, they took advantage of that moment, and they controlled that. What they can control of it. They can't control whether or not the Eagles lose the rest of the season.
Sure.
But they can control whether or not they win on Sunday by going out there and beating the team. So they can do those things. That's what it is for me. I'm wanting to see more of we are what we think we are, and we're the more prepared team. We're the more willed team to go out there. But I almost need to see them, Kevin, be the physically dominant team too.
Okay.
And show that when they go out there to hit, they're going out there to hit, and they hit hard. Because San Francisco is that team. And San Francisco is the only team that appears to be playing that type of football right now. And so I need to see the Cowboys do that at some point. So when it comes to the perception, I still feel like the Cowboys are a little more finesse than they are firepower, but I know they have lots of different weapons that can rise up to those kinds of moments.
Now, somebody asked from the 817, have the NFC top teams caught the AFC top teams, or the AFC fell off? I think in particular, you look at the top 3 in the NFC, and I think people would perceive of them as stronger than the top 3 of the AFC. But then once you go down 4, 5, 6, 7, I think that's where then the AFC would have an advantage. So you might still think the AFC is a deeper playoff field, and they'll have more entertaining games. But I think at the top, I will take the NFC. Now,
oh, you're not taking the Falcons? You're not taking them seriously right now?
I am not. Look, if the Cowboys get the 5 seed, I think they're going to crush the Falcons. Like, crush them. Now, don't ask me what happens the week after that, because I don't think it's going to turn out very well. But what do you think about this bet? This is a chump bet by Deshaun Jackson. Des Bryant and Deshaun Jackson bet each other $10,000 about who's going to win this game.
Really?
Here's the thing that's foolish about that.
Deshaun Jackson doesn't have that money?
Well, that's a whole different thing. When
Okay.
he's like, F the NFL and their money, even though he made like $80-some-odd million in his career, is the Cowboys are favored by 3.5 points. Take the points.
Yeah.
Now, if he's getting the points,
Oh, my God.
then that's fine. But don't get into a Twitter battle where you make a poor bet. This is a fundamentally poor bet. Even if the Eagles win, this is a dumb bet because you would have bet it on the money line and you would have got some money back, like in addition to your $10,000. You could have picked up like maybe 12-5 or something like that. This is a poor bet. I don't like it.
If you ever decide you want to make a bet, here's the thing that I suggest you do is call Kevin beforehand, because if he thinks it's a dumb bet, he will absolutely call you out and say it was a dumb bet the entire time. And because I've seen you do this, our friend Sterling, he shaved his eyebrows.
Yes.
Because he lost a bet.
For nothing.
And he didn't even have a reason. Like, he wouldn't have got any victory out of that. He was getting nothing. All he did was say, I'm putting my eyebrows on the line. And you do this frequently. We're like, Choppy, dumb bet. And Choppy's a pretty good gambler. I mean, like, he's pretty good at what he does. But you're like, that was not a good bet right there.
But that's when Choppy is making a logical bet based on stuff that he's studied, not when he goes, I will bet you my pinky. Like, never make a bet where literally nothing can be gained.
Right.
Why would you make that bet if, okay, so you won. What do you get? Pride?
Yeah.
Good for you. Is give me a little something.
Not just trying to give away a pinky toe. Is that what you're saying?
I don't personally want that. But I mean, look, if you're making a wager, you need to have stakes. I would go eyebrow for eyebrow, not pinky, but
pinky toe. If there was something like, don't you think pinky toe is the one that you're like, that's the one I can do without?
I will tell you, but that's the only one who knows how to get home.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, I'd rather give up my pinky toe than my pinky finger. I could be off base about that. If I had to pick one, I don't know what that bucket is either. Don't worry about it.
It's the sanitization
bucket.
Okay. Yep.
Is somebody ran into a bucket and splashed. I was like, I have no idea what that is either. I would rather lose a pinky toe than a pinky finger. Somebody could correct me on that, but if I had to pick, that's the direction.
877-881-1053 if you have thoughts.
Okay, I don't know if we need to totally dive more into that. All right, a couple of other things that I want to go through with this, and I like this answer a lot from Micah Parsons, he was talking about Cowboys-Eagles, and he said it's always one of the biggest games in football, if not the biggest. The intensity is high, emotion's high. Everybody wants to win. It's a brawl. It's always one where you get the ice bags ready. And then he added, what's one of the biggest things for me? Can I keep going? Can I not be phased? Can I be unstoppable throughout the whole 4 quarters? Actually, he said another word that is not radio friendly, but for the whole 4 quarters. Because he said you might find yourself in a situation where you're getting the pressures, but you don't get the sacks for the first 3 quarters. How are you going to do with that in the 4th quarter? Are you going to be able to keep going, even if you haven't got the results you want going into the 4th quarter? I love that sort of mindset from Micah going into this game.
Yeah, no, I want – my biggest concern with him is that at some point he's going to start feeling like it's not – everything else that I was early in my career, it doesn't matter. I'm not getting the credit for it. I'm not getting the payoff for it. I didn't get Defensive Player of the Year. No matter how good I am, it doesn't matter. Even in that line of what I'm doing out there, it's comical. Like, that's the stuff that makes me go, I hope he never turns into, what does it even matter? Because I might be Lawrence Taylor, but nobody's letting me be Lawrence Taylor. So, yeah, man, I want him to be in that mindset.
And I know this is the next concern for some people. John Hussey will be the head referee for Sunday's game against the Cowboys. The Eagles are 7-0 when he referees, including last night's Monday Night Football game against the Cowboys and the NFC Championship game. I would argue I don't look back at that NFC Championship game and say it was the refs that really figured that one out. And in those games, the Eagles are penalized just 6 times compared to 21 for their opponents. However, I would also say if you're looking at the trends, that crew likes to call more penalties in favor of the home team.
Okay.
So if you're looking at that part, I get it. But on the flip side, also will show some favoritism towards the home team at times.
Yeah, so I'll take that.
Look, I'm not going into this game and thinking it's going to be the refs that are going to cost us one way or another. I know that's why you play the games, and maybe I'll feel totally different on Monday.
I have given up on complaining about the refs as the reason my team lost. I know there are going to be moments. Look, we talked about umpiring, and they had, like 4 bad calls in the entire game, and you're like, yeah, but that one call. And it does, Kevin, it does, what's the word, domino effect.
Sure.
You get this bad call on a play that you made that could have stopped somebody, and now you have to continue the drive after 3rd down when your team should have gotten it on 3rd down. And now you're a little worn out because of it. But I'm not going to sit here and worry and stress that much about it. Now, if there's something that just is glaring, the NFL needs to fix that. Like, that's something that they need to be doing those studies on and saying, we have to fix these problems.
Can I tell you a couple of other gridiron stories real quick?
Oh, yeah,
that we
sure.
didn't get an opportunity to get to. And then I believe Corey wants to replace Mike Likes It altogether.
No.
But also, what are you doing to annoy the Eagles fan in your life this week? 877-881-1053. Let us know on the truckwreck.com text line. Is the 49ers, up until this past weekend, they had gone longer without a 1,000-yard rusher than any team in the NFL. Christian McCaffrey broke that mark. He's the first one to go for 1,000 yards since your boy Frank Gore in 2014. Now, to go along with that, Christian McCaffrey, he now has 50 rushing touchdowns and 27 receiving touchdowns for his career. Just the 3rd player in NFL history to hit that mark. Marshall Faulk is one. Can you name the other?
Emmitt Smith.
It is not Emmitt Smith.
LaDainian Tomlinson.
Much, much older.
Lenny Moore.
You saw Lenny Moore, who, by the way, former NFL MVP, 2-time champion with the then Baltimore Colts. You have to go all the way back to the 50s and the 60s and get Lenny Moore. So Christian McCaffrey in some really impressive company right there. And then finally tomorrow, if you check out Game Day, Bill Belichick is going to be one of the guest pickers for College Game Day.
Oh, really? I'm not sure I love that so much.
Because you just think he's going to be a personality drain on it?
Yeah. Did I pick this team?
I understand that.
Kevin, before we move on here, you mentioned Frank Gore, and you know my affinity for Frank Gore.
I do know your affinity
for Frank Gore. Have you seen Frank Gore Jr. and how much he looks like his dad, Frank Gore? Like,
he does.
He looks just like his dad. I wonder if it actually is Frank Gore, and he just said, you know what, I'm going to go back to college and get redrafted.
Is the kid averaging about 3.5 yards a carry?
For the Southern Miss Golden Eagles?
Because if he is, it could be him.
He was averaging, Kevin, in 2023, 4.9 yards per carry. In 2022, 6.1 yards per carry.
I don't know.
He has not had any lower than 4.5 yards per carry in his career and college so far.
That doesn't sound like the Frank Gore I know.
I'm
just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Against college kids, though. Against college kids. Kevin, do you want to dive into some hot stove questions, or do you want to dive into the top 5 funniest bowl game names in the history of bowl games?
I want bowl games, but I also want people to hit us up, Twitch, YouTube, and the truckwreck.com text line. What are you doing to annoy the Eagles fan in your life?
Ooh.
All of it.
Yeah,
let's
do that right now. Chris, are you back there right now in the studio hanging out and waiting for us to call it on you?
Yes, sir. Where are you calling for?
There he is. Kevin, I'm going to tell Chris in just a second what I'm calling for.
Okay.
Kevin, my brother-in-law he's an Eagles fan. And fortunately, it's not by blood. So, it's not one of those things that we really have to deal with too much.
I mean, if he's your brother-in-law, that feels pretty entrenched.
Yeah, don't
right?
worry about that. But
Okay.
I did reach out to his wife. All right, and I said, hey, it's a long story. Don't worry about this. I reached out and I said, hey, I need you to do me a favor.
Okay.
And I had her change his ringtone to this song so that every time I text or call him, this starts to play. Chris, hit it!
Dallas Cowboys. We are the Cowboys.
So every time I call him or every time I text him, that is the sound that plays for at least 2 minutes. And he is a big-time Eagles fan, and he doesn't know why it's set that way, and he doesn't know how it got that way. But all week long, I have been irritating him by sending texts and calling him just randomly with Dallas Cowboys.
Do you get a note from his wife ever when he's not near the phone to make sure? So he like comes running back in the room. He's like, shut that song off because he's away from his phone. Because that would be a good bit.
That is something I need some video action of him running back in and trying to change it or turn it off or whatever.
You should watch the game with him on Sunday, or of course listen to it right here on 105.3 The Fan. And wait, every time he leaves the room, text or call him. And so he has to come run back in every single time.
Yeah, but that is how I am irritating the Eagles fan in my life right now because I don't know many. Actually, Kevin, I think that's the only Eagles fan I know. We've had some Tolos and Twolos walk up, and they are Eagles fans. We actually one time we gave a KNC Masterpiece challenge coin. Yes, we used to have KNC Masterpiece challenge coins back in the day. We should bring that back. We gave one to an Eagles fan because he got up on the stage and said, "Go Cowboys." So that was the only way we were going to do that for us. So that was the way, Kevin.
Okay, all right. I like that was the way right there. This one takes a hard turn. From the 469, I don't have any Eagles friends. I don't have no friends because I'm married. Oh, man, that takes a really hard turn right there. Is from the, man, okay, I have to admit I've never felt this emotion. From the 817, here's how you troll an Eagles fan. You show Nick Sirianni and say that he's a D-bag for crying during the national anthem. I don't know if that is necessarily what my takeaway would be from that, but Corey, I anticipated this, so I did go to The Onion to get me some help for this.
TheOnion.com?
TheOnion.com, which, yes, it is still a website, is you can talk to an Eagles fan. Every time you see him, you're like, hey, stop, you're destroying my store. And just things like that. Or what would you think about, you can't park here, this is my living room.
Okay.
So just go off of things like that, and I think that you'd be on to something. Or you could be like, hey, that's not a punching horse, that's a regular horse, all right? You ride that horse, you don't try to punch that horse. Or you could go with, hey, do you murder the other team's fans before the game or just yours?
Oh, my gosh,
that's
Kevin.
too far. Oh, that's too far. Okay,
dude.
I needed to
Holy
figure out
cow.
what was too far.
I do like that.
And what was not too far.
Some people are texting asking for my brother-in-law's phone number because they want to call also and so that he just annoy him even more.
That is a good idea. That is a good bit. What do you think about this, though? Because I did see some people say they phased all Philadelphia Eagles fans out of their life. What do you think about this? Hey, win or lose, you're still living in Philly when the Super Bowl's over.
Yeah, no, that is tough. That is a tough
That's
life
gonna hurt
to go
their
with.
feelings.
Yes, it is going to hurt their feelings. From the 817, I got drunk and invited an Eagle fan to the game Sunday to sit in one of my season tickets. Why would you do that? Is she attractive? Jorge.
Yeah.
Is it like, are you trying to hook up, or is it one of those situations where you just were like, man, you should come to the game with me on Sunday. We're going to have an awesome time. And then you realize what a terrible decision that is.
Is it worth it, even if you're trying to hook up, to have to put up with that?
I don't think so.
I don't think
I mean,
so
they all
either.
have the same. They all have they share that one brain, you know, and so they all have to deal with that. That's
I thought you were going to say something else. I really did.
From the 214, I just threw a battery at my coworker who's dressed up as Santa Claus at our luncheons, feeling like a Eagles fan right now. From the, I was laughing at the Eagles' defensive line getting pushed around by their starting center from high school last Sunday. So I guess that was he knew who that the starting center was, and he was like, I'm all about it. Hey, from the 817, hey, Eagles fans, are you going to boo Santa again this year? Why did they do? I still don't know why they did that in the first place.
I do.
Why? Just because they're that kind of people?
That's one answer. Here's my other theory. I've thought about this for a really long time. Santa inherently rewards those who are good and leaves coal to those who are not good. I submit to you that the preponderance of people in that stadium on that particular day, or most particular days, were bad. So they booed Santa because Santa had coaled them all. And they're like, you know what? Boo this man because I got a whole bunch of coal because we were not good this season.
From the 469, I torment my Eagles fan friend by sending him nonstop 49er memes this week, sending him Bang Bang Niner Gang videos.
It is tough timing, and I'm glad you got those words in that order, not a different order.
That could have turned out very bad.
Or
good.
Yeah, no.
No, probably not.
It is tough timing to be like, hey, we're going to beat you like last time, and be like, hey, we're going to beat you like the 49ers just drove your D into the dirt.
Yeah, that is something.
It's tough timing for them.
Uh-huh.
And I will tell you this. There are some clever things.
So he has a lot of teams, like he likes the Detroit Lions. He likes the Texans as well because he liked Herman Moore. He likes the Timberwolves.
So
he is
he
a
likes
White Sox
teams
fan.
of sadness?
He's just, all the teams he chooses are those very, very sad teams. But he always tends to choose, like, some place that he lived for a while when he was younger, and he chooses that. And I'm okay with that. Every group has to have that one guy, that one guy that's just a little off.
I say this to this day. If you were like trying to antagonize an Eagles fan, I'd be like, "Yeah, that's great. Your most famous sports person is make-believe." Like that's.
Somebody texted in the other day, Kevin, because we were asking the question, when did you start hating the Philadelphia Eagles? And they said whenever Mark Wahlberg was their quarterback. And my first thought was he wasn't their quarterback, but then I was like, that's fine. It's okay. Yeah, it was like a special teams receiver.
And I know some people will argue, like, hey, that's based on a real person. That's fine. Your most famous sports person is Rocky.
Mm-hmm.
And you could tell me it's based on George Clooney all you like, but it's still not a real person that is Rocky Balboa like when those movies came out. Surely somebody at that by this point has named their kids after that. They put up a statue in front of one of their museums and eventually moved it because it was an icon of a make-believe person. Those are all things that have happened.
From the 817, pinky fingers are shockingly underrated. Definitely don't lose the pinky toe. Or definitely lose the pinky toe. That was a conversation
Some people
from
were
earlier.
saying the pinky toe is the key to your balance, though.
I don't know that, but we can ask John JPP about the hand, Kevin.
That's true.
Yeah, that is that part
because
of that
that's why he
conversation.
can't do the three-point stance anymore.
From the 817, I don't know any Eagles fans because I don't share any hobbies like convenience store robberies.
Oh, my gosh. Golly.
From the 214, I just scream Jaworski like the Rangers hot dog guy. Jaworski! That maybe makes them pretty sad.
That is amazing.
From the 610, my father loves Staubach and never look back. The Eagles bring out the worst in Philly fans. And I think that's the truth. Like the Philly fans for the Phillies, during the NLCS, that looks like an awesome crowd to be around.
But see,
maybe not if I'm a fan of the opponent, but even still, they look like a rowdy crowd.
And that's the flip side. If you're with a Cowboys fan, I will admit they're going to beat you down with nostalgia, right? About how things used to be. The Eagles fan might beat you down with a bag of oranges or call your wife the C word. Like that's a different thing that I think makes, like, hey, I'm tired of hearing stories from the 90s. Fair enough. But at least you can still hear because, a group of no-goodniks didn't beat you down in the parking lot.
That's right.
So I get it. Nostalgia gets annoying from Cowboys fans because we haven't won Jack S in the last 28 seasons. But it could be worse.
At some point, it's got to happen, though. Before we die, Kevin, it's going to happen
I already told
again.
you when it's going to happen. 2035.
2035. Oh, yeah. Because
facts. The Dallas Stars win the championship in 1999. The Dallas Mavericks win their first championship in 2011. The Texas Rangers win their first championship in 2023. These are all 12-year increments. Some might argue that's the first title any of those teams won, so it doesn't apply to the Cowboys. But I say the Cowboys win it all in 2035.
All right, Kevin, I do have this real quick. The top 5 lineup duos in Major League Baseball, and I wanted to see how you felt about this.
Which one is Shohei on?
He's not there yet, so we'll see. Number
so you're
one.
not reporting Shohei anywhere
No
yet.
Shohei report.
Okay.
Hold on, do you have a report?
No, man. Look, every report I've gotten about Shohei today is somebody's speculation. Oh, he signed a $600 million deal with the Blue Jays. Oh, he's going to the Giants. Don't worry, he's still going with the Dodgers. All of that. I have not seen any credible confirmed report yet.
Okay, all right. This one is from MLB.com. and they said the number one duo is Juan Soto and Aaron Judge. Do you disagree with that?
That is tough to argue with.
Okay. Number 2.
Simeon and well,
hold on. Number 2, Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman. Pretty
sure.
good.
Yeah.
Number 3, Acuna and Matt Olson.
Matt Olson is really good.
And number 4, Yordan Alvarez and Kyle Tucker.
Ooh.
And number 5 is finally Seager and Simeon, and I just disagree with that on a fundamental basis. That Seager
Where'd
and
you
Simeon,
have them at 4?
I would have them at least above 4. I would have them above Yordan and Kyle Tucker.
I agree
at this
with
point
that.
because Kyle Tucker proved that he had a big bag of, as you say, nothing during the playoffs. He didn't do anything. He actually gave up more home runs, I think, than he hit as he was trying to jump up there and miss home runs the entire time. So I'm going to say that they're even better. And I don't know, man. I know Acuna and Matt Olson are really, really good together. I know Freeman and Betts are really good. But these two led a team to the World Series and were big factors in them winning the World Series this year.
I'm with you. I would go Seager, Simeon at least 4. That also might be as high as I go because those are some crazy
great
lineup combinations right there. But, I mean, look, if you have number 4 and you have the best middle infielder or again, among the best middle infield in baseball, that I'll take that every single day.
Yep.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. I want to remind you, on Sunday, pregame will start about 3:15 live at AT&T Stadium with Chiafalo and Broadus. That'll get going after the Lions-Bears game, which you can also hear right here on 105.3 The Fan. They'll go behind enemy lines with the Eagles' Merrill Reese. CA's player profile is Tyler Biotish. And, of course, you know in that postgame, they'll be taking those reactions for better or worse all night long. So this weekend and Sunday, 105.3 The Fan is the place to be for all things football and all things Dallas Cowboys. Coming up next, I do believe it's time for the C-Block starring Corey Majors.
Let's talk with our good friend Kyle Humans next on The Fan.
I picked 5 other teams tomorrow to beat them straight up. Anyone.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Bedford. We've been doing giveaways all day long. And remember, Miller Lite will be giving away a pair of Cowboys Eagles tickets. If you want to make your way out here so you can sign up for the giveaways, please do that and hang out with us too.
From the 214 Credibility Report, Shohei is in Dallas looking at apartments in Midtown.
Are
you saying you don't believe that, Kevin?
I don't. He might be looking at apartment buildings. And he ain't looking at singular apartments.
He's like, I want to buy this section of DFW.
No. That voice that you just heard is Corey Majors, and it's time for the C Block with the aforementioned Corey Majors.
Our good friend Chris Strong is going to let us know when Kyle is on because he just texted me back and said that he is ready to rock. So we will get to that imminently, Kevin. But I did want to get to this real quickly. The 5 funniest bowl names of all time.
Okay.
And this is from Barstool Sports, Kevin. I know you're not you were always a proponent of me trying to find a list from Barstool. You know what? We will kill that idea for right now.
Because of Kyle?
Because Kyle is ready and available to us at this moment. It is Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com, and he previously called a Cowboys game. Is that the case this week, Kyle?
No, Brad Sham will be back in the booth. If everything goes to plan, he will be back in his legendary chair and legendary role, and you'll get to hear the pipes of Brad Sham back on the radio this week.
Don't let your guard down, though, because that's what you thought that other time.
No.
So make sure you stay ready. And also, as we're getting ready for the Christmas season, I wanted to see what you would think about this to troll an Eagles fan. I'm setting up my inflatable Santa and putting a sign on it that said, Eagles fans, please do not throw snowballs or boo this Santa.
I like it. I mean, anytime that you can,
like
troll Eagles fans, well, I thought there might be a little more to it. I thought maybe you were going to post it online or maybe pin it to like a Reddit board for Eagles fans and just.
So you're saying I need to up my game?
This thing out.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I think if you're going to troll them, I want to troll them to the full extent.
Fair enough.
I mean, we've seen Eagles fans before. They don't get slowed down by somebody just saying that. Oh, I throw snowballs. That encourages them to throw more snowballs. So I think a little bit more extra spice into it would go a long way.
Yeah, if you, I'm of the opinion, Kevin, if you left a knife next to that inflatable Santa, that they wouldn't even use it. They would just have their own to stab the inflatable Santa with. So
yeah, it wouldn't even be touched.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, at all. Now, Kyle, this team, we've seen kind of some numbers about this Eagles team over the last few weeks that have shown maybe they aren't at the peak of their game. What are you seeing that intrigues you that gives the Cowboys their best advantage?
Yeah, most of those numbers are on the defensive side. I mean, this is a team that ranks bottom 5 in multiple major categories, and I think if you look at the way that they line up, the number one thing that stands out to me is the deep ball effect. And this is a team in Philadelphia that gives up big plays. They give up opportunities to opponents, and San Francisco was able to take advantage of that. There were other teams Philadelphia's played down the stretch here that maybe they would have eked out a win, but they certainly gave up opportunities. And Dallas has started to find the go ball. They've started to find Dak and CD's rhythm and Jake Ferguson over the middle. And I think if they can continue to work that in, maybe it's not the number one part of their game plan that would be successful, but it's certainly a window of opportunity on 3 or 4 occasions throughout the night on Sunday night that they could possibly try and strike for the long ball. And if it works out, and it's able to get the crowd on your side.
I don't think Corey totally agrees with my theory here, but I'm going to pitch it out. This is an MVP elimination game as well.
Oh, okay. Do you think both of these guys have to be thrown into the MVP conversation? Because I don't know if it's just because it's old school or what, but this season, outside of Dak, I think Dak has certainly played at a high enough level to be in the conversation. But Brock Purdy and Jalen Hurts are playing good. They're not playing elite level football. They're playing good football, They're not playing elite level football. I would much rather give it to a guy like Tyreek Hill or a guy like Christian McCaffrey, who are playing elite level football for their position group. And I think there's a chance that, like you said, if Dak comes out on top, maybe he's the MVP frontrunner. If Jalen Hurts comes out on top, I'm sure he'll probably still be in the mix. But I don't feel comfortable giving it to a quarterback who has thrown double-digit interceptions, has put his team in tough situations, and basically had to claw their way out of trouble on multiple occasions throughout the year as your MVP candidate. I want somebody that's elite level at whatever they're doing. And right now I think Dak has been elite level. I think Tyreek Hill's been elite level as a wide receiver, and Christian McCaffrey's been at the same thing for a running back. So that's my take on it. I think, of course, the realistic side of it is that it's a quarterback award, and it will be a quarterback award. But I just feel like if there were a year to do it, this would probably be the year to give it to a non-quarterback.
And look, Kyle, I want to make this clear. I agree with all of your logic. That is just not the way that the NFL MVP committee does it. The one exception, like if you look in the last 14 years, not only have 13 of those 14 MVPs been quarterbacks, 11 of them were the quarterback for the number 1 seed. 2 of them were a quarterback for a number 2 seed, and the outlier is Adrian Peterson when he had more than 2,000 yards. So I'm definitely with you that if Tyreek Hill puts up 2,000, 2,150 yards, whatever the case is I think he should be a stronger MVP candidate. But just looking at the way Vegas has it, they've got it as a 3-horse race, and these are 2 of the 3 horses along with Purdy.
And I agree. I think that's the way that it would go. I just think it's dumb, if I'm being honest.
I get you,
I think
for sure.
You give it MVP. It's the most valuable player, as opposed to the MVQ. It's not the most valuable quarterback. And I get quarterback is the most valued position in sports, but in a year like this where there have been injuries or up and down roller coaster play or just these juggernaut of teams. That's the thing about Philadelphia and San Francisco is they have so much built around those guys that it's hard for them to fail. It's hard for Brock Purdy to fail. It's hard for Jalen Hurts to fail, and that's a credit to the front office. And I get that they would probably be in that conversation. If that's the case, then yeah, I think you're onto something with this being an MVP elimination game. But I still think Philly could certainly win the division even if they lose this game because
for sure.
Tiebreakers and all that stuff down the road, it's going to get crazy. And nothing ever happens the way that you anticipated in the NFL either. It's a guessing game almost 9 times out of 10.
That is very true. And I'm with you in terms of they just shifted Offensive Player of the Year to Best Non-Quarterback. So that's been something I've noticed as well. But you brought up the tiebreakers. It's simple as this, though. If the Cowboys lose this game, they have no chance to win this division. They will be the number 5 seed.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, of course, something crazy can happen, and Philadelphia could go on a stretch where they're losing to teams that they should not lose to. But I agree with you.
I should have said very little chance. I revise.
Very small chance. Because if Dallas loses, then not only are they 2 games back, but they're also 2 tiebreakers back. And actually, I think it might be 3 tiebreakers back. So if you're losing those tiebreakers and you're losing ground in the division, we only have 5 games left now, and that's with 4 games to play. It would be a foregone conclusion, I think, that Philadelphia would repeat for the first time since 2004. So if you win this game, it helps you with, of course, positioning prior to the tiebreaker. You're at least tied in the standings. Then you own a couple tiebreakers, but you just own one that's a little bit further down the list. If Dallas wins this game, they would need to cheer for the Giants to win one of their 2 matchups down the stretch and try and even out the NFC East divisional tiebreaker, and that would help a long way as to how Cowboys fans would not only be fighting for the division, but also for the number 1 seed.
The Seahawks would help as well because of common opponent record as one of those tiebreakers. So I'm with you, man, for sure.
That'd be a fun one next week. I think that could be a sneaky good game from Seattle because Seattle plays San Francisco this week, and then it's just pure desperation going up against Philadelphia. So don't count out the Seahawks to get that one either.
I do know that it sounds like I'm very curious because Sean Mannion was just called up to the roster because of Geno Smith's groin injury. So I am kind of curious. Is it, hey, I just want to try and avoid getting hit by the Niners, and then we'll worry about Philadelphia next week.
So hold on, are you killing our enthusiasm for Seattle?
No, they can still beat Philly next week. You know,
Okay.
This week he's like, hey, I got to take off just a little bit. Kyle, Kevin is very afraid of A.J. Brown. And I know Devontae Smith's name has popped up so many times in this conversation. And obviously what we saw with Bland last week, there were some moments. But I know Goddard is missing. Has got to be a big factor in what their offense is too.
Yeah, Goddard is an unsung hero in that offense. Kind of like how Jake Ferguson's been an unsung hero in the Cowboys offense. The fact
he
that
was it for me last week, man.
He was insane last week. He was a ton of fun to watch, and of course he had the touchdown late that kind of like vaulted the stat line. But he's been not only a safety blanket but a tone setter for the offense. And Dallas Goedert does the same thing for Philadelphia. And Kevin, I don't blame you for being scared about A.J. Brown.
Sure.
And Corey, I don't blame you for being scared about these weapons on the outside. They're phenomenal. The one thing that I think you can take solace in is going back and watching DaRon Bland face DK Metcalf. I don't think there's a worse matchup for DaRon Bland in the NFL than DK Metcalf, and that includes A.J. Brown. Now, A.J. Brown's a phenomenal player, and I still think he's going to get his fill, but Dallas was able to limit A.J. and Devontae in the first meeting back in Week 9 without Trayvon Diggs in the fold and without really a different look than what they're going to have this week. I think it's the same real personnel that Dallas put out there against Philly the first time around, and they were able to limit them. So it's been put on tape before. They've shown a track record that they can slow down these weapons. A.J. Brown is not nearly as big, and he's not as fast as DK Metcalf. Now, he is bigger, and he is quick, don't get me wrong, but it's not the same level of mismatch that I think DK Metcalf brought about on top of DaRon Bland last week, and a matchup that really provided Bland some trouble throughout the game.
I think Corey corrected me on this earlier in the show is in addition to the divisional ramifications, MVP ramifications, I was thinking about this as a game that will just shut people up in terms of if the Cowboys win. Well, they haven't beaten anybody. They haven't played any good teams. And Corey says he thinks it will shift to, hey, but you still can't beat the 49ers. Is that what you think would likely happen if the Cowboys do win this game? Then they'd be 10-3. It feels hard to argue against that, but I do feel
Move
like
the goalpost any chance you get, man.
Yeah. Do you feel like the goalpost would be moved again to, well, wake me when we get to the playoffs, which I do understand that complaint.
Yeah, and absolutely it'll move. The goalpost always move. It's part of being a Cowboys fan, part of being around this organization that has been so hungry for sustained success, and by sustained I mean playoff success. And until they do something, whether it's a divisional round or a conference championship game win, then at that point you can maybe silence some of those naysayers. You can silence some of the critics, because even if you beat Philadelphia this week, then I agree. I think there's still a glaring spot on the schedule that says San Francisco has your number. San Francisco has had your number, both in the regular season and in the playoffs. And until you beat them, whether it's in the playoffs at home or in the playoffs on the road, it doesn't matter. What should be the key right now for this Cowboys team is take care of your own business, continue to play your brand of football, which they've done the last 4 weeks. And I would argue they've done it in the last 6 or 7 weeks since the bye week. They've played better football since the bye week, even in the loss against Philadelphia. But the second part of it is position yourself better come playoff time. And by doing that, you're of course, trying to find a way to get home field advantage. You're trying to find a way to win the division. As long as you can take care of that, then it puts you in a better position come playoff time to try and take down San Francisco, to try and beat Philadelphia for what would be a second time if you really need to. So if you can continue to play your best football, which Dallas has been doing, and you can position yourself in a place to be successful come playoff time, that's when the naysayers, I think, need to probably start taking a step back. But until then, I think it's warranted. They haven't beaten good teams. The only team they've really beaten with a winning record was the Seattle win, and even that was a tough one. So
and the Jets.
And that's true. The Jets were 1-0 at that point. But there's ways that you can silence the critics, and some of them may not come until playoff time, and that's just a warranted piece of critique along the way.
Now, we talked obviously a ton about Cowboys, Eagles, Kyle, and for good reason, but I will also argue to you this is the most fun weekend for high school football playoffs with the state semifinals. I realize the state finals are obviously a ginormous deal, but usually if you have Metroplex teams, they're most likely to match up with, you know, your Houston, Austin, San Antonio type areas in the finals, whereas in the state semifinals, you can get all kinds of Metroplex matchups. Is there a high school playoff game you're particularly interested in this weekend?
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I've always loved semifinal week, and of course the state championship week is great, and it's at AT&T Stadium, and you're under the lights, and that's where dreams come true. But the semifinal week, you're still seeing teams play at college stadiums around the area. You're still seeing teams play at really nice high school stadiums. It still
Allen
has
Stadium,
that high school football feel. Yeah, that high school football feel to it. Tonight, I'll be at Emerson and South Oak Cliff. They're playing at the Star, and just being here, I'm going to make a stop over there. I mean, Frisco Emerson, I've gotten to call a number of their games throughout the year. They've got an Oklahoma committed quarterback, Michael Hawkins, who's been playing lights out, and they're trying to take down – it's only their second year as a varsity program. They're trying to take down back-to-back state champion South Oak Cliff. So South Oak Cliff has won – 2 straight state championships, and Emerson hasn't even played 2 straight seasons yet as a program.
That's amazing.
So, really excited about this matchup. It'll be fun to watch. I like some of the guys on the defensive end. They've got a linebacker his name is Agape Lawrence, and he flies all over the field. He wears number 11, so I guess the natural look would be like a Micah Parsons, but he's wider than Micah, and he goes sideline to sideline. I swear, he's on every tackle. It doesn't matter if it's a pass attempt or a run attempt. So I'm excited to see that matchup and see how those two teams go at it. But there's a ton of great football in the area. If you have a chance, make your way out there. The weather's been phenomenal. Go find a game tonight and just enjoy it.
Appreciate it very much. As always, sir, great insight. We'll catch up with you again next week.
Wait, what game are you watching tonight?
Man, the game this weekend that there's 2 of them. Like, I know a lot of people are hyped up about the Alito Forney game, but North Crowley, Duncanville, and South Lake Carroll, DeSoto. I think those are the 2 that I'm really curious about how they'll turn out.
I'm pulling for a sock 3-peat, so that's what I'm
fair,
rocking for.
Very fair.
Ooh, you trying to you want to make a bet on it, Corey? You want to try and
according to Odyssey guidelines, I'm not allowed to be on air.
We're not talking cash. We're not talking cash here.
Eyebrows for eyebrows.
Pinky toes.
No way.
Pinky toes, right?
There's no way.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? Just text me.
Guys,
We'll get this bet underway. All right.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
There you go. Kyle Yeomans right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Bedford. We've talked about the game all day. We've talked about the game all week. It is your turn to make your official prediction for Cowboys Eagles. Plus, Masterpiece of the Week. It's a jam-packed segment. Good news for you. It's up next right here on The Fan.
105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
Dak under center, followed by Lipke and Pollard. He fakes it to Pollard, steps up, throws back of the end zone. There's CeeDee Lamb, tumbling, but he gets both feet down. Touchdown Cowboys, and they retake the lead in the first.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. There's Kyle as we are live at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Bedford. Miller Lite's going to be giving away a pair of tickets to Cowboys-Eagles. The only way to get involved, though, is you have to sign up before the show is over if you want that opportunity to win those tickets.
Shohei Ohtani has officially signed with the Blue Jays. Until everybody else said no, he didn't.
What
he
the
has
hell,
not made
dude?
that official yet.
Oh my god!
It is the wildest thing that's happening on.
So
out
hold
there
on.
right
So he is not signed?
Yeah, I saw a note earlier that said that he had agreed to a deal with the Blue Jays, according to multiple reports from Dodgers Nation. Every other credible reporter I've seen since then has said that it still could happen, but it has not been made official yet. So none of the Bob Nightingales or the Morosi's or the Passons are willing to get in on this at the moment, Kevin. So that is a wild thing. I'm sorry to try and freak you out there.
Oh my
but
gosh.
it did sound very official, but then you were kind of waiting for more sources on it, and everybody's like, look, man, it could happen.
I don't know why that made me so nervous or mad. I'm not a Blue Jays, Giants, or Dodgers fan, so what difference does it make to me?
I do know this, Kevin. The Blue Jays are owned by a media conglomerate. That is
Odyssey?
No, I don't know about that, but I do wonder if that is helping factor in that conversation because they can offer money. Because I wonder if they have a better understanding of what their monies are like, since they're not necessarily. Are they dealing with the Diamond Group?
Question though. Are they sure he's not being offered $600 million Canadian dollars?
Oh yeah,
and
he
then
doesn't
you're like,
understand.
oh man,
yeah, he
I
doesn't know the
transferred it
difference.
over. It wasn't as good.
Yeah,
just something to think about. All right. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 903. I need a shout-out for the Malakoff football team, 3A, ranked 25th in the whole state, playing for the championship next Thursday. Please and thank you. Love you guys. Love you back. Best of luck going into the championship next week. But it's time, Corey. 877-881-1053 and the truckwreck.com text line. What is your official prediction for Cowboys-Eagles? We've been talking about it all week. We've been talking about it all day. It's interesting. This is very different from the last Eagles-Cowboys week because that was World Series mania right there. And so we talked about it, but nowhere near as much as we normally would. This feels very much like a regular Cowboys-Eagles week.
I'm going 34-28 Cowboys in this one. And I know you're like, hold on, that doesn't make any sense. When you score the game-winning touchdown to walk off, and there's no time left on the clock, don't even kick the extra point to make it 35. You just leave it at 34 and you move on with your life.
Okay.
You move on to Buffalo. So I'm thinking Cowboys score a lot of points. But I think the Eagles are still going to get their points and get their due as well. It's just not going to be enough this weekend.
From the 817, Cowboys win 28-24. And I saw another one that said Cowboys win 24-20. But the last two are much more definitive. From the 214, Cowboys make a statement and blow out the Eagles 38-13. Yeah, here we go. From the 510, Cowboys win 41-20. So there are people who say they make a definitive statement. To me, I'm going to say 31-23 Cowboys. I think the definitive statement is just winning this game. Because, look, your season is locked in if you lose this game. You're going to – I realize mathematically you could still, But realistically, you're locked in at the number 5 seed, which probably means a walk against the NFC South in the first round and then going on the road against San Francisco. Or I guess you could still go on the road against Philly, which you might actually prefer that.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a significantly tougher road ahead. If you win this game, I know people are not necessarily as concerned about this, but Dak is one of the 2 favorites, instead one of the 3 favorites for the MVP. You're at a tie for the top of the division. I realize you probably still end up losing the tiebreaker, but now you're in a position where the Eagles can't afford one more misstep, or you have an opportunity to take over. San Francisco can't afford one single loss, or else you could be the number 1 seed. Win this game however possible. That's the statement.
Yeah, my push from Mike McCarthy here, Kevin, if I'm Mike McCarthy on this is, and I know he's still, he's dealing with his day surgery and everything.
Sure.
But the mindset of win this game, but we also got Buffalo next week, and we also have Miami next week, and there's no let up for me after that until the bye week.
You're right.
Okay,
You're right.
You get your bye. You get your first round bye. Then we'll take you. Your bodies can rest.
Okay,
guys, that's whenever your bodies can finally get that rest, because it's not like we beat these 4 straight teams and then we get to take off against Washington. Because if Washington was to beat you at the end of the season, Kevin, then all that was for naught.
You're right.
If Philadelphia doesn't lose again. So my mantra at this point is we got to have a strong December so that we can have the bye to start things off this year. Now, again, we need San Francisco to crumble somewhere too.
Although I will tell you this, if you tell me you have to settle for the 2nd seed and you don't get a bye, but you would get home field until the NFC Championship game, then I'm like,
I'll take home field.
I'll accept that. Is from the 817, Shohei will base on his decision on if the Cowboys win or not. Can you confirm or deny if that is in fact the case?
My sources have not told me that.
Your sources have been screwing around with us today,
just
though.
with your emotions.
From the 469, 3230 Cowboys, always a nail-biter. From the 803, 3311 Cowboys, scoreagami, question mark?
Dude,
I feel like that would be, right?
What was really funny this morning, Kevin, was hearing Sean and RJ and Bobby, and they were like, "How? There's a place you can go look up scoreagami, right? Like, there's a place where you can. Is there an app where you can enter?" And I was like, "Oh my God, do y'all not know scoreagami?"
That is infuriating.
I'm going to send Choppy the link right now.
Our Tolos, Twolos, and YouTubers know it because Daniel and Forney, Cowboys will win with a scoreagami score of 46-20. And I know this is usually the spot where Mike gets nervous. He's like, if everybody thinks the Cowboys win, that's usually when they lose. He's already said that twice this year, and they've won. So I'm not worried about that. And secondly,
well, Arizona.
No, but he didn't say that week.
He didn't?
No. He didn't.
But we all agreed.
No, that's true. But he was the first person who was like, but Arizona's a bunch of fart heads, and we can't lose that game. So it's the games where he thinks everyone is too confident in a game he's not sure about. And so we've already done that twice and won. Plus, it doesn't matter if all of the fans think it. I don't think in the locker room McCarthy's like, hey, I got this surgery now because this game's over. We have already won. And if that's the case, then we need to figure out something different because this head coach ain't working. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. And right now, it's time for some Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Hey, guys. Happy Friday.
Happy
What
Friday
up,
to you,
Chris?
Chris. Miss your face, man.
Oh, miss your face too. All right. This is Masterpiece of the Week. It's a segment we do every week in which we revisit some of the funny, stupid, or odd things that happened on this program recently. Gentlemen, we have some good ones today. We'll go through it quickly today. Is that all right with y'all?
Sounds good to me.
Take your time.
Sounds good.
Who should we volunteer to go first this time?
Mike,
all right. Well, he's busy with his 4-day weekend, but we'll still go over his cuts here.
Agreed.
First one here. He had some really good analysis on Thursday Night Football.
They have good sandwiches in Pittsburgh. They load them with French fries on them.
Permante's, that's the name of the
And
place.
their lettuce has they put kind of like an oil vinegar on their lettuce too, that they put in sandwiches, and then they have quality meat.
That's true. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
Look.
It is when he says the simplest things that he's so proud of.
People will ask, is the show planned out? Is it planned out in terms of there is a theoretical run sheet?
Yeah, we have a structure.
There is no way in hell I knew that when talking about Thursday Night Football, Mike would go, you know what they do with their sandwiches up in Pittsburgh? I don't think he knew that until 1 second before it happened either.
Do you think he knew the name of the place?
No,
Because I said it 3 times, and I'm pretty sure he still had no clue that Permante's is the name of that place.
No clue.
Well, guys, here's a pretty good one from Corey as well.
Yeah, you wouldn't make it through night if I was in bed with you.
That's going to be tough to beat.
I want to be honest about this. I remember saying that, all right? And I remember saying that I would smother you with a pillow. But I can't remember what the reason was that I'm smothering you with the pillow. And that's the thing that frustrates me the most. Because in general in life, I wouldn't do that. You're a pretty good dude. I kind of like working with you and everything. But I'm trying to figure out what exactly it was that would make me so mad that I'm taking that pillow and saying, all for you, man.
See, and you know what?
And also, how'd we get in bed together?
I interpreted that, well, you know how. I interpreted that a totally different way, but that's going to be tough to beat.
Have we ever shared a bed?
Ooh, I don't think so.
Well, on that
We shared a
topic,
room.
let's go ahead and go to this pillow thing that you're talking about here, Corey.
If you wake me up,
What would you do?
I'd put a pillow over his face. If you, here's the thing.
Violently?
I don't know. Maybe I wait till he goes to sleep, and I don't have to do it that violently. I just leave it there, and then he's no longer with us.
You know, the thing about that
So there it is. You woke me up. Because here's the deal, Kevin. When I lay down, it's going to take me an hour to fall asleep. All right? That's just the way my brain works. It takes me a while to drift into that place. And if right at minute 59 you go, hey, isn't this funny? I will be like, you have woken me up out of that moment, and now I'm furious because I'm not going to be able to go to sleep for the rest of the night.
You know what the disappointing part is? Not only are you a murderer, you're a lazy murderer. You want me to die, but you don't want to do the work.
Yeah, I don't want to do the whole effort of, like, you're sitting there trying to wrestle it away. I just want it to be an easy thing.
I hope nobody kills me. But if they do,
Yes.
I hope they do the work.
And here's the problem here, because I know I've told you where the murder weapon's going to be.
Yes.
But now I've killed you, and I've hidden the murder weapon.
Well, guess what, Corey? I've already written a note about where the murder weapon is in the instance that I am murdered.
Oh, that's a good point.
Kevin, if you're murdered, would you make this noise right here?
Okay. That
was good.
That was my Adam Sandler impersonation of him playing Mike Madonna in the movie where he just fell over on the gurney.
Still can't believe
it's
you laughed
so
at that.
absurd. Because I know he's okay, I couldn't help it. Look, you know.
So if he wasn't okay, you'd be like, man, that is not funny.
That is tragic. Or I would have turned my mic off and walked out of the room. Look, people have natural reactions. Sometimes they're not good. And I feel bad that I thought that was hilarious. It was comedic the way he strapped down to the board, and they're standing there, and he just tips over.
I got to get in a wreck once, and my buddy was in the hospital. And they had to take him because there was no adult there in present, so they had to take the other minors. I was one. My parents drove me over to the hospital to see them, and he's laying there on a gurney like that at the hospital, and his head is taped down. But when he sees me, he tries to sit up to say hi, but he couldn't because his head was taped down, and I felt really bad because I laughed out loud about that.
Oh, brother.
You can't help it, man. What's next?
Well, Mike had an idea of all the Tolos out there. I don't know if any of these people are at Buffalo Wild Wings right now, but let's hear it from Mike.
Name one person
who could be listening.
Sure,
your mom.
That's fact. Yeah, she could be. She probably is. Name two.
Kevin's mom.
Kevin loves mom. We are a show that loves moms too. My wife is a mom. My mom is a mom. My grandmother is a mom. My grandmother was a mom. And so when it comes to moms, I think we're all in the same boat here. I have a grandmother that's no longer with us. She was a mom. But yeah, man, I think that we love mom. We're probably the mom lovingest show on this station. I do believe.
Big mom lovers. Yeah, I'd say KNC Masterpiece is the number one mom lover show here. We can state that.
We used to be the beardiest show. Now we're the mom lovingest show.
True.
All right, and we'll bring it up the rear here with the ultimate Jacksonville Jaguars fan.
Wait.
Hold up. I can mark myself?
Wait. Mark yourself with what you just said, sir.
All right, that'll be on the
Back
next
to you.
Masterpiece of the week. But for now, let's listen to Mike with his best Jaguar impression.
Through the schedule.
Is that a Jaguar?
Why did he make the noise and ask the question? Like, he's making that noise, and he's like, hold on. Was that the right noise?
Corey, I'm going to tell you something. There are a few things in life I would watch more than Mike narrating a National Geographic special, because he would be like, the jaguar is in its natural habitat, saying, woo! Or whatever he would do. And I think it would be amazing.
Yeah, it would probably be pretty funny. Mike will do it funny.
He will.
Man, this has been a great masterpiece of the week. Do y'all have any votes for...
Give me one more.
One
That's
more?
my next
Okay.
vote. One more.
One more.
My favorite thing is that we have a journalist among us, and we have a not-so-journalist. Here's Mike.
Playing with Tom Brady helps.
Helped. Tom Brady's not playing anymore.
True. Yeah, past tense.
Unless.
He said past tense.
Unless, man.
He also said
Is that in the AP style book?
Yeah.
not.
What a savage grammar burn that was right there. All right. I'm going to vote for Corey saying you wouldn't make it through the night.
Oh, that's that one, not the smothering one?
Nope. That's my vote.
I'm going to
Yeah, you wouldn't make it through night if I was in bed with you.
Probably not.
What are you going to go with, Corey? What's your favorite?
I'm going to go with with Mike and our love for moms.
Oh, there we go. That's a fantastic one too. I'll go ahead and play that one more time.
Name one person
Who could be listening?
Sure.
Your mom.
That's a fact. Yeah, she could be. She probably is. Name two.
Kevin's mom.
Chris, do you have a vote as well?
I like the grammar. It's just journalism
it's a
background here
tie.
as well, so I think it has to be a tie. But there's masterpiece of the week, y'all.
I thought you were going to play it again, Chris.
You want me to
What
play it
happened?
again?
Yeah, go ahead and play it again, dude.
Oh, let me find it. Oh, there we go. There it is, right here. Past
Mark
tense.
that too,
Found
brother.
it.
Playing with Tom Brady helps.
Helped. Tom Brady's not playing anymore.
True. Yeah, past tense.
Unless.
He did say past tense, didn't he?
He says words weird.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Bedford. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. We'll do next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet by New Roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, your one-stop shop for all things Cowboys, Eagles on Sunday is 105.3 The Fan. Lions, Bears will get going at 11:30, and then Chiafalo and Broadus will get the pregame going at about 3:15. And the pregame will feature Merrill Reese, Tyler Biotish, and, of course, all the postgame action for hours on end, for better or worse, after Eagles-Cowboys is over. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Heggie. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. The more we've talked about it all week long, all day long, is I'm feeling good about a Cowboys victory on Sunday night. Not an easy victory, but a victory. Where are you guys at when it comes to predictions for Sunday Night Football?
I think it's it's safe to predict victory. I don't think there's any homerism in there. I'm just trying to go back and forth on, do I expect a one-touchdown win? Do I expect a blowout? But I definitely expect a Cowboys win. My only consternation is by how many?
Samesies. I think the Cowboys win, and I think it's a high-scoring game. I think this is going to be kind of a laser show. Certainly on the Cowboys side of things, but I know the Eagles, their offense, there's been, a lot of talk this week of their struggles, and I certainly buy into a lot of those, but getting Dallas Goedert back, I think, will be big for them, and they'll find a way to put up some points, and it'll be a fun one. I think it'll be a really, really fun game, but I do expect the Cowboys to win by probably, I think they cover.
They win by 4?
Yeah, let's go ahead and
3.5 right now, the spread. Yeah, I agree. I think it'll be a high-scoring game as well. It certainly was last year on Christmas Eve, and that was Gardner Minshew starting for the Eagles. You get the fast track there of AT&T Stadium. But the Cowboys always put up 40. I think they just get shy of the 40 points. I'm going to go Cowboys in this one 34-30, and I do think they cover by exactly 4. I think Vegas knows what they're doing here.
This is a replay of the Seattle game is what this is going to be. It's going to be a track meet. It's going to be up and down the field. Neither defense is probably going to be able to handle the other's offense for some time, but you're going to have to find a way to get a stop, maybe turn somebody over, but I think the Cowboys have got this one.
All right, across the board. I like it. Now, have you been caught up with, or do you believe you will stay caught up with the Shohei Ohtani drama, as we've heard multiple fake signings today, but their thought is that he might just sign today?
Yeah, I think that the 24 hours is what I saw Ken Rosenthal recently report. And it seems like it's down to the Blue Jays or the Dodgers. I do think that is accurate, that it'll be one of those two teams. Blue Jays a little bit surprising, but hey, Shohei is one of those guys that you never know what he's quite looking for, and they were a postseason team. We'll be plugged in, we'll be watching, but unfortunately it's not going to be our Texas Rangers.
Is there any chance that he'll accept the Blue Jays offer without knowing that it's $600 million in Canadian dollars, and the conversion rate will really hurt him on the total that he brings home?
I do like the idea of them trying to sneak one past him, him and his agent or whatever, and just see if it works. And then if it doesn't, you're just like, oh my gosh, just an egregious typo, and we'll get that redrawn up here in a minute. Sorry about that.
Because it's probably not the best to piss off the person that you just signed for 10 to 12 years on a technicality,
yeah,
right?
But he's under contract now, deal with it.
A guarantee contract. He can just hang out.
Well, you signed on the dotted line. It's over now. Sorry, Shohei.
Yeah, get out there and play.
Let's say it is the Blue Jays, because obviously if it's the Dodgers, that's a different deal, and you wouldn't have to really deal with that until the World Series. What do you think that does with the Blue Jays in the hierarchy if Shohei signs with them?
Man, I feel as though they still would not be the favorites in their own division. I think that'll still end up being the Baltimore Orioles. I think that they will have a nasty lineup. The question, again, will be the Blue Jays pitching. I mean, their best pitcher coming into the season, and Alek Manoah, ended up just pooping on himself and was terrible and had to get sent down and was just irrelevant this year.
Just embarrassed.
So, I don't know. I still just wouldn't consider the Blue Jays a threat until they prove it. I think they'll be a playoff team and he'll get to play postseason ball for the first time in his career, but I just don't see them leapfrogging some of these other World Series contenders like the Rangers, the Orioles, and even the Astros.
Now, for everyone that we've talked about today, we've also talked quite a decent amount about high school football. And I know you guys have varying experiences with that in terms of being a fan, calling it, playing it. Are you guys also interested in the plethora of Metroplex matchups in the state semifinals this weekend?
I think you got to be, bro. South Lake Carroll and DeSoto.
That's the one,
That's
dude.
a must-watch. And Forney is really good, taking on Aledo. That's going to be a fun game. I mean, last night, Malakoff taking on Brock, I thought was a big game as well there. So, I mean, but Carroll and DeSoto, every year we were covering high school football, those are always teams that have championship dreams.
Carroll has one of the best quarterbacks in the country,
Huge.
right?
Yeah, big kid.
Okay, yeah. I'm interested in that. Interested to see how that always fares with them. DeSoto, though, man, I'll tell you what.
DeSoto's got to be the favorite.
Yeah,
I mean, after they beat
that's
Duncanville in the regular season.
Yeah, it's a fun program to watch.
I like going to a game, especially in your town, but it's just so big. I have never really been able to wrap my head fully around it.
Heggie, can I offer something, though, in a consolation, though, as we talk about this?
Yeah.
I'd like to know what you guys think about the length of the half times of high school games.
No me gusta.
Is there something?
long.
Is there
More
something?
band.
More band? Okay, I've heard people talk about if you're the home team, your band gets to play. If you're the visitors, you don't get to play. So I don't know. Is that save you some time in this, or should we all let everybody play?
Yeah, I'm pretty intrigued by that.
But you're basically doing warm-ups for the UIL competition as a band. So that's your warm-up opportunity.
Look,
so I think they need to play on both sides.
And I
Warm
was
up
in
on
the-
your own time.
Yeah, I was in the drum corps. I was in the band. So if we want to pretend like all things are equal and people are there to see the band like they're there to see the football team, I guess we can. But I would make it a merit-based system. If you have two running teams in the game, both teams can play. If you plan on throwing the ball a lot, somebody's got to get cut. Those half times are too dang long.
Dang right. You should have to
There
earn
you
it.
go.
You should have to prove that you're entertaining to get out
Yes. Yeah, you could have a
I love that idea.
You could have a pregame showdown in the stadium, and whoever wins, they get. This could be very drama.
We have determined that the referee make the announcement. It comes on the mic.
Yeah.
We have determined that the Allen Band will perform this week, and the Coppell Band will have to sit this one out.
It takes about 30 minutes just to get the Allen Band onto the field.
Yeah, I've never seen a band that big in my
Holy
life.
crap.
I have never.
Most of these bands can't play.
I've seen bigger.
Some bands can play. And
I
in
know.
that event, they're part of the entertainment. You're like, man, I'm so excited to see the band later on, too, at halftime. This is going to be great. If you can't play, we're basically just using the football team to get you guys' attention because nobody wants to hear it, And I think those kids need to be held accountable just as the guys that can't make the football team are held accountable, okay?
That's right.
Football team guys got to tough up. If they don't make it, so should the band.
Didn't you
No
always
free
love
lunches.
seeing the football player that's out there playing the tuba?
Yes.
He takes his pads off at half. He goes out there, plays with the bands, and puts
That was me.
Yep.
Yeah,
oh,
that
there
was
you
me.
go. Yeah,
You
you
kept the
cool.
pads on.
Which one were you better at,
Stayed
Majors?
ready.
Which one were you better at, band
I didn't
or
play
football?
I didn't play football until my junior year of high school, so so I had a lot to learn.
Sam Williams style. I like
yeah,
it.
but I was probably pretty bad at both. So
Oh no!
I was better at baseball.
What do you guys got coming up on the program there?
I was terrible at band too. It traumatized me. So sorry for venting on
all the
you there.
spit.
Stephen Jones at 3 o'clock. Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking.
All right,
Love it.
Looking forward to it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation and hopefully just a little bit more band talk. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Thank you to everyone who's come out here in Bedford. Buffalo Wild Wings next week in Roanoke. We'll see you, and we'll be back Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say go Cowboys. Kevin.
Go Cowboys.
This is From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We're off and running. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Let's rock and roll. It is a very busy Friday. Stephen Jones is coming up at 3 o'clock. And, of course, What You're Drinking and What You're Thinking is coming up at about 5:20. That'll be your chance to, give us your thoughts, of course, after you tell us what you're drinking. And we'll be looking forward to your phone call. So if you're already cracking them, maybe the weekend's starting early for you, just go ahead and set a reminder on your phone. Time can fly. Next thing you know, you missed it. And we like to keep the BAC moderate to high in that segment. So we need your participation, especially, we want to hear your voice. But it's a proper football Friday. Predictions coming up. Very excited for Cowboys and Eagles talk and to get your guys' thoughts on everything going on with this football team. I got to salute the Rangers for the toy drive yesterday. It was awesome to see everybody.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Have so many baseball conversations so short from the World Series still. It was great to be back out there. Salute to John Gray and Mike Maddox, Emily Jones, and, of course, the great Matt Hicks for joining us for those segments.
It's awesome. Emily was fantastic. Great getting to catch up with her. And, of course, John Gray looking dapper in that sweater, man. Him and his wife, Jacqueline, giving back to the community. It was a great show.
The red Vans on, too. Did you notice that? The red high-top Vans.
I was kicking myself for not being more complimentary to his face about his beard. I just feel like he's got that beard dialed. Really, really impressive.
Yeah. I appreciate what John Gray did for this baseball team. Looking forward to what he does next year. And he and his wife are tremendous for the community. And he does have a very interesting style. It was a Christmas sweater with like some khakis that were almost corduroy-ish. And then the Converse sneakers, right?
I think they were Vans.
Vans sneakers?
I think they were Vans,
He was getting ready to do some kick flips.
Yeah.
He's got like but he's from Oklahoma, so he's got like that kind of sensibility.
I think Miss is probably involved there.
Yeah, so he's kind of like skater country. Is that how you would describe it? He's skater country.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, there's skaters in the country.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, I grew up rurally, and I was getting down with. So I was horrible at it. I could barely ollie. Couldn't get up a curb. I tried it for like 4 months and just quit.
I tried it for 4 years and couldn't do the same thing.
Breaking zones.
Yeah, I was just out here doing cardio.
End up on that MTV show Scarred. Gosh, that thing got nasty.
The most bleeped up clip of the day.
Oh, always.
That always stuck with me, dude.
It's like so bad you don't want to look at it, but you can't look away.
Yes. What I did do one day, I was coming down my buddy's driveway, and there was like a launch ramp at the end of it, and I had watched so many like Thrasher tapes that I was just like, oh yeah, you just get to the top and you jump over and then you land on your skateboard. It's going to be easy. Well, I got to the top and I didn't know how to carry my momentum over the edge, so I just kind of went up and landed over the top on my back, and I think that might be the root of my back and hip problems today. I really do.
That was the beginning.
Yeah. Well, salute to Zeke for being pretty good last night. He got in the end zone, flipped on in there, and the Patriots, 7 catches for 72 yards. They ran some horrible run plays with him, but the Patriots beat the Steelers 21-18, so congrats to Zeke.
Beat the over and under, right?
They did, yeah.
At half.
By 9 points. Could he help the Cowboys?
Who's Zeke?
Yeah.
You know what?
He looked pretty good last night, didn't he?
He said, I still got it afterwards. I just wanted to let everybody know I still got it.
He's as good once as he ever was.
Made a tackle, right? It would have been a pick 6, right?
I didn't watch a single second of that game.
No.
But
he did. Yeah, he did.
I saw the box score, but if he made a tackle, good for Zeke.
Yeah.
I saw a couple of highlights, didn't see any tackles from Zeke, but
yeah, I think I kind of turned it off. I was watching the Stars a little bit.
Yeah, I watched the Stars.
Then I did college tape, and then went back and I'm like, okay, well, I kind of saw where this thing was going.
Yep.
But man,
I tuned in right at the end and watched a little of the post game, and then I jumped into that movie Claus, the animated film about the origination of Christmas. It's fantastic, maybe for kids 6, 7 years old and up, it could make sense and be entertaining. But that was great. Right now, the Eagles are not playing well enough to think that they're going to go get 30 points against the Cowboys. And I don't think they're playing well enough to think that they're going to stop the Cowboys. So I'm going to go 38-25 Cowboys in this contest, guys. How about you?
That 38-25.
Kind of run away with it a little bit there.
Yeah, 38-25 is what
I would love that. I would love to win with cushion. I went 34-30 during cross. I think it is going to be a high-scoring game. I think both these offenses are going to be playing at their best and firing on all cylinders. Maybe Nick Bosa's right. maybe the 49ers did put out the blueprint, and we're giving the Eagles too much credit. And the Cowboys defense comes out and smacks them around. I'd love to see it, but I do think it's going to be close, and I think the Cowboys get revenge, and they split the season series.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's going to be each team in the 30s. I'm going to go 37-33. Cowboys cover, get the victory, but a bit of a nail biter.
Yeah, I went Dallas 30-27 in this one.
I think it. I don't know. I don't want to overreact to the Niners beating the Eagles like that, but this defense is so bad that historically it should eliminate them from Super Bowl contention.
Yes, it absolutely should. With the way they've been playing, with what they've given up from a passing standpoint, with just how bad they've been on third downs. I mean, my goodness, it's the worst third down defense in the sport. I think over the last 3 weeks they've been over 50%. Offenses have at converting third downs against these Eagles. So it's just it's not working for them right now. It will look a little bit differently. Like, the first time around you got CeeDee Lamb just killing you, and he still probably does that, but I don't think they had Bradley Roby in that game, who's actually
but he's having problems too.
He's having issues.
The whole nickel situation
bad.
has been bad, for these guys.
Here's what I got for you though, Chief. I'd love your thoughts on this because the Cowboys do have a really good defense, right? When the Eagles have played good defenses this year, it's been 21 against the Chiefs. It was 19 against San Francisco. They did score 37 against Buffalo, but Buffalo doesn't have a great defense, and that was an overtime game where there was a flurry of points late. I don't know. I don't think Jalen Hurts is running effectively enough anymore. I mean, when he runs now, it's like a bad running back running, and it's like I'm scrambling for yards late in a play because the play didn't work instead of I'm setting you up to kill you with my run. And the way that they're playing right now maybe they decided, hey, now it's time to play for the division. Now we're going to use Jalen Hurts like a weapon instead of, hey, let's see if we can get through this without getting him tackled for the rest of the year. And if they flip that switch, maybe I'll be eating crow on Monday. I don't think the Eagles can score that many against the Cowboys.
Well, you have to encourage him to run the ball. And if you encourage him to run the ball, it's because you've done things that, with this offensive line is good enough to pin you on one side of the field. And I mean, pin you if you want to run twist stunts or movement games. This is what Bosa's talking about. We've talked about it really all week leading up to the game and how to rush forward and how to stay in your lanes and how to keep him playing backwards. And that's going to be the key. But if you all of a sudden you get into a game and it's blitz heavy and it's all these twist games and stuff like that, and then you get Armstrong and Osa get pinned on one side of the field, and now that gives him a lane to run, he'll run. He'll get his 8 yards, and then he'll scurry out of bounds is what he'll do. I think that's the thing that would worry me in this game the most is his ability to, if you're not disciplined enough to play your scheme. And when Dallas is bad against runs, it's usually their own fault. It's usually people jumping around blocks. It's guys getting pinned. It's not fitting the right way, or the safety's coming up and making tackles.
Right.
Absolutely. And if you want to do, we've seen Dallas do all those things. Mm-hmm. And if you want to not play discipline, if you just want to rush up the field and get pinned to one side, this guy will take off running. It might not be for 50, 60 yards, but it'll be enough for them to keep the sticks moving. That's my big worry.
You're absolutely right. And they made good corrections in that game in Philly. The fourth quarter of that game, the Cowboys pretty much defensively were owning the Eagles on offense. The key will be, and Dan Quinn's talked about this, Philly converts 50% of their third downs. So, Dan Quinn said a lot of it is because they get in short yardage and they're so effective with that tush push. You got to win on first and second down. So it'll be fascinating to see, do they end up rushing for, like you've been talking about, Brian, or do they end up, because we've talked about Dan Quinn's blitzing a lot more. Second down, they're fourth most in terms of blitz pressure in the NFL, fifth most on third and fourth down, but they're middle of the pack on first down. Do they go opposite? Do they blitz more on first down to try and pressure Jalen Hurts, or do they do this and say, hey, go ahead and beat us with your arm. We're going to rush for. We're going to hope our guys get home, and we're going to clog and cover.
The problem that they have is, and they're not a 4-down. They're not a 4-down rush team. If you look at the metrics of that, they're one of the worst in the league when it comes to that. They like to bring more than 4.
When you say worse, you just mean in terms of at the rate in which they do it,
right,
not the production.
Not the production, right.
Yeah, the Cowboys want to bring pressure. They want to bring an extra guy some way, somehow.
Right.
So, yeah. Yeah, and there's legitimate reasons to look at this Eagles offense and think, yes, Dawson, like they won't be able to really be able to put up the points like I'm sort of predicting that they are. I just think it's one of those like flip the script weeks in Philadelphia. It's been a long one. They've been hearing it all week long. It's a divisional game, and I can't get out of my head what I just saw Geno Smith and what had been a very inconsistent Seahawks offense do to you for 4 quarters. I mean, that was a freaking nail biter, you know, and they got basically, I mean, what do they have? They had the closest thing to DK Metcalf, A.J. Brown, who's probably better than DK Metcalf. There's no question about it. And I know the Cowboys changed things up and they moved Gilmore and stuff. I'm very interested to see how the Cowboys approach A.J. Brown because he is a giant, fast wide receiver out of Ole Miss. I mean, it's the same thing that we just saw in DK Metcalf. And so how is he able to do some things? And then they get Goddard back. And that might be a little shot in the arm for him as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I do think that's a great point about the Seattle game. I think your pass defense is really good, though. Sometimes you're going to get got by great players.
Yeah.
But I think the Cowboys make an adjustment, and come back and have a good game. We shall see, though. It's definitely a good enough passing game that they could be exploited. It
is. Luckily, they don't have a third receiver that's as good as Seattle's. So, I mean, fortunately, they can't stretch you out 3 wide. But, yeah, A.J. Brown's an absolute – it's amazing looking back at Ole Miss, having DK and A.J. Brown, they didn't have more success.
Okay, but this is –
what a cheat code having both of those dudes at the same time.
This is a huge game, though, and not because it's for the division as much as just for, like, you have built this case for 6 weeks that you're not the teams that struggled early in the year. You know, you have now put up all these numbers. If you can't go win now a big game against Philadelphia, a team that has not come in here since 2017, they're going to call you pretenders louder than ever on Monday.
100%, dude. And you're talking about a 10 days rest. You know, you've got the rest advantage in a huge way, and the Eagles are coming off, playing against the Niners, which is one of the most physical teams in the league, and we know how teams, the next week after playing the Niners don't usually perform all that well. And so, yes, at home, you're riding a 14-game win streak. This is the time, like Seattle was a nice team to say, okay, you're beating some level of quality here. This isn't just like top 5 pick sort of teams that you're beating the crap out of for a month, but this is now the first legitimate, okay, we're going toe-to-toe here with what is supposed to be a Super Bowl contending team. It's time to show that you can go and actually beat these guys. And some of that stuff is in the margins. Some of that stuff's late in the game. The game management thing, stepping out of bounds, committing the penalties, all that stuff, like you sort of forget about as the week goes on, and then you get to Sunday and you're like, crap, I forgot this team knows exactly how to bleep itself, and they did it time and time again the other night versus Seattle. They were able to overcome it. And so I think you could see some of that, but I'm just predicting they overcome it once again.
Yeah, are you going to get helped by the Eagles? Like Seattle had 10 penalties as well. They were penalized a ton, and that ended up helping you. But you go back and watch that game against the Eagles, I think the Cowboys were the better team. If they fall, we'll circle back. If there's a rematch, it's tough to beat a team 3 times. Ultimately, you're a pretender. Right, the 2 best teams are the 49ers and the Eagles. You've lost to both, and you got swept by the Eagles. We can't take you seriously.
We do have to look at the winter meetings, the Stars, the Mavs, USA Soccer, and Copa America. We got an eye for Shohei Ohtani news. It is a huge show. We'll come back to G-Bag Survivor, take a look at what the basketball and the hockey team have cooking for you tonight and over the weekend. And we're, just getting started here. 5 hours of sports content. G-Bag Survivor. We'll try to pick a winner and avoid a bet payoff. That's coming up next for you here. The G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is time now for some G-Bag Survivor here, where we pick a winner each week. Only pick the same team once, and if you lose, you got to bet payoff the following Friday. That is due. Okay, the segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333, or go online to truckwreck.com. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in about 8.5 minutes here. Guys, do you see a game that you love?
No, I do not.
No, man.
This is a stressful one this week. I've pretty much been struggling. Do I want Houston on the road against the Jets with Zach Wilson, who I think is just mentally broken and doesn't want any part of this anymore? Or do you just gamble and take the Saints at home against Carolina? I'm leaning towards that just because I don't know the weather situation. Could that end up bleeping up C.J. Stroud in the passing game of Houston? So I just feel like, when else am I going to take the Saints and feel good about it? I still don't even feel good about it because it's probably Jameis Winston. You never know. Or you're going to get a 4-interception game from Jameis to give Bryce Young and the Panthers a chance. But I'll take New Orleans at home. They're desperate. They've got to win. If they don't, they're in danger of letting this division slip away. I'll rock with the Saints, but none of these games look good.
The Panthers, they beat the Texans. That was 6 weeks ago. You feel like they're going to come up with an inspired effort, but the New Orleans defense against a rookie quarterback, I think, should continue his misery. I'm there with you on New Orleans. The only other game I like is Baltimore at home against the Rams. It's a 7.5-point spread, but Los Angeles starting to play some little bit better football.
Getting healthy.
Yeah. So I think that might be a Vegas mistake, and I would regret that. I'm gonna play against the worst team on the schedule here. That's Carolina.
You do have the Rams going from coast to coast playing a nooner.
That's brutal.
So that that helps things.
I figure Baltimore has to have a game that's going to give me a golden opportunity.
Right.
This one I would regret. Like, why did I use that game against a actually pretty decent maybe playoff team?
Yeah.
It's probably the Rams, smart to dodge him because I think that Lamar missed practice yesterday.
Okay.
I think they're confident he still plays, but you never know.
They're keeping it close to the vest too. We don't know why.
Iffy.
Is he banged up?
Yeah, I don't know. Was it personal reasons?
Is that a hammy?
Diarrhea again? I don't know.
I like the. I don't like it, but Joe Flacco has dominated inside the dog pound his entire career. We got the Jacksonville Jaguars. I don't even care if T-Law is playing, and we don't know at this point whether or not he is. But Jacksonville going into the dog pound in December, maybe we get some snow flurries with that defense. Come on now. Take that, Doug Peterson. I'm going with the Brownies.
Just ram it. Do-do-do-do.
You're going to go with the Rams?
Ram it. Give me Baltimore.
Okay.
Come on. I got excited for a second.
Yeah. Well done, sir.
I thought you were going, okay, when are you doing your bet payoff? We got a lot of people asking. When's the broadest bet payoff happening?
Okay, I absolutely have to do.
Let's go get the cold beer right now. Do you got anything to do tonight?
I think you need to do
I actually do have something to do this
Gosh,
evening.
darn it.
I swear. No, swear. This will be
another podcast.
No. Yeah, I've got way too much.
You know he'd be making fun of us and busting our balls if we had not done this 3 weeks later.
Wouldn't. I would not. Absolutely not. I'm going to go get the Dos Equis. And
he'd do that thing with his hands that makes you feel like less than a man.
Yeah, I'd be like, all right, it's a Monday. All right, get the beers. Let's do this.
Yeah. I will be. I promise you, it will be done by next week. It will.
Okay.
It might be. Hell, it might be Tuesday, Wednesday. We never know.
Well, I'm wondering, do we want the Hammered Broadus situation to be on remote, on location, where Tolos can interact?
I was kind of hoping that's what we're going to do. But
so we sub in the Mrs. Doubtfire in the meantime until we find ourselves on remote so we can get hammered.
I'm going to do the Hammered thing before Mrs. Doubtfire. I might do Mrs. Doubtfire Hammered.
That's going to be perfect 2-for-1. When the Rams upset the Ravens, he's got a double bet payoff, and he's going to get drunk as Mrs. Doubtfire.
Yeah. Mrs. Doubtfire will be hilarious.
Let's Lamar go Rams. Jackson is a late Sunday scratch.
I didn't feel like I could go get hammered at the toy drive thing.
That's probably a smart call.
Just don't do Mrs. Doubtfire when I'm gone, and I will be gone for
No. This bet will be
shows.
taken care of this week.
Right
next
on.
week.
Okay, so you vow to get drunk next week.
Yes, I vow.
With your friends.
I got too much going on right now. Yeah.
You hear that, Bobby Belt? Love of the Star?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Leave our guy alone here. He's got some beers to drink.
No, Bobby's the one I always have to ask if we're going to do the show tonight.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Bobby's got way too many gigs.
Okay.
Way too
Dos
many
Equis
gigs.
and Fireball?
Yeah, could we do both combinations? Sure.
I know those are your favorites.
Well, hold on now. Two shots of Fireball count as one beer. Okay, that's like 40 proof liquor. That's barely considered hard alcohol.
So you're saying I'd have to do how many shots?
It's 2 to 1.
2 to 1. So we'll probably bring in like 4 airplane bottles of Fireball for you.
I could easily drink 7 shots of Fireball.
Yeah.
Okay.
And 12 beers.
Hey, man.
Let's do it.
I might have to.
7 Fireballs, 12 beers.
Well, this is going to be quite the event. Do we have a remote next week? We're going to have to check the schedule here and see if we can.
Maybe just put me on the road.
Can we just
I'll do a remote from somewhere.
No, we want to be.
I want to see you. I want to see that face turn pink.
Check this out on Zoom. Okay, Mavericks in Portland tonight. A great chance to get another win. Blazers 6-14. They are 2-5 at home. So good luck to the Mavs here. Let the good times roll. I believe Chief has more on this, maybe in a sports hodgepodge or a rim session later on. But how about LeBron James last night? The night after Luka makes history, he's like, yeah, hold my beer and watch this. It was a turn back the clock game for LeBron as he's trying to put the Lakers in the in the in-season tournament final. And he came out obviously inspired to try to win the first in-season tournament championship.
In Vegas.
And
that's why.
And he just torched the Pelicans. It was amazing. And he ends up just a few weeks before his 39th birthday, becomes the first player in history to put up at least 30 points, 5 assists, and 5 rebounds in 23 minutes or fewer. So hell of a job by LeBron. And by the way, that Pelicans in-season court, everybody should just do that. That thing looks amazing.
It did look good.
Yeah.
I think most of them looked kind of disgusting.
It was basically in line with the NBA color scheme plus gold. Okay. So it just looked it looked like the NBA logo shrouded in 24 karat gold. That's exactly what you had there with that Pelicans court, and I think that should be the model. But I've enjoyed all of them except for the Mavs one. That's apparently
to see.
Apparently a safety concern.
We think it would look good.
Yeah. The renderings were just very, very special.
Fantastic.
It was the best that never was when it comes to in-season play-in tournament
Kind of like
courts.
the effort they had doing it.
Yeah, but LeBron clearly is making it a point to say, I want to win the first ever. Winning the first ever probably matters more than whatever the next one is.
Win the bubble championship, right?
Yeah. And LeBron wants to own the Vegas basketball team when it gets there.
Ooh.
So he's just marking his territory, if you will, in the city of Vegas. Because that's where the NBA is going to expand in the next, I don't know how many years, 3, 5, 10, but probably under 10. And he's like, dude, I can capitalize on a championship before I'm exhausted at the end of the season. He's like, I'm still fresh, dude.
Hey, stack trophies. He is involved in European soccer
He
ownership.
understands,
He understands that.
He's in on that.
This is something that can get the fan base really excited, and is something cool to go in your trophy room. Stars defense a little shaky, but they win in a shootout in Washington. How exciting was that?
I'll tell you what, that was actually really, really cool for them to come back the way they did. Ovechkin had, 3 just there was those opportunities, the blast that he took from that, there in overtime and the way that Wedgwood was able to play. Matter of fact, 5-0 in games after a back-to-back.
Shout out to Scott Wedgwood,
played
of course.
and then you got the stop on Ovechkin. To win it.
Yeah, the wrister from Robo, Jason Robertson for the Stars goal. And I was shocked. We talked about this off air, but Tyler Seguin gets the first goal. I didn't even know he was going to play after the nasty hit he took the night before. What a tough son of a gun.
Yeah, it really salvaged the road trip, though. They had a couple of tough nights before that.
Okay, USA and Mexico expressing interest in a joint bid to host the 2027 Women's World Cup. So that would be awesome. There's like 4 other countries and entities that are bidding, so it's early in the process, but that would be exceptional. And the Copa America draw was yesterday, and the USA is going to take on, this is going to be...
Uruguay?
Yes.
Is in there. Who else did I see?
They got in the U.S. men's national team. They're going to get Bolivia at AT&T Stadium. Sorry, I just copy and pasted the entire email and I couldn't find the nation. Bolivia at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, June 23rd. This is a huge tournament. The Copa America. It's the 3rd biggest one in the world, and it'll be really exciting here to have that. I
thought you were naming the teams. That's why I threw
DFW.
Uruguay out there.
Yes, Uruguay is in their group.
Yeah,
it's one of the toughest teams, and I guess they would probably face Brazil if they make it to the semifinals. But that's quite an opportunity to be able to compete against that level of team and that big of a tournament. It's time now for the G Bag of the Day in the Pin Cup. Here's Lucius.
Yeah, LeBron has done it all. He's done it all at this point. Now he's just thinking legacy, 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 legacy. Everything he's doing is legacy right now.
Maybe another gold medal? One final Olympic gold medal?
I mean, anything. Just dangle in front of LeBron, pause, and he's going to look at it. He's going to look at it right now. Legacy, legacy,
It's
legacy,
inspiring
legacy, legacy.
how he's kept himself, at 39 years old.
It's unbelievable. Like, people he was playing against are now coaching, and he's still beefing with them. It's crazy, bro.
Look, they got in the league too.
Yeah.
They got in the league after him.
Let's see. Our winner of G Bag of the Day so far is somebody's pastor is tripping in the house of God, remixing Michael Jackson like this.
The devil tried to block me, tried to stop me, but no. Tried to steal my blessing, but God said, oh no. I'ma send some angels to help my remnant. They're gonna see my goodness in the end time like never before. Devil, do you really think you can stop them? You can block them, devil. Do you really think you can stop them or block them, devil?
Yeah.
Do you really think you can stop them or block them, devil? By the power of the blood, you are defeated.
I don't know about that part.
Defeated. Oh no. Defeated.
Thank you.
Hey, devil. You've been hit by, you've been stuck by the word of God.
I mean, the writing is mid, but the delivery is fire.
100%.
You know what I mean?
Nailed that. Yep.
Yeah, the writer's strike and everything.
Yeah,
Still catching.
They're back.
Let's
You need
go.
writers in here. You need studio writers. For he is a jolly good fellow. Shout out to Broadus. What kind of sandwich is that you brought the boys?
That was lamb meatball subs.
Lamb meatball subs. Yeah, he handed it to me like, here's some lamb balls. I was like, fam, what are we doing?
Lamb
I get
balls.
some McDonald's. I ain't eating lamb
Rocky
balls.
Mountain oysters.
But they were fantastic, man. Little K-Rock.
best.
Little K-Rock coming at you on a Friday. Go! Yeah, I'm from Dallas, baby. All right, let's go to the New Jersey Devils hockey player. His name is Luke Hughes. Had a little technical difficulty during his live interview.
I'm thinking Luke might be having some trouble hearing me. We'll give him a second, but definitely a special moment there as we are taking it all in, and I'm going to let Luke go as...
What are we done?
All right, Luke Hughes.
All right.
Luke got questions. He needs answers.
Yeah, that's kind of how Broadus got a FCC violation. Almost got us thrown off the air.
I did.
1 year at Sausage Fest.
Yep.
What the F are you doing?
I'm going to let Luke go as...
What are we doing?
What are we doing, guys?
What are we doing?
Here for an interview or what, man?
Oh, man.
Got a hat trick. Need a shower.
I got a combo situation right here. The Charles Barkley. He was talking with Ernie Johnson about the Nielsen ratings. You guys believe in Nielsen ratings?
I don't know.
Only when they reflect
If they're positive.
very, very
Yeah, if they're good for us, I'm all about that.
Yeah, if it's not this argument to be made.
Sure.
Charles Barkley standing on business. Check this out.
I want to tell my team, and man, these Nielsen people are the biggest clowns in the world. Name me one person you know with a Nielsen box.
Are there still Nielsen boxes?
Yes, but there's still Nielsen ratings.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
but
okay.
Okay.
These Nielsen people try to say our ratings weren't great, but we want a certain demographic. Hey, man, to my team, them. Don't you worry about, quote unquote, what people tell you about your ratings. Nobody knows what people are watching. They don't. And I know the first thing you're going to say, well, he's just upset because they said King Charles didn't get ratings. First of all, you are 100% wrong. I actually said this exact same thing 20 years ago when I was on the #1 show. Let me repeat that. I said the same thing about the Nielsen people when I was on the #1 show on TNT.
Still #1 to me, man. I love that show. And ratings are usually pretty messed up, especially with streaming numbers now. You know, it's probably a more accurate reflection.
Yeah, you can't tell what's what.
I really can't. I try and learn about this, but the more I dig into it, the more I get confused.
You're really thankful when the way they scored is in the hands of your biggest fans.
Yeah.
That's when you're happy and you appreciate that fact, and when times could lean out on you. It's been a long time since it leaned out on us.
Oh, don't do that, dog. Don't do that. Don't test the gods like that. What are you doing?
The Nielsen gods.
Yeah, what are you doing? Oh, we'll be fine. What are we doing? Hey, man, it's a Payday Friday, right?
It is.
That's right. Feeling good.
Yeah, I was in the shower with this one today. Feeling like prime time. He sound like Bucky, though. His son, Bucky. If you go look up Bucky rapping on YouTube, this is what Bucky sound like. I did say this Charles Barkley would be a combo situation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you see that they had like ESPN and the TNT crew kind of together broadcasting last night? I see it on HBO, or excuse me, Max. Because they like to kill their names as well.
Yeah.
Listen to Charles Barkley threaten Stephen A. Smith. Don't come over here to all that hollering and yelling, man.
Hey, Ernie, can I say something?
That's what they pay you to do.
Hey, Ernie.
Hey, Ernie, can I say something?
That's what they pay you to do.
Well, I want to say this. Mike Wilbon.
Yes, sir.
Malika, you are fantastic. Woj, you know how I feel about you. Wilbon, you've been my mentor. You've been my friend. I just want to thank you and Amar Rashad for always being there, giving me advice on my career.
Thank you. Love you, brother.
Hey, Bob, I love you. And let me tell you something, Stephen A. If you come over here with all that loud ass talking today, hey, this ain't first take. Thank you. This Tell him, Chuck. This gonna be the first ass whooping you take. You come over here with that loud ass talk.
I love it. Charles wanted some fans last night at DFW.
Yeah.
I'll throw you right through the window.
I sure will.
Not play. I'm not a role model. Still. Ready to vote, Lucius?
Huh?
You ready to vote?
Yeah, go ahead.
What'd you say?
All righty.
Yeah, that first part, they're confused. I see them on the fan text too. They're kind of confused. People get confused.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah, he got confused.
Okay, is it the preacher Michael Jackson, our one-time G-Bag of the Day champion? Is it the New Jersey Devils hockey player Luke that had a technical difficulty? Charles Barkley,
what are we
combo
doing?
platter. Wave at me, dude.
Yeah.
Wave at me, dude.
Charles Barkley on the Nielsen ratings comboed with "Don't come over here with that hollering and yelling."
Oh man.
Okay, I think I'm gonna vote for the hockey player there. Chief, how about you?
Same here, man.
Lucius?
Michael Jackson in the House of God.
Chuck?
I'll go Chuck.
Yeah, I like Chuck too.
It's tied at 2. Once again, you're going to jump onto @GBagNation Twitter account and
wave at
vote.
me. Wave at me, dude. Testing. Wave.
Testing.
Yeah. Man, I tell you what, if that preacher Michael Jackson had been in my church, I think I'd have been more fired up to go on a Sunday.
Yeah.
Can I just get a little of that every day?
Yeah, I think the
Quality
creativity
content.
is getting taken to a whole other level. The post-COVID church attendance is down. Everybody's like, I could just sit at home and consume this through the YouTubes. But you got to get in there, and you're like, okay, we got to spice this thing up, man. Make sure the people get here live in the flesh.
Do you think your dad would appreciate it if you, or maybe you brought Chop and he did a rendition there for you? You know, he's good at those parody songs.
See, I think we could work Choppy in the mix here.
Get that plate passing. I think you'd make it rain. Okay, we got to run on here on a Football Friday. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are you taking us, Brian?
Yeah, let's talk about the officials for this game this weekend. We'll do that next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, you know what it is.
105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with the year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time now for Brian Broaddus and Krusty's Corner. Do need to tell you, it appears Charles Barkley has won G-Bag of the Day by 77 to 23% on a vote off. Here's Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Been seeing, well, Chuck, you follow this stuff along with I do about the officials and stuff like that.
Yeah, you've
right?
got me into it, man, because you're so right. I mean, a lot of this does end up making a huge impact.
Did you see where, and I saw this on Twitter X, where that the referee for this weekend's game, John Hussey, that the Eagles are 7-0 with him as the official, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. And he has not officiated an Eagles game this year, nor has he officiated a Cowboys game this year. But what you need to know about John Hussey and his crew is that they call the 5th most penalties of any of the officials in the league. So they're right there as one of the top 5 when it comes to calls. They had a game this year in week 6 where it was Cleveland. It was San Francisco at Cleveland. It was the start of the 3-game losing streak, I believe, for the 49ers then. They had 25 penalties called in that game. Ooh, for 224 yards. That was the high water mark. What you need to know about John Hussey, though, when you start to worry about him being 7-0 with Philadelphia, is this year home teams have received 68 calls. The visitors, 82. So that could be your hope right there if you're worried about Philadelphia being 7-0 with John Hussey as your official.
Get you a little home cooking.
You get you a little home cooking. There's only been 4 games this year out of 11 that he's officiated where he's called more home penalties than visitor penalties.
Okay. That's encouraging.
We're going to need a hope.
I might come around on this Hussey after all.
In those 7-0 wins for the Eagles with him, he's called just 6 penalties for 21 compared to 21 for the opponents.
Yeah.
But I will say, the 2 big ones last year, he called the Cowboys-Eagles game Monday Night Football in Philly.
Right.
And then the NFC Championship game, which was in Philly.
Right.
So this does carry on to that, the home team.
So is this a something's got to give game?
I think this is, if you're worried about him and his crew being, and it changes up really from year to year because you lose guys and gals and you gain guys and gals as you get your crew together. I think I would be more concerned about what's happening now with this crew than what happened 2-3 years ago. Because I think that these officials, it's amazing how some of them go from being the least penalizing group, and then the next year they're the most penalizing group. And it happens because the officials or their governing body or their superiors say, you're not calling enough penalties.
Oh.
And so now you go from a guy, that's not calling anything, your crew's not calling anything, and now to quote Marv Levy, you're an over-officious jerk.
Ooh.
You over-vicious jerk.
Yeah, Marv Levy yelled that one time.
Not quite my favorite of the week because Masterpiece of Dog S is obviously going to be the 1 seed, but that's a close second.
He told a guy he was an over-officious jerk is what he was. So I would focus, though, on what we're seeing right now from John Hussey's crew, and I'll walk you through that. Now, we're all going to talk about the Eagles in this way. We know that, and we asked Zach Martin this question yesterday about their ability to time the snap count with their ability to get off the ball. And we see it a lot with Lane Johnson. We've also seen it with Mailata. He's able to do the same thing. He just gets depth. And Zach was even saying, hell, there's a time you watch it gets timed up pretty good.
Is it an every snap thing or is it only a passing play thing?
It's mainly in pass situations is what it is. And it was funny because we talked to Zach said that their scout team has done a pretty good job mimicking what they could see. So they were, obviously they know that this is about to happen in this game. But here's the kicker for you if you're looking at the officials. John Hussey's crew calls the most false starts of any crew in the league. They got 28 calls of false starts. Usually you have holding, defensive pass interference, illegal contact. Those are usually the high mark penalties. This crew's number one when it comes to false starts. So maybe now they've done games where Philadelphia has done this before, but will this be the time where Mike McCarthy, his crew point out, you got to call this. You got to call it. And, you got those line judges that are on the sidelines where you could just basically scream at them right there when they're jumping.
And how much does that make a difference, like in your experience, when a head coach goes to the official before the game and to point stuff out? Because I remember that Washington game where the snap, the way that I can't remember who was it, LP?
Yeah.
Who was long snapping. They called that, ends up costing the Cowboys the game.
Right.
Because the Washington coaches went to the officials and say, hey, look for this.
Right. Yeah, it works. I'll tell you what, one of the great sideline, we talk about sounds of the sideline, was Kyle Shanahan walked up to walked down the line and talked to a back judge or a side judge and told him, I'm about to run a route where my guy is going to go up and he's going to go out and he's going to get held on this play.
Wow.
And, and sure enough, what happened? Ran the route, got held, official that he was talking to threw the flag. Sometimes you have to remind these officials that, hey, you can't let him get away with this in this game. You can't let them continually jump the count. Now, it might be a little bit more difficult to do it on the road with crowd noise and stuff like that. That, because there's something that's triggering, as Zach says, there's something that's triggering these guys to retreat the way that they do. But John Hussey's crew, 28 times with your false start penalties. Okay, this is a good one for Micah Parsons potentially, because Micah does not get nearly enough holding calls. 27 offensive holding penalties by this crew. Maybe this is the weekend that all of a sudden that Micah Parsons gets a call or two that he has not been getting or receiving.
He's due, that's for sure.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that if you got a crew that's watching these things, then you could pretty much guarantee that you might get one or two.
I mean, the Cowboys should be sending cut-ups every single week to the league.
They do.
Of just Micah. Watch how many times Micah got held.
They absolutely do.
Okay, good.
They absolutely do. The next one that we need to keep an eye on is this unnecessary roughness. John Hussey's crew's not going to let it get out of hand or try to get out of hand. We always talk about this. This is the one where you need to kind of have an understanding. If you're Sam Williams or you're Donovan Wilson, if you're one of those guys and you're trying to line somebody up, be very mindful of that. That's kind of seems like the guys for the Cowboys that get those unnecessary roughness penalties. Defensive pass interference is also a big one at 9. Face masking is something that this crew keeps an eye on. That's at 8. Defensive holding is at 7. And then the one we always like to keep an eye on is delay of game.
Yeah.
How much are they going to let you take it to the zeros? Are they going to let you go past when those zeros show? We saw a couple of weeks ago that the Cowboys were in a game where defensive holding might have been, I think it was Martin's crew was the one that was big on delay of game, and there were 2 calls in that game against the Cowboys for delay of game. So be mindful of John Hussey, his crew, and what they potentially could do. But those are the penalties you have to need to worry about. I wouldn't focus on the 7-0 right now. I would focus on what the penalties they're calling currently, and the fact, though, that the home teams appear to be getting a break on calls from his crew. That maybe this crew gets affected by working home games.
Perfectly timed.
Yeah.
Good.
Hopefully that'll be the case for him this week.
Thank you very much, Brian.
Thank you.
He's at Brian Broaddus on Twitter. If you want to jump on there and follow him, you'll be following the #1 influencer in Cowboys social media, an Emmy Award winner and Super Bowl champion. Okay, NFL News today is coming up 3:20. Stephen Jones is next with you right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys.
Take your turn it on, leave it on fan experience everywhere you go. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and I hope you are having a fantastic day. We're about to be joined by Stephen Jones here on your home of the Cowboys on a Football Friday. Hope you're feeling great about Cowboys and Eagles coming up Sunday here on 105.3 The Fan. Stephen Jones is brought to you by Ford, your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas, and a good afternoon, Stephen. Oh, no, not quite yet. Okay, tracking down Stephen Jones. He will be with you momentarily. Man, what a huge game. I said it in the opening segment. I'd love to get your thoughts on it in the TruckRick.com fan text. Try to think of a clever way to ask Stephen this here in the meantime. But, I mean, if you lose this game, doesn't it kind of invalidate what you've been building towards and what you've been saying? Like, man, our offense is the reason. You know, we got this thing figured out. It's not that we've been playing bad teams. It's our controllables, you know. I think that's huge right there. And this is where you're going to start to get a little bit more truth serum about your Cowboys, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think once the calendar now switches, goes to December, you know, you have an idea of what your team is going, what direction. But you learn so much more along the way as well. I mean, there's been some times where, remember the Cowboys were Tony Romo. It seemed like in the month of December, they would completely fall apart.
Yep.
You know, Dak's done a great job in December. They've got some quality wins along the way since throughout his career. So yeah, you learn a lot about your team when that calendar switches, and these games will be very difficult. But the Dallas Cowboys are built the right way to be able to handle and they're built because of the team they play, the division. That's the one thing that Will and Steven understand, that you have to have your team built the right way to win this division, and they match up very, very well against this team.
They do, and Dak's always played very well within the division as well. McCarthy's got a very good record in December dating back to his time with Green Bay, and he's carried that over here so far with the Cowboys. So absolutely, I mean, if you were to look at with all the strides they've taken offensively, and the one issue you're looking at is, okay, can you still run the football when you need to? And maybe next week we'll talk about that. That shouldn't be a problem this week. The Eagles secondary is the way to win. They're so bad. You've got to take advantage of that, and that feeds right into the Cowboys' strength offensively right now.
It really does. And, you know, on the other side of that, you have the opportunity to hand the Eagles back-to-back losses and sort of put them in a late season, you can't say crisis because they'd still be tied for first, but questioning themselves at the very least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this right now is I'm trying to figure out, like, I mean, it's almost a ridiculous question because it matters so much for both teams, but like, which one do you feel like does it matter more for right now? Because like losing this game, Philadelphia, it's going to get real loud for them. It already did. They got people out there with pitchforks and signs saying "Run the football, Sirianni."
Yeah.
And Jalen Hurts doesn't know how to play football anymore. 2 weeks after he was like the leader for the MVP candidate in the NFL, like it happens that quickly to you. And so this is a monster game. It's absolutely a monster game. I'm confident in the Cowboys in this one, but this whole next stretch here, is huge. But I think you really got to get off on the right foot because it gets.
Mm-hmm. You have to, because it's a division game. You've lost them once already. That's why I think it's more important to the Cowboys. At least for the Eagles, you can say, hey, we've won a Super Bowl in the last 5 years. We went to the Super Bowl last year, and yes, you still pretty much control your own destiny moving
with an
forward.
easier schedule.
If you drop this game and you're the Cowboys, you've now lost. You got swept by the Eagles. You got blown out by the 49ers. Those we look at as the two best teams in your conference. Where do you come back from this?
For the Eagles, the scary thing is where we could be trending. Is this two ships passing in the night? They can do the copium thing of, hey, we're still here and they have a tougher schedule. But you'd start to look at it like, man, we have been surviving close games for a month straight. Is it catching up to us? And once kind of the dam breaks on that, those teams that were surviving close games and coming up with the plays just believe in themselves a little bit less in those situations.
You go out there and play and don't play well offensively and allow their defense to feel good about themselves, man, shame on you. Mm-hmm. You're good enough offensively to punish this defense with your guys, with your skill guys, your quarterback. You just can't let them, you can't let them to stop you and get you off the field and all that. I mean, this thing needs to be like the pedal to the metal, as they like to say, because it is, you just don't want them going, feeling any good about themselves. You want to be the team that, and Dallas will probably get, well, they're a bad defense. I don't care. Boat race them, fine.
Yeah.
But don't let them feel good walking out of AT&T Stadium about how their defense played.
You have to make them defend everything. You
Yeah.
can't get one-dimensional against them. That's kind of what happened in the first game and, slowed you down. You end up with just 23 points. Since then, 49, 33, 45, and 41 points. I think you expect to go out there and score in at least the 30s and maybe have a 40-point game statistically against a defense that profiles like this. Maybe it's different because it's a division rival.
Sure. I mean, you have those caveats, but I do feel extremely confident with the processes of how the Cowboys have been attacking it post bye week. They are doing things that set yourself up for great success. It's not by accident that yes, they've played some pretty bad teams. That helps a ton.
It does.
But when you can see legitimately the things that they're doing to set their guys up for success, I think you feel like that is a process that will continue to give you good feelings and good production. So I'm really excited for this one because this is the ultimate where you get to the true serum portion of the season. If you drop it, all of a sudden you're like, crap, now we got to go to Buffalo. Yeah. Then we got to go to Miami. Yeah. Crap, then we got Detroit coming in here. You win it, all of a sudden you're like, I feel like I can go anywhere. And we can do this thing because the way this team has played over the course of the last month. And then if you put a nice finishing touch on it here to start this gauntlet of the schedule, then you're like, okay, now this is legit, and we don't have the caveats of it was DeVito and the Giants or whatever.
Yeah, the Eagles, I think, failed to build a team that can contend for the Super Bowl. At least that's what we see right now with how their linebackers and secondary is playing. Maybe Shaq Leonard starts to change things, or they get better performances on the back end.
I say no chance. I think Shaq Leonard's he's gonna get exploited. He is not going to look good. I think it's going to be one of those deals where you threw him to the fire in this game versus this offense. Watch out.
I mean,
dude.
I wonder how many snaps he gets this week. I'm sure that they'll put him out there because they have to. I mean,
we'll see. We're going to see how healthy Cunningham is. I mean, that'll be a
big question. He's their best
there.
coverage linebacker.
Yeah, he is their best coverage. And it's funny though. We talked about Elias, who they cut. They
wanted to try and get him back. I think he got claimed by the Patriots.
6 teams claimed that guy.
Jeez,
they cut the wrong guy there. The other linebacker was playing far worse than he was. Yeah.
Right on. Well, while we stand by for Stephen Jones, let me get you some Cowboys Twitter here. Top tweets going viral about America's team. Apparently, Mike McCarthy walked into the offensive meeting today with 50 Cent's Many Men playing on the speakers. A joke about, his appendicitis surgery that he had to have, which can be life-threatening. So they're having a little bit of fun there. And
shut it down. Let's go home. They're getting the victory, boys.
Yes, it appears that the pressure of the big game week has not taken the fun out of the room up there at the Ford Center.
Y'all know how many men goes?
Yeah.
How's it go, bro?
You're going to make me sing it. I'm not.
Yeah.
You know how I know it.
Sing it.
Yeah. But it's many men wishing death on you.
That's right.
Yeah.
Many men. Many men.
And maybe a couple. Maybe.
Thanks, LA.
Yeah.
Many men.
That's a good walk-in song.
Upon me. Blood in my ass, dog, and I can't see. Yeah, man.
You're what? Damn.
Yeah, man. Fitty, man.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
Lucius with the impressions.
It's like, are his teeth together the whole time he's doing it?
Well, they're so big right now because he got some replacements. He got shot, man.
Open your mouth.
Wow.
Yeah, open your mouth, fam.
Added to the list, Lucius. I didn't know that was in his wheelhouse or his repertoire. I don't know about you guys.
Oh, yeah.
That was fantastic.
Honestly, I don't put anything past
It's all the damn mixtapes of 50 I've been listening to. You know what I'm saying? He does a lot of talking on his mixtapes. Usually taunting Ja Rule.
Well, right now it's all about Diddy.
Yeah, oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
For years, I thought we should do like an audio play where it's kind of like, a Christmas 105.3 The Fan tale or something, narrated, by an announcer with all these characters coming in, and they could all be Lucius.
Yes.
It'd be like an Eddie Murphy film, where it's just, here is this character and that character and one after another, and
Charles
they would all be the same guy. Yeah, I think that would be an exceptional piece of audio content for the holidays. I just need to get off my lazy ass and get it written.
Let's go get a Grammy.
Yeah.
I think that's what we could do.
I would love
something like that.
I think so. I think so. It's incredible how talented Lucius is when it comes down to it. LA Live every night at 5:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. It's damn unfair. The guy was the quarterback of his high school team. He's tall, he's good looking, and he does voices.
Quarterback, bro?
I gotta watch my back. Dawson about to stab me. That's my guy.
That's my guy.
I keep my guys accountable.
I would worry right now. I'd be worried. I would be worried.
Hey, a reporter referenced the Week 5 Niners game in question to Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott. He said, "We're still back there. Y'all panicked. We didn't, honestly." I don't think Dak would ever panic. I think at that point I surmised you're not good enough to win the Super Bowl. And I'm still there, guys. Still there. Because I think the 49ers are a lot better. This time around, there might only be one team a lot better than you, but they're still healthy.
Yeah, we'll find out Sunday. You lose to the Eagles, then I'm in total agreement with you.
I said it after that Seattle game. We're starting to talk like we did it again. And ain't nothing been done. It hasn't been done for the last 25 years. Show me something new.
Well, and Dak agrees.
Or you start talking like that.
Dak says the same thing with all the MVP hype that he's getting, and deservedly so. Dude's balling out and playing amazing, but he's even said it himself. I haven't done bleep yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you are seeing the makings of, some of the, you don't know how it's going to end. You don't know the way the ball is going to bounce, but the things that you wanted them to put in place in order to give themselves the chance for it, you're seeing that.
Yeah.
You are seeing that. And Dak now playing at a ridiculous level.
He's going to believe.
Yeah.
He's got the pen. He's writing that script.
He's close enough that swagger is well placed. That belief in himself. That's how the Rangers were acting, even though they had just lost 3 of 4 to Seattle like 10 days earlier. They were kicking the door down in Baltimore like, yeah, that's right, B-word, after like 4 straight wins. So I think that's what you get with athletes, but I guess I don't mind it from him. It's, some of the Tolos that are, lashing out on the text or whatever. I'm here for it. That's what I signed up for. But I just want to caution them. Don't get the expectations set to where these last 5 weeks mean that you're world beaters now. You just saw the Niners dismantle the Eagles entirely. That should humble you, in my opinion.
Yes. And I think even, maybe not necessarily more than that, but when you start looking at the things that you can control, like we know San Francisco's out there, they're lurking, they're far and away the best team in the conference, probably in the league. But I think it still needs to be a look in the mirror on some of the things you are not doing right. For all the things they are putting in place now offensively to where, okay, you are doing things that I feel like translate week to week and you are setting yourself up to score points and get guys in great positions to succeed offensively. You see some of the cracks, at least last week defensively, but more than that, you still can't fully trust your coach to do the thing that needs to be done in these moments. Like you got away with 3 or 4 things the other night versus Seattle that you lose that game, and we're looking at McCarthy like, what in the world are you thinking, dude?
Oh, no, the whole post game will be about decisions that were made in the fourth quarter.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so you win the game and cool, but when you go back and look at some of those deals, should you go for 2? Yeah. You probably should go for 2 in some of those moments. Should you have what did he do? He took a 3rd and 7 over a 2nd and 19.
He threw a ball.
He threw a ball on 3rd down instead
no
of running
timeout.
it.
Well, there was that.
Yeah.
There's a handful of things there that still make me queasy, and I'm pretty sure most teams end up feeling that way about their coach. Because there's not a single coach in the sports that's just 100% dialed on what to do every single time. But there are coaches that, are more often than not doing the thing that, is best for the team. I don't think a lot of those decisions that were made the other night were best for the team. But you come out and win.
Yeah. That's all it's all about.
That's what still scares me, though.
Yeah. You get one of those done, though. You finish it with wins and everything's okay. And that's the vibe I felt yesterday with the Rangers. That's what we felt for a long time with the Mavericks, and maybe that still buoys you. Get a championship done, and it will make everything else just a significantly better, not a little bit better. Life is a champion. You see the look of relief on Mike Maddox's face. By the way, excellent job by Broadus breaking it down with Maddox yesterday. Just the look on his face, the relief, and that's how he put it in his words as far as getting that championship. It is time now for Stephen Jones to join us, brought to you by Ford, your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. And good afternoon, Stephen. How the heck are you?
We're doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're wonderful. We're just talking about how big this game is, and to me, it's really a great chance to validate all this work that you've done with changing the offense and having all this success over the last month or plus.
Well, obviously, it's a huge game. Anytime you're playing one of your top divisional opponents in the NFC East, it doesn't get any bigger or better. And certainly it'll be great to have them in our backyard. Our fans have been amazing. I think right now we're on a streak where we've got the longest home winning streak in the NFL, which is hats off to our fans. And it'll be great to get Philly here in our backyard. Obviously, we played them hard and tight up in Philly and had every chance in the world to win that game, but didn't get it done. But hopefully we can turn the tables here and get this thing evened up, and we'll see what happens from there. But obviously they're a great football team. They've their record speaks for itself the last 2 years. Their quarterback's, one of the best in the NFL. We got our hands full, and let's see what happens. But we feel good about our football team.
Steven, is line one with you in the front office about trying to build a team that can win the division and match up with division opponents? When you look at a team like Philadelphia and the Commanders, the Giants, is that line one with you?
I think it's line one, but 1A is, you got to beat the teams in your conference, and then ultimately you got to win the whole thing. So those all are pretty close. And, at the end of the day, if you can accomplish the first one, which is win your division, you're going to give yourself a chance with some home field games and, to accomplish your next goal, which is win the NFC and then ultimately get in the Super Bowl. And so all those things are really important. We feel great about our roster and feel good about where we're headed right now. I think our arrow's up. You mentioned this offense is really coming together between Dak and Mike and Coach Schottenheimer. I think they're really, feeling what we do with our personnel and how to have success. And that's obviously a huge part of this. But, we still got a lot of room for improvement, still a lot of football. I mean, we've got 5 big games left, and we've got our work cut out for us, but feel like, this thing's coming together in a good way for us.
And Steven, speaking of the offense, the last time these teams played, CD had a career high with 191 receiving yards. You've seen a lot of great quarterback to wide receiver combos with, of course, Aikman to Irvin, Romo to Dez got humming. But how special is this connection with Dak and CD right now?
Well, I think it's very unique. Obviously, it has Dak right there in the conversation, with MVP, and I know that's the last thing on his mind or our mind. It's about winning championships, but and then certainly CDs and everybody's, top of the list in terms of the best receivers in this league. And, we got a lot of young players coming on. Cooks is finding his way. Ferguson's really stepping up, and I see where he's even mentioned as a potential Pro Bowler. So, all these guys are figuring it out. And Tony Pollard, I think we still hadn't seen his best yet. And coming off an injury, but playing at a high level, but I think he's only going to get better. So, and then having this offensive line play together week in and week out is a big deal. And keeping everybody healthy, Tyron Smith and company with Zach is a big part of this. And, defensively, we've played good all year, but, I know Dan's got high expectations for this group, and I know he's feeling good about what we can do here as well. So, like I said, we've got a lot of football left to play in the regular season. We want the arrow to keep pointing up, and it'll start Sunday night with the Eagles.
Steven, are you as annoyed as we are with the lack of Micah holding penalties?
Well, I never complain about the officials. They have a hard job, period. I mean, it's very difficult, and they do the best they can do, and we ask a lot of them. I mean, I know our fans never understand all the different things that come with being official in this league, and they do a great job. You're always want the calls to go more for you than the other guys, but Mike is a handful, and I'm just like our fans. I feel like every time he's going after the guy and someone grabs him the wrong way, it should be a holding penalty, but that goes both ways, and at some point, everything evens out.
There was a fascinating article in The Athletic today that came out about Mike McCarthy and the use of analytics. I wonder, since he's been in the building, how much that's changed and evolved for y'all in the front office.
I think that evolves always. I give Mike credit. He does put an emphasis on it. But Jason Garrett, he's a Princeton grad and as smart as they get and believed in analytics. And, this thing evolves. And, I know people want to, say that, want to put an emphasis on it. But we certainly have a great group in our building that I think give us every opportunity to win in terms of evaluation of college talent coming out, or whether it's a week-to-week game planning. I think we do a really good job with our analytics, and everybody puts different amounts of emphasis on it. At the end of the day, you got to go out and execute, and you got to win football games.
Sounds like a plan to me, Stephen. Have a blast on Sunday. We'll be pulling for you. There you go, Stephen Jones with you here, brought to you by Ford. Here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Yes. Okay, it's time now for the NFL news of the day. Wolchuk, where are you going to take us?
Praising QB1, the welcome to the NFL moment, and the Eagles looking to limit this for the Cowboys. That's next.
Okay, I want to chat D&M leasing with you, though, before we do that.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
Welcome back, Nation. We're talking with an Eagles beat writer coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll go behind enemy lines, see how annoying his accent is, and see how much of a homer he is. Brooks Kubena coming up at 4 o'clock. It's time now for the NFL News of the Day. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Here's Wolchuk and that NFL News of the Day.
Eagles secondary talking about really getting shredded in the first meeting against the Cowboys, and you had Bradley Roby via the Philadelphia Inquirer saying, quote, a lot of the stuff in that game was the second play. They were extending the plays, and they were just freestyling and running everywhere. So that's really what it was, in my opinion, that Dak would extend the play, and they would run another route, and we would just not win on those routes. His teammate Kevin Byard echoed that sentiment, said, okay, we got to be really good on the first play, but also make sure to say, hey, Dak can get outside the pocket, extend those plays. We got to be good. We got to plaster receivers down the field. We may have to cover 2 or 3 routes within one play, and we've seen that with Dak's ability now to scramble, get outside the pocket. Heck, the sack that he broke out of against Seattle, then he hits Jalen Tolbert along the sideline. So that's certainly been an emphasis to try and take away that scramble mode from Dak coming into this second matchup against the Cowboys.
Yeah, the Eagles, actually, the first 2 series of the games against the 49ers played really well. I mean, they were on it. The 49ers were, they just didn't, they couldn't get anybody open.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Purdy was under pressure, throwing the ball away, throwing in some bad spots. But then all of a sudden, what 49ers do is they find a way to get the ball to Ayuk. And then the next thing you know, they get the ball to McCaffrey. And now the play caller's back into some rhythm. So, yeah, this is going to be one of those things. Dak and these receivers have just got to make this Eagles secondary pay. They have to. You just can't let them, you can't let them take a breath in this game. Dak he's got to be on his reads. He's got to be ready for, there's going to be times probably with some of the pressure he's going to have to deal with. But in that game against the Eagles, going back and watching, he did. He ran a couple of times and helped himself a little bit. So he's going to need to continue to play the way he has, but play well with his eyes, play well with his feet, and then when he has a chance to punish these guys, don't miss it. Make it, because you can make some big plays on these guys.
Keep the pressure on that secondary. Mina Kimes on her show, she had Mike Golick Jr., a friend of the show, Gojo, on with her. Mina and Gojo giving Dak his flowers, talking about QB1 for MVP.
You can find MVP a bunch of different ways. You can consider different kinds of players. But if you just ask me who's the best quarterback in football right now, it's Dak Prescott. The way he's playing, the command of the offense, the playmaking with his legs. I sent out a bunch of splits for all the ways in which he leads the NFL. But I think the one that jumps out to me the most, and maybe the one that's the best case for him being the MVP of the league, he is the best quarterback in football on third down. And then I was curious how it compares over his career, because he has a 91.2 QBR on third down. That's 20 points higher than at any point in his career. And he's had some very good seasons. When the offense is on the quarterback's shoulders and he has to drop back and pass, Dak Prescott is playing at a higher level than he ever has over the course of his career. And he's playing at a higher level than anyone else in the NFL right now.
Narrative-wise, I didn't think we'd need to talk anyone into the Dallas Cowboys quarterback who's winning a bunch of games and is the best on third down, which is like the easiest big blinking sign of the things that we love about quarterbacks in clutch moments. I thought all that would just have him very easily at number 1 in the narrative MVP race of all of this. They've got 2 big primetime games down the home stretch of the season against great teams where he'll have the opportunity to absolutely drive the nail in that coffin if he so chooses.
Damn right, Gojo. If he wants to, he's got the opportunity to go out and prove all the haters wrong. But I think that he was being a little naive with the Cowboy hate. I mean, it's just they don't want to see the success. They don't want the Cowboys quarterback to be the MVP. There's just a national perception of that. We don't want that. And Dak, we've seen it time and time again from these national shows getting scrutinized. And it's not even just for his play. I mean, you had the Carton show taking shots about him now having a child and being a father. We're personally attacking this man.
That was weird.
Trying to bring him down for things. It's really disgusting, the level that some of these national people are going.
I think Carton might be
on
on drugs. I really do. That was weird. It was a bad take. Like his castmates were like, "What is this Craig Carton, who is one of the greatest sports radio hosts ever in the 2000s, like devolving into just weird bad takes?" Let's see your medicine cabinet, bro. But no, I do think this is great. I know Eric probably has even more context on the numbers and exactly what that means. I do want to say I'm not surprised at all that statistically it looks like Dak is the best quarterback in the NFL. I don't think stats has ever been a problem for the guy. We've gotten to this point where statistically that's what it looks like. But I'm sorry, Mina Kimes, when anybody says he's the best quarterback in football right now, I got to say BS. Shake yourself for that take.
Well, I think it's I don't think she would say like, oh, he's better than Patrick Mahomes, like big picture, but like the way he's playing right now. I mean, I think he is playing at a higher level than anyone, and maybe some of that has to do with the level of competition that he's gone up against over the course of the last 5 weeks or so. But I mean, the proof is in the pudding. I mean, when you're telling me that you have an over 90 QBR on third down, holy mackerel.
I mean, Carson Wentz went on a season where he led the league in third down metrics.
He did, but Dak's done this now consistently throughout his career.
Yeah, and he's just taking it up a notch because now he actually has a play caller that is helping him even more. Like Dak was doing this, dragging a 90s style offense to third down success consistently, and now he's like, oh wow, watch what happens when you have some easy buttons for me where I don't have to be a hero. My numbers are telling you I'm a hero, but I'm getting plenty of help from the design, and so because of that, I think he is, all of that being put together, I think he is playing the best football of his career for sure. And I mean, in a year where we're trying to figure out who's the MVP, I don't think it's far-fetched to say he's playing the best football of any quarterback in the league right now.
No.
Pat Mahomes is trying to get to 20 points every time, and he's clawing to try and get there. And he's losing to Jordan Love by scoring like 19 points.
And a lot of that has to do with supporting cast. No question.
Absolutely. That's why it's just a right now thing. No one in the right mind is saying, yeah, I get to have anyone in the league and I'm going to take Dak over Mahomes. It would be
100%.
That would be the single worst decision in all of sports history. It would be the dumbest thing anyone could ever do. But to say Dak's playing the best football in the NFL right now at the quarterback position, I think is fair. And I want to give Dak that credit. I also, because I harped on just how much the lack of help he was getting from a coaching standpoint throughout his entire career, I want to point at the people, the Schottenheimer, Mike McCarthy, whoever else was in there and says, oh my gosh, there's a different way to play football, and you're extremely late to the party, but it's good to see you here.
Yeah, it is, and thank goodness.
Well said.
And look, the Jets beat the Eagles, right? And Jalen Hurts is the other quarterback in that MVP conversation. So you still got to go out there and perform against the lesser teams. And at least the Cowboys and Dak have done that. So you can only play who's on your schedule, and I understand it. And the critics, that's totally fair, but you still got to go out there and do it.
Just be careful when you're saying Dak's the best quarterback in football. You can say he's playing the best, although I would disagree with you. It's just how we define that. Or you could say he's being the most productive. I think that's the best way to say it.
What'd you say?
Being the most productive.
Well, right now, he's certainly, it's tough to find anybody else who's playing at a higher level than him right now. And hopefully he continues that, and we're going to certainly get the opportunity to see it.
Every time Patrick Mahomes takes the field, he plays at a higher level than him. There is what you do, and then there's what's around you. And a lot of these analytics are really struggling to decipher what did the quarterback do and what did the protection and the weapons do. And right now, they've decided we're going to create the formulas for putting it on the quarterback because they're the center of the sport. They're what drives headlines. They're what drives clicks. So there's a lot of offensive metrics that are saying, here's what the quarterback is doing to impact this. They are very imperfect. To me, they should say, this is what your passing game does more than this is what your quarterback does. Because you can't take a quarterback and have a stat and take away his weapons and then say, this is what he's doing now. It's not what he's doing. He did not go from a 90 rated quarterback to 60. His left tackle is hurt. His best wide receiver is hurt. And you're going to give me a ranking of who's playing the best right now. Well, this guy who's all world is playing his ass off, is seeing the field better, is throwing it better, is more accurate, plays with more anticipation, but what he does doesn't equal production.
I would say if Dak didn't have that help, which he didn't for a period, right? Prior to the Amari Cooper trade, this offense wasn't playing well. There's been times where Dak hasn't performed and he hasn't had help around him, but Pat Mahomes is now in that situation. Was that narrative in conversation
Pat
the same
Mahomes
for
won a
Dak?
Super Bowl in that situation last year, Zach.
But he also had Travis Kelce, who at that time was playing as an all-pro. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
When Dak had nothing, they fired out in 2019 and had to trade for Amari Cooper.
I don't think anyone's trying to say I'm taking Dak over Mahomes.
That's cool.
But right now,
I mean,
I don't think you can discredit the way Dak's playing.
Well, I mean, this is the second year in a row, or maybe second out of 3 years, where Mina Kimes has trotted out Dak's the best quarterback in football right now. That's her take.
She does it with statistics, though.
Yeah.
She does it with analytics. That's how she's reading the game. She's reading it through analytics, and the analytics is actually, I'm learning about this analytics stuff too. It's proving correct.
It can't be this. It can't be your argument.
I think if you're one of those folks that that do believe in analytics, I think it's a decent argument.
Okay, then say from the analytical perspective, this is where baseball was when it got into trouble with taking everything the computer said.
Yeah.
And they had all these ideas about how they could define the game. The Mavericks got in trouble with believing Bob Voulgaris on this.
Sure.
It is sport, okay? You watch it and your eyes are going to tell you a very, very important component of that no one stat absolutely can tell you.
I think the most important thing for Dak is he's not turning the ball over.
The most important thing for Dak is that the defenses he's playing have been terrible.
What is that? That's to me. I understand what you're saying there. But the schedule thing, you can't. You can't.
Right, but that doesn't mean I have to give him credit for something he hasn't done just because he's gotten to beat bad teams.
Well, he hasn't won a Super Bowl, right? That's what it comes down to. Mahomes has won a Super Bowl. Dak hasn't.
I mean, you said it, and Brian just said it. You can only play who's on your schedule.
Sure,
okay, that's cool.
True.
But if you go 10-0 against bad teams, that does not force me to comply with the idea that they're contenders. That all that says is they've only beaten the bad teams. That doesn't invalidate the idea that I need to see them beat greatness to say they're great.
And he's going to get that opportunity to do that, no doubt. But you can't discredit this run that he's on right now. And last week, I mean, there's a lot of good players in that Seattle secondary that he shredded last week, and that defense played terrible. He had to put the team on his back, and he did so.
Yeah. I don't want to discredit him. Thanks for giving me that opportunity there.
Yeah, that's all. I mean, I'm with you on. If I have a first pick in an NFL draft, I'm taking Mahomes.
Yeah,
I mean
and I don't think 100%. Dawson is discrediting Dak when he's saying Mahomes is still obviously better.
But Mahomes is even proving
he doesn't believe in it because the games they played. That's his argument. He doesn't believe because of their opponents, and that's why he doesn't believe.
And you're not alone, because we get texts.
I mean,
it is. We get texts all the time that are saying, who have you beaten? And you're right. You're going to get to play the Eagles. You're going to get to go to Buffalo, go to Miami, right? You're going to get to play the Lions.
The way the schedule fell, that's how it is.
If he stinks, then he won't be playing as the best quarterback in football. But today, right now, the run that he's on, you could say that he is.
Yeah, I think he's going to go play great over the next 4 weeks. I don't know if they're going to win 2 games or 3 games or all of them. I think he could be the MVP. But, we were in a season about 7 years ago where Case Keenum looked like a top 3 MVP candidate at this point because he was on a loaded Vikings team that was running the hell out of the football. Okay? It's not who he was. He was not that great ever in his career.
No.
But he was in a situation that allowed him to produce statistically like a great.
What do you think Dak Prescott is? I mean, if you had to evaluate what Dak Prescott is, I'm not talking about right now. What do you evaluate him as?
Let's talk about some music.
Your
probably
overall,
top 10 quarterback.
Just top 10. So it's top 10. Anything else you want to add to that? I mean, tell me about what you see as a player. What, not just top 10. Tell me what you see as the player.
Oh, I see a guy that really requires good protection.
Most guys do.
Yes. Yeah, most guys do. Right?
Most guys do. I mean, Hurts is struggling right now with their situation.
He's way better than Hurts.
Yeah, but they're sitting there talking about, but you look at these quarterbacks. There's been times for Mahomes. I think with Mahomes, they've had some bad drops, but they haven't really protected him all that well. He always seems like every time he goes back, he's running for his life. Yeah. I'm just curious of what you see as the player. Not
guy that holds on to the ball. Guy that's gotten a lot better throwing with anticipation now that he's got routes going in that direction.
That's been a big help, no question.
But a guy who, against good defense and pressure, is not going to have the answers. As that water temperature gets warmer and warmer and warmer, the eyes are going to look down as the pressure comes. When it looks back up, I can't decipher and fire like a Tom Brady. He's much more Peyton Manning. Diagnosing pre-snap, setting things up, and getting matchups that he can attack than a guy who can quickly look into the secondary, see an opportunity, and let it fly.
I don't think he's ever been that guy.
No,
I don't think
never has.
I don't think he ever has. But I think the things that I think he's gotten better at some.
So he's a Peyton Manning without the velocity and accuracy. That's the way I see him. And, as a result, we're still in a spot where we're waiting to see him win playoff games against good teams.
Yeah.
He's beaten bad teams that could have been or could have not been in the playoffs. We got to run. Biggest L, biggest dub on the other side. Brooks Kubena, Eagles beat writer from The Athletic. We'll get his thoughts and more coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. I tell you what, though. These guys, they get me so fired up and I get worked up, and sometimes I stand my ground. You know what? It's easier to stand your ground when you have testosterone coursing through your veins from Men's T Clinic. It really is. And, I've been.
There's sports news immediately.
Mike McCarthy has acute appendicitis, is going to have surgery, and still anticipates coaching on Sunday.
Followed by comments from D coordinator Dan
You always have
Quinn.
to have a contingency plan, and Mike's great about that. He does.
Here's to a speedy recovery, coach, from all of us on your home of the Cowboys. We are the Fan.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year number 1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Talking more Eagles coming up at 4 o'clock with the beat writer from The Athletic. Here's Eric Chiafalo with your biggest L, biggest up.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Let's party.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Shout out to Primetime. Deion Sanders got himself a 5-star offensive tackle. Number 1 offensive tackle in the country.
Oh.
Going to be blocking protecting the blind side of old Shadur Sanders. So I would imagine that's the first time in the history of the program that they've had the number 1 offensive tackle in the country. And that's certainly the Deion Sanders effect. So kudos to him on that.
I think offensive tackle
G-Bag Nation.
probably is.
Stan Brock, way back in the day.
I was thinking that too, Broadus. We're eye to eye here.
What?
Give me another name I don't know.
I was wondering if Stan was the number 1 recruit, though. You know,
What was
He might have been number 2?
What was our center? Andre Gerard.
A-Jeezy.
Oh yes, Andre Gerard was a high recruit.
And you know what? On that note, bleep you, Albert Hainsworth. Sorry, Broadus. Go ahead.
Yeah, Stan Brock, way back in the day. Andre Gerard. They've also had they had the guy that's with the Packers. The
David Bakhtiari.
Bakhtiari. They've also had the guy that was a horrible player for the New England Patriots that ended up going to the Giants that made a lot of money.
Nate Solder.
Nate Solder was a Colorado offensive lineman.
He sucked.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm just crazy you said Stan Brock. He's like
he's from Oregon.
In Oregon, he's like your recruiting and high school football expert.
Yeah.
You have him on as a guest to talk football about all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, Stan was a player. Stan, one time I played with his brother at LSU, Ray.
Oh, cool.
And Stan played for the Saints.
Yeah,
and
the Chargers.
I spent Christmas with him one time, and they're from Oregon, and they cut down their own tree. They cut down their own tree, and in this case, they didn't cut down their own tree. They're in New Orleans. And the tree was shedding very badly. And all of a sudden, the Christmas was over. He looked at his wife and says, "Are we done here? Was Christmas done? Are we over?" The kids all opened their gifts and everything. He goes, "Yes, Stan, we're done." He opened both doors, grabbed the tree, about a 12, 14-foot tree, ornaments, everything on it, drug it through the house and threw it out in the front yard. Ornaments on it and everything.
He uncle-filled the Christmas tree?
He uncle-filled the Christmas tree.
That's fantastic.
They're so used to cutting down their own trees in that part of the country. And he was so mad at how bad his tree looked when all the needles were falling off.
Self-conscious.
Yeah, and he just said, "That's it." And he goes, "Lori, is it over?" He goes, "Yes, Stan, it's over."
Sounds like that tree was a masterpiece of dog ass.
That's the first time I'd ever put together Barbie's Playhouse and drank half a bottle of Jack Daniels.
There you go.
Yeah,
that's brutal.
I think the slide wasn't really connected.
I'm pretty sure the kids are drinking to this day dealing with that guy.
Yeah.
They hate this time of year.
Yeah.
Oh, they were traumatized.
Crap, it's Christmas
They were
again.
traumatized. Those little girls. Gosh. Oh, bad.
Well, big O-dub to the folks that love the snack wrap at McDonald's. It's been discontinued for like a half decade, and it looks like in the coming year or so, that thing will be making a strong comeback.
Hell yes.
I'm sure some folks are going to be loving that.
Putting on all my weight.
That dub leads to a McDonald's L, which I stumbled upon on Twitter this week. It was a lovely story. A lady tweets out, "I hired a new girl. She's telling me about her love life. She told me that recently a man slept over at her house. Her kids woke up and said they were hungry. He said, okay, I'm going to get some McDonald's for him. He took everyone's order, left, and never came back.
That's how you do it. Beat and bounce, baby.
Oh my gosh. To go as far as to take the order, I'd like to think that he was asking questions. She's like, what do you want on that? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, no onions? Okay, no problem. Absolutely.
Just stay right here. Don't go anywhere. Be right here, okay? I'll be right back. That's what you get. Take no strange man home to your kids like that.
That is seriously, man. That's
Come on.
The moral of that story is there's a bad mom floating around.
What are you doing?
Your new hire's a bad mom. If I told you that an artist had over 1 billion streams, their songs had over 1 billion streams for the year.
Gangnam Style?
I
bet it's a high number.
How much money do you think that individual would receive?
Nothing, damn near.
Well, Lucius is a well-educated individual in this realm.
He knows the
I
music
hear
business.
1 billion streams and think are we talking about Taylor Swift? I mean, are we talking about
Swift,
just
I think, made a lot.
raking in here? You would have to get paid a ton. And
70 grand?
70 grand?
Yeah.
Wow, that'd be awful.
Maybe not even.
Bro. Snoop Dogg, $45,000
Whoa. Sad.
from Spotify. Less than 45,000, he says.
Yep, that's all that money that they're paying Joe Rogan. They can't pay anybody else. They've let off staff all year.
Oh no.
They're doing it again. They're cutting how much these artists are supposed to be getting from their monies. If you make ambient music, like there's like lo-fi and stuff like that, they cut you in half, damn near.
Ooh.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, it's hard out here. Hard out here for a music artist. There's no doubt about that.
So they're having a tough time getting advertising here in the economy, probably.
Yeah, I
Sounds
just
familiar.
I mean, you would just think
Overhired.
if my songs are being listened to a billion times over,
How is that legal that they can just go back on the contract?
That's what I'm wondering. Is like, how can this even be legal here? I don't know. I'm not educated enough on it, but I saw it and I was blown away. Like, my gosh.
Bad time to be an artist, I guess. You got to go do concerts?
Yes. Yeah. That's how you eat. Unless you signed a 360 deal. That means they want concert, they want the record, and they want merch.
Ooh.
There you go.
Unless you sign that
You're not supposed
deal.
to do that?
Well, I mean,
Don't do the
sometimes you have
360?
to. Sometimes you. Nowadays, you don't have to because you can just make your own platform on YouTube and go crazy and keep all the money yourself.
There you go. Yeah, do that one,
I
kids.
want merch deals.
Yeah.
That's what I want. I want the merch.
I love a good merch deal.
Merch
concert.
Yeah.
They're long.
Give them to me.
Give them to me.
That'll do it, boys.
All right. It is the G-Bag Nation. 2 down, 3 to go here on a proper Football Friday. Brooks Kubena, Eagles beat writer from The Athletic, is going to join us and tell you everything you need to know about Philadelphia coming off their loss to San Francisco. How they doing? It's next in the Nation.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from 2-time Stanley Cup champion Greg Ludwig and NHL reporter Sean Shapiro. It's Spits and Suds 3 times weekly on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found. with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Cowboys, home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. Hope you're having a nice little Friday. Blue Jays are reportedly going to call a 6 o'clock press conference. Michael Kay has tweeted that, as well as a few other sources in the media, as Ohtani on his way to Toronto. Is that confirmed? Is he in a plane?
John Morosi reporting he's flying to Toronto.
So he's physically traveling there. We don't have confirmation that it's for a contract, but we do have confirmation they've called a press conference for 6 o'clock, or will soon call a press conference for 6 o'clock.
It'd be pretty hilarious if it wasn't to announce an Ohtani signing.
You think
someone else?
Is his dog's name Blue? You think?
Probably.
Blue? Great name for a dog.
Is
Jay maybe?
So is this 6 o'clock Texas time, 6 o'clock East Coast time? Do you know?
That's a great
Canada
question.
time.
Okay.
Canadian time, and I don't even know what
Toronto's
time
on the
that
East
is.
Coast there, so if that's 6 o'clock Toronto
Right,
time, that's
East
coming up
Coast.
at 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock here.
We could have some news on this, and I'm ready for that to be over so we can get the real big wave of free agency going. But it is time now to talk about the big matchup coming up on Sunday, Cowboys and Eagles. Massive playoff or division implications at this point. Both teams probably going to make the playoffs, but who's going to win the division? And the loser of this game is going to have a completely different reality staring at them in the face on Monday. Brooks Kubena, Eagles beat writer from The Athletic, joins you now here in the Nation. And a good evening, Brooks. How the heck are you?
Good, guys. How about yourself?
Good. Did I nail the last name?
You did.
Nice.
I was hoping I did.
Impressive.
We looked it up, did a little bit of research.
You did.
So I'll always like to be accurate there. Now, how much has one bad loss kind of rattled the fan base, or where are you looking at that sitting there with 2 losses now?
Well, there are some fans who have definitely gone hyperbolic, and there are others that are listening to some players on the team who are trying to temper expectations, at least on holding the horses a bit. Jason Kelsey was talking the other day. He was saying usually one loss isn't the big concern, but typically when losing starts to affect the mentality of a team, it's a consistent basis. So this is a team that it's got a lot of veteran leadership from Jason Kelsey, Jordan Mailata, Fletcher Cox, guys that have been around for 6-7 years, 13. Some of them have experienced big losses before, and they're 10-2. They realize they still have a shot to win the division, get the number 1 seed, at the very least make the playoffs. So the major thing here is that the 49ers exploited a lot of the problems that had been buried in victories, comeback victories in the weeks prior. And I remember I was talking to Jalen Hurts in the post-game press conference after their comeback against the Bills, and he was kind of, conflicted. He wasn't super excited that they had this huge walk-off win, and he wasn't, so totally depressed. He even said, I don't even know how to talk about this because they had played so badly in the first half and were able to come back for the other. So in some ways, last week can be kind of a wake-up call for all the issues that they need to fix, because it's likely that they face teams like the 49ers, if not the 49ers again in the postseason. So, it's cause for concern. There are some people freaking out, but that's Philly sometimes.
How hurt is Jalen Hurts right now?
He's healthier at his knee. He was bad kind of towards the middle of the season, going into the bye week after the Cowboys game. You guys remember whenever he got hit right going into the first halftime and was hobbling about a bit. He said he was selfishly excited that the bye week was coming up the next week. And when he came back, no more brace, no more limping around. They went to him running a bunch in the second half against the Bills. So they've started to open up the offense again in terms of him running the ball, but they haven't run the ball as much, against the 49ers because they were down 2-3 scores in the second half. But also defenses are kind of giving him different looks to where he's not keeping the ball so much. So his knee's healthy. It's not limiting him in the scheme so much as the choices and what they've been presented. So those things are different than what people saw in the first half against the Cowboys last time.
What did you think about David Carr's comments in regard to Jalen Hurts, and did that make its way into the Philadelphia locker room?
Ooh, I didn't ask anybody. I did, see it, obviously, and it's definitely a choice to say that. I think you've got an MVP candidate in Jalen Hurts, and they've been throwing the ball in several scenarios to come back. I mean, against the Cowboys even, to start the second half. He was one of his major throws against the Chiefs to come back, and that one was a check he made himself, recognizing downfield that he had man-to-man coverage against the safety against Devontae Smith. Those are decisions that he's making on his own within an offense that's built around him. So I didn't hear anybody bring it up themselves. I didn't really think of it to bring up and piss anyone off myself. But it's definitely a choice to bring that one up. It's not a take that I personally would have had.
Brooks, what do you make of the Eagles secondary and the issues that they've had there? It seemed like a group on paper, at least when the season started, that everybody was talking about could be one of the best in the league, but it surely has fallen on some hard times this season.
Yeah, you guys saw it firsthand. It culminated in that Cowboys game. CeeDee Lamb went off for his career high, close to 200 yards receiving that game. And it's been a lot isolated in the slot corner, nickel corner slot right there with Avonte Maddox week 2 against the Vikings. He went out with a pectoral injury, and it just became a carousel after that. Not much depth to return behind him. They had Eli Ricks as an undrafted free agent. They even rotated Sidney Brown, a third-round pick, who really is primarily just a safety, just to try and find something in between. And they signed Bradley Roby in the middle of the season, longtime corner, to come in and help. And then he had a shoulder injury that knocked him out through that first Cowboys game. But it got to the point where towards the end of the game, Darius Slay, their multi-Pro Bowl corner, was like, look, I'm going to cover CeeDee Lamb for the rest of this game. That was at the 2-minute warning. And that sack that happened when Dak Prescott was up near, I think, the 5, that happened with Slay covering CeeDee Lamb in the slot. So it's something that Sean Desai, the first-year defensive coordinator, has actually integrated in the last 3 game plans. They've had him go against the number 1 receiver often, and he still uses Eli Ricks in coverage. It's usually on longer third downs. They seem to trust Bradley Roby now that he's back in shorter third down scenarios because it's typically when those defenders are going man-to-man. But neither deployment has really been all that effective. Right. Every time that they've been targeted on third down, whether it's been Roby or Ricks, the offense is converted. That's still a very wide spot that offenses are going to attack. Now, I've seen Brandon Cooks come up the last couple of weeks, and particularly the last 5, as a more primary receiver or a secondary receiver to CeeDee Lamb and complement. But if Slay goes against number 1 against CeeDee Lamb, which I fully expect, that's the question. How much depth to the wide receiver core of the Cowboys do they have to exploit the rest? And, I covered Brandon Cooks when I was covering the Texans for the Houston Chronicle, and, it'd be interesting to see what his involvement could be in this game.
Brooks, yesterday afternoon, word all the way from Santa Clara was that hope that Dallas is watching this tape and kind of figuring out things from what you've seen from Nick Bosa and stuff like that. When you look at with Hurts, is it really about not rushing or blitzing him, but trying to rush 4 and see if you can make him hold the ball and then either get rid of it or try and make a completion? Is that what he's talking about with this?
Yeah, I mean it's in terms of their pass rush.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's you look at what Desai's done with this unit and Hassan Reddick.
I'm sorry with Reddick. I'm sorry with the Philadelphia the Philadelphia offense and what they've dealt. It's like he was talking about. There's this blueprint now that how you play against Philadelphia. Is it rush 4 and not get out of lanes and stuff like that?
Well, it certainly worked last week, and I apologize for mishearing.
No, I'm a terrible question asker.
No, and you saw it on several third downs, particularly at the very beginning of the game against the 49ers. They went down into the red zone, and Hurts had all this time, and on third down he ends up tripping on a slick field and ends up leading to a field goal. Another time he runs into a sack. It was interesting because, the Eagles, you got Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown, who had a hell of an October, and the last couple of weeks, whenever he's been doubled, it's been a problem. I think that has a lot more to do with Dallas Goedert being out at tight end than it does anything else. I think it's a good blueprint whenever you didn't have him in the game because Brian Johnson, he adapted his offense a lot because he was the 3rd leading receiver, and after him, the tight ends, 3 of them, they only had 2 catches between them, right. And they only had 2 catches over the rest of the 3 games. So there was a play at the very beginning where a tight end was wide open down the field, but Nick Sirianni admitted that he wasn't even a read in that in that play. So you got a guy clearing out the middle of the field, and Hurts isn't even supposed to look at him. So now Goddard coming back into this, and you run 11 personnel throughout the tight end there. Say you decide to rush for double A.J. Brown. Well, now you got another passing option that they haven't had the last 3 weeks, and they didn't have against the 49ers. So I don't know so much that it would apply this game as in translation to the 49ers and what they saw last week. But it's a huge thing to wonder if Goddard is a major factor in this game, especially coming back for the first time. Came back to practice last week. He obviously made an explosive play against the Cowboys, which led to his forearm fracture. But I do think that makes a difference in terms of that kind of style.
After making a very questionable decision to sign with the Eagles, how much Shaq Leonard do you think we'll see on Sunday?
Very limited. He showed up on Wednesday. Typically, and from my conversations about this, I mean, it's probably not going to be – he's not starting, and he's not going to play a majority of the snaps. I'll say that. It'll be a limited role, and the question is, how often is he going to be used on third downs? Because that was kind of the crux that led to his fractured relationship with the Colts. He was barely a third down linebacker at all. So if they bring him in, is it going to be first down, second down scenarios? Is it going to be when they think the Cowboys are a package that signals run because he is a good stack linebacker? That's probably what I would suggest to look for. So it'll be very limited this time, and especially with Zach Cunningham, their starter at will, coming back from a hamstring injury. He's practiced all week. So that's a huge thing for this defense because they've been the 49ers, another thing they targeted and exploited the heck out of last week. So him being back is big, and it also allows them to keep Shaq in a small package as he's coming back with a new team for the first time and a new scheme.
It's Brooks Kubena, Eagles beat writer here from The Athletic with us. Truckwreck.com fan text says, by far the best Eagles personality y'all have ever had. Real direct answers and polite. It's a good compliment, Brooks.
Must be the Texan in me. Who knows?
Are you from Texas?
Houston.
Oh, right on. There you go. I knew there was something we liked about you.
Go Rangers.
So,
oh, boy.
How tough was that?
Oh, I actually was in the middle of my move here, 30-hour drive, and I almost got carjacked in Memphis. So I was kind of more occupied with that.
Dang. So did you? Are you a Cowboys fan?
No.
Did you grow up one?
I can't say that.
In Houston?
Well, yeah.
No,
I mean, yeah.
No.
No.
Well, I was coming of age, so the Oilers were gone, and then the Texans, they built their stadium in 2002. So I jumped on that train. Then I went to college and, got into journalism and became just kind of an overseer of football. So
grinds the fan out of you.
I watched the early years of. You mentioned David Carr earlier in the question, so that was me at 10 years old watching them beat the Steelers with 3 completions total. So it's been it was interesting to watch growing up.
So who do you think is going to win on Sunday, Cowboys or Eagles?
Yeah, I think the Eagles still with the full lineup. They've got all their defenders back. They've got Goddard back. I think that makes a huge difference, and they know they know what's at stake here in this game. And someone brought up to me this week that that the Eagles hadn't beaten the Cowboys in AT&T Stadium since 2017. I just don't see that being any relation to anybody on the team here. There were like 5 players from that time that are there now, and the Cowboys I've watched the last couple of weeks, and the Eagles they're entering the final stages of their gauntlet in the regular season. The Cowboys are only beginning theirs. Watching what the Seahawks did last week and keeping it close and really having a chance to win in the end, I think the Eagles will have more within their personnel and their ability to pull a victory off. So I think the Eagles know it. I think they need it, and I think they get it.
Wow, that's a heck of a prediction, Brooks. We appreciate your insights and your opinions, and we look forward to maybe seeing you at the stadium there on Sunday.
All right, looking forward to it, guys. Anytime you need me, just let me know.
You got it. There he is, a proper Texan, turned Eagles beat writer. He pulled the Brian Broaddus.
It did me.
He left Texas to go work in Philadelphia.
Sure did.
Well, you got to take the job where
you got to go where you got to go.
Where it is, and And sounds like he's doing a nice job covering the team, although it did sound like there at the end some Eagle homerism has started to leak in.
Already, dude?
Weeks.
Yeah, it rubs off on you quick over there, huh?
I mean, he's like, yeah, the Eagles just have to take it serious, and they got the Cowboys. Yeah. I'm like, are you serious? Maybe that's how Astros fans felt before their series with the Rangers.
I guess we'll never know.
No, we won't.
Actually, we do know. We kicked their ass.
Wooly Bully's Top 10 coming up next, sir. Where are you taking us?
Shout out to El Bombi, but it is National Brownie Day. I've got the top 10 most profitable baked goods and the Dak commercial that's gone viral. That's next.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say.
Thanks for listening all day to 105. 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back, Nation. It's time for Zach Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segment's brought to you by Soda. It's state of the art. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. And here's Zach Wolchuk with that Top 10.
All right, we'll get to the baked goods here in just a moment on National Brownie Day. But have you guys heard of Lead from Behind?
Yeah, it's
I hear more so lead from the front.
Oh, yeah, that's also.
But
accurate.
it's something to do with colonoscopies
Yes,
and stuff like
they
that?
are on a mission to make colon cancer famous,
Yeah.
and their new spokesperson is indeed Dak Prescott, and he has a new commercial out that is absolutely fantastic. People are loving it, and if you've missed it, I definitely would recommend watching it for the visual aspects, but here's how it sounds.
As a professional quarterback, I get a lot of shit.
Indecisiveness in the red zone. Most overrated quarterback.
Got more turnovers than a bake sale!
And I get it. When you're not a fan of something, shitting on it can make you feel good. But what if I told you that now it can do some good too? Let me show you how. First, if you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor about getting screened for colon cancer. Then, if you're prescribed a home screening kit like this, grab the sample collection container and place a sticker of something you want to shit on right on the underside. Not a fan of marine life? Slap it on. Have issues with old-timey prospectors? Boom. It works with anything from colors to large American predatory birds. Then, follow the instructions on collecting and shipping your sample.
Here we go!
And in about 2 weeks, you'll have the results. It's that easy to get screened for colon cancer and make your feelings abundantly clear. So talk to your doctor today.
Home screening kits like Cologuard are for people 45 or older of average risk, not for high-risk people like Dak. Dak actually wouldn't use a home test kit, but he's so committed to preventing people from getting colon cancer that he agreed to star in this video we wrote for him without any concern for his safety. I definitely deserve that. Visit leadfrombehind.org to get more information and some stickers we made.
Man.
That seems like a Saturday Night Live bit, doesn't it? That was so well written.
That's what I told Carter. I said, whoever wrote that, probably an SNL writer or something, because that was too good.
Yeah,
it was so good.
Old-timey prospector, the 49ers?
Yeah.
Come on, man. It's amazing, man.
It's incredible with Dak and Ryan Reynolds. I mean, shout out to Lead from Behind, man. That's some great marketing right there.
Yes, that's fantastic. And that's how you know Dak is just playing with extreme confidence right now. Like, I mean, getting on camera, pulling something like that off.
Making fun of himself.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
that
love
was
at the top of his game.
Hey, so who gets all the samples? Is that like an intern or something? It's like your first year in medical? Like, hey, man. You know
I've
what it
always
is?
wonred that.
They pay you $120K, but you got to
That's got to be an intern
dig in this
job.
bag and hope they close it properly.
Yeah.
I think people aspire to be poo doctors.
Well, there are. Yeah.
I think it's only the guys from the bottom of their class.
Oh, here we go.
Well played, sir.
I try to invent a robot to do that, though. We just put the box on this conveyor belt. It goes into a room. The robot cuts it open, takes a little spoon out, and gets it tested, throws it right away. That's disgusting.
Yeah, that's probably
Boxes
the
of
one place
poop.
people
Yeah,
are
it's
like,
awful.
yeah, we could have the robots or the AI take over this job.
We don't need to handle
We're
the poop.
fine with that.
I'd like
We're
to
good.
know the number of these they actually do. Do you think people are interested in getting their own poo and putting it in a sample deal?
I don't know that I don't think the interest level is overly high, Broadus. I just think it's a necessity for some folks.
It's a health risk, you know?
Well, yeah. Well, can't you just go to the doctor and kind of get a colonoscopy and all those things?
I don't
Well,
know.
it's easier. I mean, you could
can,
just
but I think-
drop
I
a
don't know,
deuce,
no.
or you could go
I mean,
and
it's
get put
not
to
that
sleep.
easy.
And then,
It's not that easy.
How you going to get that turd in there?
Yeah, you got to like.
well, when you watch the commercial,
When they
you'll
hand
see
you-
they have an
Yeah, okay.
apparatus to
I
poo
know-
in.
okay,
They've made it much better than it used to be.
They have an apparatus.
Oh, here comes the program director of the Hockey Hawk,
Oh,
Gavin
okay.
Spittle, who has some experience in this.
Guy
department.
knows.
I've done it. I've done it.
Okay, so let's
box?
talk about this.
Yeah,
box.
so if you're not at
And I shake
high
hands
risk,
with you.
That's right. If you're not at high risk, I think it's
more
like a
than
94% accuracy, and it's very easy. Absolutely. The equipment comes, fits right in the toilet, and the amazing thing, when I dropped it off at UPS, there were about 7 boxes.
Get
Okay,
out
so
of
a
here.
lot of people are doing
Were there
this.
flies zooming around?
Yeah.
No, not at all. No, you completely seal it. This actually saves
Skull
you
and
from,
crossbones on it.
going under and getting the full prostate exam, which I would also, encourage.
Yeah.
But, this is a way to do it, and it's easier. It's covered by insurance.
You're the guy that fills up the sample cup and makes it hard on nurses and stuff like that.
No, this is
I know
this
what
is
you're
like
doing here.
it is.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, you're the guy
It
that
can't be a cup. It's got to be a
the
tackle
fact
box.
that you don't have to go under.
He pees in the cup.
Brought us bend over. Let me examine you right now.
Wow.
Whoa, what are we doing here?
Yeah. I mean, listen.
This
This
is an HR violation, I think.
This is a quality.
You guys heard that? You guys heard that?
This is a.
I run the station now. I own the station. All you are fired. Every one of you.
Hell. I'm having a kid.
You should have waited till next week when he's drunk.
Yeah, you know what? He denied Mrs. Doubtfire and said that's not good. I think he should pay it off with a prostate exam in studio.
Yes. Who's got the biggest finger? Walchuk.
No. We have a doctor come in and do
that,
it.
bro.
Yeah, we don't
I've
do
done
it.
this. I'm 60 years old
We
on
should do
Tuesday.
that.
I've done it. Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm sure you've done it.
I do not want to be the guy having a mess and you said, oh, it's very easy. You put the.
It is.
I do have a question because
They
they make
seem
it
to have made it look easy.
They make it look easy, but I do wonder because we all know you can't two without wanting. So where are you? Where are you peeing while you're?
You got
you know what I'm saying?
first flush, then two.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you have to put your whole two in there. You just put a sample.
Well, how the hell?
then-
What if
and
you
then
stop?
short.
Man, somebody
Stop.
asked a
Yeah,
question
you
for me. He
stop.
can't hear me, but what if it comes out like a smoothie?
What if it comes out like
what
a
if it comes out
smoothie?
bad? Yeah, you got
A
bad.
lot of times.
Smoothie king.
Consistently like a smoothie. Is that bad?
Lucius, I'll have to try it again and see.
So I shouldn't do this after my breakfast heater in the morning.
Like a warm cup of coffee.
Listen, this is a to me this is a great breakthrough because a lot of guys are afraid to do this, and this allows them to do it personally. And like I said, it has a high percentage of accuracy.
What if you're afraid of? What are you afraid of? You die if you don't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But men are not getting prostate exams, so this allows you to do it.
Fearful.
Yeah. You don't want the doctor checking your colon with both his hands on your shoulders. You know what I mean?
No.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for that education.
Well, I mean, it's very
We needed this.
It's
Now
very
we know.
Yeah.
So you recommend it?
It's a mighty big finger, Doc.
Yeah.
Just to know everything's okay.
Got your wrist in there.
River.
I couldn't
Is that a
believe
thumb?
how easy it was, Eric. Couldn't believe it.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are texting in saying, yes, this is very common. A lot of people do this.
Yeah. It's called Cologuard.
So you just have a box of your poo riding shotgun with you up to the FedEx or whatever.
Yeah, but I mean,
And then you
it's-
know
it
that you're just
seals. You
carrying
can't
your
even
poo
smell.
into
You
the
can't smell it.
And the people are checking you in, and they're
Yeah.
like looking like, oh, okay.
Oh, we know what's in
that
here.
guy, yeah.
I mean, is there an embarrassment factor?
Yeah.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
Not at all. I mean, the box says Cologuard.
Damn, could it say
everyone
something
knows
else?
what you're doing.
Could it say Nike on that joint?
Can we just fake that we don't know what this box is, but we know what the box is?
Yeah. I
Does
mean,
the
it's
post office put on plastic gloves before they handle your box?
no, not at all.
I
It's
would.
completely. Like I said, I showed up and I looked to the side, and there were about 5 other boxes, and they said just put it right there. So I gingerly, without touching the other boxes, put it there.
Just lump your dump with the rest of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully, it doesn't get mixed up.
Hazmat guys coming by later, just put it right over there for them.
Yeah.
Imagine driving around.
Okay, what's the second weirdest place you've pooed then?
Oh, that would be at actually one of my former talk show host driveway.
Oh.
In the driveway?
Yeah.
That's my guy.
It got hella toxic.
Woo! Was that because he was a bad host?
No, you know what? He made me dinner at the house.
Yeah.
And it didn't go well.
It was a bad dinner.
You asked him to bend over.
Well,
He
and I
said
didn't-
no.
I didn't
You
want
said,
to go.
"Take this."
I didn't want to go in his bathroom with, his wife was there, and I'm like, wow, this is going to be embarrassing because
One bathroom spot?
Well, because I was kind of feeling it, so I'm like, oh guys, thank you so much for dinner.
Oh.
And I started going down. There was like a long driveway,
Okay,
and there was a forest with the driveway on either side. So I started going down the driveway, and I said, I'm not going to make it.
Golf towel.
So I pulled over to the side. I turned off the headlights so they knew I was gone.
I thought you
And
were
then,
gone.
yeah, exactly.
They thought
And then very quietly, I creeped into the forest, did the business, called it a day, got back in my car, tried not to sit down, and made it home.
Hey,
Was that
kudos to you, sir?
a leaf wiper or a?
Yeah, I think I did.
Dispose
Yeah,
of the.
yeah,
okay.
a little tough at night to find something. Luckily, it wasn't poison ivy.
Just
Use
let
your
it go.
shorts.
Yeah,
Bravo,
That's a good
dude.
move.
Yeah.
That's
Kudos, sir.
Very impressive.
I told
I
you
would've
guys.
held
Let's
it.
grab a drink. I'm
Well, you let us know the time.
Well, I'm not going to have you over to my house for dinner. But
Absolutely not. Yeah.
That's been
pulling my
ruined.
driveway.
Thanks,
Could've used
boys.
the bathroom,
As
bro.
always, you're one of
sir.
my top 4 shows on the radio station.
Thank you very much. We love
I
you.
own the station now, so you get out of here.
You're one of our favorite bosses.
Keep your hands to yourself. There he goes. The great Gavin Spittle, letting us know exactly the insight on the colonoscopy
dump doctor
situation. Yeah, he's the dump doctor. All right, let's slide into the top 10 most profitable baked goods on National Brownie Day.
Brownies, yeah.
Hell of a pivot
and
there.
this is a great transition. The honorable mentions for the most profitable baked goods at restaurants would be tortillas and bagels. They didn't quite crack the top 10.
How does bagels not become one of the top 10?
I would assume that it would have, but it's 11.
They're everywhere.
It's crazy,
You
dude.
made that
Everywhere.
up. It's
And I
not
love
really
a good
11.
bagel.
I know
Would you
you
rather
do.
have a bagel or would you have a piece of toast? I'll take the bagel.
Bagel.
Absolutely. Which means that they've got this wrong because number 10 is bread. And that is just blanket bread. I mean, we're not even talking a
It smells
specific
good.
type.
Smells good.
Yeah.
Smells
being
delicious.
baked.
Yeah,
The
dude.
bread comes in at 10. Number 9 is the cinnamon rolls.
Okay.
That's too low for Dawson.
Yeah, that'd be my favorite bread for any occasion.
Not as profitable,
Well,
apparently, as the other 8 items.
What do you guys find that you bake the most?
Cookies.
I was going to say cookies.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably cookies.
Cookies.
Does pizza count? Like a
Yeah.
frozen pizza?
Heck yeah.
Absolutely. I make quite a few of those. I actually put bacon in the oven. I bake bacon.
Okay, a lot of people I've seen recommend that. It's a cleaner.
Every morning I put foil down on a cookie sheet, and boop, you just pluck them out when you're done.
I like that.
Put them on a
idea. Maybe
paper
I should
towel.
try that out.
Yeah,
That seems like an easy
not
way to
as
do
much
it.
supply. $3.50 by the way, or you can go $3.75 if you're in a hurry. But watch out because at $3.75 it'll really start to crisp and blacken the ends. Yeah.
Number 8 is donuts, which are delicious.
Wow, this list is kind of off on my book.
These are the most profitable
Most
breads.
profitable.
Wait, are you?
Yeah,
are you
you're packing a lot of sugar.
Yeah, it's the most profitable.
Fun sprinkles.
7 is muffins, which we do see kind of. I mean, you can go downstairs right now and buy a muffin. So there are a lot of muffin sales.
dime a dozen?
6 is cupcakes.
Really?
That's what my grandfather said before I brought us. Hey, where's that girl with that muffin at? Bring her back over here.
Love a good muffin top.
That's my girlfriend, man.
Number 5 on its national day,
I like
they're
your
the
family
5th most
wishes.
profitable baked goods. It's brownies. Is number 5.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm surprised that's ahead of the donut. I mean, I feel like the
And the
donut should
bagel.
be a top 4. Yeah, and the bagel. I mean, with the
I'm not
amount
surprised
of
brownies are ahead of the bagel.
Donut shops are everywhere.
right,
But the donuts I figured would be top 3.
because it's not only the donut shops, but also just the bagged donuts. that you like to
that's true.
consume.
You
You know,
can
like
get them at like grocery stores.
all over the
Absolutely.
place. Heck,
no
I could
question.
walk into a gas station and get like a.
But you could do the same with brownies. I
Get a
suppose.
tube. Get a tube of them.
Yeah.
5 of them.
Those kind of prepackaged store-bought brownies are the worst amongst your
Oh, not
dessert
good.
items.
They're not very
though.
fresh.
Yeah,
No,
they
you've got-
can't get it. They got to be fresh. Brownies got to be.
Got to be gooey. No doubt.
Unless Cosmic figured it out though.
Oh, the
did
Cosmic
they?
brownies, the Little Debbie's.
Cosmo,
Those
yeah.
are fantastic. Those are delicious. Number 4 is pies. That is the 4th most profitable baked good. Pie. Number 3 is cheesecake.
Is pizza included in pie? Because I know a lot of people will say like pizza is pie.
I think this is specifically like the dessert brand of pies.
Okay.
And yeah, I don't think like actual pizza. But you're right. People do call pie pizza and vice versa. Number 2 is cakes.
I don't
Second
think-
most profitable.
I don't think people will call pie pizza,
Pizza
but they call
pie.
it pizza pie.
Pizza pie. Number 1, cookies.
Boom.
Yeah, what I'm talking about.
And
Yeah, I love getting
that's
baked off
not
cookies.
a surprise. I mean, number 1 being cookies, I figured. But
It's hard to
some of
wait
these-
for cookies out of the oven. It's hard to wait.
Really?
They always tell you to wait.
Are you
for-
trying to like open it up, take a peek, like ooh,
No,
are they
no,
ready
no,
yet?
no. When they're laid out, they say to cool off a little bit.
Oh, yeah, you want to eat
Man,
it
I like when they're a
immediately.
little bendy.
Oh,
you
right
know?
out of. Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah, a little
You
bendy.
like a little bend.
A little bendy.
Look at you, you little freak.
Well, I like the gooey, out of
I do
the
too.
Yes.
out of the oven cookie.
Yeah.
I don't want to let them, get fur.
Yeah, we call them boneless cookies.
Okay. Yeah.
There you go.
boneless
Boneless
cookies.
cookies.
Medium rare cookie.
Yeah.
Thank you, Woolchuck.
My pleasure.
Top 10 every afternoon, 420 here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Shout out to Lou. She's got the best music in DFW.
Thank you, man. I like my cookies from California, Colorado.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah.
Bay Area cookies, fire.
Something in the air.
There's something in there.
There is something.
in the air, bro.
Hey, football's finest coming up next, Chief. Where are you taking us?
All right, get to the Twitch, get to the YouTube, because I believe what I reveal next to all of you will be an offense to anyone who has ever eaten. next year in the nation.
All right. I can't wait for that.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with the year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Well, they really like to fight there in the morning. Sean's embracing his rage. Like it's 2013 all over again, Brian. You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
Okay, it's time now for an edition of Football's Finest. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
Okay, I'll give you a couple of minutes here. Get over to the Fan Cam Twitch YouTube if you want to take a look at this. We'll describe it, but I believe there's a person in the football world, somebody we might be bumping into, rubbing elbows with, if you will, in the press box on Sunday night. But I have a couple of NFL items here. It looks like Lamar Jackson's going to be good to go. He's a little bit ill, according to John Harbaugh, over the last couple of days. We missed a practice, but he should be fine. He will be playing. Trevor Lawrence, listed as questionable. He's out there looking around. When you see him on the practice field, he looks, like he's getting around pretty much normal. You have Derek Carr. We thought it was going to be Jameis Winston. Derek Carr is questionable. He's got like 4 things. It's like concussion, shoulder, like ankle, whatever it is. He's dealing with a lot of stuff, but it looks like he is potentially trending in the right direction to start, even though I think we'd all rather watch Jameis Winston. sling it around the yard on Sunday there for the Saints. And then also, I don't know what the deal is with Geno Smith, but it looks like you might get Drew Lock starting for the Seahawks.
Geno's got a groin.
I hope he's got 2 of them.
The groin injury.
Okay, did that happen versus the boys?
I think it might just be let's sit you against the Niners and get you ready to beat the Eagles.
I like that. I like that quite a bit right there.
Hey, he was drifting back so much against the Cowboys. Maybe it did happen.
We're not winning this division. Let's go ahead. We're gonna take our L.
Groin.
And we're gonna fight for that wild card. I like that quite a bit.
With a fingernail.
Shout out to Pete Carroll. It is very much on brand for Pete Carroll to just punt on something. And so if he wants to punt on this Niners game, then kudos to him.
He's a punter.
I saw this from John Owning. Micah Parsons, 33 total pressures on 3rd and 4th down this season, which is the most in the entire league.
Money down.
3rd and 4th down, money down. Micah is he's always sort of a different animal. Money down Micah.
This is good. Yeah, I like that.
Money Micah. Yeah, I think there's something there. But it is fun to see. Like, yeah, 3rd, 4th down, he's just wrecking shop on you. And then DeMarcus Lawrence has the highest positive play rate on 3rd and 4th down when it comes to run plays. Like, when it's all said and done, we might talk about DeMarcus Lawrence as being one of the best run defending edge players, even if it might be disrespectful to just pigeonhole him as an edge player because of the way they kick him inside and he's able to play extremely well. But just one of the best run defenders from a D-line standpoint that we can remember. Like, the dude is just an absolute animal.
Why do I feel like we've talked about this for years?
No.
Because people were trying to talk about, under the Rod Marinelli administration and stuff like that, when we got all that money and everybody was bummed out that he was not sacking people and getting pressures and all that. And we all had to kind of remind everybody, well, if you watch the tape, this guy, he plays the run. There's a lot of things that he really, really does. I do feel like that we've talked about him being a complete defender for, I know as long as I've been on this station, that way. I don't know why people are surprised right now. And I'm not saying you're surprised or anything. I'm just kind of wondering if you know the player, that's what he does. He plays.
He just doesn't get enough credit. I don't think he's celebrated enough.
Well, for a while there, he took a lot of crap for how much money he was making, and people were saying, "Oh, he doesn't do this and doesn't do that," and we were all like, "Well, wait a minute. If you watch him play, I mean, he does more than just rush the passer for you."
And it's an incredible combination of traits because as the pass rushers are getting longer and taller and maybe a little bit leaner, it's hard to find a guy that can get to the quarterback that quick and still be such an absolute brute in the running game, wrestling 320-pound dudes. Mm-hmm. And Tank Lawrence is just that guy.
A couple of numbers on the Eagles. Last year they were a team that just played with a lead all season long. They would get to halftime, they'd be up, and then they'd cruise to victory in the second half. This year it's been different, and they are trailing at halftime quite a bit. I mean, 6 of their 12 games this year, on average, the Eagles have been losing by a point at halftime in their 12 games, which ranks number 17 in the NFL. And then compared to last year through week 13, they were leading by almost 8 points per game at halftime, which was obviously number 1 in the NFL. So, and Warren Sharp's got a nice article on what their offenses looked like and some of their issues. Some of it is just like a slow pace. Last year it was just a well-oiled machine. They knew what they wanted to do, in and out of the huddle, boom, 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 playing with confidence. Now it's like they're 25th in the league in terms of pace of play in the first half of games in particular. And then in the second half, oftentimes they're playing with a deficit and they're trying to figure out, okay, we got to start doing some things here seriously because we're trailing. But I will be curious to see how this first half plays out. Hopefully the Cowboys can get on them nice and early, play fast, get the crowd, rocking and rolling early and often, and then say, okay, Philly, now let's see you play from behind here, which is not something that I think they're overly comfortable doing. They've eked out some games here this year after trailing at halftime, but I think that they would much prefer to be the team that can really control the game in the second half by playing with the lead, having the defense pin its ears back after the quarterback, and being able to run the football. That's not something they've been able to do very consistently this year.
No, the team that gets ahead, I think, is going to have a huge advantage here. I don't really know if any team's going to come back and win this game, because if you got to pass the ball, you get the ball 90 seconds, 2.5 minutes to go. You got to go the full field. You got to pass a lot.
Yeah.
I think it's playing way too much into the pass rushers' hands. I don't think the Cowboys had a chance in HE double hockey sticks if it wasn't for the 2 penalties of getting that touchdown up in the first game.
Okay, so we are all familiar with old Ross Tucker. Big football guy, Eagle guy, Odyssey guy. You know, he's one of our cohorts. You could hear him with Sean and RJ from time to time throughout the NFL season. He's a big foodie. We'll see him in the press box. I'm going to go toe-to-toe with him in the press box. You know, he's a guy that can put it down. I'd like to think that I could, at least give him a run for his money.
Yeah, I would agree.
But he is doing something here. He has taken a photo. Carter is going to slap this on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube so you can see for yourself. I've never seen this in my entire life. Maybe Broadus has. South Shore Bar Pizza, and it involves baked beans being a topping.
No,
Oh, baked beans on top of a pizza?
That's a tostado, isn't it?
Are you looking at this right now? That is baked freaking beans on top of what looks to be just a delightful pizza. The crust, the cheese, the sauce. I'm here for it. And then there's baked beans. I've never in my life heard of this.
No.
Not one time have I heard of this.
Like I said, it would be a tostado Mexican food.
It is on a thin crust pizza, which kind of mimics the tortilla chip,
Yeah.
if you will.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind it. You know, I'll do beans a lot. I'll do beans and rice a lot. So beans are in my
on the pizza though, like that pizza, that marinara and everything.
Yeah.
That's not going to hit
probably
together.
not ideal, but it's not freaking me out like putting fruit on a pizza or something.
Looks like a bunch of dead June bugs on it.
It does, dude.
Yeah.
It looks just patently disgusting.
Yeah.
I know my ancestors are just rolling over in their graves right now.
I wonder though if you did it if you did the beans, but it was black beans. You know, if you did it with black beans,
you might get a little further with black beans.
You do it black beans, and then you do it with like Mexican cheese. Like, okay, it becomes, but it's a pizza.
And then instead of marinara sauce, you make it like an avocado spread.
Salsa.
I mean, this is
Salsa.
just insane.
Yeah, but
Taco Bueno used to make something like that on a burger.
You go with salsa and stuff like that, but you make a pizza like a Mexican pizza, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
You know, if you did black beans,
I'm just not trying to hear it.
With,
I'm sorry.
With that cheese, with Mexican cheese.
Yeah.
What if you had the layer of refried beans at the bottom?
So I've been workshopping, like, how could you make beans work? Could refried,
now it's a tostado.
Yeah.
Ooh.
My dear God. And now that you've said bugs, Lucius,
they do.
It makes it even worse.
They do.
Looks like
it looks
bro.
like little
It's like little cockroaches, little June bugs.
Yeah. It doesn't look appealing at all.
I'm gonna have to ask him about that. I'm gonna pull Ross aside and say, "What the hell were you doing?"
He made that himself.
He went to South Shore Bar.
Okay.
So
bar
they're serving
pizza.
this thing up,
Yeah.
bar
People
pizza.
are trying to get super creative with their pizzas.
Maybe this is
Get
a
that
create
extra
your own
protein.
thing. But I mean, if you want extra protein, just put some damn sausage on there and rock and roll. I mean, baked beans. What are we doing, Ross Tucker? I will ask you face to face on Sunday night.
There we go. Thank you, Chief. Yep. Demand answers. Report back. We'll have the conclusion to that in a star-studded edition of Cowboys Monday after the weekend here in the G-Bag Nation. Hope you do enjoy the weekend. We have 3 hours down, 2 to go. Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, joins you for the Cowboys Perspective next to the Nation.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We have a situation on our hands. I believe this could only be described as a beat writer off, as Heyman and Nightingale are saying he's not going to Toronto. Not Ohtani not going to Toronto.
Uh-oh.
Other beat writer Morosi says he's flying there. Morosi's my guy. Especially with Ranger stuff. I don't know. It's really difficult, though, and I'm sure sources aren't exactly 100% and information is not flowing.
Because Ohtani doesn't want it out there. This is what happens. Everyone's just guessing. They were just going to throw it out. He's signing today. No, he's not. He's going to Toronto. No, he's not. We don't know.
I just want him to stay in the go to the National League.
Me too.
Stay out of the American.
Just go to the Dodgers
would be my preference. But we're tracking, and what you're drinking, what you're thinking coming up at 5:20. If you want to talk Cowboys, Mavs, Stars, U.S. soccer team, Cowboys, Eagles, whatever it is. I mean, there's only 2 rules in what you're drinking and what you're thinking. You got to answer the questions, and then the floor is yours. Okay, the floor will now belong to Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. as he joins us to talk about this matchup and where the Cowboys go down the stretch here. And a good evening, Nick. How the heck are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I am not on a flight to Toronto, in case y'all were wondering. But who knows? Maybe he's on a flight to Arlington.
Oh, yeah. Who knows?
Great. Did you see him at the airport by chance? I mean, can you confirm?
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Right on, Nick. Well, obviously, for the Cowboys, all eyes here on this Eagles matchup. I don't know the last time I saw a regular season matchup this huge as far as implications. Can you decipher who's better, Nick?
Yeah, it's tough to look at because you look at it on paper, and these teams almost match up with each other pound for pound because you have youth and guys like on the Cowboys like Deron Bland. You can even throw CeeDee Lamb into that mix, Micah Parsons. And then you look at the Eagles youth and the guys that they've drafted over the course of the last couple of years on each side of the ball. And then they both have the veteran experience. And both of these teams have been running through a gauntlet of a schedule as of late, and both of them have been doing pretty well. You look at the Eagles and what they've been able to run through the Chiefs, through the Bills, the Dolphins earlier in the season. And it's a tough matchup. And, man, I feel good about it, though. I will say I feel like the Cowboys might have an edge here. Just based on they're healthy right now. All 53 are going to be ready to go on Sunday night. You still kind of wonder about Jalen Hurts' health, but all in all, I think the Cowboys probably get it done, but I'm sure we'll talk more on that here in a bit.
There are so many good matchups in this one that I'm super excited about. Which matchup do you think is the most key for Cowboys victory?
Yeah, I'm going to have to take a look at Micah Parsons and Jordan Mailata. Whenever these two guys lined up with each other in the last game back in Week 9, they had 13 matchups, and Mailata got the best of them 12 of those 13 times. Only one pressure that Parsons was able to generate on Mailata. And, man, you look at this guy. He's a former rugby player from Australia. He's 6'8", 365 pounds, and he moves like he's probably 100 pounds lighter. I mean, he's a mauler out at left tackle. And I think if Parsons can take advantage of him, then that's going to generate a lot of pass rush success.
Nick, when you look at really where this Cowboy offensive line has come since the first time that these two teams met, is it now become a little bit of a strength for the Cowboys when you look at you talk about the health, but also the way that maybe Steele and Biadasz have been playing?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the health is the biggest thing. You point to that. And it's just allowed so much chemistry up front for all 5 of those guys. And I definitely want to take a look at Terrence Steele because he had 12 pressures allowed in that game against Philadelphia, 4 sacks that he allowed to Hassan Reddick and Brandon Graham. And since then, he's done awesome work. He's only allowed 12 total pressures in the 4 games since and hasn't allowed a sack. And I think the game against Washington was one of the better games he's had in his career. So if he's able to take that momentum into Sunday night and kind of limit what Reddick and Graham can do off the edge, then it's only going to allow that offense to succeed and get more than 23 points than they did last time.
Nick, what do you think the approach is defensively when it comes to guarding and defending A.J. Brown after what the DK Metcalf situation was last week?
Yeah, certainly. Whenever you go back and look at what DK was able to do so well against Deron Bland, it's isolating that man coverage and truly making it a one-on-one type of matchup. And I think if there's an opportunity for Deron Bland to get some help over the top from some of the guys in the safety group and just kind of limit and keep everything underneath, I think that's what's going to make it so important to cover a guy like that. the middle of the field is going to be so important in this game because you have two guys in A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith that utilize that middle of the field so much, and a quarterback that loves to utilize that middle of the field so much in Jalen Hurts. So DaRon Bland being able to just kind of shell off the boundary and shell off everything outside of the numbers, and then just kind of let the linebacking core and the safeties in the middle be able to do some work as well. I think that's going to be really important in stopping those guys.
Do you think that Dan Quinn takes a page out of what the 49ers did last week, where it's just you rush 4 and then you drop into coverage, or do you think that they end up going the opposite and maybe they're even more aggressive and blitz heavy on first down, which they don't do a ton?
Yeah, I don't think that they would do it here. This Cowboys pass rush unit is so fantastic, and we've seen what each of those guys have been able to do so far this season. I'd be completely fine with rushing 4. Rush DeMarcus Lawrence, Osa Digizua. I mean, Hankins has had 3 sacks in the last few weeks, and then Micah Parsons off the left side. Let those guys go to work, and then just kind of let the secondary do what they've been doing. I'd be completely fine with rushing 4 and just trying to keep that pocket contained. That's going to be the biggest thing. So Micah Parsons, DeMarcus Lawrence, those guys, they have a really big job in front of them of just keeping those edges really confined and almost put like a protractor there on the left and right side, just trying to make sure that nothing gets around it and that you just kind of build a wall around it. So I think that's going to be huge towards success for this Cowboys pass rush unit.
Nick, how do you deal with Dallas Goedert?
You put a strong guy on him, a guy that can also go with him stride for stride. I mean, we saw what Marquise Bell was able to do with him in the last matchup, and he got the better of Bell a couple of times, including on the play where Goddard got hurt. But I like Bell in that matchup. He's a true safety that has been able to integrate a lot of those linebacker traits as the season has gone on. And I think next season we're going to be focusing him more on that safety type of role. And what you can get from that is a guy that can cover a guy like Dallas Goedert, a guy who has strength, has athleticism. I'm completely confident in 14 being able to control him.
And Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. It's shocking to look at Jalen Hurts' yards per attempt here, 5.6 his first 2 years, then 4.6. Now he's lost another yard. It's a bad running play when he does run. Are we scared of it? Is there another dimension that they're just waiting to unleash at the right time? He's still getting double-digit attempts in a lot of these games, Nick. What's going on there?
Yeah, and if you look at those attempts and see how many are from 1 and 2 yards out of the tush push and take those out of the equation, and yeah, you definitely have a running game that hasn't been as effective as it has been for Jalen Hurts in the last couple of years. And who knows? Maybe it's health that's played a big role into that. I think there's probably some validity in that, but I mean, he's still going out there and giving 100%, and he's still going out there and giving you double-digit rushing attempts. I think the biggest thing is the more experience that you get in this league, especially with the playing style that Jalen Hurts has, the better chance that you have of having yourself defended. And what he did last year and what this division saw him do last year, there's a big focus on that during the offseason and not letting a guy like Jalen Hurts be able to take advantage or take control of a game with his legs. And I think that's been a big emphasis for a lot of these opponents that have played the Eagles. They've done a really good job of putting the right spy on him. You could put a spy on Jalen Hurts, and that's what they've been able to do. Opponents have been the first 2 seasons, but you got to put the right guy, a guy that's athletic and that can chase him out to the boundary, a guy that won't let him get over the top. So I think so far this season it's been heavily controlled, and even in that first matchup against the Cowboys back in Week 9, he definitely wasn't healthy with his left knee at that moment, but they still did a really good job of keeping him in the pocket, keeping him behind the line of scrimmage, even though he was able to still get quite a bit of rushing attempts.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com with us here in the G-Bag Nation. When it comes to Mike McCarthy being back in the building, it seemed like there was a little bit of fun being had, pretty loose group.
Yeah, absolutely. So Mike McCarthy, back in the building today after having the emergency appendectomy on Wednesday, and whenever he walked into the locker room, the Cowboys had many men by 50 Cent playing, and Tony Pollard was cracking up today about it on our conference call with the media. And it sounds like he's going to be good to go and be on the sidelines on Sunday. He said he's going to be a little bit more cautious, not take any hits there on the sideline and make sure he's good. But I don't think anything could have kept Mike McCarthy from not being on that sideline on Sunday.
Nick, Eagles wide receiver duo, best in the league. You can't really argue too much with that. The only team with 2 guys in the top 15. Cowboys just took so long to get Cooks involved, but going from this point forward, how well do the Cowboys line up against them?
You mean from a defensive standpoint, being able to control those 2 guys?
No, I just mean like how the Cowboys' best 2 wide receivers stack up against the Eagles' best 2.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, man, you look at Brandon Cooks and the production that he's been able to have. I guess it's coming out of the bye more so than anything, and what he's been able to do from a receiving standpoint. It's been fantastic, and especially against a press man coverage, he's a guy that can create separation so fast, and it's a weapon for this team. And Dak Prescott's starting to realize that. You saw the little whip route touchdown that he had last week and how dangerous that was towards the defense in the red zone. And that's huge because not only have they needed to get Brandon Cooks involved, but they needed to get red zone success involved. And they paired both of those things with what Brandon Cooks was able to do last week and what he's been able to do the last few weeks. I think moving forward, you truly have kind of a two-headed monster there. Obviously, CD's got the bigger head just because of the production that he's had throughout the year, but Brandon Cooks is really starting to find his stride in this offense. 4 of the last 5 games, he's led the team in receiving. There's an opportunity here for the rest of the season for him to really put up some big numbers and be a big part of this offense like we expected from the jump.
We've seen, big plays coming off of Deron Bland the last 2 weeks. I think that one is huge right there, but I just don't see the Eagles putting up a lot of points against good defenses, and I consider the Cowboys a really good defense. I'm trying to get my head around what kind of game to expect, Nick, and I ended up with 38-25 Cowboys. What do you think about that prediction? What do you have?
Yeah, honestly, would not surprise me. I mean, the way this offense has been playing, it's tough to see it slow down. I put in our gut feeling this morning on DallasCowboys.com. It just kind of feels like this offense is due for a stinker. I don't really have any analysis or anything to give you that. It just feels like this offense has been rolling for a little too long. But I'm with you on the fact that I think there's an opportunity for this defense to take advantage of this Philadelphia offense. There's some holes there, and I think they'll be able to take advantage of it from the jump. I put 23-20 on DallasCowboys.com this morning. That's kind of what I'm feeling there. I think Dak Prescott will have an efficient day, but as far as getting things downfield, I think that might be where there might be some pause for me. But it would not surprise me at all if they put up another 40-burger. I mean, this offense has been rolling out of the bye, one of, if not the best offense in the league. It wouldn't surprise me at all if they're able to carry that success into Sunday night.
AT&T should be rocking best. It could 14-game home winning streak on the line. Yeah. Have you seen it get better? Is there a home vibe evolving, both player confidence or fan participation?
You know, it's weird because we asked CeeDee Lamb earlier this week that similar question, and it was, do you guys take a little bit more, pride going into a home game? Is there a little bit more, freshness because you get to sleep in your own bed the night before? And he's like, yeah, there's probably a lot of truth in all those things, but he said, I don't really know to attribute what attributes to the win streak. We treat it like every other game, and so far it's just been able to work out these last 14 games. But from my perspective, I think the Cowboys being able to run onto the field and this Cowboys crowd really coming alive in the last couple of years, I have to give whoever in charge of that credit, just because that hasn't always been the case at AT&T Stadium. It's kind of felt like a wine and cheese type crowd for the first 10 years, but you can really feel that energy in the building this season and even in parts of last season as well. And I think it's only going to be amplified on Sunday night. That's going to be the best crowd that they probably see all year. I'm excited to see what it looks like, and I think it'll give them a true home advantage just as they've seen in the last 14 games.
Well, go up and introduce yourself to Corey Miller. That would be your guy. You work with Corey.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you work with a guy named Corey Miller, does a good job with that.
I've seen him around.
There you go.
It's been fun watching everyone jump on the Jake Ferguson bandwagon. Do you think he stacks up with another big week against the Eagles and that poor linebacking core?
Yeah, I think so, especially given the fact that he had 7 receptions for 91 yards and a touchdown last time these two teams played. And he's coming off a big confidence booster and getting that game-winning touchdown against Seattle late in the game last week. I think there's a huge opportunity here for Jake Ferguson. And, man, the confidence that he's been able to stack week after week, that's got to be one of the bigger storylines of the season that maybe doesn't even get talked about as much just because of what we looked at whenever Dalton Schultz was sent to Houston, or whenever he decided to go to Houston, and you look at that tight end room and you don't really feel confident about anybody. You look at Jake Ferguson and you say there might be some potential here. And then from week 1 in training camp, the confidence was there, and it didn't seem like anybody was questioning it. And he's really proven it on the field. He had a slow first couple of weeks, and then, man, since then, he's been awesome in run blocking. He's been awesome in the receiving game. And he's turning into a mismatch, too, when it comes to linebackers that can't handle him athletically. And I think that's what you have here whenever you look at the Philadelphia Eagles second level. I think there's really a really good opportunity here for Jake Ferguson to pick up some big production on Sunday night and carry them to a win.
Nick, it is a Friday night. Before we let you go, we got to ask you what you're drinking and what you're thinking.
No, I'm not drinking anything tonight, but I am thinking about this 5A Division II state semifinal that I'm going to be at here at the Star, South Oak Cliff and Frisco Emerson, looking to punch a ticket to state next week at AT&T Stadium. So I'm really excited about this one. The house should be rocking.
Enjoy, sir. Have a great weekend, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Thanks, guys. Have a great one.
It's Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. Must read. They're on the website and on Cowboys Twitter as well. Must follow. Okay, when we come back, it is time now. It's a Friday. What you drinking and what you thinking on the other side here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat with you about my friends at Diamonds Direct, though, because it's the holidays, and the holiday gift guide has been